When Han Sen had lived in the Alliance, he had been good in the water. After spending several months in the Dream Lake, his talents underwater only improved. He had become so proficient that he could swim easily even if he was tied up. The last of the spiky turtles vanished into the dragon pool, and Han Sen was the first to jump in after them. Dragon 15 invited shows to jump into the pool. After Han Senator, then Dragon 15's maid, Long Ying, followed Dragon 15 into the water. Han Sen did not show off his abilities, though. He pretended to use a godlight to swim. Dragon 15 and Long Ying were also comfortable in the water, performing just as well in the water as on land. They were dragons, after all. Xiao swam behind them, her snake tail sending her smoothly through the water. Pure dragons are strong, Han Sen thought. Dragon 15 and Xiao's are both marquises, so Dragon 15 will be stronger than Dragon 13 was. That Long Ying is more powerful than either of them, though. She must be a duke. There is no way could beat them in battle. The pool did not seem large from the outside, but it was like a bowl turned upside down. It got wider, towards the bottom. Han Sen could see many spiky turtles swimming beneath them. Down there, even the giant Duke-class turtles did not look very big. The pool was deep, and Han Sen could not see very much. He couldn't see what might have been so alluring, so he just followed the turtles down. Dragon 15 and Xiao's were not in a rush, and they simply followed Han Senator. They could talk underwater, so they didn't even need to rely on clumsy hand signals. The deeper they swam, the darker it became. When they were 10,000 meters down, however, light appeared. It was like the light at the end of the tunnel. Han Sen had never been there before, so he had no idea what the light was. Does this pool lead someplace else? Is it going back to the ancient god space? He wondered. Han Sen swiftly realized that he was incorrect. The light was not an exit. As they went deeper, the blurry light resolved itself into an object. At the bottom of the pool there was a large palace. Han Sen didn't know what material the palace was made of, but it gleamed with blue light. The radiance lit up the entire underwater world like some fairy tale. But the fairy tale palace had mostly collapsed. It was in disarray, little more than a ruin. The turtles, however, accelerated as they saw it. Han Sen looked around, but he did not catch a glimpse of the dragon god. The thought that it was gone made him feel safer, so he followed the spiky turtles towards the palace. Upon drawing closer to the palace, he realized that the palace was far bigger than he had originally thought. A single pillar was dozens of meters tall. Han Sen looked over the palace, eventually picking out a stone table that was very large. Several human adults could lie flat on the table without covering its surface. It clearly belonged to a civilization that was neither human nor dragon. The bodies of the dragon were quite similar to humans. They would have no reason to produce a relic of that size. What is this palace? Dragon 15 asked Han Sen. Han Sen shook his head, and he pretended to choke on water as he tried to answer. Then, using a godlight to clear the water away from his mouth, he said, I don't know. I told you the dragon god brought me here. I don't know anything about this place. There is nothing I can do to prove it if you do not believe me. Dragon 15 stopped asking. He had forced Han Sen to swim down with them because he found Han Sen suspicious, not because he really wanted Han Sen to lead them. He couldn't leave Han Sen alone, and he had to keep a watchful eye on him. It was the safest thing to do. Xiao's, looking at the palace, said, 15. The legends say that the Return Ruined Sea belongs to the sea gods from the Xenogenic space. Is that true? Dragon 15 raised an eyebrow. When the dragon took over Return Ruined Sea, we didn't find evidence of any sea gods. I don't know if myths about them are true, for I've never discovered any sea god relics before. You seem to know a lot, though. Can you tell me if the palace is related to the conundrum of the sea gods? Xiao smiled and said, the sea gods are a higher race, according to the legends. They fell a long time ago, however, so no one knows much about them. There are bits and bobs lying around, scattered, in faint remembrance for their past existence. The ruins found prior to this were far smaller and less significant, though, judging from the architecture, this really does seem similar to the style of the sea gods. I cannot be 100% certain, of course. As they held their discussion, the spiky turtles reached the palace. Their purpose there was clear. They did not travel around the palace in search of something. Like arrows, they went straight past the palace to one ruin in particular. Many spiky turtles stopped at a ruin that looked like a mountain. They floated in the water. When the giant spiky turtle brought the Turtle King there, the Turtle King squealed. The rest of the turtles surrounded the ruin and started to dig through the mound of rubble. The rocks were the same unknown blue material. Whatever they were, they must have been very hard, as not even the Duke turtles could break them. They had to just displace them instead. All the turtles got busy moving the rocks away. Han-sen and the others stopped some distance from the palace and watched the turtles dig through the ruins. They did not make a move. The army of turtles quickly dug through the rubble, and something became visible beneath the collapsed ruin. As more and more of the rocks were moved away, the object became clearer. Beneath the mountain of rubble was a statue of a sea turtle. It was a very strange sea turtle, though. Seemed to be standing on 2 feet, and it was clad in a weird set of armor. A circular helmet rested on the sea turtle's head, and it held a hammer in each of its claws. That statue was a dozen meters tall. It was very strange, but it seemed to be made from the same blue rock. The weirdest thing was the biped turtle that it depicted. As Han-sen observed the statue, the rest of the turtles stopped moving. The Turtle King screamed, and the rest of the turtles lay down below it. It looked as if they were kowtowing. The spiky Turtle King floated down from the giant turtle's head and swam over to the sea turtle statue. Are those turtles related to the statue? Are they blood related? Longing asked with surprise. That might be a possibility. Xios was looking at the statue and the Turtle King. Longing wished to say something more, but the Turtle King had reached the statue. The plate-sized black body landed atop the helmet of the turtle statue. Han-sen only noticed now that the helmet on the sea turtle statue had a circular, plate-sized slot in the top. The spiky Turtle King's body landed atop the helmet. It withdrew its neck and limbs into its shell and dropped neatly into the slot. It was a perfect fit. The spiky Turtle King's black diamond shell began to shine. Then, the entire statue started to shine with that same black light, too. The blue statue slowly turned black, and the turtle's hammers transformed into black crystals. A life force began to radiate from them. Han-sen and the others were appropriately shocked. They had never seen anything like this before. Boom! The hammer-wielding turtle moved forward. With a single step, it made the floor of the entire pool shake. The power surged through the water around it, sweeping all the turtles backward. Such power! That exceeds even a king. Longin was in shock. Dragon 15 shook his head. No, it is not above king class. It is around half deified. Xios nodded and said, it is not deified, but it is certainly greater than a basic king class. It is half deified. As the three of them spoke, the dual-wielding turtle walked through the ruins. That giant palace was perfectly sized for the turtle. He walked toward the palace, smacking down buildings that happened to be in his way with his hammers. Every swing released a frightening shockwave, crushing the blue rocks scattered about. He pushed all the stone and rubble aside, forming a path for himself. He came to the front gate of the palace, approximately 1 mile away. When he approached the palace and swung a hammer toward it, a dragon-like power suddenly shot out of the palace and collided with the shockwave. The two powers crashed against each other, but no explosion was released. The two powers tangled together instead, forming a giant underwater tornado. Everything around them was sucked into it. The turtles in the vicinity tried to swim away. Some of the slower spiky turtles were pulled into the tornado. They were crushed by its velocity within a second, and red streams began to circle within the vortex. Pang! The turtle statue swung one of its hammers. The power of its strike broke through the tornado, allowing some of the luckier spiky turtles to get away. Han Sen immediately started swimming away, as that power was too frightening. It was far beyond a level he could be expected to fight. Dragon 15 was of the same mind. Together they all looked to escape. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to withstand the power that would be released as the fight continued. They could very well die there. A strange door then opened within the palace. Han Sen was in the midst of swimming away, but he still turned to look back. Through that doorway a giant head appeared. It was the dragon god that had eaten Han Sen. Roar! A dragon roar came from its mouth. The shockwave shot forward with blinding speed, and Han Sen and Dragon 15 were too slow to evade it. The impact left blood trailing past their lips. Now the fight began in earnest. As the two monsters fought, the simple shockwaves were enough to kill Han Sen and Dragon 15. There were more hammer strike sounds, and Han Sen heard two more roars. And then the world started to tremble again. Han Sen did not have time to look at what might have happened. He swam quickly toward the surface. Long Ying grabbed Dragon 15 and summoned her powers. Her dragon wings unfurled and then snapped downward with the force of a cannon, firing the two dragons toward the surface. She completely ignored Han Sen and Xiao's. Xiao's flapped her snake tail and used a holy light for a boost, which let her swim faster than any fish. She outran all the spiky turtles, even those that were of Duke class. Han Sen did not slow down either. He focused all his power and skill into swimming, and he was able to keep up with Xiao's. Xiao's was shocked to see Han Sen maintaining pace with her. But now was not the time to watch Han Senator. She had to focus on reaching the surface. Boom! A giant shockwave was approaching. Han Sen moved fast, ducking into the refuge offered by a Duke turtle's shell, and then that power went right past him. It tore apart all the lesser turtles around. Their shells were ripped open like paper, and their gore dyed the water red. The Duke-class giant turtles were bounced 10 meters forward. Han Sen was knocked into a giant turtle. He quickly grabbed the cannon-like spikes and allowed the turtle to tow him back to the surface. Xiao's was hit too, but she was strong and she survived the shockwave. She also reached the surface. When they reached the surface, Dragon 15 quickly gathered Long Shan and the others onto a giant green leaf. Xiao's landed on another green leaf. They were leaving that island with all haste. The turtles wanted to escape too. Han Sen remained atop a turtle's back, clutching its spike. The Duke-class spiky turtles could run faster than he could. Boom! Before the turtles reached the shoreline, a noise began to rumble from the pool. The water in the pool swelled up like a pillar, rising 100 meters into the sky. And then, an angry beast appeared. It had blue scales, and it possessed the head of a dragon. Its body, however, was like a Kirin's. It was glowing blue. It wasn't like a monster. Overall, it was more like a holy beast. Now Han Sen knew what the dragon god really looked like. He did not know what sort of xenogeneic it could be, though. The black crystal turtle followed it out, wielding two black hammers in its hands. The hammers tore apart space itself, and the turtle teleported in front of the dragon god. The dragon god roared. Its blue presence struck the hammer with earthquake force. The power broke the mountains of the island, and Han Sen's spiky turtle was sent rolling. Not long after, Han Sen and the turtle fell into the sea. Han Sen was still clutching the spike firmly. The scary power flew wildly throughout Return Ruin Sea. Even underwater, Han Sen could feel the surges of power. Waves rose to heights of 100 meters, and lots of water was vaporized. The giant spiky turtle was swimming deep into the sea. Han Sen hung onto the creature, using its large body to avoid the scary shockwaves as they went. When he reached an area outside of the effective radius of the shockwaves, he let go of the turtle. He looked over his shoulder and saw many spiky turtles swimming deep into the sea around them. Han Sen was afraid he might have swum too deep. He didn't want to escape from the shockwave, only to become food for the xenogeneics that lurked in the depths of the sea. So he didn't dive any further. While Han-san floated in the sea, he saw a familiar face approach. It was Shio's, the Ghana. She was different from the Ghana sisters that Han-sen knew. Shio's wasn't one of the Ghana nobility, and she was strong. Han-sen frowned, but he did not abandon his place. Going upwards would take him back to where the dual-wielding turtle and the dragon god fought. Waiting here seemed like his best option. "Your name is San-mu?" Shio's asked, coming next to Han Sr. "Not bad. Is there something you need?" Han-sen watched Shio's carefully. Shio smiled. "It is rare to see crystallizers here. It is even rarer to find an earl like you. I have heard Knife Queen has a crystallizer student. He goes by the name of Han Senator. Do you know him?" The sudden question caught Han-sen off guard, but he kept his expression from changing. "I don't know every other crystallizer out there, but I am familiar with Han Senator. He is our pride and joy, but I'm afraid he does not know me." Shio sighed and looked at Han Sr. "Han-san is indeed someone to be proud of. He killed Dragon 13 and Sharon. That is an extraordinarily rare feat for an earl. Unfortunately, he disappeared in the ancient god space. I would like to see him. Do you know where he might be found?" "I am afraid I will have to disappoint you, as I am just an ordinary crystallizer. I do not know Han-sen personally enough to know where he might be," Han-san said casually. Han-sen remained outwardly calm, but his stomach was churning. It looked like the deaths of Dragon 13 and Sharon had become rather well known. That meant if the dragon found out who he really was, they'd be inclined to kill him. When Shio's opened her mouth to say something else, a shadow approached. Dragon 15 and Longing were coming. They moved in front of Han-san and Shio's like the dragons they were. Dragon 15 looked at Han-san, and his expression was unreadable. Then he spoke to Shio's. "Shio's, this place is dangerous. Why don't I let Longing take you somewhere safe? A fight like this is a rare sight. Danger is a price worth paying." Shio smiled. She had no intention of leaving. Instead of responding, Dragon 15 punched Han-sen. He gathered a lot of power in that punch, and his fist slipped through the water like a needle. The water resistance didn't even slow it down, and it came right for Han-sen. Dragon 15 wanted to kill Han-sen before the two monsters were done fighting. Han-sen was familiar with this power, though. He wouldn't soon forget the Evil Breaker power of the dragon. When Dragon 15 used Evil Breaker power, Han-sen dove deeper into the sea. Dragon 15 was surprised by how swift Han-sen was. That crystallizer is very strong in the water. He is no worse than a dragon. He might even be better. Such an evil person. Longing. Get rid of him. Dragon 15 looked grim. He finally realized that Han-sen had only been pretending to be poorly suited to the water. "Yes," Longing answered. She flapped her wings like a raptor, sending powerful gusts of water behind her as she shot off after Han-san into the deep. "See." Han-san saw the speed with which she was approaching, and he knew he would lose if he did not do something soon. He kept swimming down for the moment, though. Longing closed on him. Her lance split the water hungrily, thrusting towards Han-sen. Han-sen moved, evading the Evil Breaker lance. Longing hummed, and then her lance underwent a transformation. A dragon appeared on it, and its speed increased. It disappeared, only to reappear and pierce through Han-sen's head. Pang! Han-sen's body exploded like a water balloon, but there was no blood. A clone of Moon? Longing frowned. The clone looked so real, it had even tricked her. That pissed her off. She looked around, and she realized that Han-sen was gone. She released her dragon presence to find Han-sen, but she could not detect him at all. He was outside the radius of 1,000 meters. Longing frowned. Han-sen was clinging to the bottom of a blue shark like a barnacle. He used his Dongxian aura to mask his presence, before allowing the shark to take him deep into the sea. Once he reached the bottom, Han-sen looked around. There was a lot of coral nearby, growing together like a section of forest. He didn't enter there, though. Instead, he dropped to the sand and started to dig into it. Not long after, Long Ying reached the bottom of the sea. She looked around and swung her dragon lance. A sharp lance light swept across the coral like a scythe cutting hay. The coral broke, and many of the xenogeneics within were killed. The sea was dyed red. This guy is good at running off. Long Ying frowned. She looked around, then headed off in a different direction. Han Sun did not move an inch beneath the sand, and he had no intention of leaving. A few minutes later, Long Ying returned. Strange. Where did he go? Long Ying searched around again, then left the seabed and returned to Dragon 15. Han Sun felt relieved. He emerged from the sand and hid himself inside a seashell. The shells were 2 meters tall, and they had been living in the coral. They had died to Long Ying's lance. After hiding himself on their remains, Han Sun summoned spell in her sniper rifle form. He wanted to see if the long-range scope would work beneath the sea. It worked. Han Sun hid inside the shell, but from down there, he could see Dragon 15, Long Ying, and Xiao's a few thousand meters away. He could not hear what they were saying, but he was pretty good at reading lips. The battle continued to rage upon the surface of the sea. Fortunately, it had little effect on the ocean depths. Suddenly, there was a boom and something massive fell into the sea. Han Sen quickly looked towards it through the scope. The xenogeneic dragon god had fallen, kicking up Goliath waves. Even the seabed was affected as the churning water raised swirls of sand and debris. It seemed that the dragon god had lost consciousness. Its body sank, and when Han Sun saw its head, he noted that its skull had been cracked. The hammer-wielding turtle had probably plunked it pretty hard. Shit, that dual hammer turtle is that strong. Han Sen was shocked. The dual hammer turtle quickly dropped into the sea after the dragon god. The hammer came down to strike the dragon god's head again, and what was left of its skull was sundered. The turtle snatched a blue orb out of the monster's remains and swam away. The dragon god's body slowly sank through the water until it came down near Han Sen. A while passed, and the dual hammer turtle did not return. Xiao's and Dragon 15 arrived next to the corpse. Xiao's, do you know what this creature is? Dragon 15 asked Xiao's. Xiao's looked at the dragon god's body and said, I'm not sure, but its power should be the equivalent of something half-deified. The dual hammer turtle already took the most important item, but the body of the beast itself should still prove useful. Its blue scales especially so. If what Long Shan said was true, and the scales can speed up one's evolution, then they will be a prized treasure. I was thinking the same thing. It is lucky for the dragon. Long Ying, quickly prep the body for transport, Dragon 15 said to Long Ying. Long Ying nodded and swam closer to the dragon god's body. She tried to pick it up. Han Sun watched her work, regretting that there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat Long Ying in a fight, so he couldn't interfere. A half-deified's body was a valuable treasure, but he valued his own life more. But when Long Ying came down next to the dragon god's body and grabbed its tail, her Duke powers were not enough to lift the corpse. Long Ying's face changed. She spread her dragon wings to emit the shadow of a dragon. Her arms transformed into the scaly limbs of a dragon. She managed to shift the body a little, but she was unable to lift it. 15. This xenogeneic's body is too heavy. We need more assistance if we want to move it. Long Ying told Dragon 15. Dragon 15 frowned, and then he said, in that case, Xiao's and I will watch the body while you go and find help. That evil crystallizer might still be around. How about I stay here and you go for help? Long Ying did not want to leave Dragon 15 unprotected. It's fine. You go, Dragon 15 said, waving his hands dismissively. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible. Seeing Long Ying leave, though, Han Sen was delighted. If it was just Dragon 15 and Xiao's 2 marquises, he might have a chance to nab the spoils. But he still had to consider the weight of the dragon god's body. Not even Long Ying's Duke strength could lift it. Even if Han Sen summoned his Destiny's Tower, he doubted that he could absorb it and take it away. What can I steal? Han Sun used his scope to examine the body, but he didn't know much about the creature. He couldn't tell if what he was seeing was actually good stuff. Long Shan and the others said that its scales can speed up the evolution process, so the scales have to be decent, at least. But it has too many scales for me to try to grab them all. Before I finished harvesting it, Long Ying would be back with help. And then, I certainly would not be able to run. Xios and Dragon 15 are here as well, and they are annoying enough. Han Sen was hesitating. At this time, Xios walked in front of the dragon god's body. Observing the creature's neck, she said, "I don't know where this xenogeneic might have come from, but from its appearance, we can determine that it is definitely some sort of dragon. Aside from the dragon orb that the turtle stole, the most important thing for us to take would be the scales. Do you agree?" Hearing what Xiao said, Han Sen turned his scope in the direction she was looking. He saw a scale on the dragon god's neck that appeared to be growing upside down. The other scales were light blue, but this one was so dark that it was almost black. It also seemed to be shaped differently than the other scales. The other scales looked like fans, and they were the size of grinding discs. That upside-down scale, however, was only around the size of a plate. It was shaped like a heart. Not bad. This half-deified xenogeneic is one of the dragon. That is the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 walked over to the body and tried to tear off the scale. But when he grabbed the scale by its edges, he was unable to remove it. Dragon God was dead, and its life force was gone. The flesh had certainly weakened. But even so, it seemed that a Marquise would have difficulty removing the upside-down scale. Dragon 15 frowned. Power swelled within his body as he spread his wings. He grew 3 feet taller, and his muscles hardened like steel. His scales all turned black. Good grief. This Dragon 15 is a xenogeneic. Are all dragons xenogeneics? I wonder. Han Sen thought to himself. Watching this display, Han Sen thought that Dragon 15 might have been more powerful than Dragon 13. The dragon were born strong, and any pure dragon could become stronger than those of any other race. Their claim of being the bravest was not some bluff. His nails became blades, and Dragon 15 poked them into the flesh beside the scale. He cut around the scale and it popped loose. Fuck, that's it. Han Sen was angry. He aimed spell at Dragon 15 and pulled the trigger. He emerged from the shell and ran towards the dragon god's corpse. Dragon 15 seemed to be ready. He gave a hum, then swung his hand at the bullet fired from spell. The bullet was cut in half, then exploded. As this occurred, Dragon 15 waved his other hand at Han Senator. The talons shook the water into a number of blades that headed towards Han Sen. Pang! Han Sen's body exploded as the blades sliced through it. Another Han Sen rushed Dragon 15 from the side. Dragon 15 flapped his wings, creating a moon-shaped swirl of water. He ran at Han Sen with his cold dragon claws raised to strike Han Sen's heart. Dragon 15 hadn't planned on immediately securing the scale. His primary objective was to kill Han Sen. The Evil Breaker powers raced toward Han Senator even with Han Sen's speed. Avoiding those claws would be difficult. Pang! Han Sen's body was cut to ribbons, but it was just another moon clone. Dragon 15 turned to the dragon god's body. Han Sen floated near the corpse as he stuffed the scale into his pocket. Dragon 15 came at Han Sen furiously, but Han Sen swam away with the grace of a fish. He was swimming at a pace much greater than Dragon 15 was capable of. Han Sen put some distance between Dragon 15 and himself, but just as he started to relax, a lance came at him through the water. It was Long Ying. Han Sen knew now that he had been tricked. Long Ying had not left, and her departure was only to lure him out. Nice plan. Han Sen did not have time to think. The lance light covered a radius of 100 meters beneath that sea, keeping him from escaping. There was nothing Han Sen could do, so he pulled out his blood feather knife and used his knife and sword powers. He blocked the lance that was coming for him. Long Ying wanted to prevent Han Sen's escape, so she cast many more lance lights. Each of the lance powers was weakened, however, but every time Han Sen used his knife to deflect the lance light, the impact bounced him away. His chest felt like it was getting struck by lightning, and the pain was fierce. Han Sen wasn't bleeding yet, though. He tried to use those impacts to toss him further away from Long Ying. But Dragon 15 was already behind him, and when his evil breaker claws came for Han Sen, they tried to snare him like an ugly net. Han Sen's vision suddenly flashed into a view of sequence structures composed of molecules. He kept swinging his blood feather knife, striking back against the claw light. He managed to break it, and then it turned into nothing. Not stopping, Han Sen continued his flight into the deeper reaches of the sea. Dragon 15 and Long Ying paused for a moment, stunned that an Earl had been able to break Dragon 15's claw light. Dragon 15 had recognized the blood feather knife, and his face darkened. That is Han Sen. Do not let him flee. I won't let him escape again. Long Ying looked cold. She became a dragon xenogeneic, and she flapped her dragon wings in pursuit of Han Sen. As Han Sen fled, he continuously swung his knife to weave knife silks into the water. Long Ying kept coming, though, cutting through the knife silks as she moved. The knife silks were unable to do anything to her Duke xenogeneic body. Dong! Long Ying attacked Han Sen again. That lance power was stronger than the previous attack. Han Sen's blood feather knife almost couldn't withstand it, and his body rocketed down into the seabed. He sank into the crater the impact had formed, and the sand and rocks rose to cover his shape. Escaping won't be that easy. Long Ying spun her lance into a blur, forming a vortex in the water. All the sand and rocks were sucked away from Han Sen's hiding place, clearing the water. Han Sen had planned to escape under the cover of the sand, but now he was visible, and the vortex slowed down his movements. He couldn't escape quickly. Dragon 15 caught up. Her claw lights flashed at Han Sen like a meteor shower. Han Sen decided to stop fighting the current and allow the water to jerk him towards Dragon 15. He used his blood feather knife alongside Super Spank. Dragon 15 did not wish to fight Han Sen, though. He started to fall back, swinging his claws as he went. The blood feather knife broke every claw into dust, but it took too much time. Long Ying was again in front of Han Sen, with an attack prepped. Han Sen used his knife with Super Spank powers, and he almost broke the lance's sequence structure. But the lance knocked Han Sen away all the same. Something in his chest tore and blood spilled out of his mouth and nose. Long Ying and Dragon 15 did not let Han Sen rest. They kept up a continuous string of attacks. If Dragon 15 had been there alone, Han Sen could have fought him off. Long Ying was not a strong duke, but her level was still equal to a xenogeneic Sharon. Han Sen didn't have much of a chance. Han Sen used his moon clones to absorb a few attacks, but things were taking a turn for the worse. A lance was eventually able to break his armor and thrust into his shoulder. Han Sen's movement slowed as he sustained more and more injuries. Dragon 15's claws were able to land on Han Sen, digging in a few bloody trenches into his back. Long Ying's lance flashed furiously. It struck whenever Han Sen was distracted by Dragon 15's attacks. Han Sen gritted his teeth and suppressed the pain from his wounds. He lifted the blood feather knife to repel Long Ying's lance. Duke powers were scary. After that hit, Han Sen was knocked to the bottom of the sea again. Blood came oozing out of him. The sand and debris rose, and Long Ying used her lance to clear the area again. Han Sen's body had formed a deep hole, but when Dragon 15 and Long Ying cleared the hole all the way to the bottom, they were shocked. Han Sen was not there. They searched for Han Sen, but he was gone. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Dragon 15 looked like Fury incarnate. Han Sen had just vanished and taken the half-deified upside-down scale with him. Send word. Find Han Sen even if you have to drain the return ruin sea. Bring him to me, dead or alive. Dragon 15 looked cold. Long Ying was depressed. She couldn't figure out how Han Sen had escaped. Long Ying did not need to leave the water to contact others of their race. She got on her phone and spread the news. Help came to move Dragon God's body, and she ordered other dragons and xenogeneics to search for Han Sen throughout the return ruined sea. Han Sen's body appeared in a house in the Alliance, but he started coughing up blood as soon as he arrived. The powers of an Earl were weak. Unless he used Super God Spirit, he'd be unable to match a Duke. So he came back to the alliance. It is lucky I brought the scale back with me. Otherwise, it would have been a grand loss. Han Sen licked his lips as he stroked the blue upside-down scale. Han Sen put away the scale and rested. His wounds slowly recovered. He did not plan on returning to the Geno universe for a while, and instead wanted to stay in the alliance for a bit. The dragon were looking for him, and although Dragon 15 did not know Han Sen would teleport back to the same point he had left, Han Sen still thought it'd be a bit too risky to head back for the time being. If Han Sen did not show up for a long time, and the dragon could not find him in the return ruined sea, it was likely they'd believe he had escaped entirely. When they let their guard down, it'd be much easier for Han Sen to slip back in and get off the planet. The dragon elites couldn't guard the return ruined sea forever, so it was only a matter of time before they left. While Han Sen was in the alliance, he continued to absorb the deified blood that stained his blood feather knife. It'd be great if he could become a marquis while gone. It'd greatly increase his odds of making it out of the return ruined sea when he went back. Come here, my baby. Let daddy hug you. Han Sen picked Han Linger up off her bed and kissed her. Han Linger used her hands to touch Han Sen's face. It seemed as if she didn't like it. You've been gone for so long. Little Linger isn't going to remember you, Ji Yanran complained. Then I should stay here more. I won't go back for a while. Han Sen didn't tell her that he had been chased. He didn't want to worry his family. Family life wasn't as good as Han Sen thought it would be, though. Changing nappies, bottle feeding, and guessing Han Linger's thoughts wasn't easy. Babies were monsters no one could communicate with. Although Han Linger was very quiet for a child and did not cry, she still gave him a lot of trouble. It was impossible to know what she wanted. Her resting times were different from his, too. Whenever Han Sen sought rest, her eyes would shoot open and she'd want to play. Now Han Sen knew how difficult it was for Ji Yanran. Guessing what a kid wanted was much harder than predicting the moves of an opponent. No one dared make Han Linger mad, either. If she activated her super god spirit mode, she could potentially blow up the entire planet. Han Linger loved to sunbathe, and she was curious about the world. Han Sen loved taking his airship out to sightsee with her. She is so young, and she does not like to stay at home. When she grows up, she is going to run away, Han Sen thought to himself. He was not upset by this, however. It was rare for Han Sen to stay in the alliance for a significant amount of time. He called on his family, and Bauer, to join him for a vacation. Han Sen wanted to visit a spa on planet Ice, but Linger loved to be out in the sun. So he had to cancel that. He went to planet C instead, which had many beaches and lots of sun. There were many creatures there, too. Bauer and Linger built sandcastles together, while Han Sen and Ji Yanran lay on deck chairs to enjoy the sea wind. Luolan and Han Yufei went diving. The family was enjoying their vacation when two young boys approached. Behind them was an escort of bodyguards. The two boys looked to be about the same height as Bauer, and they were around the age of 5. One walked with pride, as if he was the boss. The other boy was very quiet. He walked next to the proud boy, looking rather harmless. The two boys went up to Bauer and Linger. The proud boy looked at Bauer and snapped his fingers. The bodyguard then brought out pretty gemstones, high-tech toys, and flowers to present to Bauer. Pretty lady, come and be my girlfriend, and all these are yours. The proud little boy pointed at a luxurious airship, hovering just above the sea. Bauer and Linger looked at the boy. Then, Bauer blinked and said, "That's all you're offering? Tell me whatever you desire, then. My name is Ning Buao. I have nothing but money. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can give you everything you want," the little boy said. "I would like to see fish fly in the sky." Bauer blinked. What? The little boy was confused. For some reason, the quiet boy stepped further away. "Like this," Bauer said. Then she grabbed the bad boy and threw him into the sea. The boy did not fall straight into the water. First, he skimmed across it like a smooth stone. The boy started to cry, and then a man went to retrieve him from the water. The bodyguards were in shock, and they all moved to surround Bauer. "You guys can leave now," said a man's voice. The bodyguards stepped aside. A 5-year-old girl having such power was very surprising. Humans had achieved power inside the sanctuaries, but they could not go there before the age of 16. What power was she wielding? To them, Bauer was something of a monster. A quiet man and a pretty woman approached. The man told the woman to take the 2 boys, and then he approached Han Sen. "Long time no see. Are those your 2 sons?" Han Sen greeted the man, laughing. Ji Yanran moved to take care of the kids. "The quiet one is my son. The other one is the son of heaven," Ningyu said. "They look like brothers." Han Sen chuckled, but he was sincere. "They live in the same environment," Ningyu said simply. He then looked at Han San and asked, "Is there another world beyond the sanctuaries?" "Yes." Han Sen wasn't going to hide this fact. "What will it take for you to take me there?" Ningyu asked. "Is your life bad now? Do you need something more?" Han Sen asked Ningyu. "This is not the life we should have," Ningyu said. "But you cannot come back. You will not be able to see your family, and you will face death at every turn. Do you still wish to go?" Han Sen asked Ningyu. "I am willing to," Ningyu answered with those 4 words. Han Sen looked at Ningyu, and then he smiled. "Give me some time. I will need to prepare." They stopped talking, and they looked out to the sea together. "Your son and your wife are nice. You won't miss them?" Han Sen asked after a while of silence. "I didn't get married. I adopted little Sure. He can take care of himself. He will take whatever he needs, and he won't take what he is not supposed to." Ningyu's face remained impassive, but his eyes smiled. Han Sen was surprised. He looked at the quiet boy and the pretty woman in shock. After Han Sen left Planet C, he absorbed more of the deified blood that was on the blood feather knife. He did this every day, and he felt his blood pulse sutra approaching its peak. He kept investigating the upside-down scale, too. He hadn't used it for anything yet, and while it was good for evolving his blood, he'd only make use of it when he needed to. The AI was relaying news to them, and he learned that humans had made progress in their negotiations with the Shura. There had been many such reports over the past few years, but it made Han Sen frown. Han Sen had never dealt with the Shura because of the things he was told by Han Yufei. He would have liked to get rid of the Shura to reunite the worlds of the Alliance, but after talking with Han Yufei, he stopped thinking about it. Han Yufei had asked Han Sen, "Have you heard of the 3 monks?" Han Sen considered the question and asked, "Was that the story about one monk collecting water to drink, a second monk merely raising his head to drink, and a third monk that had nothing to drink?" Han Yufei nodded. Humans might hold the most complicated minds of all the races in existence. It is sort of like how the strong will devour the weak. Humans are certainly the greediest creatures. Han Sen agreed with what he said. He believed everyone was born evil, and that the primary focus of any human was to ensure their own survival by any means necessary. Tigers ate sheep. Sheep ate grass. The grass needed the nutrients contained in the soil. You had to take to survive. The same applied to humans, but humans took greed to another level. They didn't just want to survive. They wanted more. So, basically, humans were inherently evil from birth. With the Shura here, humans have had to constantly fight another race. But when the Shura are gone, humans will only end up fighting themselves again. If humans are lucky, we will make it despite ourselves. But if we are unlucky... Han Yufei stopped talking. He touched Han Sen's shoulder. "There is nothing absolutely right in this world. Just follow the yearnings of your heart." After that, Han Sen put away his thoughts of destroying the Shura. If he stayed in the Alliance, then destroying the Shura would be a good thing. But Han Sen did not have the time to deal with matters of the Alliance, so wrecking the Shura civilization would have unintended consequences. In ancient times, a few brothers fought together to create a kingdom, but when they had everything, they started to fight for different shares. Eventually, they all became sworn enemies. So Han Sen did not destroy the Shura. He did ask Zero to go to the Shura and do something, however. The Shura were in a poor state, but things were in balance. The Alliance hadn't totally defeated them yet. Han Sen was interested in the graves of the Shura kings, but he had never found the time to check it out. Now he did. Perhaps there he might be able to find a lead on Azura. After all, the falsified Sky Sutra and genofluid came from those graves. The Shura king's graves could only be entered by a king on the precipice of their death. However, that condition meant nothing to Han Sen right now. Han Sen took Bauer with him, and they embarked on the Beetle and flew to the Shura planet. Han Sen had researched the Shura grave, but he did not know where the site was located. The graves had been robbed once before, and now the Shura kept the location of its royalty a well-guarded secret. It also seemed as if the grave sites could be moved. They weren't where they had once been found. The only one who knew this information was the Shura queen, Jade Shura. On the planet of the Shura queen was working. Jade Minger worked next to her mother. She was the one who was most likely to succeed the Shura queen. Jade Minger had learned from Jade Shura ever since she was young. Jade Shura had high expectations for her. Right now, the Shura were in dire shape. Luckily, there were still some mysterious powers supporting their race. If not, the Shura wouldn't have been able to defend themselves against humans. Who is this? The Shura queen jumped in surprise when she looked into the left side of the study. A man clad in armor was sitting in one of her chairs. Despite the Shura queen's talent, not even she had noticed when he arrived. Jade Minger reached to press the alarm and draw a knife, preparing to use falsified sky powers on the man. But the Shura queen stopped her. The Shura queen knew that she could only see the armored man because he wanted to be seen. There was no point in screaming for help. If he wanted to kill them, they'd both be dead. The man looked at the two with interest. The Shura queen felt fear. The fright was deep in her bones, and it was difficult to describe. It was like he could click his fingers and kill her if he chose to. Sweat started to bead across her skin. "Who are you, and why are you here?" The Shura queen asked him calmly, forcing control into her voice. Han Sen looked at the Shura queen and Jade Minger. He thought it was strange to see Jade Minger again. Jade Minger looked like Zero. The two looked like twins. Zero was shaped like a human, and Jade Minger was like a Shura copy of Zero. The Shura queen looked like Jade Minger, but she did not look like Zero. "Is she your daughter?" Han Sen asked, pointing at Jade Minger. The Shura queen felt nervous in his presence. She wanted to pull Jade Minger behind her, but she knew that would be pointless. Doing that would only expose her weakness. The Shura queen replied levelly, "She is my daughter. You didn't come here just to ask that, did you? Do you have another daughter?" Han Sen asked her. "No, but I have a few sons. I only have one daughter." Shura queen looked placid, but she felt like she was going to have a stroke. The armored man was showing interest in Jade Minger, and that made her nervous. "There is no secret daughter? And there is no additional one, created by genes?" Han Sen asked. "Only humans use such dirty techniques. We disdain anyone who uses them." Jade Minger looked angry. Han Sen lifted his hand toward Jade Minger. Jade Minger's body was instantly bound and lifted toward Han Sen. The Shura queen was nervous, but she was the monarch of the Shura. "So," she frowned and said, "are you just here to cause trouble with a girl?" Han Sen ignored the Shura queen and examined Jade Minger closely. They really did look exactly the same. Their presence, however, felt different. With his Dongxian aura, he could tell that she was indeed different from Zero. When Han Sen ignored the Shura queen and observed Jade Minger carefully, it made the Shura queen even more worried. But she knew that the more she spoke, the more it would seem that she cared for Jade Minger. He would be able to identify her greatest weakness. The Shura queen just stood where she was. Not hurrying Han Senator, she didn't look nervous, and neither did she speak. After a while, when Han Sen looked away from Jade Minger, the Shura queen quietly said, "Can you tell us what you came here to say?" Han Sen did not free Jade Minger from his grip just yet. He looked to the Shura queen with admiration. "Jade Shura, I will give you 5 days. You should sort out your current business. Then meet me on planet Skycloud in 5 days. You can tell me whatever you need to tell me right here and right now. I will do whatever it is you wish if I am able to. If I cannot do it, then it doesn't matter when we meet," the Shura queen replied. "This is an order. This is not a request," Han Sen said, giving the Shura queen a flat stare. The Shura will not concede to any human. And that includes you. The Shura queen was very stubborn. Remember the bone dagger before the Shura pool? Han Sen asked quietly. You are. The Shura queen's face was riddled with shock. In 5 days you will come to planet Skycloud. If you don't, every Shura will be killed, Han Sen said, then disappeared. Jade Minger disappeared with him. The Shura queen didn't move. She looked strange. Planet Skycloud was a planet that both humans and Shura lived on. It was a lawless place, and risky businessmen frequently traveled there. And with the savage natives of planet Skycloud, that place was known to be very dangerous. People were often murdered on the street in broad daylight, and no one raised a fuss. Han Sen held Bauer as they walked along the street. Jade Minger did not speak. She looked ice cold. Dad, I'm hungry, Bauer said, looking in the direction of a fancy restaurant. They hadn't yet found anywhere clean to get lunch. Bauer didn't seem fond of eating off dirty plates. Okay, we will eat here. Han Sen nodded, turning towards the restaurant. Jade Minger did not speak, but followed them inside. The three of them walked in, and they saw many of the Shura sitting inside. The sight of 2 humans walking in prompted all heads to turn their way. All the Shura looked at them coldly, without a single patron raising a smile. Jade Minger was wearing a hat and a mask. Her face was covered, but there were slots for horns on her hat. It showed that she was of the Shura, but nobody noteworthy. Bauer ignored the gaze of the Shuras and hopped onto a table. She pointed at the menu and said, This, and this. Give me one of each. The middle-aged Shura behind the counter laughed. His face was split by a huge scar that looked a little like a centipede. The middle-aged Shura stepped over to Bauer, chuckling cruelly. Kid, the food here is only sold to those with horns. Those without horns are food. Ha ha! The Shura across the restaurant laughed. Bauer blinked. She looked at the middle-aged man curiously and asked, What food might I be? The middle-aged Shura was shocked. He hadn't expected Bauer, who was so young, to be completely unafraid of him. The other Shuras were surprised, too. They gave Bauer odd looks. The middle-aged Shura laughed and looked at Bauer as if she was a fish or some other meat. After a while, he said, You're so small and your flesh is so young, it would be best to make raw slices out of you. I would slice your skin off and put it on ice. You'd be served with some soy sauce. That would be nice. You want to do that for us? After that, the middle-aged man showed her a very evil smile. His face drew close to Bauer as he lifted an ice pick. Sure. I'd love to see what I taste like. Bauer lifted her pink arms out to the sides. She asked the Shura, Uncle, which part of me will taste the best? The middle-aged Shura and the others looked at Bauer with shock. That was the first time they had seen a human child show such bravery. Jade Minger looked at Bauer with shock, too. It was hard to imagine a kid that small having such guts. The middle-aged Shura laughed awkwardly. He patted her on the head and said, There are the tables. Take a seat. The food you order will be on the house. Little Ling, come and serve our guest and her friends. A Shura woman, with an average face but voluptuous curves, lowered herself and smiled at Bauer. Little customer, you are the first human we have served in 10 years. The 2 of you please sit. The Shura waitress brought Bauer and Han Sen over to a table. That place was a little better than average on this planet, but it wasn't adorned with ridiculous decorations. It was clean, but there weren't private rooms for them. A few minutes later, the food Bauer ordered arrived. The middle-aged Shura brought a bottle of alcohol over to Bauer. He laughed. Little customer, we only have drinks like this. We don't have juice. This is yours. Dad, can I drink it? Bauer asked Han Sen nicely. Of course. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. I will have a big cup. Bauer looked excited. Sure. The Shura opened the drink and poured Bauer a big cup. He put the bottle down on the table and told Han Sen and Jade Minger, Pour out more if you want. Jade Minger frowned and did not touch it. Han Sen picked it up and poured himself a cup. You guys aren't from planet Skycloud? The middle-aged Shura asked Han Sen with rhetorical certainty. We aren't. We're here on business, Hansen answered. You guys only serve Shura, huh? We serve humans as well. It depends on the circumstances, but usually, no human dares to come in here. The middle-aged Shura laughed, and then went on to say, the people who work here are retired soldiers. They were strong on the battlefields, and their presence is enough to scare away humans. Most who walk in through those doors end up passing themselves. This is the first time I've ever seen a guest like her. You hate humans? Hansen asked. The Shura don't really hate humans. But this place isn't a battlefield. Besides, with this little customer, you guys are free to eat here. The Shura replied carelessly. Boss, Galit is here again. The female waitress shouted at the middle-aged Shura man. His face turned cold, and he quickly moved to the door. Before he reached the door, it was kicked open. A bunch of Shuras, all wearing uniforms, came marching inside. Galit, what are you doing here? The middle-aged Shura said to a Shura dressed like an officer of some sort. Collecting taxes. You should pay up now. The officer looked like he was full of himself. I'm not paying you shit. This is planet Skycloud. This isn't a Shura planet. The middle-aged Shura shouted at him. The Shura that were eating there all laughed. The people of planet Skycloud did not care for military sorts. Really? The officer laughed. He kicked the middle-aged Shura in the stomach. The man was sent flying and came crashing down behind the bar. Bottles fell off the wall and rained down onto his head. The people in the restaurant stood to flee, but the soldiers near the officer drew their guns. They aimed them at the people to suppress the scene. Stop! This is none of your business. Go back to work. The middle-aged Shura yelled at his employees. He stood up from behind the bar and then walked up to the officer. He coldly told him, Galit, you may kill me if you have the balls to. I won't just kill you. You killed a member of my family, so I'm going to kill you slowly, as I will the rest of your employees. Galit laughed, and the laugh made all the onlookers feel a chill. It has nothing to do with them. Come at me. The middle-aged Shura growled. They should die because they are with you. I will make you regret ever killing my brother. You should never have thought about touching royalty. Galit hissed while staring at him. Regret? I'd do it all over again if I could. I have no problem killing a traitor that betrayed his own men, Wood said flatly. Then you should die with him. Galit looked murderous. Ha! Kid, who are you bluffing? We almost died out there on the battlefields already. We aren't afraid. Come and kill us. The waitress laughed humorlessly before taking a bottle and throwing it at them. Pang! Galit smacked the bottle away and fired at her. Wood was fast, though. He hit Galit's arm, making his shot go wide. Then he punched the enemy's nose. Fuck you! The waitress ran forward, as did all her workmates. They worked with synergy, dodging the guns as they got close enough to fight hand-to-hand. The people on planet Skycloud were all brave, and the patrons of the restaurant watched rather than fleeing. The soldiers were unable to defeat the veterans, though. They were all beaten down quickly. Wood rode Galit to the ground, punching his face repeatedly. He was bleeding. Some soldiers were knocked into the dining area every now and again, and whenever that occurred, customers would kick them away from their tables and back at the workers. It made them laugh. You Shura are interesting, Hansen said, while looking at Jade Minger. Jade Minger knew that fights often broke out between those of different ranks, but seeing such things firsthand made her angry. And furthermore, it was all being witnessed by a human. That made her feel sick. Pang! Someone stepped up next to Wood, who was still pummeling Galit. Before Wood knew what had happened, he was airborne again. The scene went quiet as a gold-horned Shura man stood over Galit. Uncle 7, these people are guilty of treason. Kill them all. Galit got up and pointed at Wood with one hand, while his other nursed his bloodied nose. Shut up! The gold-homed Shura snapped at Galit. He looked at Wood and coldly said, Do you know the crime that is title defending a royal? I don't fucking care. We rent this place ourselves, here on planet Skycloud. Who the fuck cares about your bullshit royalty? The waitress picked up Wood as she shouted at the gold-horned Shura. You are Shura. That means you adhere to the laws of the Shura no matter where you go. You have now broken these laws, and because of that you will die, the gold-homed Shura said calmly. Fuck your laws, the waitress shouted. I am sorry, but you have to die. The gold-horned Shura moved, appearing right in front of the pair before Wood could look up. He was so much stronger, and they were unable to react. They looked very angry, but very hopeless, too. The gold-homed Shura's fist was just about to come down on Wood. But all of a sudden, it stopped. A fat hand appeared in front of the gold-homed Shura's fist. The fist stopped moving. The gold-homed Shura and Wood felt their eyes widen. The little girl had stopped the powerful punch with one hand. Hey boss, this is how I am covering the bill for our lunch. Bauer gave them an innocent smile. She grabbed the gold-horned Shura's fist, and as if he was a mere toy, she tossed him aside. Pang, 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 pang. The gold-homed Shura's body was raised in the air and slammed into the ground repeatedly, so fast that he turned into a blur. His body seemed to be warping under the force. Wood and the others stared with slack jaws. Their eyes followed suit, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. All the Shura were frozen. A human child, who was 6 years old at the most, could throw around a third-rank gold-horned Shura fighter as if he was nothing more than a toy. In their eyes, Bauer was no longer a kid. She was a monster. Humans are that strong? All the Shura were in shock. If a child had achieved such strength, they couldn't imagine how strong the adults must have been. Gallet wanted to turn around and run, but Bauer threw the gold-horned Shura at him like a bowling ball. The two slammed into each other and tumbled across the floor in a spray of blood. They lay in a pile half dead. They couldn't get up and they moaned. The other soldiers scrambled out of the restaurant, screaming all the way. It was too horrifying for them. If you want revenge, take it now. They can't fight back, Bauer said to Wood. But Wood and the others only looked at Bauer strangely, and they didn't do anything else. Bauer then returned to Hans Senator. She took his hand before speaking to Wood again. Don't worry. If you guys want to, you can go to the Alliance. Just tell them my father's name, and no one will touch you there. Wood and the others immediately understood that Bauer and Hansen were special. Wood gritted his teeth and picked up a gun. He shot Gallet and the gold-horned Shura in the head. Wood handed the gun to a friend, then said to Bauer, I will remember this favor and I will repay the debt, if there is ever an opportunity to do so. We will not go to the human place, though. And you should go now. You killed King Samo's people. The king owns this planet, so you should run. You guys aren't leaving? There is no need to worry. My dad is here, and you can live in the Alliance. Bauer blinked at Wood and the others. Wood shook his head. I believe you guys are earnest, but we are Shura. We will never betray our own race. We will not defect and align with the enemy, so you guys should run. What a nice soldier. Hansen sighed. A similar thing could happen to humans, so there was nothing there that made them inherently better than the Shura. You guys have houses here? We are here on business for a few days. Can we live here for a while? Hansen smiled at Wood. Did you not hear what the boss just told you? Planet Skycloud is different as King Samo controls it. You will be killed if you do not go, the waitress said. Wood waved his hand, telling her to stop talking. He asked Hansen, You really want to live here? Yeah, for no more than 4 days. Is such an accommodation available to us? Hansen smiled. Bell, take them someplace where they can rest, Wood said, while looking at Hansen. Bell obviously wanted to say something else, but she didn't. She obeyed Wood's command and took them to their new room. Boss, why are you keeping them? You just killed King Samo's son. Keeping them here will only get us killed, Bell said to Wood when she returned. Wood shook his head. Couldn't you tell they weren't your average humans? It doesn't matter how strong they are. They cannot defeat King Samo and the other elites. Even if they were famous, what's the point? They are humans, Bell said. I don't know. Let us wait and see, Wood said. Wait? Are we not leaving either? Bell and the others stared at him with wide eyes. It is like you said. Planet Skycloud is controlled by King Samo. We don't have the money or the connections. So where can we possibly go? Wood continued. Maybe staying here is how we survive. You mean those two humans? They... Belle wanted to say something, but there were noises coming from the hall. Many people were coming through. Their faces paled, and before they could react, many guns were pointed at them. They were then led out to the lobby. Wood saw King Samo, clad in his Shura armor. If things hadn't worked out the way they did, they might never have seen the king up close. Pang! The Shura soldiers stepped back behind the king. King Samo's face looked grim, and his voice was grating. I don't care who you are, but you will die. My son's death will not be for nothing. King Samo, you had a good son, a voice said from deeper within the building. When King Samo heard that voice, his face changed. His eyes opened wide, and he asked in shock, Who are you? I know who I am, but you have forgotten who you are. Killing your own kind, humiliating wartime veterans, ignoring the laws of the Shura. Do you really think the Shura are simple property that you can own and control? Said the hard voice. King Samo's legs were quivering and his voice was shaky, but he still had the guts to ask, Who are you? Come in and see who I am. The cold voice responded. Don't play tricks. Come out now, King Samo said. As you wish. A woman with white clothes, a white hat, and a white mask emerged from the back of the establishment. When King Samo saw Jade Minger, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. He was the king of the planet, but he wasn't actually Shura royalty. He was only a distant relative of the Jade family. Seeing Jade Minger, who could one day be the queen, he was rightfully fearful. Wood thought he must have been dreaming. King Samo was now begging before the woman, like a grandson meeting a granddad. The woman scolded King Samo, and Samo did not say a word against her. When she released him, he was overflowing with gratitude. He appreciated the mercy, and he no longer cared about his son's death. The most shocking for Wood and the others was that the woman had been pouring drinks for the father and daughter. She was being treated like a maid, and it made them feel as if they were in a dream. Who are Bauer and that man? Belle asked Wood when they went to rest. The whole day had been too strange. Don't talk, and don't ask. Keep them a secret forever. We shouldn't have come to know this, Wood told them with a sense of importance. Wood wanted to know who the father and daughter were, but he knew that the more he knew, the more danger he'd be in. Hansen stayed in that restaurant for 4 days. When the 4th day passed, a Shura woman with a black mask arrived. You are Hansen? The Shura queen asked when she saw Hansen without armor. She recognized him. She remembered Hansen because he was important in the alliance. Plus, Hansen had a blood relation to the Luo family. He was a distant relative of the Jade Shura. Hansen laughed, but he did not speak. Jade Minger stepped aside. She really hated them both. Hansen and Bauer had treated her like a maid, and she had to do everything they had told her to do, even if she didn't want to. The Shura queen nodded at Jade Minger, then ignored her. She turned back to Han Sr. You are not the master of the bone dagger. It should belong to the Shura. Shura queen remembered that it was a Shura woman who had used the bone dagger in the Shura palace. No one could stop her. She used falsified sky powers in their full form. The strangest thing was when that woman gave the Shura queen the falsified Sky Sutra. It allowed the Jade Shura to finish her skill, and in doing so, she became much stronger. Jade Shura had originally thought it was God that had given them the rest of the skill. But now, she did not think so. Does it matter if I am or not? You just need to know that I can destroy the Shura, Hansen said. Why should I believe you? The Shura queen asked quietly. You came here, didn't you? That means you already believe me. Hansen smiled, and he then went on to say, the Battle of Franco, the assault on Heilmans, the strike on 4690. They can flip the situation of the Shura on its head. Can you actually sort out these problems? It's you. The Shura queen couldn't believe it, and she stared at Han's senator. The things Han San had spoken about were incidents that could lead to the potential collapse of Shura society. They hadn't happened, but if the alliance took action in the right way, the Shura would lose. They had survived so far because of the help they had received. Why are you doing this? You are just a human. The Shura Queen could not believe all of this was coming from Han Senator. It did not make sense. Hansen laughed and looked at the Shura Queen and said, "In your eyes, this universe is everything. But to me, the Shura and the humans are just toys. I like the Alliance more, but I don't want to see the Shura get destroyed, either." The Shura Queen looked at Han Senator. She could not accept this explanation. "How about this? The Shura are still useful to me, and we need you to keep going," Han Sen said. "What do you want me to do?" "I won't sell the Shura out," the Shura Queen said with certainty. "I need you to send some Shura out to do work for me, but that will come after. Right now, I need you to take me to the Shura King gravesite." Han Sen planned to use the Shura as spies in the future, allowing them to go to the demon so he could learn more about them. This job was perfect for the Shura. If Han Sen had the whole Shura empire under his thumb, he wouldn't be afraid of the Shura doing anything to the demon. "Impossible. Even if you kill me," the Shura Queen said immediately. Han Sen did not say anything. He turned on a video and showed the feed coming from a Shura base. It was planet Cardola. "This is a beautiful planet." Han Sen looked at planet Cardola. From space, the planet appeared orange and green. It was exceptionally beautiful. The Shura Queen did not speak. An important military planet like that should not have been spied on so closely. She thought Han Sen was threatening her, showing her that he could do anything. The Shura Queen believed Han Sen was too naive, and the threat did not work on her. "I suggest you take one last look at it. You might not see it again," Han Sen said to the Shura Queen. "If you want to threaten me, you are wrong to think you can," the Shura Queen said impassively. She didn't think it would be a big deal if Han Sen sent someone to that planet. It was too well defended. Han Sen smiled and did not speak. He lifted a hand and clenched it into a fist. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger did not know what he meant to do by that. In the video, planet Cordola was suddenly crushed by something. It just imploded, then billowed out as a cloud of dust. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger were utterly speechless. Jade Minger looked at Han Sen and said, "Do you think this broken trick can fool us?" The Shura Queen thought the same. There was no way that Han Sen could destroy a planet by simply moving his hand. There was no power like that in the universe. He'd have to be a god. Han Sen did not explain. He told the Shura Queen, "You can use the phone." The Shura Queen started to look concerned. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. Not long after, the phone fell to the ground. She started to shake in her boots, and she looked at Han Sen without being able to muster a single word. Jade Minger was smart. There was only one possible reason for her mother to behave like this, but even so, that possibility was difficult to believe. "It cannot be you who did it. This must be some trick." The Shura Queen was no longer calm and composed. She racked her brain, trying to think of some power that could have destroyed planet Cordola. Planet Cordola's weapon arsenal could fend off an entire army, though it was impossible for anyone to blow it up in such a manner. Aside from God, the Shura Queen could not fathom any other possibilities. "If you need me to, I can destroy more Shura planets. Perhaps after seeing a few more go, you will believe me," Han Sen said quietly. When the Shura Queen and Jade Minger heard that, it felt like their ears were going to stop. "Why must you go to the Shura King grave?" the Shura Queen asked. She had no choice but to believe him. "I am trying to confirm something. Don't worry, I am not interested in your Shura Kings. I won't disrespect their bodies," Han Sen said. "Let Jade Minger go, and I will go with you," the Shura Queen said, gritting her teeth. She had tried hard to hide her vulnerability, but now what was the point? "It doesn't matter where she is in this universe. I have some work for her to do anyway." Han Sen had no plans of letting her go. The Shura King gravesite was above and beyond Han Sen's expectations. The grave itself was a planet. It was a planet that could alter its orbit, too. The Shura had moved the planet to a system in the barrens of space. There were many other planets just like it, and if the Shura Queen had not taken Han Sen there herself, he would never have guessed it to be the Shura King gravesite when he initially laid eyes on it. On the planet, a giant mountain opened up. It was the entrance to the graves. You needed an item to open it, and it was something that belonged only to the rulers of the Shura. Han Sen walked into the gravesite without hesitation. On either side of him, there were statues depicting beasts. When he entered, the Grave Watcher beasts came alive. They opened their mouths, exhaling falsified sky powers. The strength they wielded was God-class by Alliance standards. There were so many Grave Watcher beasts there, and they all used their falsified sky powers together. It was like fighting 1,000 God-class elites all at once. But before the scary power reached Han Sen, it was warded off. The powers couldn't come closer than 3 meters from Han's senator. It was like there was an invisible shield protecting him. The Shura Queen and Jade Minger were in shock. That unbelievable power could not even touch Han's senator. It was hard to imagine. None of the tricks and traps of the gravesite worked on Han's senator. He didn't even ask them about the gravesite. He just kept on walking, without anything being able to stop him. The Shura Queen was hoping that the Shura King gravesite and its defenses would punish Han's senator, but now, she had no hope at all. Han Sen was nothing short of a genuine god. Nothing was able to touch him, and no power could bring harm to his body. How can such power exist in this world? Jade Minger looked to be awestruck. She couldn't wrap her mind around it. She lost faith. She didn't think there was a point in practicing so hard. In front of Han Sen, her strength was nothing. She was little more than an ant. I came here to lead. Stop touching the traps, the Shura Queen said, walking past Han's senator. If Han Sen kept walking forward the way he was, all the traps and defenses would be triggered and broken. That would mean anyone could go in. With the Shura Queen leading, they soon reached the deeper recesses of the royal Shura gravesite. There were many coffins, and each one of them belonged to a separate Shura king. The back of the hall contained a humanoid, Shura-shaped coffin. The Shura coffin was standing atop an altar. In front of it there was a pool that had long since dried up. There were some bottles next to it. Han Sen recognized them as being the same as the bottle of mysterious genofluid. When my life ends, I will come here to die, the Shura Queen said. Han Sen observed the whole hall, and he noted how there was not a single tablet or slab of text. There was not a single written word anywhere. It was just a place that was home to a number of coffins. Is it really rare for a Shura king to sleep? Han Sen opened his Dongxian aura and gave the place a scan. This seemed to be the only gravesite on the planet. Yes, it is only here, the Shura Queen answered. Han Sen looked at the graves. There are 24 of them, but there have been more than 24 kings, right? The Shura Queen shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know what's written on the decree. This is the first time I have learned about the number of coffins here. Han Sen used his mind to open the 24 coffins. Each coffin contained the body of Shura. Han Sen, you said you would not destroy the bones of our ancestors. Jade Minger shouted angrily. Han Sen smiled darkly. These are not the bodies of Shura kings. What? Jade Minger was frozen. The Shura have had more than 24 kings. If this was true, there should be more than 24 of them here. The coffins would all be filled up. There wouldn't be one left empty for your mom, at least. Han Sen looked at the humanoid-shaped coffin atop the altar. Han Sen walked up to the altar and opened the coffin. He couldn't use his mind to scan that coffin, so he was curious what material it had been made of. The coffin was dark green, but it seemed very old. There were no decorations or carvings on it. The Shura coffin looked very simple, almost primal. Bauer curiously looked at the Shura coffin, and she used her fat hands to touch it. Han Sen pressed on the Shura coffin, and he tried to open it. He realized that it wouldn't budge. That surprised him. In the Alliance, not many powers ought to have stopped him. Sen gathered up power to try again. But again, there was no change, and Han Sen's power was insufficient to move it. There's more to the Shura alphas than meets the eye. Han Sen was getting excited, and he was one step closer to getting what he wanted. Jade Shura, how do I open this? Han Sen looked at the Shura Queen as he asked. This is our alpha's coffin. No one touches it, and none would dare open it. If you cannot open it, then how are we supposed to? The Shura Queen said. No, I know you know how to open it. Han Sen looked at the Shura queen coldly. This is not a grave. If I have guessed correctly, then the Shura kings do not die here. The story of Shura kings coming here and waiting to die is a lie. They entered your coffin, but the way to open it would be something known only by the kings themselves. In these circumstances, that would be you. The Shura queen looked pale. She knew she couldn't hide things from Han Sen. The Shura queen shyly said, "You are right. The Shura kings, if possible at the end of their lives, walk into this coffin. This is what the Alpha taught us. It is the hope and desire of every Shura king." "What hope?" Han Sen asked. "A hope for continued life," the Shura queen said. With a highlight of hesitation, she went on to say, "There are words in the decree saying that when our lives have reached the end of their tether, we may come to this Shura coffin. It is said it can extend our lives, can allow us to be reborn. If you open it before that, however, bad things will happen to you." Han Sen knew what she meant, and he coldly said, "You can decide whether or not to open the coffin now then. Open it, or see the destruction of the entire Shura race." The Shura queen walked to the altar and stood before the Shura coffin. After bowing sincerely before it, she drew a dagger and stabbed at the head of the coffin. The dagger was purple, and it had been forged from a strange material. It sort of looked like her horns, but it was darker and it looked heavier. The Shura coffin did not have a seam, but the dagger was able to slip inside without any resistance. The handle was still stuck on the outside, however. It looked like a horn atop the coffin. There was a catch of noise, and then the entire coffin began to shake. The door opened to reveal what was inside. Han Sen kept a firm eye on the coffin, and when it opened, a scary presence emerged. It came at the Shura queen and Jade Minger, and the power tried to pull them inside the coffin. Even with the power that the Shura queen possessed, she was unable to fight back. She and Jade Minger fell forward. Han Sen moved his hand and cut the power off. He pulled them both back, and then the coffin shut and returned to appearing just as it had before opening. The dagger on the coffin was gone, though. It was only open for a moment, but in that time, Han Sen had seen darkness inside the coffin. It was like a black hole. This wasn't just an empty box. The Shura queen and Jade Minger were in shock. They did not know what had happened, and they were left shaken and pale. Han Sen tried to push the coffin open, but again, it was no longer budging. So he asked the Shura queen the obvious question. "Where is your dagger?" The Shura queen had a wry smile, and she said, "The dagger has returned to the altar on the Shura's main planet. The next Shura ruler will be able to take it from the altar." Han Sen did not say anything. He believed that was all they knew. Han Sen used his powers to grab the Shura queen and Jade Minger. Then they teleported into a Shura palace. "Keep being the good queen you are. Pretend nothing happened." Han Sen looked at the Shura queen and Jade Minger. After that, Han Sen disappeared with Bauer. The Shura queen and her daughter were left standing in silence, quite rattled. They could not believe a scary human such as that could exist. The fate of the entire Shura was in someone else's hand, and she was helpless to stop it. Han Sen took Bauer home. The Shura coffin was obviously a path that led to another dimension, but Han Sen did not know where it went to. Han Sen guessed that it led to the Geno universe, and they would teleport to a place occupied by the demon. If that was true, it all made sense. But that path did not look safe at all. It was obviously an unstable path, so the success rate of making it through the teleporter would be very low. The Shura Alpha said they could only try it immediately before their death. That meant entering it could be dangerous. If that was a path that led to the demon, then that was fairly awesome. The sanctuaries and the Geno universe were separate. He hadn't expected Azura to have been able to forge a path such as that. It was not stable, but it was amazing. This was all guesswork, though. Perhaps the path didn't actually lead to the Geno universe. Han Sen did not plan on trying it. If that was a path to the demon, it'd be even more dangerous for him than going back to Return Ruin Sea. Sharon had died by Han Sen's hands, and many demons would undoubtedly want to see him dead. If that path led to the heart of the demon, it was unlikely Han Sen would be able to run. Han Sen also learned that Azura had not died. Perhaps the Shura kings hadn't died either, and they were just inhabiting a different dimension. Hansen suddenly thought of something. He had seen a person that looked like God's retribution. He thought that it was just someone similar, not the actual man he knew. But now that he had seen this path existing in the Shura coffin, he didn't think so anymore. If the Shura coffin could lead to the Geno universe, then Blood Legion might have something similar as well. Blood Legion must be a factor here. The 9-life cat can enter the sanctuaries, and after I refine the 9-life cat pendant, I could do the same thing too. The 9-life cat is related to Blood Legion, so if the Shura have a way to leave, then Blood Legion should know, Hansen thought to himself. Blood Legion has a whole host of members, but I have never encountered too many. I learned the first generation of the Bloodpulse Sutra, and Little Flower and Little Linger have an impressive amount of strength. Blood Legion had been doing this for many generations, so they have to be much stronger. But when Hansen thought deeper about Blood Legion, he realized that they were probably like the Shura. They might have a way to leave the sanctuaries, but there was no way for them to come back. This was all guesswork on Hansen's part, of course. But in regards to the absent Geno fluid in the Shura King's gravesite, Hansen had no answer. Traditionally, the Geno fluid was prepared for a Shura King to consume. Perhaps they used it before opening the coffin. But then the humans came to steal it, and it dried up for good. How can I contact a Blood Legion member to ask this? Hansen was annoyed, as he couldn't find any Blood Legion members. I don't know if Mr. Lee is still in the Human King coffin. He called himself the Blood Legion leader, so perhaps I can ask him, Hansen thought. But then, thinking of this, Hansen was shocked. The Human King coffin is a coffin. Can that teleport you outside the sanctuaries, too? Just thinking about all this was useless. He needed to go to the Human King shelter to take a proper look. It was strange that the coffin was in the sanctuaries, not the Alliance. There shouldn't have been a way for it to teleport all the way to the Geno universe. But when 9-life cat first appeared, he made a point of lying down atop that holy coffin. Hansen thought it was possible. Don't let me find you again, you asshole 9-life cat, Hansen thought angrily. After going back home, Hansen used the teleporter to return to the lower-level sanctuaries. Then, he went to the Human King shelter and found the holy coffin. Hansen had been unable to open it before. Now he was still unable to open it. It made him frown. If a human god went to the Geno universe, why aren't there any human races in the Geno universe? Hansen did not understand. Hansen left the human shelter, shelving all his guesses. He continued to absorb the blood that stained the blood feather knife, hoping to reach Marquis soon. Power was what he needed if he continued to seek the answers to his questions. If Hansen was able to beat up the demon leader, he might be able to learn all that he wished to. But he didn't have that power. He'd been forced to resort to Super God Spirit just to defeat Sharon. Hansen had a relaxing time. He went drinking with Zhang Danfeng and played some video games. He occasionally played with his Warframe on Skynet with 304 students. It had been a long time since Hansen had had the chance to experience some peace. 2 months later, Hansen finally managed to clear all the blood off of the blood feather knife. But even so, he still needed a little bit more if he was to reach the status of a Marquis. But after the blood was cleaned from the blade, the knife itself shone with a holy light. It was as if it had been reborn, and it was very lively as a result. The holy light glistened from every line and detail of the feather. Hansen clutched the blood feather knife, and when he did, a holy form of power entered his body. He felt as if he had been blessed, and he felt his stats increase. But when Hansen let go of the knife, that holy power disappeared. Although this knife is not deified, it is certainly half-deified. Hansen fingered the blood feather knife, rather ecstatic about its potential. With that knife, he'd have a higher chance of escaping Return Ruin Sea when the time came. Hansen wasn't going back to Return Ruin Sea yet, though. He went to the training room and brought out the upside-down scale. With it, he was going to attempt to become a Marquis. Hansen used his Bloodpulse Sutra. He dropped a tidbit of his crystal blood onto the scale. His blood blended into it in an attempt to refine it. Hansen held the scale in his hand. The Blood Pulse Sutra's blood mist enveloped his entire body, and it created what looked like a large orb of blood. The story of genes, the Dongxian Sutra, and Jade Skin had special abilities of their own, but the Blood Pulse Sutra only showed its power with the spilling of blood. The power was strong, but it didn't really help Han Sen in the field. It was just to ensure Han Sen's children could carry on with his strength. But that inheritance wasn't as easy as it sounded. If Little Flower and Linger did not practice the Blood Pulse Sutra themselves, they'd never achieve the potential offered by Han Sen's blood. If Little Flower and Linger did practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, however, there were big risks involved in that too. If Han Sen's bloodline carried on that way, his descendants might eventually carry blue blood, and they'd be proper Blood Legion members. That would also prevent them from making use of special powers, and force them to rely solely on the power bestowed upon them by the blue blood itself. Han Sen was still wondering whether or not he should teach them the Blood Pulse Sutra. For days later, though, the orb of blood re-entered Han Sen's body. When the blood mist was completely absorbed, the scale disappeared. Han Sen's body, however, glowed with a red light. Han Sen inspected his information, and what he saw delighted him. Han Sen, Super God Spirit Body. Geno Battle Body. Mutant Blood, Marquise. Spell, Earl. Dongxian, Earl. Jade Skin, Earl. Level Marquise Lifespan 1000. Han Sen was happy that his mutant blood had reached the level of a Marquise. But mutant blood only improved Han Sen's fitness. Nothing else was increased. That made him rather depressed. Does the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra really only affect the children? Han Sen thought to himself. Leveling up to Marquise meant Han Sen could absorb the xenogeneic genes of a Marquise-class creature. So, Han Sen brought out a few such mutant xenogeneic genes. He lifted the Shenyuan Dragon, Demon Stone Cow, and Demon Dragon mutant xenogeneic genes in the palm of his hand. But an announcement played, telling him he did not have enough genes of his own to absorb them. It looks like I'll need to find some more Marquise genes. Han Sen felt depressed. He did have a few Marquise xenogeneic genes, but they were still on Little Jade Island over in Sky Palace. He hadn't brought them with him to the ancient god space. Since he couldn't return to Sky Palace yet, he would have to hunt. Han Sen was going to return the 3 mutant xenogeneic genes to his Destiny's Tower. But as he did, his heart suddenly jumped. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra on one of the mutant xenogeneic genes. The blood air blended into the Shenyuan Dragon's orb, and it dyed the ball completely red. Han Sen was so happy. He used his Blood Pulse Sutra to refine the brain orb. It blended into his blood successfully. His boiling blood was suddenly imbued with an unexplainable power. Han Sen could see the power in his blood increase, but it was different from the way mutant xenogeneic genes had affected him before. This power only made his blood stronger. When the Shenyuan Dragon's brain orb was absorbed, the boiling blood cooled back down into crystal. His blood returned to its usual state, but he could feel that it possessed a power it previously hadn't. Han Sen used the Blood Pulse Sutra to activate his blood powers. The next second, he discovered that 2 small wings had appeared over his ears. They looked like the Shenyuan Dragons. When the hand-sized, red ear wings appeared, Han Sen felt the stats of his body increase, especially his speed. Haha! The Blood Pulse Sutra can be used like that. Han Sen was so happy. He brought out another xenogeneic gene to try to absorb it. But Han Sen only had an ordinary Earl material that wasn't mutant. He refined it, but he didn't gain its xenogeneic powers. Han Sen brought out the Demon Dragon mutant xenogeneic gene to refine, and the Blood Pulse Sutra absorbed the Demon Dragon gene. Han Sen used his Blood Pulse Sutra again, and giant red dragon wings sprouted from his back. The dragon wings flapped, and Han Sen appeared 100 meters away. Sharon's teleportation ability Break Space Flash. Han Sen was so happy. Han Sen's power was enough to compare with a Marquise due to the dragon wing buffs and Break Space Flash. Those 2 abilities made Han Sen far stronger. Without hesitation, Han Sen took out his Demon Stone Cow mutant gene and used the Blood Pulse Sutra to refine it. Han Sen did not know if this ability to refine mutant genes was a power that the Blood Pulse Sutra was supposed to have, or if it was simply a result of refining the scale. Either way, Han Sen was incredibly happy with his new ability. It was sick. The demon stone cow's xenogenic gene was refined. After Han Sen cast his Blood Pulse Sutra, his body was covered with red stone. Pang! Han Sen walked a single step, and when he did, a red pulse wave was emitted, petrified everything around him. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to cancel it quickly. If he hadn't, everything in the training room would have been turned to stone. With these three powers, I am sure to be able to escape Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen thought, feeling cocky. Using these new powers, Han Sen was little more than a red stone. Both of his ears had little dragon wings, and his back possessed a set of broader dragon wings. He looked like a humanoid dragon statue. It was no longer possible to determine his identity. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, yes, I don't have to fight the dragon in Return Ruin Sea at all. They are looking for Han Sen, so they won't be able to find me as long as I keep myself hidden. With this realization, Han Sen felt relieved. He decided to rest at home for another 2 days before going back to the Return Ruin Sea. Remember me. Little Flower and Linger need you, Ji Yanran said before Han Sen left, holding him tight. Han Sen was touched by the sentiment. It had been a long time since he'd been in the Geno universe, and she was smart enough to figure out that he had run into some trouble before he left. But she didn't want to worry him too much, and so she hadn't told him. Don't worry. No one in this world can kill your husband. Han Sen squeezed Ji Yanran tight and kissed her on the forehead. He wanted to survive even more now. Back in the Return Ruin Sea, Han Sen found himself on the seabed where the battle had last been waged. Han Sen hid himself in a cave, and he gave the vicinity a scan with his Dongxian aura. There were no life forces around, so he summoned his demon stone cow beast soul. With it, he turned into a strong stone cow. Kicking his hooves, he swam up from the bottom of the sea. He looked around and found some xenogenic sea creatures, but none of them were interested in him. They only gave him strange looks before swimming away. Han Sen didn't swim up to the surface, however. He went back down to the bottom of the sea, only hoping to gaze above the water when he had well and truly left that area. But not long after, Han Sen saw a giant battleship on patrol. Han Sen knew that the people inside the battleship had seen him, but he was in stone cow mode. So he kept moving. He noticed many of the other creatures avoiding the battleship, too. A few dragon and a Ghana lady moved around inside the battleship. The Ghana lady was Xiao's. She had not yet left Return Ruin Sea. But the dragon in the ship weren't Dragon 15 and Long Ying. The leader of the collective was a dragon lady. There is a stone xenogenic in the Return Ruin Sea, Xiao said when she saw a stone cow show up on the radar. The dragon lady laughed. Sister Xiao's, there are many water xenogenics in the sea, but there are many other xenogenics to be found, too. There are stone ones and even fire ones. They live on the islands, primarily, but some are fond of living in the water. I see. Xiao's was surprised to see a stone cow on the bottom of the sea. She didn't think it was Han Sen. She merely found it unusual. Han Sen left the battleship's radius without provoking any sort of response from it. Just as he was grinning to himself over how smoothly things were going, he saw a giant shark headed toward him. It had a rock body. Shit! Am I that unlucky? Han Sen felt depressed. He didn't want such trouble at a time like this, but trouble had a way of seeking him out. The giant shark swam extremely quickly. In his stone cow shape, Han Sen couldn't perform many skills, either. If the battleship saw a stone cow using knife airs, they'd most certainly grow suspicious. Pang! The shark hit Han Sen, and when the two rocks collided, it generated a large shockwave. The rock shark's power was similar to Han Sen's. Han Sen's body was knocked back 10 meters, cleaving a ravine along the seabed. The shark swung its tail around and came back after Han Senator. It wanted to bite into Han Sen's neck. Han Sen knew he would have to fight. The shark was a marquise, so fighting with simple power-on-power likely meant he could win. If he did fight back, however, he might end up drawing more attention. Han Sen roared, lowered his head, and rocketed forward. His horns rammed into the stone shark's belly, peeling and shattering the rocky skin of the creature. It drew blood. The shark's shell was rock, but on the inside, it was still all flesh. It was nothing like the stone cow that was pure rock. Han-sen kept trying to hit the shark, wanting to kill it and move on. But before he killed the shark, a few people came out onto the deck of the battleship. They were dragons, but Han-sen did not see Dragon 15 or Long Ying amongst them. They were unfamiliar to him, aside from Xiao's, who he recognized. Han-sen was shocked. Xiao's is here? She's smart. Has she noticed anything? While Han-sen fought the shark, watching Xiao's and the dragon at the same, they approached him. He did not know what they wanted, but they weren't helping him in battle. Xiao's, you are interested in the stone cow? Let me ask Long Xian to catch it for you, the dragon lady told Xiao's. Xiao's smiled. There's no rush. I just think this stone cow is interesting. I want to take and keep it as a mount, so I should capture it by myself. Otherwise, it won't obey me, and making use of it might be more difficult. True. I have heard the Ghana are good at talking with xenogeneics. 19 would like to see this. The dragon lady smiled. Xiao's and the dragon lady did not lower their voices, so Han-sen could hear everything they said clearly. Trying to take me as a mount? How dare you? Even if I was willing to, wouldn't you need legs? Han-sen wondered how he might get out of this particular predicament. The dragon lady looked as if she was Marquis class. The rest of the crew looked to be no less than dukes. With a battleship at their disposal, making an escape did not seem like a viable option. The main problem, however, was that if Han-sen exposed himself, the entire Return Ruined Sea would be going after him. The exit would be heavily guarded from that point on, and running would become impossible. No, I can't expose myself, Han-sen kept thinking, as he tried to finish off the rocky shark. Xenogeneic Marquis hunted. Rock shark. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained rock shark beast soul. Han-sen ripped apart the rock shark's body and bit into a bone that was the xenogeneic gene. He acted like nothing had happened and started to casually swim off. Xiao's wasn't going to let Han-sen get away, though. She moved her snake tail and blocked Han-sen's passage with a holy light. Han-sen mooed at Xiao's to show that he was a cow. Xiao smiled, then waved her hand. A holy light halo then flew towards him. Han-sen tried to chomp on the light with his teeth. He wanted to see if he could break it without exposing himself. The ring hit his head and then grew larger. It slipped over Han-sen's head and tightened around his neck. The halo tightened around the stone cow's neck, feeling as if it was going to choke him. Han-sen shook his head and tried to get rid of it, but that light was so tough. Even with the stone cow's powerful body, he could not break it. It must have been a special geno art belonging to the Ghana. As Han-sen wondered whether or not he should use his own powers to break it, he heard a strange noise come from Xiao's. Han-sen had never heard this before. It was not a specific language, but he knew what it meant. It was a comforting tone, compelling him to obey her. It also had an undercurrent of threat. It was complicated, but somehow, Han-sen was able to hear and understand it. The geno arts of the Ghana are creepy. It is a shame that Purgatory Heaven is in Planet Eclipse. Otherwise, I could ask the Guna sisters, Han-sen thought. Since I cannot run now, let's pretend that I have been captured. With Xiao's status, perhaps she can take me out of Return Ruined Sea. Maybe then I can expose myself. Xiao's kept making those sounds, and the halo continued to tighten. He felt as if his neck would snap. Han-sen could get rid of the halo, but instead, he just widened his cow eyes and looked tamed. He mooed to Xiao's and did not look angry. He tried to seem as harmless as possible. Will you follow me? Xiao's asked, seeing the stone cow behave that way. Moo! Han-sen pretended his best to be gentle. He walked up next to her and rubbed against her body. Han-sen kept rubbing against her, recalling the behavior of Little Silver and Little Star. He thought about them for tips on how a creature should behave if it wanted to be cute. Xiao's was happy with Han-sen's performance. She stroked the cow's head and smiled. Follow me from now on, and you will benefit greatly. Moo! The stone cow mooed again, showing that it understood. Sister Xiao's is so powerful. I have learned a lot today, Dragon 19 complimented. It was just luck. This stone cow's intelligence isn't too bad, and its personality is very gentle. That's why this process was so smooth, Xiao said. The halo around Han Sen's neck loosened. It was not gone, but it was still hanging around him. This Geno art is quite interesting. I would like to learn it. It'd be far easier to catch xenogeneics with it. Han Sen thought to himself. Xiao's brought Han Sen back aboard the battleship with her. Han Sen pretended to follow her, and he did his best to behave nicely. Han Sen was very good at acting cute because many of his pets were. All he had to do was copy some of their actions, and it made Xiao's and the others so happy. They were all very fond of him. Sister Xiao's, this stone cow is too cute. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I will trade it for a Duke Golem mount, Dragon 19 said, holding the cow's neck and stroking it. Han Sen felt as if his head was resting on something very soft. His eyes looked very innocent. Who are you kidding? It is just a stone cow, and it came from your return ruined sea. I'll just grab another for you later. I don't know if I'll have the chance to come back around these parts again, though. Xiao smiled. Dragon 19, hearing her say this, did not push the subject. She stroked the stone cow's head again. Sister 19, are there any other places we have not been to? Xiao's changed the subject. I have searched thousands of miles, and I think Han Sen really did escape return ruined sea. If he hadn't, I would have found him by now, Dragon 19 said. Since they were talking about him, Han Sen sat right next to Xiao's. He leaned against her, making sure he caught all they were saying. Xiao's frowned and said, how did he get out of return ruined sea? Maybe he has space powers or a treasure of some kind. Otherwise, how could he have come here in the first place? Dragon 19 shrugged. Han Sen is strong. He killed Sharon and Sister 13, and he managed to escape from Brother 15 and Long Ying. I am afraid only our big brother might be able to take him down. Xiao's frowned. I have been investigating Han Sen a good deal. He fought Lone Bamboo in Sky Palace to a stalemate. He is a genius. Not many of the same level are capable of beating him. Ha! He is just lucky he hasn't encountered my big brother yet. Dragon 19 scoffed angrily. Dragon 1 is the best of the dragon. He is the leader of the dragon, so of course he is very strong, Xiao said. But Han Sen is gone. If my brother had been here to fight him, he'd have been killed. Speaking of Dragon 1, Dragon 19 looked very enthused. She seemed to really admire him. Xiao's and Dragon 19 did not plan on leaving Return Ruined Sea just yet. They continued searching for a while with their battleship. Xiao's thought Han Sen was still around someplace. If it was Dragon 19 in command, they'd have left a long time ago. What is wrong with this woman? Does she have some sort of grudge against me? Han Sen was depressed. Even the dragon thought Han Sen had left Return Ruined Sea by now, but Xiao's was still determined to find him. That was why he was so depressed. If it wasn't for Xiao's, escaping Return Ruined Sea would have been a much simpler affair. Does she know something about me claiming Purgatory Heaven? Is that why she wishes to catch me so badly? Han Sen thought that would be impossible, though. Han Sen couldn't really use Purgatory Heaven, so he had hidden it in Planet Eclipse. No one knew about it, so he couldn't think of any way that it could have been discovered. Xiao's rested in her room for a time, and Han Sen followed her. Xiao's reclined on a deck chair to relax, but she didn't go to sleep. As she did, she stroked the stone cow's head. Where is Han Sen hiding? Han Sen was planning on resting, too, but she suddenly started talking to herself. Han Sen wanted to ask her why she was looking for him, but he was unable to. Maybe he really did leave Return Ruined Sea, but that means it will now be impossible to catch him. The dragon and the demon cannot go to Sky Palace to capture him. Xiao's continued speaking to herself, trying to formulate a plan. Keep talking. Why do you want to catch me? Come on. Han Sen was desperate to know. Judging from the tone of her voice, there had to be a reason why she wanted to find him so badly. But Xiao's did not say anything more, and she just fell asleep. Han Sen was depressed, but he had no choice but to rest. He cast a Geno art to recover his power. He was a marquis, so he could transform into a marquis-class being for a long time. It wasn't unlimited, however. Hansen guessed that in his current state, he could last around for more days. If he wasn't able to escape by then, he'd be in trouble. Seeing Xiu's determination, he knew she wasn't going to stop her search. He didn't think he'd be able to escape in 4 days. If I cannot escape, then I will have to take a risk. I should kidnap Dragon 19 and take her as a hostage. Or maybe I should try to put pressure on Xiu's and threaten her to take me out of here. Hansen thought to himself. Hansen thought Dragon 19 was very strong. The bodies of the dragon were impressive, and it would be hard to take her down without drawing the attention of others. Xiu's Gana body did not look weak either. Although her power wasn't as flashy as a dragon's, she had many tricky geno arts. It would be hard to keep her suppressed in secret, too. Hansen thought that he should ultimately target Xiu's. Capturing Dragon 19 would only make the dragons want his head even more. But there were many elites within the dragon race, and some of them were deified. Even if he had a hostage, it wouldn't be safe. There was every chance he could be beaten before bringing the knife across Dragon 19's throat. Xiu's was different. She was alone within the dragon. The dragon might not care too much about her life, and Xiu's might not risk her life to save Dragon 19. Of the two, Hansen thought Xiu's was flat-out simpler to get to. Hansen was thinking about how he might avoid the attention of the others on the ship if he captured Xiu's. There was no point in capturing her otherwise. He had to take her down quietly, and he could not hurt her in a way that would draw the suspicion of the other dragon. He would need to use her to escape that place. It will be hard to threaten her without hurting her. Hansen turned it over in his head for a while. Eventually, however, he thought of a way. A power like teeth power could work, but if that power hurt her, it would be seen. He couldn't use it. Out of all Hansen's powers that could take Xiu's without attracting attention, his best chance was the Blood Pulse Sutra. He could put a drop of his own crystal blood into Xiu's bloodstream, and then it would be very hard for her to separate the two. When Xiu's fell asleep, Hansen looked at her hand. He only needed to poke a hole in her finger and then put his own blood inside. Then it'd be done. Hansen did not hesitate, and he used his tongue to lick her hand. A normal tongue would have been useless, but Hansen had practiced the art of tongue sword. It was no joke to get licked by his tongue. But before Hansen could get close to her hand, Xiu's was already looking at him. Hansen's heart jumped. This woman is tough. She has strong senses. Hansen's eyes opened wide, and he acted all cute. He kept on licking her hand, just like little Silver did. When Xiu saw Stone Cow being so cute, she smiled. She reached her hand out to stroke his head. Hansen was glad that he hadn't generated tongue sword just yet. He was just trying out licking her right now. If he hadn't tested it, he would have exposed himself. Hansen kept rubbing Xiu's hand with his tongue. Xiu's did not pull away, and Hansen was able to continue licking her fingers. Hansen licked her twice without using tongue sword, but on the third time, when his tongue reached her fingers, the tongue produced a red sword air. That red sword air went into Xiu's fingertip and expelled a drop of blood. Xiu's reacted quickly, and when the red sword air touched her finger, she hastily fell back. Then, her body glowed with holy light. Hansen felt the halo on his neck tighten up. It was gonna break his neck. If I were you, I would calm down and talk about this. Hansen released his Dongxian aura and blanketed the room. The voices and the presences within were all locked down. He shape-shifted back into his true self. Hansen. Xiu's face changed. She never would have guessed that the Stone Cow was Han's senator. She felt so embarrassed that Hansen had been licking her fingers only moments before. Don't be mad. Look at your finger. Hansen pointed at her injured finger as he spoke. Xiu's looked down. She could feel a strange power overlapping her middle finger. She used her own power against it, but she could not stop that power's movement. Within a second, that power went rushing into her heart. Then it disappeared. What did you do to me? Xiu's asked simply. She didn't sound frightened. Nothing. It's just a little insurance to guarantee that we have a jovial cooperation, Hansen said with a smile. There is no grudge between you and me. When you were being hunted by Dragon 15 and Long Ying, I did not attack you once. Why are you doing this? Shows asked calmly. I don't mean to trouble you. As I said, I only wish to cooperate with you. If you take me away from Return Ruin Sea, I will take the blight off of you, Han Sen said reassuringly. What did you do to me? Shows asked again. Han Sen laughed. Some things were better left unsaid. Fear was something no one was immune to. Would you believe me if I told you that your life was in my hands? Han Sen asked. Of course, Shows said with certainty. So I don't need to say anything. If I want to get out alive, I cannot kill you. Neither can I hurt you. However, if you do anything to expose my presence here, you can watch yourself die, Han Sen said. You think I wouldn't take a chance? Shows looked at Han Sen impassively. Han Sen smiled. He looked into her pretty eyes softly. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. A lady's voice sounded from the other side. Lady Shows, are you resting? Brother 15 is here, and he wishes to see you. Coming. Shows looked at Han Sen, then headed for the door. Instead of stopping her, Han Sen shape-shifted back into the stone cow. When Shows saw that Han Sen wasn't stopping her face looked glum. It was only for a moment, though. Her expression cleared, and she opened the door to find Dragon 19 standing on the other side. Where is 15? Shows asked with a smile. Brother 15 is in the control room. Something has happened, so please go there, Dragon 19 said, looking awkward. Okay, Shows answered. She closed the door slowly behind her, looking at Han Sen the stone cow as she did. Shows closed the door without prompting the smallest reaction from Han Senator. He had gone to sleep, and it made her frown. If Han Sen had looked uncomfortable and nervous, it would mean that he was not confident in what he had put upon her. The fact that he showed no reaction or desire to follow her showed that he was confident she had no hope of escaping his wrath. Shows kept checking her body up and down. The power had disappeared into her heart, and it was as if nothing had happened in the first place. There were only two possibilities that explained this. Firstly, this entire scheme was just a bluff. The other possibility was that Han Sen was simply too strong for her to comprehend. She wasn't sure what to make of the entire situation. Being unable to determine what was going on actually made her worry a touch. Han Sen stayed in Shou's room with a bit of worry himself. Han Sen did not know what effect the crystal blood would have on her, but all he could do was stay where he was. He had to stay put and not show his worry. If he showed a lack of confidence, Shows would doubt him. That would be bad. I've made my gamble. Let's see if she can remove the crystal blood inside of her. As he waited in the room, Han Sen thought about what he might do if she sold him out. Time passed, and Han Sen had been left in the room for 2 hours before the door opened again. Han Sen didn't look up. His Dongxian aura was enough to tell him that Shows had returned to the room alone. Fine, you win. How do we cooperate? Shows walked over to the bed and sat on it. She smiled at Han Sen. It's simple. You take me away from here, and I will remove the effects I have stricken you with. Han Sen then went on to say, but I am telling you right now that my appearance as a stone cow can only last another 2 days. You have 2 days to take me away from here. If you don't, then you and I must suffer together. But this deal is not fair. How can I be certain that you'll remove whatever it is you've put upon me? Shows asked. I am controlled by you too. Han Sen pointed at the halo around his neck. How can a small trick like that trouble you? You killed Sharon. This is just a minor halo, Shows said casually. If you don't believe me, you can put something else onto me, and we can remove them together once we're free. But I don't think that is necessary. It is as you said. There is no grudge between us. If you save me, I will have no reason to upset you or the rest of the Ghana, Han Sen said. Sure, let me put an effect on you. We can remove them together once we're out of here, Shows said. Okay, but you have to remove this halo. Only one effect on each of us at a time, Han Sen said. Shows waved her hand, and the halo around his neck broke. She slithered her snake body closer to Han Sen. Hansen didn't move. Whatever she put on him, it would be removed whenever he enabled his super god spirit mode. Xios, seeing Hansen stand where he was without moving, sighed and thought to herself, "He is so confident. He must have cast something really powerful on me." With a bit of hesitation, Xios smiled at Han Senator. She put a hand on Hansen's face, his human face, and tilted it upward. Her hands were touching Hansen's jaw as she angled his head for a clear display of his neck. "You have good skin. Even I am jealous." Xiao's voice was magnetic. Her lips were coming in close to his neck. Her red lips opened, and just as they were about to come into contact with his neck, two white teeth were revealed, like the fangs of a snake. They shone as she bit into the flesh of his neck. Hansen did not avoid it. He just stood there like nothing was happening. Xios raised her head and pulled back. His neck had teeth marks on it, with two deeper spots where the fangs had been. "Okay. Now we can discuss business." Xios licked the blood off her lips with her tongue. She smiled at Hansen. "You can really only remain a stone cow for another 2 days?" Xios asked, looking at Hansen. "Yes." Hansen nodded. "Then this is pretty bad. I said I wanted a sea-wing beast for a mount, and so Dragon 15 invited me to an island where they live. I cannot leave before I do this. Otherwise, he might grow suspicious," Xios said. "How long will this take?" Hansen asked. "From my estimates, I'd say 3 days," Xios said. "Fine. 3 days. If we're not out in 3 days, we die together. My life is cheap, so it'd be an honor for me to die beside a beautiful Ghana princess." Hansen laughed. Xios looked at Hansen, but she was speechless. The limit of only being able to shapeshift for another 2 days was a lie. She couldn't be certain what was fact or fiction with him. Hansen did not ask anything more about why Xios was investigating him. He wanted to wait until they were free and clear before resuming that particular discussion. Xios was not dumb, though. She knew that Hansen knew, so she never felt secure near him. If Hansen did not have the Ghana's kiss, Xios would not have wanted to send him out. Sea-wing beasts rested atop the cliffs upon an island. There were many caves in those cliffsides, and they lived in such pockets. Sea-wing beasts looked like blue leopards with 2 blue wings. The adults could grow to be 20 meters long. Although they were only a Marquise-class Xenogeneic, they flew extraordinarily quickly, and they performed well on land and water, too. They were one of the top Marquise mounts one could obtain. Right now, it was sea-wing beast breeding season. Dragon 15 wished to get Xios one of their eggs. The adults of that species were too wild and could not be tamed. The battleship might have disturbed the creatures if it got too close, so they made sure to stop 100 miles away. Dragon 15 walked to the island where the sea-wing beasts lived. Xios sat atop the stone cow that was Hansen, looking very elegant. She must be doing this on purpose, Hansen thought grumpily. She was there to collect a new mount for herself. She could have totally left Hansen back on the ship. But nope. She decided to ride him there. Hansen had to endure it, though, and he took comfort in knowing he could get her back when he made it out. Xios, they are Marquise class. Sea-wing beasts are much better than this stupid stone cow. Dragon 15 saw one of the sea-wing beasts fly by, and he smiled. They are very nice Marquise mounts, but they are difficult to tame. Unlike this stone cow. Xios smiled. "Brother, you do not understand. The stone cow is dumb, and that's why it is so cute. I would like one too, but I haven't been able to find another." Dragon 19 still really wanted one for herself. She had gone in search of one, but sadly, found nothing. Dragon 15 looked at Hansen and said, "It's just a stone cow. If you like it that much, 19, just ask Xios to give it to you. Xios is always so nice, so I am sure she wouldn't disappoint you." After that, Dragon 15 looked at Xios seriously and said, "Xios, I only have one sister, and my sister really likes that dumb creature. I will trade you a fire beast for it." Hansen felt terrible. That Dragon 15 was way too smart. Just hearing Dragon 19, he grew a suspicion. If 19 likes it that much, she can just take it. There is no need to sully our relationship with trading. Xios knew what 15 was attempting, so she maintained her cool and smiled. Really shows? Dragon 19 asked giddily. Of course. It's just a Marquis mount, and it was tamed in your return ruined sea. It is fine by me, Shows smiled. Thank you, sister, but you will have to accept 15's fire beast. Otherwise, I'll feel poorly about this. Dragon 19 smiled. This woman just cleared herself of distrust. Hansen felt sad, but he knew that there was no other choice. If Shows hadn't made the trade, Dragon 15 would have grown suspicious. But now that they had made the trade, Hansen couldn't use Shows to leave. I will have to make it up as I go along. If Dragon 19 sends Shows away, I might have an opportunity to rush out, Hansen thought. Little cow, you're mine. Dragon 19 held Hansen's head and rubbed his cheeks. She really adored the thing. If I knew this was to happen, I wouldn't have acted all cute, Hansen thought in depression. Dragon 15, seeing this, lost his suspicion. He accompanied Shows to the cliffs and had longing obtained some sea-wing eggs from a cave for her. He gave Shows and Dragon 19 2 eggs each. After they returned to the battleship, Dragon 19 pulled Hansen into her room. Dragon 19 really loved the stone cow. She rolled around with him and even slept with him. He was like a giant toy for her. Due to Dragon 19 taking Hansen everywhere, however, he could not rest. If things proceeded this way, he'd only last 4 days. 3 days went by, but there was still no movement from Shows. Hansen almost wanted to expose himself. But then he heard Dragon 19 mention that Shows was leaving. Dragon 19 was going to send Shows off with her. This made Hansen very happy. But the bad thing was that Dragon 15 and Longing were leaving at the same time. I only have one shot at this, and I'm leaving Return Ruined Sea no matter what. I will kill whoever is in my way, Hansen thought angrily. The battleship was headed for Return Ruined Sea's exit. Took half a day for it to reach there, and luckily Hansen was still in his stone cow form. People thought Hansen had already made it out of Return Ruined Sea, but there were still many Duke-class guards standing around. Hansen could see at least 10 Dukes. That was far too many for him to handle. Those Dukes were not pure dragons, but they couldn't have been that weak if they were selected to stand there as security. Fortunately, there were no king-class sorts in the vicinity. If there was, he really couldn't risk this. What made Hansen most depressed was that Dragon 15 was not walking Shows out. They stopped at the exit, and seeing Shows walk out of Return Ruined Sea, Hansen had no choice but to force his way after her. Pang! The stone cow stomped the ground, sending out a wave of petrification. Hansen used his stone cow body to rush forward. The shock waves came thick and fast from his feet. Dragon 19, Dragon 15, and Longing were up front. Dragon 19 did not expect this, and so she had no time to block. She was the first to be struck by the wave of petrification, and she turned to stone in an instant. Dragon 15 and Longing were able to quickly evade it. They struck that petrification wave with their dragon presence. It did little to stop the wave, though, and they felt their bodies begin turning to stone. Seeing them get petrified, Hansen started to feel rather cocky. But suddenly, there came a roar. One of the dragon guards was shining. He created a halo which quickly disabled the active petrification wave. Damn! There is a Geno art to remove petrification. Hansen's stomach sank, and he stopped using his stone cow body, which was too slow. He revealed his true self, drawing his blood feather knife as he ran for the exit. The few dragon dukes on guard leapt forward. They all cast their dragon powers and ran towards him. That is Hansen. Kill him! Dragon 15 yelled in fury. He became a xenogeniac and jumped towards Hansen. Longing was even faster than he was, though, and her spear was fast approaching Hansen from behind. Hansen looked unconcerned. 2 small blood-red wings appeared on his ears, and giant dragon wings sprouted from his back. His body turned dark red. He looked more like a dragon than Dragon 15 did, and on top of that he had become far stronger. Whoever gets in my way will die. Hansen clutched his blood feather knife and raced towards the Duke dragons. He did not care about Longing and Dragon 15's powers. As the dragon presences and the lance converged on Han Sen, he simply flapped his wings and disappeared. The scary dragon presences ended up hitting Long Ying's lance, which created an explosion and a shockwave that sent her and the dukes stumbling back. Han Sen was in front of the duke guards now. His knife immediately slashed towards one of the dukes with a knife air that looked like a purple fong. The duke was still reeling from the shockwave, so he used his lance to try to block the strike. Dong! The blood feather knife broke through the duke's lance and plunged into his chest. It broke the bones and ravaged the exposed organs. Han Sen moved quickly towards the gateway out of Return Ruin Sea. Dragon 15 and the others chased after him, as all the dukes collected their power and sent it toward him. It was a wild storm on his heels. Han Sen kept flashing, using break space flash to teleport 100 meters at a time. He dodged the attacks while swinging his blood feather knife. Many knife silks were weaved in his wake. Arg! The duke in the lead came into contact with the first knife silk. He moved too quickly, and the momentum tore his body in half across the silk. Han Sen was still feeling cocky. The half-deified blood feather knife silks were far stronger than his usual work. They could cut the body of a duke with ease. And while that duke might have been clumsy enough to allow that to happen, it was still an impressive surprise. But before Han Sen could revel in his happiness, many more dragons and xenogeneics appeared through the gateway. He hadn't expected there to be so many dragons immediately outside Return Ruin Sea. Seeing this, he knew he would have to kill if he wanted to get out. He used his powers like crazy, diving into the crowd of xenogeneics with his blood feather knife. Han Sen, this is the day you die. Dragon 15 turned into a xenogeneic and continued the chase. He held his lance like a drill, spinning through the air as he came. The sky is in my hands. You are just a doll. How dare you say that? Han Sen followed the whims of his knife, casting his skills to the best of his abilities. As he went, he also employed Heavenly Go and the Dongshan Sutra. Blurg! He moved like a mountain spring. Han Sen's body was very strong. Wherever he went, knife lights were cast, and there was a ceaseless spraying of blood. Limbs were lopped and scattered all about. Shou saw Han Sen killing thousands of xenogeneics and nobles. She witnessed his red body repeatedly flash as the stream of blood became a raging river. Dragon dukes and even pure dragons like Dragon 15 were unable to bring him harm. Dragon 15 was in the fight, but Shou's was out of it. With a look of absolute shock, she watched Han Sen battle the horde of xenogeneics. Normally, she would think Han Sen was weaker than the dukes. He'd appear far inferior to them. But with what she was seeing now, she knew he wasn't. And she noticed Dragon 15 just following Han Sen's blade like a puppet. Wherever Han Sen went, the others were being dragged. They all did things far slower than Han Sen did. The feelings elicited were scary. It made Shou's scalp feel numb, as a chill ran through her heart. Those who follow under the sky's path are all dolls. The words popped into Shou's head, and she had no idea where they came from. Scary man. No wonder he was able to kill Sharon. His knife skills are way beyond his level, Shou said to herself. The mountains and the rivers were dyed with blood, all because of the knife not being in its scabbard. Han Sen fought for 1,000 miles, and wherever he went, dragons came for him. And on they kept on coming. Han Sen was soaked in blood, and severed heads bounced around his feet. The invisible knife skills he employed had taken many lives that were airborne, but even so, the xenogeneics continued coming for him. Han Sen, if I don't kill you today, I won't be a dragon. Dragon 15 was so mad. His dragon body came flying forward. The lance was like a needle, and it came spinning towards Han Sen. Han Sen swung his blood feather knife, and the knife skill and the lance collided. The knife air was broken. Long Ying was like a flying dragon. Her lance was like a raging beast. Han Sen flapped his wings and evaded her strike. If he didn't have break space flash, he was sure to have been hurt. The power Sharon wielded was too incredible, and Han Sen wouldn't have been able to kill him without Super God Spirit. He would have been the one to die. Countless bones snapped and streams of blood ran everywhere. Han Sen killed across tens of thousands of miles, but there were still many xenogeneics coming for him. He wouldn't be able to kill them all. The dragon were a famous high race of that universe, and they deserved their reputation. Han Sen, a grand mistake you have made, making an enemy of the dragon. A new, scary dragon flew down to the battleground. Big brother! Dragon 15 screamed excitedly. Han Sen was shocked. The leader of the dragon, Dragon 1, had come. An invisible pressure came down from the sky, and it made Han Sen frown. The xenogeneics and the nobles rolled back from him like a receding tide. All they did then was surround him. Han Sen raised his head and saw 10 beasts that looked like birds. But they didn't look exactly like birds, and they were pulling a carriage. That scary presence stemmed from those monsters. Han Sen felt sick. Those 10 monsters were stronger than the Dragon Dukes, and they could very well have been king class. That meant the person in the carriage they pulled had to be even scarier. Han Sen did not understand the Dragon Society much, but he had heard of Dragon 1 through Dragon 19 and shows. They said he was the absolute leader of the dragon, but Han Sen believed him to be young and a duke. However, Han Sen had forgotten one crucial thing. Being young as a dragon and being young as a human were two very different things. Humans under the age of 30 were considered young, but when the sanctuaries were found, their lifespan was increased. The definition of young was therefore pushed back. Dragons had a longer lifespan, though. Their young ones could be a few hundred years old, so that was far beyond Han Sen's expectations. The curtains were drawn, revealing a dragon sitting inside wearing a crown. He was clad in black armor. Han Sen couldn't get a feel for his presence, but from his mere appearance, Han Sen could tell that he was a king. A male and a female dragon also sat inside the carriage. They didn't look to be king class, but Han Sen sensed they were still extremely dangerous. Dragon 15 and Dragon 19 ran to the black-crowned Dragon King and bowed. Greetings, 7, 9, and Big Brother. The Dragon King was Dragon 1, Han Sen thought. How would he survive with a Dragon King adversary? You are Han Sen, Knife Queen student? Dragon 1 asked the question, but remained seated in the carriage. Yeah, Han Sen said. Dragon 1 did not ask anything more. He spoke to the other dragon man. 9, go and take him. Others will think we are weak if taking a marquis costs too much. Yes, big brother. That young dragon exited the carriage and walked to Han Sen. Xiao saw the young dragon walk to Han Sen, and her expression became dire. The 9 sons of the dragon are different from ordinary dragons. All of them have a scary power, and Dragon 1 himself is here today. There is no way Han Sen can escape from this, but I do not know what he did to me. What if I will later be unable to break the spell he put on me? Xiao was worried. Han Sen saw Dragon 9 approach with a lance. He couldn't sense any amazing power from the man, but Han Sen believed that he was dangerous nonetheless. Han Sen thought he was the same level as Sharon. What's wrong with these dragons? Han Sen thought to himself. He was not worried about Dragon 9, but he was worried about Dragon 1. Nothing would be resolved by beating Dragon 9. With Dragon 1 there, though, he could not escape. Should I go back to the sanctuary again? Han Sen really did not want to do that. Dragon 9. The young dragon stopped in front of Han Sen, wearing red armor and carrying a lance. It was similar to the garb Han Sen wore. It was all red. Looking from afar, it would look like 2 dragons were about to engage in battle. Han Senior Han Sen merely said his name. Dragon 9 did not speak again. He waved his red lance towards Han Senator. His lance skills were similar to those of Dragon 13 and Dragon 15. That being said, those same skills were far more wretched when yielded by Dragon 9. It made Han Sen feel that no matter how well he dodged or how far he went, he could not escape the attack. Han Sen's eyes froze, and he swung his blood feather knife at the dragon. The knife silks came against the lance light, but they were broken. The lance that was sharper than a needle continued its flight towards Han Sen. Dong! Blood feather knife's blade struck the lance, but the lance light was not broken. It spun like a drill, creating a flurry of sparks against the knife. Han Sen almost couldn't hold it, as he was pushed back. Han Sen swung his blade 3 times to break the landslide. Han Sen was familiar with Marquis's Evilbreaker powers. Dragon 9's Evilbreaker power was far stronger than Dragon 13's, though, and it was like a cold light. Han Sen's power was no worse than Dragon 9's, but Dragon 9's lance was too focused. It was like a small needle being thrust into a patch of soil. There was only one small speck of earth that would be hit, and the attack couldn't be blocked. Han Sen used an under-the-sky knife air. It was focused, but it was still worse than Dragon 9's lance. The dragons were professionals when it came to concentrating power. Fighting against them with simple force was something of a death wish. Han Sen used his Dongshin aura to check Dragon 9's lance. The sequence structure of the lance was like a beehive, and he almost couldn't make out the pattern of the honeycomb. Han Sen just barely blocked that lance. But already a second lance had come. Before it ended, however, a third was on its way. The lance lights kept on coming, not cutting Han Sen a moment of slack. Han Sen moved his feet to evade Dragon 9's lance. Unless he was able to concentrate power in a similar way, he would be beaten by continuing down this road. After Han Sen dodged every lance light, the lights suddenly exploded. That concentrated power was scarier than a Marquise's power should have been when it exploded. It was too late for Han Sen to fight. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported. When he appeared again, he was 100 meters away. He had managed to avoid the explosion. Dragon 9 kept on attacking. If the lancelight missed Han Sen, it would explode. So, Han Sen had to keep on dodging and putting himself in a disadvantageous state. The dragon nobles and xenogeneics that were watching were so happy. They chanted Dragon 9's name so loudly that it was a little frightening. Dong! Han Sen's blood feather knife hit the lance, and the lance moved like a spinning dragon. He held blood feather knife and kept getting pushed back, with his legs cleaving 2 deep trenches across the earth. A few knife strikes broke the lancelight. Han Sen swung his blood feather knife, and many knife silks were weaved through the air. They tangled and knotted themselves around Dragon 9's wings, limbs, and body. He was unable to hold his lance and thrust anymore. Han Sen had been dodging for so long so he could cast his knife silks. To deal with a strong power like Dragon 9's, soft power was useful. Dragon 9's body was gripped tightly by the silks. They tore through his armor and dug into his skin, but the contact produced sparks. Dragon 9's body had the same glow that the lance did, and all of a sudden, the knife silks around his body were broken. Dragon light protection. Xios recognized the power he had just employed. Han Sen frowned. The power on Dragon 9 was concentrated like his lance was. It broke the knife silks easily. No one can beat the power of the dragon light. Dragon 9 moved his body, shaking off all the spiderweb-like strands of silk that remained. The lance and his body synergized perfectly as they came after Han Sen again. Dragon 9's whole body was concentrated with a strong red light. He could use the Evilbreaker dragon light with amazing precision. And Han Sen found himself at a disadvantage once more. He had to rely on his formation to fight. Han Sen observed Dragon 9's power. It was different from Dragon 13's Evilbreaker lance. The red dragon light was more concentrated than Dragon 13's Evilbreaker lance's lights. The red dragon light was like something living. It concentrated and exploded when it needed to, unlike Dragon 13's lance lights, which lost all form of control when expelled from the body. Those really were just simple lance lights. This must be a modified version of Evilbreaker power. Han Sen tried to think of a way he might triumph over this new form of attack. Needlehead versus light. I need to generate more power than he does. If I don't, I will lose. Han Sen quickly made a decision. Although his knife silks were concentrated, they still weren't as dense as the Evilbreaker powers. But the knife silks also possessed qualities that the dragon light lacked. The dragon light was rough and strong, whereas the knife silks were soft and gentle. They were polar opposites. Han Sen had suffered under an Evilbreaker lance's power before, so he was fairly proficient in doing battle against that sort of technique. Now that he looked at Dragon 9's dragon light structure, Han Sen had a new thought. If he was able to use his gentle powers perfectly, they would not be any weaker than his enemy's strong power. But Han Sen was not very good with this power. If his jade skin leveled up to Marquis class, he could effectively use Moon to do battle with Dragon 9. But right now, only the Bloodpulse Sutra had reached Marquis status. The Bloodpulse Sutra was for making babies and absorbing xenogenic genes. It was the #1 geno art for passing down traits, but for combat it was a little on the limp side. Han Sen planned to learn the structure of Dragon 9's Dragon Light. He wanted to combine it with Moon's gentle power. That way, the knife silks could become stronger and achieve greater concentration. This was what the Dongxian aura was good at doing. After examining the honeycomb design that Dragon 9 used to concentrate his power, Han Sen restructured the mass of his knife silks. That way, he could apply the gentleness of the Moon to the brute force of a replicated Dragon Light. The Dongxian aura was firing on all cylinders, and when Han Sen slashed, the knife silks came flowing out like a flurry of ribbons. They broke before they even touched the lancelight. It was not easy to produce knife silks that were a combination of two opposing powers. Luckily, the Dongxian Sutra allowed him to modify the delicate sequence structures of his silks, and Yin-Yang Blast allowed him to reverse the yin and yang of his powers. If not for those two skills, he wouldn't even have thought about attempting this. Even so, Han Sen tried it many times to no avail. If the soft powers were too much, they made the knife silks too weak. If the force power was too much, then the knife silks would shred themselves. Han Sen needed to find a balance between the heavy and soft forces to make his plan work. That way, the knife silks would be tough enough without destroying themselves. This was just the beginning, though. He continued using Dragon 9's honeycomb power to concentrate the knife silks so he could go against the Dragon Light. Han Sen's tests kept on failing. He used the dragon wings on his ears and his movements to avoid Dragon 9's attacks. No matter how much power Dragon 9 put into his attacks, though, he could not harm Han Sen. Xiao's was frozen. She could tell Han Sen was having a problem with his knife silks and that he was testing something. Only Han Sen could conduct such tests while doing battle with an enemy like Dragon 9, and Dragon 9 couldn't stop him no matter how hard he tried. Dragon 1 and the others could tell what was going on, too. It infuriated Dragon 15, who shouted, "That Han Sen should die! How dare he humiliate Dragon 9 this way?" Dragon 7 frowned. Han Sen is weird. He has dragon wings on his back that looks like ours, and he teleports in the way Sharon did with his break space flash. But only Sharon was able to use that power, due to his ties to the demon. How does Han Sen do what he is doing? Dragon 1 grunted. It is fine. Break space flash costs a lot of energy. The more he uses it, the more exhausted he will be. Sooner or later, he will fail. Dragon 19 curiously asked, "Big brother? What is Han Sen testing? His knife silks are getting weaker. He is copying." Dragon 1 muttered with disdain. Copying what? Dragon 19 did not understand. He is copying Old 9's Evil Breaker Dragon Light. He's trying to use it to improve his knife silks, Dragon 1 said. At those words, everyone was shocked. Dragon 15 was so angered by this, he cackled. Han Sen has some balls. The Evil Breaker power of the dragon is difficult to copy. It's stupid to even think about trying it if you don't have the body of a dragon. And Brother 9's Evil Breaker powers were modified in accordance to the specific needs and proficiencies of his body. Concentrated powers are Brother 9's area of expertise. How can Han Sen hope to copy him? Just like Dragon 15 said, Han Sen's knife silks kept failing because it was either too hard or too soft. He couldn't find a balance. Dragon 9 was enraged by Han Sen's behavior. His pretty face looked hard. I was bomb in the blood dragon pool. I swap skin every 9 days. That is how I have received my blood dragon body 1,000 times. And that is what enables me to possess the Evil Breaker powers and create the blood dragon light I wield. You cannot simply copy this. Han Sen did not care. He kept on swinging knife airs at his foe. Most of them failed, but many were able to come close to the basic shape that he needed. It was like a plucked string, vibrating to produce tones that could break the sky. Dragon 9's Evil Breaker Blood Dragon Light was unable to touch Han Sen, and it made him furrow his brows in frustration. The blood dragon light flowed brighter, and the light in his wings became solid. It was like a fog of blood obscuring the sky. Red scales appeared all across Dragon 9's body, and his hands produced red dragon talons. A red mist rose from his horns, and his entire body grew to twice its original size. He was 4 meters tall now. The scary presence he once carried only grew scarier. It was like an ocean wave, endlessly building in size. Han Sen looked at Dragon 9. The blood feather knife was still busy producing knife silks. Dragon 9 didn't bother dodging. He allowed the silk to fall upon him, as the light would break them before they could even land atop his scales. "Your xenogeneic draconic body is really nice," Han Sen said politely. Dragon 9 snarled. "A xenogeneic dragon body is nothing to one of the dragon. My blood dragon body is different, however. Even if you have break space flash, I am now something you cannot hope to escape. I would like to know what the difference is." Han Sen kept talking as he repeatedly swung his knife. He was starting to grasp a subtle sense of what he needed to do. The knife silks that were made of both a soft and strong power were manifesting with a better success rate. All he had to do now was to concentrate what he was coming to grips with, and channel what he needed to learn from Dragon 9 to make them as tough as the dragon lights. Dragon 9 did not respond. He lifted his dragon lance with 2 hands. His evil breaker blood dragon light was spreading across the weapon, and the lance reacted as if it was alive. It became a scary blood dragon, and it roared in Dragon 9's hands. His glow intensified. Han Sen kept swinging. The knife silks cut across Dragon 9's body repeatedly, but the attacks did nothing. "Old 9 is really mad. He cast Blood Dragon's anger," Dragon 7 said with a smile. Dragon 15 said, "If this is all he needs to kill Han Sen, he should just do it. What's the point in talking?" Han Sen looked glum. He knew Dragon 9's lance was strong, and so he started moving his blood feather knife faster. "Han Sen, accept my blood dragon's anger." The power in Dragon 9's body reached the max. His red dragon wings flapped, and the lance he held looked like a ravenous monster. The dragon was a manifestation of light, and it held the power to destroy the world. It appeared in front of Han Sen, and it was going to consume him. Han Sen flapped his red dragon wings and teleported 100 meters away. This was the furthest away he could teleport with break space flash. But when Han Sen moved, something went awry. The blood dragon's body exploded, and the dragon light went off like a firework. The concentrated lance light was perfectly pure, and it expanded to a radius of 1 mile. And it was not like an arrow that, once fired, became nothing. The dragon light exploded like a hail of needles. No matter which way Han Sen moved, he'd be unable to dodge it. The dragon light wasn't random or uncontrolled. If one touched Han Sen, the other streams of light would turn to riddle him with numerous strikes. Han Sen's body would be turned into a pincushion, and the dragon light would explode from inside him. Not even a Duke Elite could escape a power as wretched as that. Break space flash's max distance was 100 meters. Han Sen couldn't use it to get far enough away to escape the blood dragon's anger's area of effect. "If I cannot dodge, then there is no point trying." Han Sen gripped his blood feather knife and kept swinging at the dragon light. He did not use under the sky. Now he was using teeth knife. Fong. The purple knife air became a toxic fong headed towards the dragon light. The purple knife air struck the dragon light and made a catch sound. Teeth knife's purple mist was broken through and dispersed. A second later, the dragon light had destroyed it, and the light kept moving towards Han Sen. Han Sen retreated and continued using his blood feather knife. He was still determined to use tusk, and so 2 purple teeth marks appeared on the dragon light next. It made a scary, cracking noise once again. The teeth power was shattered, but it shattered more slowly this time. It made the blood dragon's anger far slower, and it gave Han Sen enough time to get out of the blood dragon's anger's area of effect. But the blood dragon's anger was like something alive. The dragon light became a red dragon that sought to consume Han's senator. When Han Sen evaded it, it exploded. "Let me see how many times you can teleport." Dragon 9 coldly looked at the blood dragon's anger covering Han Sen. Han Sen used teeth powers, but this time they were more solid than before. A squeaking noise was made when the two collided, and then the teeth powers shattered. Dragon 7 was shocked. His teeth powers now seemed different. What's the difference? He copied Brother 9's concentrated powers. No matter how hard he tries, though, he won't get anything half as good as Brother 9's blood dragon light. Dragon 15 looked haughtily as Han Sen. Things weren't as simple as he initially believed them to be, however. When Han Sen used teeth powers the fourth time, the purple fang struck. It was still broken by the blood dragon's anger. However, it also managed to chip off a bit of the dragon light. Han Sen wanted to use soft and strong powers on the knife silks, but knife silks were merely thin strings. They were worse than the dragon light when compared side by side. The results were different when Han Sen tried to use that concentrated power on teeth knife instead. The strong and soft powers melded well with the teeth powers. When it was concentrated, the sharp power was no worse than what the dragon light could achieve. After adding the soft elements, the teeth power became both soft and tough. It was not easy to break when it was hit. If it was too tough, it'd break. If it was too soft, it'd bend. Teeth powers were able to benefit well from both aspects. While they were concentrated, his tearing power became stronger. Catcha! Catcha! Toxic teeth and dragon lights came to collide against each other in the air. In the beginning, Han Sen's teeth power was at a disadvantage, and it kept being broken. But as Han Sen kept swinging, teeth knife gradually improved. After 10 slashes, he could fight the blood dragon's dragon light. The purple smoke broke, and a red light went flying. Teeth and a dragon were fighting in the air. No one could tell who had an advantage between the two. How is that possible? Xios was shocked. She had heard of Dragon 9 before, as his blood dragon light was famous. The concentrated powers Dragon 9 wielded were likely the greatest out of all the dragons in existence. When Dragon 1 was a marquise, not even he was as mighty as Dragon 9. This was because Dragon 9 had a blood dragon body. Even other dragons of a higher rank could not accomplish what he had. Han Sen could concentrate his powers now, the same as Dragon 9 did. He had learned it over the course of their short fight. It was unbelievable. Xios wasn't the only one thinking this. The realization made Dragon 1 frown. Dragon 7 and Dragon 15 were simply dazed, and Dragon 19 stared in confusion. Pang! The tusk and the blood dragon light came against each other. The purple mist and the blood light broke at the same time. Dragon 9 looked ill. He roared. His dragon lance was thrust forward at Han Sen, with a red light across it taking the shape of a dragon. It was far scarier than the last blood dragon light. Han Sen did not take a moment's pause as he pushed back with his blood feather knife. He used tooth for a tooth to fight. The demonic tusk and the blood dragon fought each other in the skies. Purples and reds collided together repeatedly, summoning all sorts of explosions. The xenogeneics that were spectating too close to the battle started to spill blood. They were affected by the shockwaves of that fight. Some of the weaker ones simply exploded, sending showers of blood everywhere. The mist started to disappear. The giant blood dragon light shattered, but Han Sen's knife air had not. The purple-looking tusk was free to assault Dragon 9, and so it went. Dragon 9 managed to use his lance to break the tusk into pieces, but doing so weakened his will. His concentration skills had lost to Han Sen. Dragon 9 had not really lost the fight yet, but Han Sen had stolen his concentration talent. If it was pure concentration power that mattered, Han Sen was still weaker. Dragon 9's power was strong, whereas Han Sen's power was soft. When two similar powers came against each other, Dragon 9's power was the one to break. When Han Sen's power was mostly shattered, there were still shards that were solid. That was the benefit of having soft powers. Things broke when you put too much force on them. The reason why Han Sen had an advantage was because he was a little bit soft. Now they were both back to square one. The modified teeth powers had the same damage output as Dragon 9's Dragon Light. Dragon 9 could no longer use his Dragon Light to block Han Sen's knife power. He couldn't just keep on attacking. Teeth power was unleashed from Han Sen's hand, and it repeatedly came against Dragon 9's lance. Two overbearing powers were in the thick of battle, and the shockwaves kept pushing the audience back. If they were touched by a knife air or a lancelight, they'd die in a heartbeat. Han Sen's knife skills were getting stronger, but there was no improvement on Dragon 9's side. He had lost his edge of suppression. Dragon 9 was not as good as Han Sen when it came to raw technical skill. Impossible! Impossible! Dragon 9 could not accept what was happening. He had endured a lot to get to where he was with Blood Dragon Light, and yet Han Sen had copied him and become better than him. Seeing it made the dragon sick. Dragon 9 spat some dragon blood across the dragon lance. The dragon lance glowed with a dragon light. He was using all the power he had to summon an even scarier Blood Dragon Light now, in the hope of ending the fight. When he raised his lance, before he sent out the Blood Dragon Light, he stopped in the air with his hands trembling. He could not move. Invisible knife silks were knotted around his arms, legs, and body. His arms were being restrained by the silks, prohibiting him from moving forward. Roar! Dragon 9 was angry, and the Blood Dragon protection glowed more brightly. He wanted to break the silks and strike with his lance. Blood was started to spew everywhere, but the silk was not broken. The strands dug through his armor, sawed through the scales, and cut deep into his flesh. He was bleeding from every part of his body now. Brother 9! Dragon 15 and Dragon 19 screamed. They were utterly horrified. Han Sen drew his knife back, and the silks tightened. He was strangling Dragon 9, and amidst the pain, he forced him to drop his Blood Dragon Lance. His grip on the dragon lance loosened, and it fell to the ground. The dragon light exploded, tearing out a crater which it then fell into. The knife silks Han Sen had now were different than they had been. After he concentrated his teeth powers, he learned more about the honeycomb structure concentration. He concentrated the knife silks that were both strong and soft. Knife silks were not as sharp as Dragon 9's Dragon Light, but their toughness was the same. Dragon 9 could not use Dragon Light to break the knife silks. Roar! Dragon 9 screamed again. Dragon Light began to erupt like a volcano. The knife silks broke in the Dragon Light, but they were quickly replaced by fresh strings. They kept him bound, prohibiting all movement. Catcha! Han Sen moved the blood feather knife and tightened the silk some more. Dragon 9's body looked as if it was tied up by an invisible wire. His form was twisted, and his neck and waist were constricted. His dragon scales broke, and he bled profusely. The claret spread across the ground. Countless dragon xenogeneics and nobles were left speechless. They could not believe Dragon 9 was losing to his own greatest power. This was Dragon 9. Dragon 9 was different from the average dragon. He was the pride of the dragon. He had potential. He had talent. He made the dragon proud. Now Han Sen was hanging Dragon 9 like a common thief. No matter how much he roared, his scales and flesh were getting peeled and cut. The dragon blood was flowing like a river now, and he was going to die soon. Enough! Dragon 1 waved his hand. An invisible power broke off all the knife silks and carried the injured Dragon 9 back to the carriage. Dragon 7 caught Dragon 9, and she quickly started to heal him. Han Sen knew this was going to happen. Dragon 1 wouldn't sit idly by while Dragon 9 was killed. You are strong. Dragon 1 stepped out of the carriage, and he hovered in the air above the ground. He did not unleash any powers, but it still felt as if he was more supreme than everyone else. Han Sen clutched his blood feather knife, but he looked up calmly. He did not think he would be let go after killing Dragon 13 and engaging in the fights he just had. So you should die, Dragon 1 proclaimed, and then a scary power burst out of him. Han Sen felt like the whole sky was taken by a giant dragon, and that dragon was looking at him. If the creature opened its mouth, Han Sen would disappear into its maw entirely. Dragon 1, why are you bullying a young man? A clear voice came down from the sky. The feeling that he was being watched by a terrifying dragon suddenly vanished. Han Sen saw something descend from the sky. It was a man in green clothing. A fairly ordinary-looking sky. That man's approach wasn't ominous like the dragon was. And he rode down atop a swallow mount. The bird was a pretty black and white, but it was definitely a little too small. The sky man occupied all of its back, and he had to stand precariously on it. The swallow looked tired. It flew before Han Sen, allowing the green-clothed man to nod at him. Then it landed. The swallow flew away in a rush, as if it was actually fleeing. The green-clothed man spoke to the escaping swallow, saying, "Thank you for bringing me here. I will return the favor someday." When the swallow heard what he said, it started flying away even faster. It flew as fast and far as it could. Eventually, it disappeared from sight. "Greetings. I am Yu Shanshin. For my sake, give Han Sen a break. I will take whatever punishment you have reserved for him. I won't fight back, and I will accept whatever you deal out until you are satisfied." The green-clothed man stood in front of Han Sen with a gleeful smile. Dragon 1 looked at the green-clothed man, and he said coldly, "Yu Shanshin, is Sky Palace really going to accept the punishment on his behalf?" Yu Shanshin nodded seriously. Han Sen is Knife Queen's student. She requested that Sky Palace take care of him. I need to see him return safely. If we didn't do this, then I am not sure how I would even begin to explain things. It will ruin the reputation of Sky Palace. You must understand my reasoning. The students of Knife Queen are that important? So important that they can freely kill as many of the dragon as they please. Dragon 1 coldly looked at Yu Shanshin. The dragon are a higher race. The dragon are important enough. How about this? A life for a life. I will pay on his behalf. If you want to kill me, then just come at me, Yu Shanshin said, lowering his head. Han Sen was shocked by this, and he quickly said, "I did this. This has nothing to do with Sky Palace." Yu Shanshin smiled at Han Sen, and then he shook his head. "When you entered Sky Palace, you were automatically made one of our ranks. Furthermore, the leader is the one that instructed you to go to the ancient god space. Whatever you do is a responsibility of ours." Han Sen wished to say something, but Yu Shanshin stopped him. "Fine, Yu Shanshin, if you want to shoulder his debt, then take my finger. If you survive, you may live, and then I will consider our debt settled." Dragon 1 looked at Yu Shanshin. "Thank you, Mr. Dragon. I will be forever thankful," Yu Shanshin said gratefully. "If you survive the touch of my finger, only then can you say thank you." After that, Dragon 1 pointed his finger at Yu Shanshin's forehead. That finger looked as if it could poke through the entire galaxy. Time and space collapsed around it, and everything vanished around that finger. Han Sen, who was standing behind Yu Shanshin, felt as if his body was going to be perforated. It felt as if Dragon 1's finger could turn everything to dust. But Yu Shanshin remained unmoved. He did not raise his hand, and he let Dragon 1 point that finger at his forehead. Han Sen was shocked. Is that guy really going to die for me? I can't accept a favor like this. The next second, Han Sen saw the finger that could destroy the world get pointed at Yu Shanshin. No power came out from it, though. It looked as if Dragon 1's finger only poked the man. And that was that. "Thank you for letting me live." Yu Shanshin showed true appreciation as he bowed. Dragon 1 looked at Yu Shanshin without expression. "It is no wonder you are the one who broke through Sky Palace. Godslayer you, who carried the blood coffin to outer sky. I promise you that the dragon's grudge with Han Sen has been erased." After that, Dragon 1 went back to his carriage. The 10 beasts resumed pulling it, and it eventually disappeared. "Thank you for saving my life," Han Sen said quickly. He owed this man a great deal. Yu Shanshin waved his hand and said, "You represented Sky Palace in your trip to the ancient god space. What transpired there was not your fault. Sky Palace will not allow anything ill to befall you. You deserved the bailout, so there is no need to thank me." After that, Yu Shanshin waved his hand again, and a black and white swallow flew down from the mountains. It did so upside down. It reached his hands and could not fly away. "Since you brought me here, you might as well take me back," Yu Shanshin said, stepping atop the swallow. He stood on one foot, and the swallow took him away. Hey, I'm still here. Han Sen's eyes were open wide. He realized he was still surrounded by the dragon, and that Yu Shanshin was now gone. Sorry, please excuse me. Han Sen gulped, then squeezed his way through the dragon's enigenics and nobles. They looked at Han Sen with anger, as if they wanted to eat him, but now no one dared to touch him. Han Sen made his way through the scary enigenics and nobles, and it was lucky that he had a strong will. Ordinary marquises would have felt their legs shaking as they walked past. You are powerful. You got Yu Shanshin to save you. After Han Sen walked through, Xios appeared by his side. She sat down on a stone and spoke to him. Is Master Yu famous? Han Sen asked. You are a member of Sky Palace. Do you not know Godslayer Yu Shanshin? Xios looked at Han Sen with surprise. Godslayer? He looked like a nice chap. Why would he have such a title? Han Sen asked. Xios looked at him strangely and she said, Godslayer Yu was his true name. Yu Shanshin is actually what he named himself. There are many elites in this universe, but there is only one who is brave enough to dare storming Sky Palace. He is a member of Sky Palace? That makes no sense. You just said that he stormed it, Han Sen said with a chuckle. Xios realized that Han Sen really did not know anything about the man, and so she explained. Yu Shanshin's teacher was set up by his schoolmates and executed for the crime of treason. It was a pointless death. Yu Shanshin brought his teacher's coffin back to Sky Palace, but someone stopped him. He was maddened by this, and so he stormed in. He beat the 10 elders, and he got so far into Sky Palace that he was able to meet with the leader. He wanted to make things right. Anyone who was involved in his teacher's death was killed. He killed many in Sky Palace all alone. Even the coffin itself was dyed red. After doing all that, Godslayer Yu became quite famous. I am not sure why he changed his name to Yu Shanshin though. Luckily, you only killed Dragon 13. She was not one of the prestigious 9. Her death was inconsequential, so the grudge won't be all that deep. Now that Yu Shanshin has interceded on your behalf, the dragon shouldn't bother you anymore. Do you think you can remove the spell on me now? Xios had actually come up to Han Sen to get the spell removed. We're still in territory belonging to the dragon. Let's wait until I'm out of it first. Han Sen resumed walking. The dragon won't change their minds. Now that they've forgiven you and made a promise to Yu Shanshin, they won't turn back on their word. Dragon territory is now the safest place for you. They wouldn't dare let you die here. It's hard to say what might happen after you leave. If something happens to you out there, whoever kills you might not even have any ties to the dragon. Xios rolled her eyes. So, you're saying I should stay in the lands of the dragon? Han Sen lifted his lips. There is no need. Yu Shanshin helped you, and he represents Sky Palace. Before anyone thinks of attacking you, they'll have to weigh the consequences. And no one will want to incite the wrath of Sky Palace. Unless there's someone highly motivated by revenge, no individual will seek to kill you. At least not immediately, while things have yet to simmer down, Xios said. Han Sen looked at Xios. Yu Shanshin killed so many Sky Palace students. Why was he allowed to remain there? Xios hesitated before speaking. That's complicated, and it's not something the Sky like to talk about with outsiders. I know that his teacher was strong enough to be considered an elder. He was framed and then he died. Then, his memory was tarnished with the crime of treason. But no one could have expected Yu Shanshin to react in such an insane way. They were going to kick him out of Sky Palace, but Yu Shanshin brought the coffin back and started killing people. Things eventually calmed down after he reached the leader. Anyone who was involved in the conspiracy, like the elders and students, were killed by Yu Shanshin. The reason Yu Shanshin was allowed to stay in Sky Palace has something to do with that. He couldn't obtain the seat of an elder. He owned an island in Sky Palace, but no one knows what his job is. Xiao said, then looked at Han Sr. That is all I know. And it's all just hearsay. Outsiders aren't told much about what happens there. Han Sen nodded. Yu Shanshin had come to save him, and whether it was an order from Sky Palace or something the man had done on his own whim, it did not matter. Han Sen now owed him a big one, but a man like him would probably never need help. They walked to the spaceport, and when they reached it, he still hadn't removed the spell placed on Xiao's. When they arrived, all the ships refused to accept Han San as a passenger. The guards even mocked him, telling Han San to simply fly back to Sky Palace, and that there was no need for him to take their ships. Han Sen was not mad, though. He looked at Xiao's. Xiao's, you have your own ship, don't you? You can take me. Xiao's had no choice but to take him herself. They went back to Sky Palace. There was no danger along the way, and Xiao's successfully brought Hansen back to Sky Palace. Without an invitation from Sky Palace, this is as far as I can go. Can you remove the spell now? Xiao's patiently asked Hansen. Hansen smiled and said, You have a spell on me too. What's the rush? I'm not loafing around like you with nothing better to do. I have business to conduct, Xiao said shortly. After all that time and travel, her patience with Hansen was running on fumes. She just wanted to be free of the spell and get as far away from Hansen as she possibly could. Han-sun touched the bite marks on his neck, the ones she had left behind. The bite marks hadn't disappeared, so it was obviously not an ordinary power. I was thinking that we've been through a lot, and God only knows when our paths might cross again. Let's keep a souvenir to remind each other of our time together. The next time I see these marks, I will think of you. You should cherish the souvenir I have given you, too. After that, Hansen flew back to Sky Palace. Han-sun, you asshole. Xiao's was mad, but Hansen was already in Sky Palace. She could not go inside without permission. Xiao's had no choice but to return to the Ghana. She wanted to run some tests and find out what Hansen had done to her body. If I can break the spell on me, I will make you die. Then, you can really see the power of a Ghana's kiss. Xiao's thought furiously. But Hansen was so scary. Xiao's did not dare trigger the Ghana's kiss, in case they both ended up hurting each other. Hansen's super god body could remove all spells, so he wasn't afraid of the Ghana's kiss. In fact, he wanted to take a look at how powerful it was. Back in Sky Palace, Hansen was welcomed back by the students. Everyone had heard that he had killed Sharon and Dragon 13 and of his adventure in Return Ruined Sea. To the demon and the dragon, this was a grand insult. But to Sky Palace, it was a thing to take pride in. Hansen handed over the silver beginning of Ancient God and the xenogeneic genes from the Ancient God space. He received permission to visit the Holy House and collect xenogeneic genes. Hansen did not plan on learning any new geno arts. All he wanted to do was level up, and so he didn't go. Aside from those rewards, Hansen was granted the title of teacher. He could enjoy many benefits now. Some places that weren't open to students were now freely accessible to him. For example, Hansen had previously been forced to hunt in Shenyuan Cave. But with the title of teacher, he could go to Rare Beast Island. There were many xenogeneics there, and it was a far better place than Shenyuan Cave. There were many more benefits too, but teachers had responsibilities of their own. Every year, he would have to teach Geno arts to students for 10 days. He could teach whatever he wanted, but nothing like Under the Sky. That was limited by level, and so he could not teach that. Not many outsiders could earn the title of teacher, but the people of Sky Palace had no problem with Hansen's promotion. They were actually excited to hear what he would tell them. After all, Hansen had killed Sharon, who was as strong as Lone Bamboo. The students were interested in his Geno arts, and the stories of Hansen's battles were so outstanding. All the students believed he deserved the title. Every year, teachers had to teach for 10 days. But some busy teachers had no time, and so they were allowed to stack up their teaching requirements for up to 10 years. Because of this, Hansen was not in a rush. Thousand Feather Crane and the Yoon sisters met up with Han Senator. They went to practice in the White Jade building. Hansen planned to check out the buildings behind it, hoping that the Jade heirs there would take his Jade skin up to Marquis class. In combat, Jade skin was much more useful than the Blood Pulse Sutra. Hansen went to the second White Jade Jing with Thousand Feather Crane and the others. When they passed the first floor, they saw many students guarding the Jade Wall. On the Jade Wall were paintings of a Jade Beast. A few of the Sky students were standing guard before each of them. Thousand Feather Crane explained, When the White Jade Jing opens, those Jade Beast paintings will emerge as spirits. If you are able to suppress them, you can nab yourself a jade spirit orb. It is useful for gathering a spirit skill. Yun Susheng smiled and said, "The second white jade building has 7 floors. The higher the floor, the more powerful the jade spirit. And also, the jade spirit orbs give better results. Earl-class people usually hunt at either the 4th floor or below. Someone like you, as a marquise, can definitely hunt jade spirits 3 floors higher. When I was in the ancient god space and return ruined sea, there were special circumstances that allowed me to fight marquises. I don't usually have such power. Let's test my mettle on the 4th floor first." Until Han Sen figured out what a jade spirit was, he didn't want to play fast, loose, and risky. The 3 of them reached the 4th floor. There weren't many students there. Unlike the prior 3 floors, which many people guarded, most of the paintings here were left unguarded. Yun Sui pointed at a jade spirit painting. There are many different jade spirits. Each one has different abilities, and they can level up differently. Like this jade tiger, for instance. If you get its jade spirit orb, you can strengthen your own vitality. This jade spirit bird is good for bolstering one's speed. You should pick a jade spirit that aligns with whichever self-improvement path you wish to focus on the most. It will be great for you when gathering spirits. I see. Han Sen found the concept interesting, and he began examining the jade spirits. His eyes stopped on one depicting a flying fairy. He curiously asked, "A fairy jade spirit, what type would it be?" That jade spirit means balance. It does not excel in one department in particular, and instead improves a little bit for everything, Yun Sui said. I see. In that case, I choose her. Han Sen did not have a strong opinion, and he just thought the jade fairy looked beautiful. Han Sen sat in front of the jade fairy's painting. That meant that was the spirit he had selected, in case other students decided to fight him for it. The white jade jing had yet to open. Thousand Feather Crane and the others each selected a jade spirit painting. Yun Sui chose a painting that depicted some sort of spirit bird. It was next to Han Sen. Not long after, the white jade jing opened. A thick rush of jade air flowed out of the jade walls. Compared to the first white jade building's jade air, this was far more intense. Absorbing it would make things more complicated, so it wasn't all that suited for simple practice. Within the jade air, the jade spirits became active. They came down off the walls as half-transparent jade beings. Strangely, only the jade spirits that had students guarding them came out. The paintings without anyone protecting them did not budge at all. Han Sen looked at the jade spirit in front of him, and he noted how elegant it looked. It boasted very light clothing. The half-transparent body really did look like a fairy that had come to Earth. The jade fairy spirit started flying around for a while before it came for Han Sen. Han Sen cast his jade skin and sat where he was without moving. Killing jade spirits was a different process than killing xenogeneics. Jade spirits were an essence of the jade air itself, and its power formed them. You could break them, but you could not outright kill them. Killing jade spirits involved allowing them to possess you. When they were doing this, you would try to reclaim control with your own force of power and strength of will. If you were able to overtake and refine the spirit, it would become a jade spirit orb. The jade fairy spirit went straight into Han Sen's body. Its presence was like that of a thick fog going into him. Han Sen suddenly felt a chill run through him. A cold power flushed through each of his cells, as if to freeze him. Han Sen quickly cast jade skin to refine the ice air that was inside him. Han Sen only cast one cycle of jade skin. He felt his veins shiver and his muscles scream, as this pure extract of happiness began to leak out of his cells. Then, the cold feelings were all gone. After that, Han Sen's whole body shuddered. The jade fairy spirit came out of his body. It did not return to the painting. It became a half-transparent jade stone that was around the same size as a thumbnail. It floated directly in front of Han Sen. Han Sen picked up the stone, and he noted the presence of some fairy jade air around it. It must have been the jade spirit orb the jade fairy spirit had become. Han Sen swallowed the jade spirit orb, and then he cast jade skin again. He felt a warmth in his stomach that then flowed up to the rest of his limbs. Han Sen felt very comfortable. Every part of his body was warmed. like he was bathing in a lovely spring with all his pores free and open. His cells were very active, too. The power of the Jade Spirit Orb was heartily absorbed by Han's Senator. He tried to create a godlight, and he noticed a new underlying power in Jade skin. He couldn't quite tell what it was. The white Jade Jing was still opening, and Thousand Feather Crane and the Yun sisters were still fighting their own Jade spirits. They sat where they were, almost as if they were frozen. Yun Sui had only been an earl for a short amount of time. Fighting a Jade spirit on the 4th floor would be very difficult for her. Her face was all pale, as if she had been stuck in ice. Han-san used Jade skin to cast a godlight at her. He wanted to help her suppress the force she was fighting. The Jade skin godlight went into Yun Sui's body, and after that she looked a whole lot better. Not long after, a Jade spirit bird came out of her. It then turned into a Jade Spirit Orb. Yun Sui opened her eyes and picked up the Jade Spirit Orb. She bowed to Han-san and said, "Thank you for your assistance in refining the Jade Spirit." "You and I don't have to be so polite," Han-san said casually. Those words meant nothing to him. It was just a way of saying that he was friendly. But Yun Sui blushed, lowered her head, and said nothing more. After a while, Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susang successfully suppressed their own Jade spirits. They claimed their Jade Spirit Orbs, and after opening their eyes, they were surprised to see Han-san and Yun Sui engaged in conversation. They had expected Han-san to be faster than them in suppressing the Jade Spirit, but Yun Sui's speed was surprising. Yun Sui told them that Han-san had helped her. Thousand Feather Crane and Yun Susang were shocked by this. Ordinarily, if an outsider meddles with another person's process of suppression, the Jade Spirit might break and not provide a Jade Spirit Orb. You can help others without the Jade Spirit breaking? That is weird. I think it was just a coincidence, Han-san said with a shrug. Thousand Feather Crane did not believe in coincidences, but these things happened around Han-san often. He was used to that. "I think I'll go up and take a look at another floor." Han-san signaled to Thousand Feather Crane and the others, then headed for the 5th floor. On the 5th floor there were only Marquis students. Jade spirits worked for those of the Marquis class as well, and many people of the Marquis class frequented this floor to kill Jade spirits. There were a few Marquis students in front of every Jade spirit. When the Jade spirit emerged, no one would run forward. It all depended on who the Jade spirit chose to go for. Stealing was forbidden in the White Jade building. This was why Sky Palace had to control the number of people that could enter White Jade Jing. Resources were limited, and there were already too many students that needed what was available. Without pause, Han-sen went straight to the 6th floor. There were many Sky there, and each picture had 2 or 3 Marquis students before it. On the 7th floor, there were significantly fewer people. There were only 5 or 6 Marquises in total. Han-sen knew one of them, and that was Lone Bamboo, who had leveled up to Marquis during the exam. Lone Bamboo saw Han-sen and waved him over. He wanted to see him. Han-sen hadn't expected Lone Bamboo to want to talk, so he walked up to him with surprise. "Do you have time after you're done in the White Jade Jing?" Lone Bamboo asked. "I suppose. What do you need?" Han-sen looked at Lone Bamboo with confusion. "Are you interested in going to Rainbow Cloud Peak to hunt a cloud beast?" Lone Bamboo got down to brass tacks immediately. "I am interested in hunting Xenogeneics, but if we're going together, the Xenogeneics won't stand a chance." Han-sen laughed. Lone Bamboo smiled and said, "A cloud beast has been in Rainbow Cloud Peak for millions of years. Up until now, no one has been able to capture it. I would like to tame it for a mount. You can come if you are interested. Whoever claims it owns it." "No way. If that many Sky Palace elites have failed to capture it, how do you think we'll be able to?" Han-sen thought about Yu Shanshin. He did not believe there was a Xenogeneic out there that man couldn't have handled. If there really was something beyond that man's strength, Han-sen didn't think he stood a chance. The resources of Sky Palace have to be protected, and because of this, only Marquis teachers can enter Rainbow Cloud Peak. The rule is intended to prevent a duke or king from just entering and killing all the Xenogeneics there. In all these years, no one has been able to slay the Cloud Beast, Lone Bamboo said casually. That means the Cloud Beast has been in luck. If we both go, it's going to end up calling us Daddy. Hansen laughed. I don't know if it will call me Daddy, but I'm sure it will kneel. Lone Bamboo said seriously. All right. Hansen nodded. He asked Lone Bamboo for some more information concerning the Cloud Beast, and after hearing it all, he thought the Cloud Beast sounded similar to the Cloud Beast Hansen had seen in the sanctuary. Hansen had many little Cloud Beasts before, and he had always wanted the beast soul of a superclass little Cloud Beast. It was a shame he never managed to get one. I wonder if this Cloud Beast can drop me a beast soul? Even if it does, though, it's bound to look different than the beast souls I got in the sanctuaries, Hansen thought. Hansen looked around the 7th floor. Many of the paintings had no one in front of them. Hansen selected an image of a jade fairy and then sat down. Hansen waited until the jade air came out and the jade fairy spirit flew down from the wall. Just as it had on the 4th floor, it entered Hansen's body as if it was seeking to possess him. It was inside Hansen's body. Hansen felt a chill. This one was much stronger than the spirit on the 4th floor. If Hansen did not have his jade skin, he knew he wouldn't have been able to stand what he was now forced to endure. Hansen ran his jade skin like mad, and his cells felt as if they were undergoing individual explosions. When the cold air was suppressed by jade skin, the jade fairy spirit re-emerged from his body. It turned into a jade fairy spirit orb right in front of him. Hansen grabbed the orb but did not refine it. He walked to another jade fairy spirit painting, and when he was in front of it, another jade fairy spirit came out. It went into Hansen's body. Hansen refined another jade fairy spirit while the jade air was still active. All the while, the other students were still trying to refine their first. No one had done so yet. Jade skin is really helpful in the white jade jing. My jade skin is just Earl class, and even so, I can refine these jade spirits so easily. If I level up to Marquis class, I can earn myself a whole plethora of them. Hansen felt cocky as he walked over to another jade spirit painting. Because there were no more jade fairy spirit paintings, however, Hansen had to select a white jade tiger to sit in front of. Roar! A tiger's roar rocked his soul, and it almost made him cough up blood. Hansen thought it would be easily refined like the jade fairy spirits, but he did not expect it to throw his blood into turmoil. Fortunately, Hansen had a strong will. He didn't freak out. He concentrated and put his blood back into his veins. Then, he used all the power he could to refine the white jade tiger. It was a spirit that was generated by jade air, and yet Hansen found it difficult to refine. It was not half as easy as the jade fairy spirits were. The white jade tiger kept roaring in front of him, and it made his head buzz. He almost expected his nose to start bleeding. When Hansen finally suppressed the white jade tiger, he opened his eyes and the jade air was gone. The students were gone also. Only Lone Bamboo remained, waiting for him. The white jade tiger had become a jade tiger spirit orb. After Hansen put it away, he asked Lone Bamboo, "What time is it?" "The white jade jing shut down 5 hours ago," Lone Bamboo answered. Hansen was shocked. It had taken him less than half an hour to suppress 2 jade fairy spirits, but he had spent 7 hours to do a sole white jade tiger. But the white jade tiger's jade air was less than the jade fairy spirit. That meant the jade fairy spirit aligned with his jade skin a whole lot more. That was why they were so easily refined. The white jade tiger and jade skin did not go well together, and that was why it had been so difficult. They are both spirits guarded by jade air, and yet, there is so much difference between them. I need to get more jade fairy spirit orbs to level up my jade skin. Maybe the results will surprise me, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen still left with Lone Bamboo to travel to Rainbow Cloud Peak. On the way, Hansen tried to refine the jade tiger spirit orb. It was very difficult for him, and after using it, he felt as if he had been thrust into an ice cave. It took him a lot of effort to completely refine the orb. After swallowing the jade tiger spirit orb, the results were the same as they would have been if he had refined a jade fairy spirit orb, except that the tiger orb provided him with more energy. The fairy orbs made Hansen's jade skin godlight grow stronger, though. The jade tiger spirit orb didn't give him that feeling. Rainbow Cloud Peak was an island built out of clouds. The clouds themselves were solid, and the mountains and forests were all clouds, too. There were many creatures there that were made of clouds, as well. Going there was like entering a marshmallow land. There are many cloud beasts here, it would seem. Which one were you talking about? Han-sen saw many creatures made of clouds, and he noted how they all appeared to be fairly docile. Brother Lone Bamboo and Han-sen, are you two here to hunt the cloud beast, too? Before Lone Bamboo answered Han-sen, a student from Sky Palace came running toward them. Lone Bamboo didn't respond, and Han-sen could tell he didn't know who this person was. I haven't been here long, so I don't know many people. Who are you? Han-sen asked on Lone Bamboo's behalf. The man wasn't of the sky. He had the head of a white tiger, and the armor he wore was made of fur. He looked like one of the Tago, but it wasn't the one he had encountered before. But if he had come to this peak, he must have been a Marquis teacher. Even if he wasn't one of the sky, he had to be a person of some renown. The man answered, My name is White Real. It's understandable that you don't know me, as I have been working at Sky Path Garden. I rarely ever leave. You are Brother White. When Han-sen heard the man was working in the Sky Path Garden, he was taken aback. Sky Path Garden was incredibly restricted. Even most students of the sky were refused entry, and this man was an outsider to top it all off. Han-sen knew that Sky Path Garden offered the highest tier of technology research. Many geno-arts were modified there, and that was where they developed treasures. The work was mostly done by the students of Sky Path Garden. White Real looked very strong and lean, but he actually worked in a field that required mental fortitude. Han-sen was reminded that you should never judge a book by its cover. White Real looked at Han's senior brother Han. I admire you. Your modification of Under the Sky became an instant classic in Sky Path Garden. It was put in a textbook. Geniuses like you are wasted if they are not brought to someplace like Sky Path Garden. That is too much for me, and I was just lucky in my modifications. I don't think I could do it again if I had to, Han-sen responded. And he wasn't just being humble either. If Under the Sky hadn't been a skill he was already good at, then he never could have done what he did so perfectly. No. You are smart. There is no need for you to be so humble. Actually, I have always had a question I have wanted to ask you, but we have never had the chance to meet before today. Today, in this encounter, God is giving me this chance. This is how I encourage myself, for I hope you can help me. After that, White Real bowed to Han-sen. Han-sen could see how sincere the man was being, and he knew that declining would leave him feeling guilty. You can ask me whatever you like, and we can discuss it, but I am truly quite average, and I fear I may not be able to help you, Han-sen said. White Real was ecstatic to hear Han-sen's acceptance, and he ultimately ignored what Han-sen told him. He pulled out his phone and showed Han-sen information on a geno-art. He then began excitedly explaining it in greater detail. The geno-art was complicated, and it was taking White Real a while to explain it. Han-sen looked at Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo sat down and said, Time is no issue for me. So Han-sen turned his attention back to White Real and listened. He quickly grasped the problem that the researcher was having. White Real was studying a geno-art called Echo. It initially sounded useless. After Han-sen learned the purpose behind the name Echo, however, he was surprised by what it did. Echo was not a geno-art that used sonic powers for navigation the way a bat might. It was a fighting geno-art that used sonic powers to attack. The sonic powers continuously stacked up to deal blows of ever-increasing strength, increasing the duration and power of the attacks. The idea behind it sounded fine, but stacking sonic powers was difficult. After all, when you attacked an enemy, you wouldn't always be in an enclosed area like a warehouse. Geno-arts like that required a catered environment, which made them difficult to use in real-world scenarios. White Real had been mostly successful with it. In a particular environment that was fitting, he could increase the power output and the duration of the sonic power. He couldn't carry a warehouse around in his pocket to fight, though. If he needed to cage an opponent in a specific battleground before combat, the geno-art wouldn't be reliable. White Real had researched this for a long time, and he couldn't find a way to make Echo effective at all times. Han-sen thought for a while and he found himself confused, too. Echo had a rock-solid flaw, and it was something that would be tricky to modify. Fish could only swim in water, and birds could only fly in the air. Echo required a special environment to be cast effectively, and changing things too much would result in Echo not being Echo anymore. Brother White, I do not think I will be able to help you. If you want Echo to be used in real combat, it will have to be used in a sealed environment. Unless you have a big bell to trap your foe, I don't think there is another way to make use of this, Han Sen guiltily admitted to him. When White Real heard this, his eyes brightened. Wait, what you said makes perfect sense. I will just need a big bell to cage the enemy. By doing that, the environmental problem will be of no concern. With a bell to cage Echo, the sonic powers will bounce around inside it. It'd keep on attacking. White Real kept on talking, confusing Han Senator. Although Han Sen had learned how to modify GenoArts, his methods were very different than White Real's. Is everyone of the White family modifying GenoArts? Han Sen wondered. He thought back to his old teacher Baishan too. He felt bad. White Real left in excitement. Han Sen did not think using a bell was a good idea. Who would be dumb enough to let themselves get trapped inside a bell, after all? Someone who was that stupid would not need to be killed with Echo. After White Real departed, Han Sen and Lone Bamboo continued walking up Rainbow Cloud Peak. This is the highest point of Rainbow Cloud Peak. That cloud beast is a rare sight. Lone Bamboo sat atop Rainbow Cloud Peak. Han Sen sat next to Lone Bamboo on the plush cloud. He looked down the clouds below him. A white cloud beast that looked like a unicorn was running around in the clouds below them. There was also a phoenix-like rainbow cloud beast flying around in the air. Han Sen could not tell which cloud beast Han Sen wanted to nab. When you see it, you will know it, Lone Bamboo said. Can't you just go to its den? Han Sen asked. This cloud beast doesn't have a home, as it wanders constantly, and it is too fast to run down. Even a duke might not be able to catch up to it. That is why we must wait. Lone Bamboo settled himself comfortably and placed his jade sword upon his lap. That jade sword is important to you. Han Sen was curious why Lone Bamboo still used a jade sword that had been built only for practice. He could have used any sword he wished, even a king-class one. Lone Bamboo did not answer, and he looked over the sea of clouds before them. Han Sen let the subject drop. But when he thought the conversation was over, Lone Bamboo spoke. Do you believe there is a real God presiding over this world? It depends on how you define what a real God is. Some people take deified elites for gods, Han Sen said. Not like that. I am talking about a God that can grant people wishes, Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen was shocked. Gods like that, from what Han Sen had come to learn, were nothing but bad news. From the god encountered by the 7th team to the sky god on planet Eclipse, they were some real arseholes. Did Lone Bamboo make a wish with a god? Han Sen looked at Lone Bamboo for a while before speaking. He said, maybe, but I don't like that kind of god. Why? Lone Bamboo asked with a shift of his eyes. I once had friends who made a wish to a god like the ones you're talking about. Each of their stories ended poorly. Han Sen answered the question simply, but he did not elaborate on the specifics. Lone Bamboo looked at Han Sen for a while, and then he turned back to the clouds. Very quietly, he said, my sister made a wish to a god such as that. When Han Sen heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. In shock, he said, what? Your sister made a wish to a god? Who was that god? And what happened? Lone Bamboo looked at the clouds and calmly answered, something bad happened to me when I was young. Friends sold me out and I was abandoned by my lover. I became a useless man. My sister prayed that I could pick myself up and be fine again. I don't know which god she prayed to, but I saw him take my sister. And then, I was punished by the nightmares. You saw him? What did he look like? Han Sen immediately asked. I couldn't see the man's face. He grabbed my sister by her arm and pulled her into darkness. I tried to follow, but I failed. My sister was dragged into the black. She was so scared, and she kept yelling something, but I couldn't hear what she was saying. I could see that she was telling me to save her, but I was useless and I could not do anything. All I could do was watch what happened. Lone Bamboo paused. When he spoke again, his voice was as slow and calm as ever. The man smiled at me, but I could not see his face. That smile has been scorched into my mind, and it has never warped or faded with the passage of time. I keep seeing it in my nightmares, and that is my only firm memory of him. If I ever find him, I'll recognize him through that smile he left me with. I will never forget this. Han Sen's chest ached as Lone Bamboo finished the story. He now understood why the man had been able to endure the nightmares. Perhaps his heart had already been irreparably damaged, and so he couldn't get any worse. Lone Bamboo continued. Whether he is a real god or not, I have to find my sister. I will kill this god, even if it costs me my own life. If it is possible, I would like to kill that god with you. I'd like to kill a lot of gods, actually, Han Sen replied. He had stumbled across a common interest with Lone Bamboo. Han Sen wanted to find a god, but he did not know if it was the same god that Lone Bamboo was searching for. Lone Bamboo did not answer. He just looked out over the sea of clouds, seemingly unfazed. But suddenly, light began to shine over the edge of the clouds. It was bright and red, rising across the sky. A red cloud was approaching them. It was so fast that it looked almost like a jet. It left a contrail of red smoke in its wake. Now Han Sen understood why Lone Bamboo said he'd know the creature when he saw it. That cloud beast was a unique shade of bright red. It was shaped like an ordinary cloud, but its color made it unforgettable. In a second, the cloud beast was next to the peak. When the other cloud beasts saw it, they backed off. The creature began to circle the peak, leaving streams of red clouds behind it. It saw Lone Bamboo and Han Sen in its path, but it did not make an effort to avoid them. It wanted to play. Whoever claims it keeps it. Lone Bamboo gripped his jade sword and stood up. He teleported toward the creature and swung his blade at the red cloud that was nearing the peak. No matter how many times Han Sen saw it, Lone Bamboo's strike was eye-catching. As simple as it was profoundly beautiful. It was incredibly fast as well. Even with Han Sen's speed, there was no guarantee he could avoid a swing such as that. But that red cloud released red light like a rocket. The red mist was discharged behind the cloud beast like a propellant, and suddenly, the creature disappeared from Han Sen's vision, and Lone Bamboo's attack had missed. So fast! Han Sen was shocked. The red cloud couldn't teleport, but it moved fast enough that it seemed like it could. Lone Bamboo chased the red cloud up into the air, slashing faster and faster with his blade. But the red cloud was way too quick, and it managed to avoid each and every one of Lone Bamboo's sword airs. I will help! Han Sen drew his knife and swung it towards the red cloud. He summoned the wings on his ears, and his speed increased. The red cloud sped up even faster and evaded Han's senator. He had suspected this would occur. Though, he had managed to predict where the cloud would accelerate, so he adjusted his aim in front of the red cloud. It wouldn't matter how fast the red cloud was if an attack was moving through its flight path. But instead of continuing forward at the same speed, the red cloud immediately slowed down again. Han Sen's attack went harmlessly past it. Tricky little thing. Han Sen frowned, but he kept on swinging. Lone Bamboo and Han Sen continued their assault on the red cloud without making contact. The red cloud could not escape, though, as it was constantly forced to avoid the attacks of the two. Now, Han Sen was calculating all of the red cloud's possible escape routes, and he kept waving his blood feather knife like mad. He created a net with his knife silks to ensnare the foe. But the red cloud did not stop moving, and its speed was teleportation-like. The knife silks were unable to even touch it. Seeing the red cloud accelerate yet again, Han Sen finally realized something. This creature wasn't using a sudden burst of speed as it tried to escape, as a rabbit might. This creature always moved this fast. It suddenly made sense that the creature was never afraid. The red cloud was traveling around like a rocket, leaving behind a wake of red mist. It soon became apparent that the creature had used its contrails to write the word stupid. Damn! This guy is smart. He can use the common language. Han Sen's eyes opened wide as he stared at the clouds. It's just a marquise, but when the sky came here, it already lived on Rainbow Cloud Peak. After all these years, its intelligence and power must way exceed that of an ordinary cloud beast. But Marquis is the highest level one can achieve here. There are no resources to support a higher tier than that. If there were, it would be even more powerful, Lone Bamboo said. Don't worry. When I catch him, we'll take him for a walk and level him up quick, Hansen said, while looking at the red cloud. The red cloud soared through the air with great speed. The red mist contrails started to spell out another word. Bullshit. And then, the red clouds formed an emoji that seemed to look down on them in disdain. And then, the clouds started to twist. They formed a red hand, producing one lifted finger at Hansen. Damn! This guy is a troll. Hansen summoned his dragon wings and took off after the red cloud. As the red cloud sped up and evaded his knife air, Hansen flapped his dragon wings and appeared above the creature. And then Hansen struck downwards. As he did, he said, "You bastard! Try being cocky now." There was only a small distance to close, but Hansen's knife could not match the speed of the red cloud. His knife only needed to move the distance of a hair's thickness, but the knife air could not catch up. The creature sped away, widening the distance between them again. Hansen watched as the creature ran away, and then the clouds twisted into a smug emoji. It looked as if the emoji was having a smoke. Hansen smiled evilly and used blood feather knife. Invisible knife silks were spun into a net, and they were sent flying over to the red cloud. The red cloud hit the knife silks, but the cloud itself was like tofu, and it was sheared away. Hansen controlled the knife silks well, though. He had no plan to kill it just yet. How cocky are you going to be now? Hansen shouted at the red cloud. Suddenly, the cloud accelerated again. It went towards the knife silks, but it was cut to pieces by the fine strands. Hansen frowned. He only wanted to teach the beast a lesson, not kill it. The red cloud didn't hesitate, though. It maintained course, still flying with blinding speed. The knife silks cut it to ribbons, but those ribbons gathered back into one cottony cloud. Then it presented Hansen the shape of a thumbs down. That stupid cloud is strong, Hansen thought. That's fucking creepy. It was incredibly fast, and its body could be shattered. Hansen wasn't sure how that thing could be caught. Lone Bamboo tried to snare it a few times, but he failed every time, too. They were the two fastest Marquis there were, but they were unable to catch up with the red cloud. Even if Hansen used teleport to reach the red cloud and attack, the red cloud's speed and reaction times would still enable it to dodge the knife airs and shockwaves. The longer they tried to capture the red cloud, the more they respected it. Not even a duke could handle this creature. Even if he hit the cloud, there was no point. It had a body that was like water, and after parts of it were lopped off, it'd just recompose easily. Lone Bamboo spun his jade sword into something that resembled a tornado. The giant sword air vortex reached out to the red cloud, trying to suck the creature inside. The red cloud sped up and escaped the grasp of the sword vortex. Even that was ineffective. There was nothing Lone Bamboo could do against it, and he had lost against it just like Hansen. It's no wonder it has survived this long, and it still hasn't been tamed by Sky Palace students. This thing is powerful, Lone Bamboo mused. It is, but it cannot attack, Hansen said. There was currently no hope in catching up to the red cloud, so Lone Bamboo abandoned the quest for the moment. He said, "I will catch a normal Marquis cloud beast. What about you?" "It's fine. I have my legless crane. I don't want to swap it out." Hansen shook his head. Unless he found something like the red cloud, he could run faster than a normal Marquis Xenogeneic anyway. There was no point in getting another random mount. The legless crane was enough for him. Lone Bamboo caught a Marquis cloud bird. It didn't take much to catch it. Ordinary Marquis creatures were slower than Lone Bamboo, and he managed to nab it with ease. When Hansen and Lone Bamboo were just about to leave, the cocky red cloud followed them. It flew in front of them and spelled out more words with the vapor. "Dumbass! Dumbass! Come and catch me!" Hansen's eyebrows rose. That beast could use an exclamation mark. "Fuck! I have to take you. Otherwise, I am done calling myself Hans Senior." Hansen felt angry. But he did not turn around. He knew he couldn't catch the red cloud right now. But he would find a way to get it eventually. After returning home, Han Sen spent some time thinking about capturing the red cloud. It seemed likely that petrification or freezing abilities would be effective against the red cloud. But his own petrifying shockwave was no match for the red cloud's speed. Even if Han Sen teleported right next to the beast, the red cloud could still react fast enough to avoid the shockwave. Its ability to accelerate seemed almost endless. But the petrifying shockwave is a power obtained from refining a mutant xenogeneic gene. I need to follow its rigid terms of use to cast it. I can't use it with knife silks. If I could, it might be a lot more useful. Han Sen was rapidly becoming obsessed with catching that cocky red cloud. Turtle did not work on it. Han Sen had tried, but the turtle image just wouldn't stick to the clouds. When the clouds spread, the turtle spell would just come off. There were no better methods for applying it, either. If my jade skin had a freezing power, and I could put the jade skin godlight into the knife silks, I could possibly tie it up and make it into an ice cube. Jadeskin's godlight possesses the element of ice, but it doesn't possess a powerful freezing ability. Han Sen was starting to feel depressed. He still couldn't think of a way to catch the red cloud. He had no choice but to wait until he could think of a good way to catch it. The next day, Han Sen picked up Blood Feather Knife and went to visit the 10th Elder. Han Sen wasn't going there to meet with him explicitly, though. More than anything, he was there to see Yun Sui. He had absorbed all of the mutant blood and returned the blade to its normal state. It was now a bona fide half-deified treasure. With some further refinements, there was every chance it could become a fully fledged deified weapon. Han Sen wanted to swap the Blood Feather Knife for his ghost teeth knife. He needed to talk about it with Yun Sui. But Han Sen thought that if Yun Sui had the knife, it would be best if he spoke to her father, Yun Chongkong, as well. If Yun Chongkong could not refine the deified weapon, he might have to ask for the leader's help. When Han Sen went to see the Yun family, Yun Sui and Yun Susang were both there. Thousand Feather Crane was out hunting xenogeneics, and he had not yet returned. Sister Yun, thank you for lending me your Blood Feather Knife. I've come to return it. There is, however, something I need to tell you first. Han Sen presented the knife to Yun Sui. I absorbed the xenogeneic blood. I am sorry I could not tell you about this any sooner. Yun Sui and Yun Susang were both shocked. The Blood Feather Knife was famous because it was the blood that had always prohibited it from becoming deified. If Han Sen really had removed the mark, then it had a chance of becoming deified again. Yun Sui accepted the knife and inspected it. The blood really was gone. The knife was as clean as a glossy feather. How did you do that? Yun Sui asked Han Sen with visible shock. The feather had tried every method they could think of to remove the blood on the knife, but each attempt had ended in failure. If they knew removing the blood was possible, they'd have never given the knife away. Han Sen seemed to only possess the powers of an earl or a marquise, so she had no clue how he might have done this. Mutant blood meshes well with my Geno art, so I was able to absorb it, Han Sen explained. Brother Han, this is a great service. If the feather knew about this, they'd be furious. Yun Susang, overhearing them talk, sighed. It was all down to luck, Han Sen said with a grin. Yun Sui took the ghost teeth knife from her waist and returned it to Han Senator. Her fingers lingered on the blade, though, and it seemed like she'd miss it. I have not used it for long, so I can't believe I am already giving it back. But now you have the Blood Feather Knife, which is greater than the ghost teeth knife, Han Sen said, as he took ghost teeth knife back. The Blood Feather Knife was strong, but Han Sen was more comfortable with the ghost teeth knife. Complemented his abilities. It's different. Yun Sui shook her head, but did not say anything more. She didn't sound happy about the prospect of the Blood Feather Knife's potential. Just as Han Sen expected, Yun Chongkong took the Blood Feather Knife to the Sky Palace leader. The leader, in turn, passed it on to the folks at Sky Path Garden. He allowed them to work on it, in the hopes of making it deified again. This news spread all across Sky Palace. According to the research results, there was an 80% chance it could become deified again. Sky Palace was fervently excited. Even the nobles of Sky Palace seemed giddy. Millennia might pass without a new deified weapon turning up. But Angia, and certain others in Sky Palace, weren't as joyful. They did not look good. "It's Han-san again," Angia growled. All the races guarded their deified weapons jealously. This one should have belonged to the feather, but it now belonged to Sky Palace. The feather in Holy Heaven heard what had happened, too. They all looked upset, and it was difficult to determine if they were shocked or just mad. Han-sen found the opportunity to return to the sanctuaries again. There, he hugged his cute wife and daughter. "Dad, I want a hug too." Bauer approached, looking at Han-sen. Han-sen held one child in each arm. He felt happy. It would have been perfect if Little Flower was still around. The next morning, Han-sen prepared to return to Sky Palace. But just as he was about to, Bauer jumped into his arms and said, "Dad, I want to go with you. You still need to go to school. I will take you when you grow up," Han-sen said. "Ha! If you're not taking me, then I will find my own way there," Bauer said defiantly, much to Han-sen's surprise. "You have a way of getting there?" Han-sen asked. Bauer wasn't an ordinary child, so there was a chance she might have actually found a way there. "I'm not telling you. Since you're not taking me, I will go there myself," Bauer said flatly. "Bauer, it's not that I don't want to take you. It's because I cannot take you. Just wait a little while until I'm back on planet Eclipse. I will take you there then. Okay?" Han-san said quickly, trying to comfort her. He didn't want her to do anything rash. Han-sen couldn't take her there yet. Sky Palace wouldn't allow the presence of a random outsider. If someone saw her, it'd be hard to explain. "Fine, but you cannot lie to me. If this is a lie, I will still go there my own way." Bauer held out her finger for a pinky promise. "I promise you. I will take you there when I return to planet Eclipse," Han-san said seriously. He hooked her little pinky with his own, and then he touched her thumbs. Bauer believed Han-san, and so she jumped out of his arms. Han-san suddenly thought of something. "Bauer, the items that you sucked inside the little gourd. Can they be released?" "Yeah." Bauer blinked. "Where are the items you sucked into it? Can I see them?" Han-sen asked Bauer happily. "They were digested a long time ago," Bauer said, blinking again. Han-sen was speechless, and so he asked, "You just said you could release them." Bauer seemed a little indignant. "I can, but I have to know that they need to be saved. Otherwise, they will be digested by the gourd." Bauer's little gourd might be able to catch that red cloud, but Bauer has been in the sanctuary all this time, and I have yet to see her evolve. She can't be any greater than a baron. There is no way she can absorb that Marquis' red cloud, Han-sen thought. Bauer seemed to understand what Han-san was thinking. She clapped her hands and the shiny gourd appeared between them. She said to Han-sen, "Dad, what would you like to claim? My gourd is powerful, and it can absorb anything. I will tell you another time." Han-sen touched Bauer on the head, then teleported back to his Jade Island in Sky Palace. Han-sen wanted to find a chance to bring Bauer there, so he could try out her gourd powers. Bauer had eaten many of the xenogeneic genes Han-san had given her, but she still wasn't getting pushed out by the sanctuary. Because of that, she couldn't be too strong. Han-sen cooked a xenogeneic material in a pot. The xenogeneic gene was almost too big to fit in the pot, but he choked it all down anyway and heard the announcement. Marquis gene +1. The pot of meat must have weighed at least 100 kilograms. Although Han-sen had the ability of consume, it still made him uncomfortable to eat all that at once. He gave up on eating for the evening. It looks like it's better to stick to smaller xenogeneic genes. As Han-sen was speaking to himself, someone outside the island called his name. Han-sen stepped out. He saw White Reel high above, riding a bird made of wood. When Han-sen stepped outside, White Reel brought it down to land on the island. "Brother Han, come with me quick." White Reel jumped off the bird and grabbed Han-sen, pulling him to the creature. "Brother White, what's going on?" Han-sen asked with obvious confusion. As they mounted, White Reel said, "Our leader is inviting you to Sky Path Garden. He wants you to help us refine the blood feather knife." "He's asking me to help? I'm no good with that sort of thing. What am I supposed to do?" Han Sen was shocked. Surely the things he had learned couldn't compare to the combined minds that already worked in Skypath Garden. If Bai Shan was there, perhaps he could make worthwhile contributions to their research. Han Sen knew some things, but not to that level. Plus, there was a big difference between the Geno arts of the Sanctuary and the Geno arts of the Geno universe. They couldn't really be talked about as if they were the same thing. The Geno arts Han Sen had in the Sanctuaries were edited, and they were different from their Geno universe equivalents. He also had to refine xenogeneic treasures to make them work. Brother Han, don't be so humble. You were able to remove the xenogeneic blood from the knife. You are good at this. Let's go. The leader and the others are waiting for you. White Reel pushed Han Sen atop the wooden bird, and then they took off towards Sky Path Garden. When they arrived, Han Sen explained to them that he had only been able to remove the xenogeneic blood because his Geno art was compatible with it. Han Sen did not know how to refine a xenogeneic treasure or craft a deified treasure. The head researcher smiled and said, "Don't worry, Han Senator, we have invited you here, so you can be a part of the refinement process. If we find some leftover blood while we are refining it, we will require your assistance. Otherwise, our work will be wasted." Han Sen told them there was not a single drop of blood left, but the elders that worked with the leader were worried that there might still have been some. So they asked him to stay. Fortunately, Skypath Garden did not ask anything more of him. Han Sen just sat in the refinement room, listening to the commands issued by the head researcher. Han Sen had nothing to do, so he practiced with his jade skin. He also watched the refinement process for the blood feather knife. He learned a lot. The blood feather knife was placed inside a crystal container. Han Sen thought they'd use blacksmithing techniques and fire to change the blade. He was wrong. There wasn't even the slightest spark. The white feather knife was placed in a container. They cleansed the container, put the knife inside, and removed all the air within it. Then they lowered the temperature as far as they could. As the temperature dropped, the blood feather knife looked like it was being crystallized. In the end, the entire knife appeared to be entirely crystal, just like the container itself. One of Skypath Garden's teachers used an instrument to check the blood feather knife and frowned. "The temperature is not low enough. We cannot activate the power of the blood feather knife." Han Sen, after 4 days of being there, had heard the same thing 1,000 times. They tried to lower the knife's temperature, but they could never hit the depths they required. Han Sen didn't know why they wanted to lower the temperature, but he saw a lot of secret cold element Geno arts. They were really scary. Other materials would crumble easily at such temperatures, but the knife seemed just fine. That crystal container is impressive. It can endure such incredible cold without breaking, Han Sen said quietly to himself. White Reel's ears were sharp, though. He heard Han Sen's statement and said proudly, "Brother Han, you are right. The container is good. This is the only deified item that belongs to Skypath Garden." "That thing is deified?" Han Sen was shocked to hear this. He knew it was very durable, but he never expected it to be deified. Its name is Absolute Container, and it has a whole lot of uses. Many of our high-tier treasures are refined inside it. Half of the king-class weapons in Sky Palace were made in there, White Reel said seriously. Han Sen started to ask something else, but the head researcher spoke glumly. "It looks like our power isn't enough to reduce the item's temperature to what the knife needs. Old Dong, please go to White Jade City and invite him to join us." "Will he come?" Old Dong looked depressed. "Take these vials of child combine liquid, and he will come," said the head researcher. Talking about the child combine liquid made his face twitch. It looked as if he had gotten a sudden toothache. "Isn't it a waste to give him that?" Old Dong and the other teachers were in shock. "Do you know of any other ways to lower the blood feather knife's temperature to the level we need?" Skypath Garden's leader looked at everyone there, but they were all speechless. "Go. Take the child combine liquid like you would to give a dog a treat." The head researcher sighed. Old Dong did not say anything. He just clenched his teeth and left the research room. "What is child combine liquid?" Han Sen asked White Reel. He was not interested in who the leader was inviting. It was obviously someone with a powerful ice element, and beyond that Han Sen didn't really care. But that child combined liquid sounded powerful, and it snagged Han Sen's curiosity. White Real quietly told Han Sen, "Child combined liquid is the formulation of one of our primary fields of research. It takes many high-level xenogeneic ingredients to produce, and it requires a synthesizing process that is extremely complicated. It aids high-class xenogeneics in evolving. If a king class kept on consuming the child combined liquid, there is a high chance he could become deified." "It's that strong." Han Sen was shocked. It was shocking that a king class could so simply be made deified. It would require a lot of luck, but it's theoretically possible. On the other hand, raising a duke to king class? That's easy. Our test record for accomplishing this is a mere 10 vials of child combine liquid. White Real boasted. "It's no wonder that Sky Palace is so strong. You can make kings like that? How many do you have?" Han Sen asked with shock. "One." White Real lifted one finger. Han Sen froze, so White Real continued. "It is hard to find ingredients for child combine liquid. Mind you, we have only made around 20 of them, and we use some for testing. And that king used 10 bottles. There are only 7 or 8 left. We have exhausted our supply of ingredients." Han Sen thought to himself, "If you can't mass-produce something, what is the point of creating it?" White Real seemed to guess what Han Sen was thinking. "We can't make child combined liquid in large volumes, but with a few alterations we can create a xenogeneic liquid that works on normal xenogeneics. If you drink a lot, a marquise can become a duke. An earl could become a marquise easily. Many of us are using it." Because the person had yet to arrive, the refinement process had stopped. They waited all morning for Old Dong to return. And when he did, he brought someone with him. It was Yu Shanshin. "Mr. Yu," Han Sen exclaimed, bowing quickly. "Why are you here?" Yu Shanshin was holding a dog. That dog did not look energized, though. Its tail drooped and its fur was scraggly. Han Sen had seen many dogs like that. It looked like any malnourished dog you might find wandering dirty streets. But there was no way an elite like Yu Shanshin would carry a being in such a poor state. Perhaps it was a high-class xenogeneic that just looked like a dog. Perhaps the creature was king-class or half-deified. "The leader has asked me to help refine the blood feather knife," Han Sen said. "I see. How much did the leader pay you?" Yu Shanshin asked with a smile. "That's what a student should do," Han Sen answered quickly. The leader hadn't given him any money, and he had been dragged there by White Real. Yu Shanshin patted Han Sen on the shoulder and smiled. "You and I are the same. We are good people." Before Han Sen could say anything more, Yu Shanshin looked at the head researcher and said, "Leader, are you going to pay me for my efforts here?" "Do not worry, I won't change what we agreed upon," the old man grunted. "Then give it to me now. I don't work unless I see payment first." Yu Shanshin put out his hand. He seemed surprisingly stingy. "Give it to him," the old researcher barked, grinding his teeth. He was talking to Old Dong again. Old Dong looked hurt. He opened up a box, and in it there were 7 containers. Each one held 200 milliliters of juice. Old Dong carefully picked up one and held it out to Yu Shanshin. But the man hastily grabbed another 4 before taking the one Old Dong had. 5 of them. I have not taken any more nor any less," Yu Shanshin told Old Dong and the leader. Both of them were looking ill. Han Sen looked at the child combined liquid in Yu Shanshin's hands. It was a transparent liquid, and it didn't look all that special. "Old Wang, this is some good stuff," Yu Shanshin said to the dog. He opened one of the bottles and poured out the contents for the dog to consume. The dog immediately got up and started lapping up all the child combine liquid. It licked its lips, as if it was saying, "My lips aren't moist enough. You should give me another." Yu Shanshin opened up another vial and poured it out for the dog called Old Wang. Old Wang lapped up the child combined liquid again. "Can you stop wasting it?" Old Dong burst out, unable to contain his anger. "Leader, what is wrong with him? These vials are mine. What have I done wrong now?" Yu Shanshin looked at the leader with confusion. The leader simply waved his hand at Old Dong, signaling him to stop talking. He then said to Yu Shanshin, "You've been paid and now you should work. No one will say anything after you are done working, even if you pour the stuff in the garbage. Yushanshin smiled. He opened 2 more vials, one in each hand. Then, he gave them both to Old Wang at once. Old Wang drank it all up. Yushanshin wasn't going to respect the leader just yet. He was going to use up all the child combine liquid first. It looks like Old Wang is full. This last one is pointless to have. Take it. Yushanshin threw the last vial of child combine liquid to Hansen. Hansen caught it. He was surprised to see Yushanshin give away something so precious. Hansen wished to say something, but Yushanshin stretched his limbs and then said, "Okay, time to work." He walked over to the absolute container and touched it. The other researchers all started to look nervous as they returned to work. When Yushanshin pressed his hand against the crystal container, it created a hole to allow his hand inside. The container then tightened again around his arm. The container was again sealed against contaminants. Yushanshin touched the blood feather knife, and there was a catcha-catcha noise. It sounded like ice was being broken. Ice crystals kept spreading across the blood feather knife, and it looked as if everything within the vacuumed container was going to freeze. The ice crystals grew, branching out like blood vessels. It was scary to watch. Yushanshin must be half deified. If he wasn't, there's no way he could freeze the vacuum. Hansen was surprised. Everyone watched as the ice powers spread through the container, freezing even the empty space within it. In the end, it was all frozen. It looked like a perfect crystal ball. The absolute container was shining, and something seemed to be moving within the ice. Something was fighting against the cold powers. The researchers were fortunate that the absolute container was deified. Despite their strength, the cold powers weren't leaking out of the container. Yushanshin pulled his hand out of the container. He looked as ordinary as ever, and his hand showed no sign of the incredible cold that he had just released. "My work is done here. Let's go, Old Wang," Yushanshin said, then pulled the dog Old Wang away. When he passed by Hansen, Yushanshin said quietly, "Why are you still standing here? Don't interrupt their research." Hansen cocked his head, then followed Yushanshin to leave. The researchers inside Skypath Garden got back to work. Some of them saw Hansen leave with Yushanshin, but no one thought to stop him. "Mr. Yu, do you have a grudge with the head researcher?" Hansen asked curiously. "Call me Yushanshin." Yushanshin carried Old Wang as they walked, and he went on to say, "There is no grudge. I just don't like the way they do things." "How do they do things?" Hansen asked again. "Do you know what child combined liquid is made of?" Yushanshin looked at the vial in Hansen's hand as he asked. "No, I don't know. This is the first time I've heard of this item." "Actually," Hansen said, "child combined liquid uses thousands of unborn xenogenic babies as an ingredient. There are intelligent creatures in there like you and me." Yushanshin looked at Hansen and smiled. Hansen raised the child combined liquid to the light so he could take a look at it. He was surprised to hear this, and so he said, "Where do these ingredients come from?" "They come from the creatures that the members of Skypath Garden capture. They do tests on them." "What do you think?" Yushanshin asked. He noticed Hansen was not having much of a reaction, which interested him. "I am a sinner with hands stained in blood. I cannot judge them." Hansen shook his head. Yushanshin laughed. He patted Hansen on the shoulder and said, "This is why I hate those people. But they are the ones that make Sky Palace as strong as it is. I just don't like it. Still, it doesn't matter. I'm a useless nobody here, and that's just that." Yushanshin left after that, still carrying Old Wang. He disappeared amongst the islands somewhere. "Why did he tell me that?" Hansen looked at the child combine liquid and sighed. He was not very noble himself as he had killed so many. But after Yushanshin spoke about the ingredients inside the vial, he didn't think he could bring himself to drink it. "Never mind. I'll just give it to the others." Hansen put away the child combined liquid and went to the general service area. Hansen researched the rules of Sky Palace. If he wanted to bring Bauer here, legally, he'd need to go to the general service. Hansen asked the people there how he might bring another person into Sky Palace, and it turned out to be an easier process than Han Sen had expected. Han Sen's rank of teacher was useful in many different ways in Sky Palace. With that title, he could invite his family to come and live with him. Without that title, no parent or spouse could ever visit him here. But annoyingly, if he said Bauer was his daughter, then they'd need to do a DNA test. Han Sen didn't know exactly how the test would be conducted, but there was no way the results would tell them that Bauer was indeed his actual daughter. But according to the laws of Sky Palace, aside from parents and grandparents, only wives and kids were allowed to reside with a teacher. It looks like I still can't bring Bauer into Sky Palace. Han Sen felt depressed. The only other way was for Han Sen to make additional contributions to Sky Palace and gain the approval of at least half of the elders. Han Sen could also ask for the leader's approval, but attempting that seemed unrealistic. His discoveries had made him curious about Bauer's DNA, though. He had Bubble take on his appearance and go to sleep on Jade Island. Then, he went back to the Alliance and visited Bauer. He took one of her hairs and went for a DNA test, wanting to see if her genes looked like any creature in particular. The DNA tests in the Alliance were rather advanced, but Bauer herself had come out of a gourd. None knew what her genes were like. Han Sen almost bought the entire planet and made the testing place a temporary home. He walked in front of the gene tester and put Bauer's hair inside so he could conduct the test. Not long after, the test results were released. The results were printed upon a sheet of paper, and what he saw made his eyes widen. The DNA test printout read, "Father and daughter." Damn! What a broken machine. And I just bought this thing. Who made this piece of shit? Ah, I see. It is Starry Group. I'll complain to Ning Yu later. Han Sen did not believe the results, so he did the same test on another DNA tester. The results almost made his eyes fall out. All the tests were the same, telling him that he and Bauer were father and daughter. This is impossible. Han Sen swore he had never cheated with a gourd before. How could the results indicate that he and Bauer were genetically related? Han Sen looked at the report carefully. Bauer's genes had a 99.99% match with his. Aside from them actually being father and daughter, there was no other explanation. How is this possible? Han Sen looked at Bauer, who was looking innocent and unsure of what to say. You can get pregnant with just a rub. Han Sen remembered that after he picked up the gourd, he used to fiddle with it while he thought. Aside from that, though, he couldn't think of any way they could have formed this connection. But now, Han Sen had to admit that Bauer was his actual daughter. Han Sen quickly destroyed all the test results. He took Bauer by the shoulders and smiled. Bauer, let's not tell Mom that we came here for testing. Han Sen submitted an application at the General Services building, requesting that his daughter be allowed to join him in Sky Palace. He received permission, and so he left Sky Palace and returned to Planet Eclipse to pick her up. Han Sen was careful not to attract attention on the trip, and his return voyage was not impeded by troubles. He brought Bauer into the Geno universe halfway, and then went to Narrow Moon. He took Bauer to meet Isha, who quickly grew fond of her. She allowed Bauer to stay on Planet Blade, while Han Sen went back to Planet Eclipse. Han Sen knew that Isha intended to investigate Bauer. The rebate did not have strictly enforced rules like Sky Palace, but they wouldn't allow someone unknown to occupy a high-level district. It wasn't as if she was an ordinary immigrant, either. Relatives of an important person required some testing to see how far along they themselves might have progressed. Han Sen wasn't worried, though. Bauer was incredibly smart, and he was sure she'd have no problems. Back on Planet Eclipse, Xie King, Gu Qingcheng, and the others had all become earls. Zero, Dragon Lady, Han Menger, Little Angel, and Wang Yuhang were earls, too. Han Sen's friends had Geno arts that were easier to level up than the story of genes, and they did not have to practice 4 different Geno arts at the same time, either. In combination with the many resources of Planet Eclipse, this allowed them to level up quickly. Old Han, we are already earls, and the resources on Planet Eclipse can't support us beyond Marquise. We would like to explore and practice off-world. Xie King told Han Sen. Gu Qingcheng, Wang Yuhang, and Dragon Lady wished to do the same. Han Sen agreed to let them practice someplace else, but he also tasked them with recruiting. That way, Han Sen could bring more people from the Alliance when they returned. Perhaps it was because of the gold bird markings, but the refugees that populated Han Sen's base were now barren nobles. He had enough people there as well. Han Sen, I have heard about you killing Sharon and Dragon 13, beating Dragon 9 in Return Ruin Sea. Your name is all over the Geno universe. Everyone knows Knife Queen has a genius student named Han Sen now. Black Steel came to Planet Eclipse, looking troubled. He went on to say, but until I become a duke, Father won't allow me to leave Narrow Moon. I really want to go and explore with you. If you want to practice, Narrow Moon is the same as anywhere else you could go. There's little difference. Compared to what I've been doing, I'd rather remain in Narrow Moon. I would stay here if I had a choice. Han Sen laughed. Don't say that. I'm not leaving anyway. Black Steel sighed. By the way, Rebecca is throwing a welcome party. I am here to invite you to come. I don't have a very good relationship with the people of Moon Garden. Why would they think of inviting me? Han Sen was surprised. Black Steel rolled his eyes. Things are different now. You have earned a brilliant reputation out there. So now you're Narrow Moon's golden boy. No one wants a rivalry with you now. Given the absence of any grudges you might have been worried about, perhaps you should go and pay them a visit. Sure. I'll take your advice. Han Sen smiled. He went to Planet Moonwheel with Black Steel. Rebecca, Dulicia, and the heirs of other kings were all gathered there. This gathering was quite different from the knife events that Han Sen had attended before. Back then, no one cared for him. Everyone looked down on him, and they didn't bother speaking to him. But now things were different. Han Sen was like a visiting celebrity. The heirs of every king were very polite to him, constantly complimenting him. He talked to more people on that one night than in all the time he had lived in Narrow Moon before. Han Sen had placed first in the Sky Palace exam and fought Lone Bamboo. He killed Sharon and Dragon 13, and he also beat Dragon 9. All those feats made Han Sen the first of a new generation of elites in the Geno universe. Although Han Sen had a low chance of ever becoming a king, it wasn't an impossible task. No one wanted to make him an enemy either. Ha! It's only his 15 seconds of fame. All of this is nothing to boast about. It's all for naught if he can't become a king, anyway. Sad Knight, who was supposed to be the focus of the night's proceedings, was sitting in a corner and whining into his drink. Night River King had the biggest grudge with Han. Senator Sad Knight harbored one. 2. He didn't like Han Sen becoming so famous. These guys are really short-sighted. They only see Han Sen's fame now. They aren't paying any attention to the difficulty Han Sen has leveling up his Geno arts. There is no way he'll become a king. It's really funny how they're licking his boots now. Sad Knight heard a voice. He turned around and saw a young Earl Rebate walking towards him with a drink. Sad Knight frowned. He did not recognize the young man. Perhaps it was someone of little renown. The young Earl raised a cup to Sad Knight and said, Mr. Knight, my name is Victo. Can I speak to you alone after the event? What for? Sad Knight looked at him with disdain. I have a way in which you could beat Han Sen and take his fame for yourself. Are you interested? Victo said. You can do that. Sad Knight raised an eyebrow, but he didn't seem too interested in the young man's claim. I'm not an important person. There is no reason for you to be impressed by me. But you recognize this, don't you? Victo pulled out his phone and showed Sad Knight a video. When Sad Knight saw it, he looked stunned. He balked. Where did you take this? If you are interested, then let's resume speaking after the event concludes. Victo smiled. After the event was over, Rebecca and Dulicia escorted Han Sen out. They brought him right to the boarding ramp of his aircraft. Brother Han, if we have done something to upset you, it's because we acted foolishly. Please don't hold it against us, Rebecca said, then presented Han Sen with a box. This is a gift we'd like you to accept. It is an apology, and a hope that you'll forgive us for the way we mistreated you in the past. It's okay. Even friends argue sometimes. And I was new to Narrow Moon. I didn't know you guys, Han Sen said with a shrug. Even so, please take this. How about we be friends? Rebecca smiled. placing the wooden box in front of him. "You guys are so nice." "Thank you." Han-sen took the wooden box and smiled at them both. Back on planet Eclipse, Han-sen opened the box and found a small data card inside. Han-sen plugged it into a computer so he could view whatever info was stored on it. He quickly found that all the files were on a skill titled Moonlight. The files explained that Moon Wheel, which Han-sen had already learned, was actually a part of Moonlight. Moon Wheel King had written the explanations himself, and he referenced all sorts of skills and experiences as he went. Up until now, Han-sen had not been able to modify Moonwheel because he had only been able to learn the skill in its most basic form. He had the soft technique named Moon Down Pat, so this information was very valuable to him. It was especially helpful to hear about Moonwheel King's own experiences and techniques. It was a priceless gift he had received. This wasn't something one could simply buy. The final part of the teachings was when Moonwheel King explained Moon. This was even more meaningful to Han-sen. "This is a lofty gift to receive from Moon Wheel King." Han-sen knew that a gift like this wasn't something Rebecca and her sister could give to whoever they wanted. Moon Wheel King had approved this himself. For the next 2 days, Han-sen remained on planet Eclipse. Bauer should have been returned 2 days ago, but Isha said she had grown fond of Bauer and wanted her to stay in the palace for a few more days. Han-sen did not know if Isha really liked Bauer, or if she had actually uncovered something about her. Regardless, there was no use in worrying about it. He'd just wait for her to return home. When Shadow King came back, Narrow Moon became the focus of many headlines. Shadow King, Night River King, Black Moon King, Moonwheel King, and Knife Queen had recently explored an ancient high race ruin. The expedition had been extremely profitable. During the excavation, an important item was unearthed. They brought it back with them, and for the month leading up to its unveiling, excitement swelled throughout Narrow Moon. The ruins had been the home of an ancient deified being. There were many precious items inside, including a powerful Geno art. But that race was different from the rebate, so the Geno art was sent to Narrow Moon's equivalent of Skypath Garden for research. The item they brought back was a giant metal wall. The rebate professor guessed that the ancient deified elite had practiced his Geno art against the wall, using it like a punching bag. It sounded like a simple tool, but any wall that could withstand deified powers without breaking was remarkable. It was composed of a very rare material, and the rebate regarded it as quite the treasure. There were many palm prints denting it, which they believed was the result of a Geno art used against it. It was a scary Geno art, and the palm prints still had a residue of the deified elite's will. Many Narrow Moon students went to see it, and many of them learned something from it. Han-sen had nothing to do on planet Eclipse except eat Marquis genes. He practiced a few Geno arts, but he was growing restless and bored. If Knife Queen hadn't wanted to keep Bauer in her palace, he would have already taken her to Sky Palace. Han-sen was eager to return to capturing the Jade Spirits in the White Jade Jing. Han-sen brought Little Angel, Han-menger, and Zero with him to see the metal wall. When they arrived, Han-sen knew why the rebate had not hidden its existence. Unlike the small wall that Han-sen had envisioned, it was a blue metal cube nearly 1,000 meters long. When he stood beside it, the block seemed the size of a mountain. Hiding it in a building would have been difficult. There were many palm prints all across the blue metal cube. Some were shallow, whereas others were deep. Each palm print had 5 fingers like a human's, but they were much bigger. Han-sen could lie down in one without bumping his head. "This is a giant's relic, right?" Han-sen said, while examining the handprints. "Probably. This item was discovered in ruins belonging to the Ligu. Judging from their bones, they were 100 meters tall." Rebecca approached, with Dulisha and the others behind her. Sad Knight was there too. He looked at Han-sen with contempt. "I see." Han-sen nodded. He looked at the prints, feeling a strange sensation as he did. As he examined the palm prints, he got the impression that any of those strikes could have annihilated a galaxy. Even looking at the aftermath was shocking. It was like an endless number of stars had been broken by a hand, and the whole galaxy destroyed. Deified Ligu were very powerful. I don't know how long the blue metal cube has existed, but the will put into those palms is quite shocking. Han-sen praised. Han-sen, if you have found something, why don't you share it so we can learn? Dulisha asked with a blink. Han-sen shook his head. I haven't studied the prints. I feel the meaning behind them, but nothing more. After Han-sen said that, a cold voice spoke. Han-sen, you are too humble. Geniuses like you only require one look. You have had a few. Han-sen glanced over at the speaker, and he saw that it was Night River King's son, Sad Night. He was not surprised. Sad Night had been beaten by Shiqing King, so it was likely that the young man still hated Han-sen and Xiaqing King. Han-sen didn't care for the man's insults, though. I am stupid. I cannot see anything. If you see something, perhaps it is you who should be telling us, Han-sen said with a smile. This was exactly what Sad Night wanted. He looked happy for a moment, before suddenly looking cold again. He said, I took a brief look too. I have some opinions to share that can get you guys started. Rebecca and the others looked at him with surprise. Sad Night was talented and very bright. But they still did not believe he could be better than Han-Senator. There was no way he could see what Han-Sen could not, especially from such a brief look. Sad Night could see that the others were wary, which just made him even less happy. This was his first time seeing the prints, just as it was for the others. He did have knowledge about them, but it wasn't something he had learned all by himself. However, as long as he could embarrass Han-Sen, the source did not matter. Everyone focused on Sad Night. He walked around the blue metal cube, pretending that he was observing it. After walking around it once, Sad Night said confidently, If I am not mistaken, the handprints on the blue metal cube are a palm geno art. Sad Night, I think everyone knows that. We can all tell this is the work of a palm geno art. You don't have to say that. The son of a king laughed. Sad Night looked at that young rebate and said, Condensation, what I meant was, these prints don't appear across the cube at random. All these prints together make a complete geno art. You could tell that too. Could you? How am I supposed to know you're telling the truth? How do I know you're not lying? Condensation looked at him with disdain. Sad Night smiled and said, These palm prints might look like a random mess, but that is because all of them are overlapping. According to the feelings I am picking up, I only need to find the beginning of the palm marks to line them up and, who knows? Maybe I can rebuild the skill. Han-Sen was surprised. He had picked up on this too, but not with the certainty Sad Night was displaying. Did this guy suddenly become a genius? Han-Sen wondered. Han-Sen was familiar with Sad Night, and he didn't believe that the young rebate had the intelligence or talent to come to this conclusion. But the blue metal cube had only been revealed a short time ago, and Sad Night had not seen it before. It would have been difficult for him to gain knowledge of it from another source. Congratulations, Brother Night. The Night family has a smart heir, Black Moon King said politely to Night River King in a palace. Night River King frowned. He knew his son well, and he was surprised by this sudden impressive performance. Night River King should have been happy that Sad Night was doing well, but he was suspicious about his knowledge more than anything. You can say whatever you want to. If you're as talented as you present yourself, find the starting palm and line them up. Recreate the skill for us. Condensation still didn't believe him. Sad Night was waiting for someone to ask him this, and so he smiled and said, I have an idea, but I don't know if it is correct. If anyone sees the beginning of it, then I will let them demonstrate. After that, Sad Night looked at everyone. His eyes stopped at Han-Sen, though, and so he coldly said, Han-Sen, you are so talented. I bet you understand, don't you? Why don't you show us where the beginning is? Han-Sen shook his head. I can't see anything. Please teach us. If no one else can explain, then I guess I will just have to embarrass myself. Sad Night walked in front of the metal block and went to one side of it. After a while, he spoke again with confidence. If I'm correct, this is where the palm skill begins. After that, Sad Night put his left hand into one of the prints. Then, he began striking the print with his own palms. He created some loud metal noises, but nothing broke. Sad Night kept hitting that point and he said, This palm is suitable for a wide performance of the skill. It elicits a galaxy-destroying feeling. This palm right here can destroy anything without mercy. It is very overbearing. Anyone could say that, of course. As Sad Knight struck the palm print, he did so smoothly. He did not look experienced, but he did explain the feelings well. His thinking was correct. I underestimated Sad Knight. He has performed well, Rebecca said with shock. Rebecca wasn't the only one thinking this. The students in the garden, the dukes, and the kings were surprised performance. Even the kings and dukes had only been able to tell that it was a skill. They could not go into such a detailed description. Sad Knight was rebuilding a glimmer of that palm skill, and it was a brilliant feat. Seeing everyone look surprised, Sad Knight became cockier. He continued to perform. He hit tens of thousands of palm marks, and he didn't miss a single one. He flowed smoothly around the cube, and everyone admired his precision. This is the palm skill from what I can see. Does anyone else have another opinion? Sad Knight was extremely full of himself by this point. He raised his head and looked down on Hansen. Mr. Knight, you are good. That was beautiful. Someone complimented him. It was just luck, I suppose. It was nothing. I'm not like some genius who can only feel things sometimes and not others. As Sad Knight was talking, a catch noise rang across the blue metal cube. Everyone heard that noise, and they all turned to look at the cube. What they saw shocked even Sad Knight. He had watched the video Victo had given him multiple times. The video had shown a person hitting the blue metal cube in a precise sequence. Sad Knight had practiced repeatedly to become famous on this day. But when the video finished the palming display, nothing was supposed to happen. Catcha! Catcha! Cracking noises continued to come from the blue metal cube, and the sounds were getting louder. Seams appeared on the edges of the cube, and it was cracking open. Is that palm skill a password that opens the blue metal cube? Hansen wondered. Hansen wasn't the only one thinking this. All the kings were wondering as well. They did not know what inside the metal object, so they moved to the plaza, just in case. Before Night River King could issue a command, the blue metal cube opened wide. A smaller blue metal cube was inside it. It was decorated with a variety of strange patterns. Then the second blue metal cube began to disintegrate, and Hansen realized that the pattern wasn't actually a pattern. It was many metallic limbs of creatures, all knotted together. A swarm of metal monsters suddenly flew out of the cube. They were about half the size of a human, but they were all composed of blue metal. They stood on 4 legs, and they had claws on their hands and feet. Their heads were bug-like, and their wings were metal, shaped like a dragonfly's. Oh no! Run! Hansen screamed. He called for Little Angel, Zero, and Hanmenger to fly away from the plaza and the metal monsters that had been unleashed. Hansen swept his Dongxian aura over them. Their presence felt murderous, like creatures that only sought destruction. They were very negative beings. The weakest presence he could detect amongst the metal monsters was Earl class. But many of them were so powerful it shocked even Hansen. Hanmenger and the others weren't slow. They might have only been Earls, but their speed rivaled a Marquis. They were still slower than Hansen, of course. What are these creatures that dare to drop fecal matter all over my narrow moon? Night River King seethed as he swung the sleeves of his garment. An odd black power rolled out of his sleeves and headed towards the monsters. The blue metal monsters looked as if they were about to drown in it. Boom! A blue light flashed from that group of metal monsters, and a glowing monster emerged. It punched Night River King's galactic water, and its blue fist shattered Night River's attack completely. King class. Night River King looked glum. At that moment a few more monsters appeared. They also had blue light around their heads, and they were all king class. The dukes and the other nobles of Narrow Moon felt their faces grow pale. Moonwill King was still excavating, so he was far away from Narrow Moon. The other kings had business to attend to, so they weren't in Narrow Moon either. Right now, only Night River King, Black Moon King, Shadow King, and Isha were close enough to help. When the fight began, Shadow King and Isha were quick to arrive. Isha swept her knife towards a roaring king-class blue metal monster. The blue metal monster squealed, and it swung its blue fist at Isha's incoming teeth power. Catcha! Catcha! The blue fist light was shattered by the teeth power. Knife air hit the blue metal monster, sending it flying away into space. A deep cleft was torn in the creature's chest, but no blood was drawn. It was shocking that a creature could take Isha's strike and not immediately die. She frowned and lifted her weapon to attack again. But before she could, a blue light flashed from within the metal group. One of the monsters appeared before her, completely glowing with that blue light. It had its fist raised to give her a big blue punch. Isha grunted and used tusk. Her skill was purer than Hansen's teeth knife. After that slash, the purple knife air was like a demon biting into the blue fist. Boom! The two powers collided with an explosion. The space of the region itself cracked, and things started to get sucked towards the fissure. Half deified? Everyone thought in shock. The blue light monster was fighting Isha perfectly well, with no sign of losing. Before they could think of anything else, more blue metal monsters poured out of the cube. This was turning into a dire fight. The metal monsters flew up into space, seeking out other planets. They were branching out to assault all of Narrow Moon. One metal monster had targeted Han. Senator Han Menger summoned an arrow and fired at it. The arrow went straight into the blue metal monster's eye and exploded. Pang! The arrow blew the blue metal monster's brain in half, but the creature was still swinging its fist. Zero and Little Angel carried a bone dagger and a feathery sword respectively. They moved to intercept the blue metal monster's fist. They effectively blocked it, then chopped its arms off to avoid a repeat. My friends are scary. They are only Earl class, and even so, they can fight Marquis monsters. Hansen grinned, pleased with his crew. But the monster was still intent on coming, despite its broken brain and severed arms. The blue light still swirled around its legs. Hansen swung his ghost teeth knife like mad, cutting the foe in half. The monster still writhed around on the ground for some time before it gave up the ghost. Xenogenic Marquis hunted. Blue-gold demon bug. Xenogenic gene found. The announcement played in Hansen's brain. At the same time, Hansen saw a blue crystal appear in the creature's head. It was around the size of an egg. Hansen grabbed the blue crystal, but there were many blue-gold demon bugs coming. The battle was far and wide. If an enemy tried to assault Narrow Moon in the traditional fashion, they could use their defenses to repel such an invasion. Even king-class and half-deified sorts couldn't break in from the outside. But the blue-gold demon bug had come out from inside Narrow Moon. The low-level nobles could not fight the blue-gold demon bugs, and Isha and the others were busy fighting their own combatants. The attack was swiftly throwing the entire system of Narrow Moon into chaos. How could this happen? Sad Knight stared around himself as if he was watching the apocalypse. He could not believe what was transpiring. Over the course of a few minutes, many of the rebate were killed. Explosions rattled the place. Cries and screams erupted from every which way. Victo! That asshole Victo! Sad Knight gritted his teeth. He wanted to find Victo, who had given him the tape, but Victo was nowhere to be seen. When he looked back over his shoulder, he saw a blue-gold demon bug coming for him. What do we do now? Zero asked as they retreated. Let's go to Planet Eclipse and try to fortify the base. There are many of these bugs, but they cannot destroy the entirety of Narrow Moon. We just need to protect our base and wait for Moon Will King to return. Hansen whistled, and Little Star came to him in an instant. A few people hopped onto Little Star's back, and it used Starsea travel to deliver Hansen back to Planet Eclipse. Some blue-gold demon bugs tried to give chase, but Little Star's body zipped right through them. Little Star had the ability to phase through any form of matter. There were many blue-gold demon bugs, but luckily, they weren't as threatening after they spread out across Narrow Moon, and none had yet come to Planet Eclipse. When Hansen reached the base, he called for everyone to gather arms and prepare for battle. He also activated the base's defense systems. Little Silver and the others followed Hansen, readying themselves for combat. BZZT. A blue-gold demon bug broke through the atmosphere, reaching Planet Eclipse. It did not go for the base, though. It headed for a specific mountain that was known to be populated by xenogeneics. Han Sen thought the blue gold demon bug had an overwhelming urge to kill, and it had gone for the xenogeneics first because they were closest. Han Sen summoned spell as a sniper rifle and used the scope to track the blue gold demon bug as it flew above the xenogeneics. It opened its mouth and let out a high-pitched screech. In the next second, the eyes of the xenogeneics all turned red. The mass of xenogeneics began to churn, stirring themselves into a frenzy. And when the blue gold demon bug screamed again, they all started stampeding towards the base. Oh no! The blue gold demon bugs can control xenogeneics? I hope they can only control the low intelligence variety. If they can take over the big ones, Narrow Moon is done for. Han Sen took aim with his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A bullet was fired, and it went speeding into the blue gold demon bug's left eye. The bullet perforated the bug's eyeball and became lodged in the socket. There was, however, a spell placed on the bullet. The bug became so slow that it started to fall to the ground. Turtle was very useful against foes that relied on speed and flight. Han Sen donned his rabbit shoes and summoned dragon wings for his ears and back. His body glowed red as he shot off towards the blue gold demon bug. He lifted Ghost Teeth knife and using tusk, he sliced the turtlized bug into pieces. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Blue gold demon bug. Xenogeneic gene found. When the blue gold demon bug died, the xenogeneics that were under its influence returned to normal again. They felt Han Sen's presence and quickly ran off. Han Sen looked to the sky, but most of the creatures he knew were above him were too dark to see. Only the king class and half-deified bugs that were fighting Isha and the others were visible against the sky. They were fighting in space, shining bright against the stars. He couldn't see them, but he knew the blue gold demon bugs were probably descending on other planets. You guys stay on the planet. I'm gonna go take a look. Han Sen thought Planet Eclipse was safe for now. He left Little Star behind, flapping his dragon wings as he sped off into space. Han Sen flew around the king-class blue gold demon bugs. He was far enough away that he only saw flashes in the distance, and he couldn't see the fight properly. The blue lights and the purple knife airs were like a magnetic storm in space. Han Sen could tell Isha was the one that was guiding the fight, but if things continued as they were, they'd end up destroying the planet. Han Sen flew by the planet closest to Planet Eclipse, and he noted that there weren't many blue gold demon bugs there. He continued past, headed for the planet with the blue metal cube. He figured that place would have the most blue gold demon bugs, so it was his target. The more he killed, the less damage would be dealt to Narrow Moon. The bugs had the power to control low-intelligence xenogeneics. That was more dangerous than the bugs themselves. The planet that hosted the blue metal cube had many low-intelligence xenogeneics, and if the bugs gained control of them all, the situation would get completely out of hand. It appeared that Narrow Moon's elites shared Han Sen's fear, because they were also focusing on that planet. When the blue gold demon bugs appeared, the rebate had been thrown into utter chaos. But even so, not much damage was dealt. The dukes quickly organized the fight and evacuated those who weren't strong enough to fight. Rebecca and the other youngsters were fighting blue gold demon bugs too. They used the geography of the landscape to their advantage. Not long after, an explosion sounded from outside the city. An earthquake followed, as angry roars and scary screams rolled over the city. Someone went to take a look, and they saw an endless horde of xenogeneics coming from every direction. Their eyes were all red. They were going to charge into the city. A flying group of blue gold demon bugs squealed menacingly in the air, driving the xenogeneics toward the city. Rebecca was aiding the evacuation of civilians, and her face turned pale when she realized what was happening. Oh no! Those metal monsters can control xenogeneics. Rebecca groaned. That asshole Sad Knight. He has destroyed Narrow Moon. Dulisha hissed. If the xenogeneics got into the city, most people below the rank of Duke were going to die. To make the situation even worse, Isha and Black Moon King had yet to kill their opponents. There were no reinforcements to call in. BZZT. A weird noise sounded, and a green light rose from the city. The sight was a relief to everyone watching. A high-voltage laser net had been activated outside the city. It was very effective against creatures that were Duke and below. If it could block the creatures coming in from the outside, the city would be a fair bit safer. But they soon found out that the net wasn't enough. The crazed Xenogeneics were still coming, climbing over the fallen bodies of their allies to slip through the net. A path was built with the charred corpses, and Xenogeneics flooded the city like a burst dam. An ape-like Xenogeneic broke down a building, while a dragon-like creature soared in the air, raining down an inferno of fire across the land. Death and blood were everywhere. Rebecca and Dulicia felt hopeless. They could not deal with that many Xenogeneics. Kill the blue-gold demon bugs that control the Xenogeneics. A red shadow flashed over the city, flying high above the Xenogeneics. A purple knife with scary knife air came flying by, killing any flying Xenogeneics it touched. Overbearing teeth. Please lend me your strength to slay these blue-gold demon bugs. Hansen flew in front of the Xenogeneic and blue-gold demon bug armies. Too many Xenogeneics. We can't reach them. Overbearing teeth shouted. He had tried leading the Dukes past the Xenogeneics, but the blue-gold demon bugs were smart. Wherever the bugs went, they commanded the Xenogeneics to protect them. The Dukes could not reach the bugs no matter how many creatures were killed. Follow my attack, Hansen shouted, before putting Ghost Teeth knife back in its sheath. Spell became a rocket launcher on his shoulders, and then he fired. His blood-red body followed after the smoky trail. Boom! The rocket exploded amidst the Xenogeneics. The shot didn't have enough destructive power to do too much damage to Marquis Xenogeneics, but when the shockwave of the explosion brushed the enemy, it made them far slower. Turtle marks appeared on their bodies. After the turtle light blasted through the flying Xenogeneics, scores of them fell to the ground. Hansen had shown himself to be a threat, and so a blue-gold demon bug screamed. Many of the Xenogeneics under its control turned toward Hansenator before Hansen could fire off another rocket, though many Duke and Marquis Xenogeneics were already in front of him. Hansen used a petrifying shockwave to step back and get some distance, turning all the Xenogeneics in a 500-meter radius into stone. Although he couldn't petrify the stronger ones completely, he slowed them enough to buy some time. Pang! 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 Hansen ran forward, unleashing petrifying shockwaves with every footfall. They didn't deal that much damage, but they did slow the Xenogeneics down. Wherever Hansen went, things got quiet. Follow Hansen, Overbearing Teeth Duke shouted. And 100 Dukes raced after Hansenator. Their knives and their sword lights were shining. They killed many of the temporarily petrified high-level Xenogeneics. They only killed the ones that were a danger to them, though. They ignored the bulk of the Xenogeneic horde, following Hansen as he made his way to the blue-gold demon bugs. Screams echoed in the skies as a blue-gold demon bug commanded its Xenogeneics to summon more power to stop Hansen's advance. The Duke and Marquis Xenogeneics under its control released their power in a single concentrated burst. Hansen saw the attack coming, and he knew he couldn't block it. Overbearing Teeth had seen what was happening, too, and he barked, "Careful!" Hansen flapped his dragon wings and disappeared, and that frightening attack cratered the place he had been only moments before. Hansen reappeared right beside the blue-gold demon bugs. He used another petrifying shockwave, and the nearby blue-gold demon bugs and Xenogeneics were turned to stone. Hansen followed that up by immediately firing a rocket. Turtle symbols appeared on all the bugs and Xenogeneics, sending them plummeting to the earth below. Overbearing Teeth grinned and began killing the bugs that were petrified by the turtle light. Metallic limbs and gore were strewn everywhere in his wake. The blue-gold demon bugs were weaker after suffering the petrification and turtle spell. They could not fight back against the Dukes. The bugs had once been difficult to kill, but now they were slain with ease. Hansen teleported back and forth across the battlefield. Every time he appeared, a new shockwave would roll out to petrify all their opponents. He also made frequent use of his rocket launcher. Many blue-gold demon bugs had to endure the petrification and turtle effects. Overbearing Teeth Duke followed Hansen closing, cutting up the enemies he left behind. They killed so many bugs, making their cries drown out the sound of all else. Now the bugs felt that they were facing a real threat, and they recalled many of the xenogeneics they had sent across the city. The new enemy troops intensified the pressure on Han San and the others, but the rest of the city instantly became safer. Han Sen's power was at a level where it would still be very difficult for him to kill the high-class bugs. Killing a duke would not be easy for him, but he was happy to leave the killing to others. He chose to play smart, focusing on speed, teleportation, petrification, shockwave casting, and the rockets that dished out turtle spells. He flashed around the battlefield, letting overbearing Teeth Duke and the others finish off the foes he brought down. Han San was guiding a regiment of 100 dukes. They were like a weapon of his own, one that could brutally impale the hearts of all the enemies he came across. Many blue-gold demon bugs died by their hands, and there was little chance of the ones remaining having a chance of escape. Han San flowed between the monsters like water. The petrifying shockwaves continued to spread, peppered with the explosions of the rockets he fired. They were the brightest things on the battlefield. Wherever Han Sen went, the dukes killed everything in their path. Blood and bodies were everywhere, and the attacks of the bugs were slowing down. No wonder Han Sen was able to kill Sharon and Dragon 13. "That guy is scary," said a shocked voice. Rebecca and Dulisha were in shock, too. The city was getting quieter, and they saw that the hope of victory was not too far away. Kill! 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 Han Sen was like the conductor of an orchestra. His entire body was the wild baton used for dictation, and wherever he went, death followed. Han Sen lost track of how long he had been leading the killing. Many blue-gold demon bugs were slain by the dukes he led. And before long, the xenogeneics started to run. The only bad thing about all this was the fact that he had been striking the monsters with rockets all that time, and the only kills he had registered to himself were those of the lower-level foes. The dukes had killed all the high-level enemies. Due to his lack of kills, Han Sen had been robbed of the chance to procure high-class beast souls. But given how dire the situation had gotten, Han Sen couldn't be too upset about it. He disabled the blue-gold demon bugs as quickly as he could. Countless numbers of them died every second, and with that focus, he hardly had the time to think anyway. The moonlight was bright like snow. He killed creatures without thinking. The entire planet became a killing hell. Blood was spilled across the place, and limbs were scattered everywhere. The bodies of xenogeneics built up like mountain ranges. The fights out in space were still going on, too. Han Sen heard a familiar voice come from the cosmos before long, breaking through the atmosphere. It was a voice that sounded like the roaring of an angry monster, and it slammed into a blue light. That blue light fell like a meteor covered in purple air. Boom! The ground shook and nearby hills were leveled. The blue light erupted like a volcano from the mountain. Isha's body sundered the atmosphere before that mountain. Her pretty face had turned to one scored with a lust for murder. She held a long white knife, drenched in purple air. When her hand moved, it was like she was tearing a hole in the universe itself. Boom! There was a deafening noise. The ground was scarred with a knife mark that went on for a few hundred miles. That blue light began to crack, but it made some marks that resembled a chrysanthemum. Isha's face looked cold, and her attacks made the skies above her shudder. Onlookers began to worry that she might end up cutting the planet in half. Catcha! There was a strange noise, as if something had broken. Within the haze of dust and debris, Han San saw two blue lights falling away from each other. When he looked closer, he saw that the half-deified blue-gold demon bug had been hewn in two by Isha. Its body had been riddled with a number of wounds, but the deadliest sliced from its shoulder to its waist. That was the strike that cut the beast in half. That massive power, brought down with Isha's knife, tore its body in half. The part with the head fell down to roll through the streets of the city. Han Sen and the others were busy killing the smaller xenogeneics. When Han San saw half of its body coming toward him, his first thought wasn't to get an easy kill. It was to dodge the thing. The blue-gold demon bug's life force was scary. Being cut in half wouldn't kill the creature immediately. and a half-deified elite could kill most weaker beings just by moving its finger. Fortunately, the other half of the body did not come that way. Isha teleported over and slashed the head of the beast. The body was already injured. The head had a few wounds in it, exposing some of its brain. There was no muscle or blood, though. On the inside, the creature was composed of metal machinery and gears. The blue-gold demon bugs were strange, and this was reflected in their life force. They were beings of metal. Catcha! More breaking sounds were heard. The blue-gold demon bug's head was chopped in two, opening like a cut watermelon now. Han Sen could see the blue crystal xenogeneic gene that had almost fallen out. No matter how strong that bug was, that strike ought to have killed it. Han Sen saw half of its head roll his way. There was still a distance between him and it, but he teleported closer. He went to that half of the head and used his knife to dig out the blue crystal core. He did not dare to take the xenogeneic gene, but he wanted to test his luck. He wanted to see if he could get an easy kill register by doing so. There was a chance he'd get a beast soul or something. That half of the head still trembled a little, but after Han Sen removed the core, the body stilled. Mutant xenogeneic king hunted. Blue-gold demon bug king. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained blue-gold demon bug king beast soul. A voice played in Han Sen's head, and upon hearing it, Han Sen almost thought he could hear a choir of angels singing. It felt like he was going to transcend to a higher plane of existence. Han Sen just wanted to give it a shot. The chances of actually gaining a beast soul had been virtually non-existent. Luckily, no one around him knew what had just happened. Han Sen himself was struggling to believe it. Good people always have good karma. It is lucky that I have been such a good boy for so long. It hurt to let them kill so many marquises and dukes, but now it is all worth it. Han Sen was ecstatic. After the blue-gold demon bug king died, the rest of the bugs became frenzied. There was no order or cohesion to their formation, which made the work of killing them a lot easier. Han Sen quickly lifted the blue crystal core and lobbed it at Isha. He also shouted, "Queen, you should take this before it gets lost in the fight." After that, Han Sen continued killing the blue-gold demon bugs. Trying to steal the blue-gold demon bug's xenogeneic gene would be foolish. For now, Han Sen was satisfied with obtaining that king-class beast soul. Isha caught the blue crystal core and put it away. She then returned to space to help Black Moon King and the others kill the other king-class blue-gold demon bugs. The situation had taken a turn for the better, and the blue-gold demon bugs were no longer much of a threat. Han Sen led overbearing Teeth Duke in a rush against their foes, killing many bugs and xenogeneics as they went. When the situation improved further, Han Sen found a chance to take down some Duke blue-gold demon bugs and xenogeneics by himself. He didn't gain any additional beast souls by doing this, however. With Isha's help, the king-class blue-gold demon bugs were all destroyed. When Isha rejoined Black Moon King, the horde of bugs knew that their time of death was nigh. Many nobles had been killed in Narrow Moon that day, but fortunately, Han Sen had been there to lead a highly trained team in pulling many of the bugs and xenogeneics away to lessen casualties. Even so, that bug disaster was the worst crisis Narrow Moon had endured in many centuries. The bugs that flew to other planets were eventually killed, too. Han Sen found a few marquises and Duke xenogeneics to claim for himself, and when all was said and done, he had earned quite a bit. The biggest reward was the mutant king-class beast soul, of course. If the bug's head hadn't rolled right in front of him, Han Sen had no idea how long he might have had to wait to benefit from a king xenogeneic. The fact that this one was mutant was just the icing on the cake. After that fight, Han Sen's reputation grew even larger. He had led the dukes to fight the monsters, and his performance that day was given grand compliments by many Narrow Moon nobles. Sad Knight was the one who opened the blue metal cube, so he had unleashed the invasion of the blue-gold demon bugs. He hadn't been killed, but he had been arrested. He was pending an investigation into his actions. In the end, Han Sen heard nothing about what happened to him. Han Sen, on the other hand, received a reward from the Full Moon Council. He was the recipient of many genofluids, which he could use to practice. He was also bestowed many titles and many more benefits. Han Sen had permission to join Moon Garden, but he wasn't going to be a student this time. Now he was offered the opportunity of being a teacher. Isha wouldn't let Han Sen join Moon Garden just to become a student. Han Sen had the teacher title in Sky Palace, and it would be an insult to Sky Palace if he was only a student in Moon Garden. Aside from all that, though, he received many more rewards. Planet Eclipse was exempt from paying taxes for an additional 50 years, which saved Han Sen a lot of money. Han Sen's performance wasn't the only reason he was so generously rewarded. Isha played a big part in fighting for what he was given. Without an important figure like her backing him, Han Sen wouldn't have received half as many rewards. After all was said and done, though, Isha called on Han Sen to visit her in the palace. You did well, but the story of genes isn't marquise yet. How did you earn so much power? Isha randomly asked, while holding Bauer. Han Sen had wondered if she might ask this, so he had a lie already prepared. He said, I practiced consume. I discovered that consume can steal the powers of xenogeneics like these dragon wings. I took them out of Sharon's xenogeneic gene. And as a result, these dragon wings have the break space flash power. Because no one aside from the consuming ants could practice consume, Isha wouldn't be able to tell if he was lying. Isha saw his Shenyuan dragon wings and his stone cow's stone skin, and she believed Han Senator she couldn't think of a better explanation. So Han Sen got away with it. He took Bauer back with him to Planet Eclipse. Before they left, Isha gave Bauer many items, including many genofluids for general use. They were pricier than the ones Han Sen had received. I can't tell you how great your daughter is, Isha said. Before they left, Han Sen felt depressed. He was thinking his kids were far too good, and that their starting base was far superior to his own. It is because they have a good father. Han Sen sighed and tidied his clothes, looking pleased with himself. Bauer enjoyed living there. Life in the city had been too boring for her. Han Sen brought her to the planet to kill xenogeneics, wanting to see how powerful a creature her gourd could suck up. Han Sen found a barren xenogeneic for her to try the gourd on. She brought out the gourd, and the creature vanished into it. Han Sen wasn't surprised Bauer had that power, though. If she hadn't, all the xenogeneics he had fed her would have been a waste. The next couple of tests did surprise Han Sen, however. She was able to suck up viscounts and earls. She struggled a little with a marquise, but even that creature was eventually pulled into the gourd. Nothing was able to resist her. Bauer, if your gourd was that good, why did you not tell me earlier? Han Sen looked at Bauer's gourd jovially. You didn't ask, Bauer said, sounding hurt. Good. Well, we'll go to Sky Palace tomorrow so we can absorb that cocky red cloud. Han Sen was super excited just thinking about that red cloud. With Bauer there, Han Sen didn't think the cloud had a chance. It was a shame there weren't many dukes in Planet Eclipse, though. They were really hard to find, so they couldn't see if Bauer's gourd was capable of absorbing one of those. The Marquise had fought the suction for a bit. Absorbing a duke wouldn't be too easy. It's a shame I cannot bring Little Invisible to Sky Palace, Han Sen thought. Sky Palace was a nice place, but it was strict with its laws. If it wasn't for the Jade Spirits, he'd have preferred to remain on Planet Eclipse. The next day, Han Sen said goodbye to Isha and secretly brought Bauer to Sky Palace. How do I use this thing? It was a boring trip, so Han Sen spent his time examining the Mutant King Beast Soul. King Class Mutant Beast Soul Blue Gold Demon Bug King, by Sima. That was the first time Han Sen had ever seen such a beast soul. He researched it a bit, trying to see how he might make use of it. After Han Sen summoned the Demon Bug King Beast Soul, a blue light shone around his body. He could widen the radius of the light or make it smaller. The smallest light was about the width of an eggshell, whereas the biggest it could go was with a radius of an entire kilometer. The wider the Sima grew, the lower its defense dropped. At its smallest, it could block the force of a king-class attack and shrug off the damage. But the Sima only worked on Han Sen, and it moved where he did. Power from the outside could not break it, but power on the inside could not go out, either. This Sima Beast Soul is awesome. If I use it well enough, I could survive a fight against a king-class foe. Han Sen really loved that demon bug Sima Beast Soul. Back in Sky Palace, Hansen filled out the applications for Bauer. They conducted their DNA tests on a planet away from Sky Palace. Human genes were unstable, so it was difficult to check their relationship reliably. Hansen and Bauer's genocores were very similar. There were some differences, but it was enough to prove they were father and daughter. Hansen was given permission to enter Sky Palace with her. But Bauer would have to traverse the Sky Road and then follow the road to the sky. Because she was still a child, however, Hansen was allowed to accompany her. She didn't have to go through it alone as he had. Hansen held Bauer's hand and went to Sky Door Island. They headed for the gourd vines. Bauer looked at the gourd vine curiously, and the gourds upon it in particular. Many people in Sky Palace had heard that Hansen was bringing his daughter, and while not many came to spectate in person, a lot of people paused to watch wherever they were. Hansen's genes weren't stable, so he wasn't a genius when it came to practice. He could not practice things quickly, but he was good at using techniques. His techniques made him very strong, but to people that practiced, reaching the status of deified was the ultimate goal. No matter how well Hansen performed, if he could not reach that lofty point, then the elites wouldn't always look up to him. Many people were interested in learning how talented Hansen's daughter was. They could tell her genes were not stable either. Because there were so many unknowns, many of the elites were disappointed. Unstable meant unpredictable. It meant something couldn't be controlled. It was all a gamble. No one would gamble upon something that had no guarantee. Thousand Feather Crane, the Yoon sisters, First Day Buddha, and Yu Jing all came to Sky Door Island to welcome Han Senator. When Yu Shushang saw Bauer, she smiled. I did not expect your daughter to be so cute. Hansen introduced them to Bauer. I will take Bauer through Sky Road and lead her up the road to the sky. We will talk later. After that, Hansen took Bauer to the giant gourd vine. Bauer observed the gourds with profound curiosity. When Hansen picked her up and began walking across the gourd vine, the gourds began to shake like bells in a storm. Hansen was shocked. He remembered when he first came there, the gourds were afraid of him. It was the same thing happening now, but it was even crazier. The gourds were shaking like mad. Now Hansen knew why the gourds would have this reaction when he walked across the vine. It wasn't because he was special. It was because he was associated with Bauer. That was why the gourds reacted to him. Does Bauer have something to do with this gourd vine? Hansen's face looked strange, as he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Hansen hesitated, wondering if he should keep going. The gourds were having a very strong reaction, and he was afraid something might happen. But since he was already out on the vine, going back didn't seem like a good idea. He had to press on with Bauer. The movement of the gourd vines was shocking all of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader, who was in the middle of practice, opened his eyes. The nobles and the elders watched the shaking gourd vine via their own means. Even the dream beast woke up from his slumber to look at Bauer, who was being carried on Hansen's chest. In the tower of a jade city, a green-clothed man stood alone. He watched the gourd vine and looked surprised. The Sky Palace gourd vine was a deified plant. Even if a deified elite came, it wouldn't have that reaction unless the elite was a hostile. But now it was having such a drastic reaction to Hansen and his child. Something like this had never occurred before. What is this? What's happening to the gourd vine? Yoon Sui asked with confusion. No one could answer her question, though. So, Yoon Sui continued to watch in shock as Hansen and his daughter crossed the madly shaking gourd vine. Suddenly, a gourd that was as big as a stove began to shine. A sword light came out of the gourd and went straight for Bauer, who was in Hansen's arms. Hansen was thrilled. This was not like the first time, where he had no clue about anything that was going on. He knew the gourd had approved of her, and it had given her a holy gourd sword heir to practice swords with. When Hansen had walked across it the first time, the gourds shook, but they did not give him anything. A lady with a black mask, next to Sky Palace leader, said in surprise, "It seems as if Hansen's daughter is a natural. She has managed to trigger the holy gourd sword heir. She really has the talent. This is most fortuitous for the prestige of Sky Palace." The Sky Palace leader nodded, but he did not say anything. He felt as if the gourd had moved too much, and that was nothing normal. The elders stared with stunned expressions. It is no wonder she is Han Sen's daughter. She can trigger the holy gourd sword heir. She will achieve many great feats with a sword. Han is strong, and he has a daughter that can trigger the holy gourd sword heir. The leader will consider him even more important now. But it is a shame that her genes are not stable, just like Han Sen's. Her core genes are similar to his own. It will be difficult for her to practice. I don't know if she will ever become deified, but being a king would be amazing enough. That's a rare feat. While everyone discussed this, the holy gourd sword heir touched down on Baoer's forehead. It surrounded Baoer, making her glow with a holy sword heir. Then another gourd lit up. A holy gourd knife heir was coming straight at Baoer. Look, another gourd has been triggered. This time it is a knife heir. She is talented with knives too? The black-masked woman asked in utter disbelief. It was rare to trigger two gourds with different holy heirs, which meant Baoer had great talent with knives and swords. She could learn with those much faster than an ordinary creature. Han Sen is a knife and sword master, and it seems his daughter is just as proficient. Genes are very important. It is a shame that Han Sen is not a genuine student of ours. These two could earn a lot of glory for us. They are not our family, but the connection between the leader and Knife Queen make it close enough. Han Sen's daughter has no master, and Han Sen has only been a member for a short while. Can his daughter still enter Sky Palace? Yeah, but the leader took Lone Bamboo as a student. He cannot take on any more. I don't know who her master will end up being. With this talent, no elder would reject the prospect of accepting her as a student. Not bad, not bad. This child is talented. She has talent with swords and knives. She will become very strong in the future. A king with a white beard laughed. Another king nodded. This girl is good, but her talent is different from my own powers. If we were more compatible, I would take her as my student. An elder laughed and said, "It is a shame she is not of the sky. Otherwise I would take her as a student. She may be talented, but she is still a crystallizer. Her genes are unstable. For her, gaining strength will require far more effort than usual." As everyone discussed all this, the gourd vine shone again. A gourd spat out even more holy air. That holy air had lightning in it. When it reached Baoer, it was like she was getting thunderstruck. The observers were frozen upon seeing this. They spoke to themselves, saying, "She has talent with thunder too? How powerful is she?" Before they could wrap their minds around what they were seeing, more lights came out of the gourd vine. Whenever Han Sen and Baoer moved, all the gourds spat out holy air at Baoer's forehead. There was gold, wood, water, fire, earth, knife, sword, lance, spear, trident, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sun, moon, and galaxy. All those holy airs swirled around the pair on the vine, masking the entire path in a holy aura. The gourds were shining so bright, they lit up the entirety of Sky Palace. The holy airs hovered around Baoer, waiting for their chance to land on her. Frozen. Everyone was frozen. The elders, the leader, and Dream Beast stood as still as statues. The whole of Sky Palace was silent and unmoving. Ever since Sky Palace was established, many geniuses had walked the Sky Road. There were some deified ones, but even those only acquired holy airs from a couple of gourds. When ordinary geniuses went past, they'd be extremely lucky just to receive one. But now, all those holy gourd heirs were queuing up to give Baoer what they had. They were like dumplings being thrown at Baoer's forehead. Baoer's body was full of holy air. She was like a fog, but becoming solid. "Am I dreaming?" one of the kings mumbled. He watched the holy airs twirl around Baoer like a tornado. He couldn't close his mouth. Many sky had gathered around a circle of elders and king-class elites. Sixth elder, do not try to steal the new student this time. You took Fong Weinan's last time. I get first pick of any good prospective students. I want this little girl, the fourth elder said, seeing the sixth elder approach. It all depends on who is the most suitable to be her teacher. In Sky Palace, I am certainly the most talented. If this genius falls to another, it would be a grand waste. So I do not mind working extra hard. I won't be wasting another genius. The sixth-seat elder coughed. You are shameless. The fourth elder sounded angry. Stop arguing. The leader is here. Let us see what he has to say about who gets care of the child. Another elder suggested. Leader, tell us who should accept the child. When we last had our meeting, you said it clearly. The fourth elder was quick to complain to the elder. Sky Palace leader coughed and said, I don't know much about her yet. Why don't I look after her, see where her true talents lie, and then come to a decision? The elders were shocked. They thought the leader was being obscene. He obviously wanted to take Bauer as well. Leader, this is not appropriate. You said Lone Bamboo was to be your only student, and you wouldn't take any more. The fourth-seat elder gritted his teeth. The other elders followed. Yeah, you have your only student. How can you take on more students? You will be breaking your own laws. Have you no care for the rule of law? They knew that if the Sky Palace leader took the girl, none of them would have a chance. So they had to nip this plan in the bud. I cannot take a student, but my student does not have a student. The Sky Palace leader smiled. Your student is only a marquise. He cannot take a shit. The fourth elder swore furiously. The other elders were thinking that the leader was far too greedy. He wanted to use Lone Bamboo to take her for himself by proxy. He would still become her teacher, as she would be his grand student. The discussion quickly became a heated argument, but no one there relented. The Holy Gourd was a deified plant, and people had to be really talented to earn its approval. Since Bauer could make 10,000 gourds move, she'd be great in whatever she practiced. If she wasn't lazy, there was a high chance of her becoming the second Lone Bamboo. She could very well exceed him. Interesting. Yu Shanshin was standing atop a Jade City's tower. As he stared at Bauer, near the gourds, he squinted. Dream Beast stood up too. He looked at Bauer with profound shock. Han Sen held Bauer as he continued to walk forward. His hands were shaking. It felt as if the event had become too much. All the gourds had given Bauer some holy gourd airs. Han Sen did not know what to do, now that this had shocked the entirety of Sky Palace. He tried to think of how he could explain it to others. Fortunately, Bauer's genes were the same as Han Sen's. Simply telling them she was his daughter seemed like a safe enough answer. But Bauer was so famous now, he didn't think he'd ever be able to live his life with a low profile. Damn! What the hell is wrong with the gourd? Did that plant lose its mind? Fuck! Han Sen's geno arts are already strong, but his child is too? This is ridiculous. I wonder if Han Sen still wants his woman. I'd like to make a daughter like that with him. I would even pay for it, as long as he gets me pregnant. You can keep dreaming. His daughter is so talented that her mother must be the same. Maybe you'll end up with a gourd if you make a baby with him. It's scary. All the gourds gave out air. What element does she have? She must be a mythical being with ties to all elements. She can practice whatever she wants to. I don't understand. Crystallizers are ordinary, so how can one of them bear a daughter such as that? Mountain, river, galaxy, Sunday moon. All elements were showing up, landing on Bauer's forehead. They made her body's holy air stronger. The holy gourd air wouldn't make you strong, but it could strengthen your talents. After having holy gourd sword air, your sword talents would increase. Thousand Feather Crane had received one, so his sword talent was greater than most of Sky Palace's students. Now that the gourd air kept going after Bauer, Bauer had no clue what was going on. The others did, though, and they knew how scary this entire thing was. There were too many holy gourd airs, and Han Sen had to stop on the vine. He had to wait for each holy gourd air to land. He worried about whether or not Bauer could handle so many gourd airs, but she seemed to be fine. She was even smiling, which relieved Han Sen greatly. All those airs kept going into Bauer's body, and when they did, the gourd started to shine. Han Sen had to stand on the gourd vine for 4 hours, waiting for all the gourd airs to be dispensed into Bauer's body. She was surrounded by a holy aura now, and she looked almost like a fairy. Hansen thought if Bauer was to fart right now, it'd be a holy air. Why is it that when I walked, those gourds didn't give me a single gourd air? Hansen felt depressed about this factor, but he was still very excited. After all the gourds had given out their holy air, they all returned to looking normal. Hansen held Bauer and readied himself to leave and get off the sky road. But just as he did, Bauer tugged Hansen's clothing and jumped down. She patted the gourd vine, and with her childish voice, said, "Gourd, have you seen my father here? We should share good stuff. Please give my father a gift too." Sky Palace leader and the elders thought that was funny. She was lucky to receive as much as she had, but now she was asking for more to be given to Hansen. Although it was impossible, the thoughtfulness of the girl was admirable. But the next second, everyone's eyes opened wide. The gourds had stopped shining, but they brightened up again after hearing her. Mountain, river, Sunday moon, knife, sword, spear. The holy air came out again. All headed towards Han's senator, they entered through his forehead, one after another. "Good Bauer, I raised you well after all." Hansen was so happy. He wanted to pick her up and kiss her cheeks. One holy air headed for Hansen was like the mountain of a god. Hansen felt the power of a mountain go inside him. Hansen felt as if he himself had become the god mountain. The strength, vitality, and power of a mountain were inside him. He now understood what a mountain truly was. A river came next, and Hansen became a river in accordance. The swell of the river and the infinite reach of its waters came into Hansen's heart. At that moment Hansen was the river, and the river was Hansen. Galaxy and snow. All these strange things landed atop Han's senator. He understood everything at a greater level than he had before. A myriad of experiences flowed into Han's senator. His world was a fish. It was a tiger. It was a bug. It was a dragon. His world had been turned upside down, and he saw the world from a different point of view. It was something that he should not have understood. These weren't just feelings. The holy air cleaned his body. He could understand other things more. Now Hansen knew why, after the holy gourd sword air, the sword skills would increase. After learning the essence of the sword with the body cleansed, the sword skill talents would increase. 10,000 gourd holy airs were coming. To someone like Hansen, who already knew everything, it was a magnificent boon. Holy gourd airs did not increase one's level or power, but the benefits they gave weren't something you could get by leveling up, anyway. How? The Sky Palace leader and all the elders were stunned again. Even the deified ones could not find the means to shut their mouths. Damn! The holy vine's holy airs can be requested? I thought nothing could influence whether or not they were bestowed on someone. What is going on now? Is everything I have come to know a lie? The gourd doesn't need to approve of who it gives its holy airs to. Fuck! I thought the holy gourd air was something noble. It turns out to be something quite cheap. Fuck you. This favoritism is too much. Hansen's daughter can get holy air, and then ask the same to be given to her father? This has to be a joke. Does walking Sky Road require social connections now? Making a good baby is better than living well, it would seem. Make a good daughter, and you can have everything. There is no need for the Sky Road anymore. It sucks. The elders were silent. They could not understand why the vine would accept Bauer's request. It was unbelievable. Not even the deified elites could get a holy air without the vine's approval. Bauer had casually spoken her wish, but the vine released plenty of holy airs from its gourds. It made all the elders wonder about the meaning of their existence. Perhaps the gourd had been gathering up its holy airs for millions of years, and now it was randomly spewing them out to the lucky. But deep down they knew that wasn't true. Many people had walked across Sky Road, and only a very few ever gained the approval of the gourds. I want this student. Whoever fights me on this will no longer be my friend. The fourth elder sounded angry. What do you mean? This girl is my student. We look so similar after all. The elders started to argue amongst themselves again. That was a sleepless night for the sky. 2 people had received 10,000 holy airs in one day. The most unbelievable thing was that one set had been given upon request. After that day, many Sky Palace students rewalked the Sky Road. They hoped a miracle would occur for them, but nothing ever did. There was no reaction from the gourds, even if they walked across it a few times. They never got approved. Some students begged it, hoping to touch the holy vine and have it give them its holy airs. They burned so many sacrifices, and they kowtowed until their foreheads were bloody. But no matter what they tried, the gourd vine was unmoved. Now people knew that begging for holy air depended on who you were. Not just anyone could do that. After that, Bauer was bestowed the title of Little Fairy. She didn't look like Han Sen's daughter, and she looked more like a fairy due to her having 10,000 gourd holy airs. Han Sen also experienced the winds of 10,000 gourd airs, and when all was done, he felt amazing. When he looked at things, he saw them a whole different way now. For hours later, all the holy airs had successfully blended into Han Sen's body. The gourds looked exhausted when they were finished. "Thanks," Han Sen said to the gourds. Then he picked up Bauer and walked to the main island. The road to the sky did nothing to Bauer. Nothing strange happened there. Han Sen held Bauer and carried her into Sky Palace safely. The students of Sky Palace looked at Han Sen as if he was a stranger. It was as if they thought he was a monster that had escaped from the zoo. Before Han Sen had a chance to go to the leader and elders with Bauer himself, they came running towards him. "Han Sen, I am going to take your daughter as a student. You may have whatever you wish." "No, she is my student. Han Sen, I have so many weapons you can choose from. You can take any you wish, if you allow your daughter to be a student of mine." "What is the point of giving out so many weapons? Come to my Medicine King Island. All the medicines and genofluids there are now yours." I. Enough. Look at what you people have become. Do any of you still respect me? Act like the elders you are." The Sky Palace leader roared, slamming his fist into the table. All the elders looked ashamed of themselves. The leader walked in front of Han Senior. "Han Sen, you know Lone Bamboo. You know how strong he is. If you allow Bauer to become his student, with my teachings as well, she can become something great." Obscene. The elders became even angrier. They started to fight again. The elders shouted at each other, fists clenched and blood vessels pulsing. It looked like the fight was about to get physical. When Bauer received the 10,000 holy airs, their behavior left them with little dignity. But when Bauer asked for Han Sen's bounty of holy air, even their pride abandoned them. Reputation wasn't worth much, and those old monsters had lived for so long that they didn't care about saving face anymore. Material wealth and power were all that mattered to them. To all the elders and leaders, you all have students, sons and daughters. I have nothing. You guys are really gonna fight with me over a student? Asked a voice from outside the palace. It was Yu Shanshin and his dog Old Wang approaching. The man smiled. His approach silenced the elders for a moment. Yu Shanshin was half deified, and it had been a long time since his murder spree. But thinking about those days still scared them. There were a few elders there that only earned their position because Yu Shanshin had killed the elders before them. "Yu Shanshin, your Geno art is too rare. It is not suitable for Bauer. I remember there is a jade-looking sky that recently had a baby. That one might be right up your alley." "Yes, that jade baby suits you. Shanshin, this girl has so much talent. It'd be a waste for you to teach her. That jade-looking girl is far more suitable." The elders kept on talking, making polite suggestions. They did not want to offend Yu Shanshin, but they did not want to give up the prospect of teaching Bauer, either. Yu Shanshin smiled and opened his mouth to say something, but then his expression changed. It wasn't just Yu Shanshin either. The faces of the Sky Palace leader and all the elders changed. The air warped sinuously, and a snow-white unicorn beast appeared. Its name was Dream Beast. "She is mine. Do you guys have a problem with that?" Dream Beast came next to Bauer, blinking at her. Then he looked at the elders. "Dream, you and she look way too different. She can't practice your powers. I'm just here to inform you. I'm not asking for your opinions. If you don't like it, you can try to endure 10,000 nightmares." Dream Beast ignored their pleas. And then, he turned to face Han Sr. Follow me. Han Sen had been with Dream Beast for a few months, and he knew full well what the creature was like. He thought if Bauer was to follow him, she'd be tortured. Thinking of Bauer having to dive into the lake in search of gemstones made him feel sick. But before Han Sen could make a decision, Bauer smiled and leaped onto Dream Beast's back. Everyone was shocked. He was a dream beast, not a horse. A king had called him an old horse once upon a time, and Dream Beast had put nightmares upon him in return. That king had yet to wake up. The maids said the king was crying and crying every day in bed. They couldn't imagine what torturous dreams he was enduring. But Dream Beast seemed fine with Bauer riding him. He took Bauer and left Sky Palace, headed straight for Dream Island. Han Sen followed. Even though he did not want to return to Dream Island, Bauer was already on her way. He needed to know what Dream Beast was going to do with Bauer. Leader, how can he do such a thing? You should fix this. When the elders snapped out of their daze and realized what had just occurred, they immediately started complaining to the Sky Palace leader. But even so, no one stopped Dream Beast from taking Bauer. Old Shanshin left with Old Wang. A black and white swallow flew around him. The Sky Palace leader's shoulders slumped. If any of you can get Bauer back from him, then you are given the right to be her teacher. I cannot do anything about it. The elders looked at each other, wondering who the fuck would dare try to take her away from Dream Beast. Han Sen chased after Dream Beast, but he couldn't catch up. Dream Beast took her into the clouds and disappeared. It was fortunate Han Sen knew where Dream Island was, though, and he set his course that way. He was worried about Bauer suffering under Dream Beast's tutelage. If she was just going to spend her days digging up gemstones, he was determined to take her back. He wouldn't let Bauer endure such suffering, especially at the hands of an outsider. This was Sky Palace. No matter how strong Dream Beast was, he couldn't take Bauer for a student if Han Sen did not want her to be there with him. When Han Sen reached Dream Island, he found Dream Beast and Bauer. But things weren't as Han Sen had feared. Han Sen thought Bauer would be forced to collect gemstones for Dream Beast, or that she'd at least endure rough treatment. But what Han Sen saw was Dream Beast resting beneath the boughs of a tree. Bauer was next to him. There was a host of fruit in front of Bauer that Han Sen had never seen before, save for one. The one Han Sen had seen before was a fruit that looked like a grape. Isha had given it to him, and it spurred him on to evolve and become a noble. There was a whole bunch of them there for Bauer. There had to be at least a dozen of those grapes. Bauer picked them up by the stalk, and she started chomping on them one by one. It must be just an illusion. Those cannot be the real empty fruit, Han Sen thought to himself. When Bauer saw Han Sen approaching, she jumped into his arms and gave him one of the grapes. Dad, come and eat some fruit. The fruit Dreamy has given me is so tasty. Han Sen opened his mouth and ate it. When he bit into it, Han Sen wanted to cry. It really was an empty fruit. Dream Beast had given them to her like a snack. Fuck you. How come when I was here I was a slave, but Bauer is given a bunch of empty fruits for a snack? This is so not fucking fair. On the inside, Han Sen felt like crying. Dream Beast had not forced Bauer to stay there, either. He said Bauer could come and go as she pleased. He also told her that if someone wished to bring harm to Bauer, all she had to do was give the name to Dream Beast. Since when was there such a big difference in treatment between two people? Han Sen felt as if he wished to be reborn again. They relaxed on Dream Island for a day, and then Han Sen took Bauer back to Jade Island with him. After resting, he brought Bauer to Rainbow Cloud Peak. Where is that cocky red cloud? Han Sen brought Bauer to the peak and waited there for 3 hours, but he had yet to see it. Bauer was playing with a cloud beast that resembled a fat pig. Suddenly, a red mist appeared from the sea of clouds and headed their way. Before the red cloud reached the peak, it saw Han Senator. It recognized him, too. It flew around in the sky with contrails spelling out words. Idiot, you are back. Han Sen's eye twitched. He cast the Bloodpulse Sutra and summoned both pairs of dragon wings. He flapped them and flew off towards the red cloud. The red cloud moved quickly, and before Han Sen could swing his ghost teeth knife, the red cloud was already gone. It didn't fly far, though. It flew like a bee, and it spelled words in its wake. Idiot, come and get me. Han-san flapped his wings and chased the red cloud. Just when he caught up, the red cloud could speed up and re-establish a distance. The red cloud became a fist that flipped Han-san the bird. Han-san was not angered by this, though. He actually smiled at it. And then, the red cloud appeared to feel something. Suddenly, it was truly trying to flee. This red mist surged, but it didn't move. Instead, it began falling slowly out of the sky. Bauer was on the peak, holding up a gold gourd toward the red cloud. An invisible vortex of great power was pulling the cloud down towards it. The red cloud kept firing red mist like a rocket, but no matter how much power it used, it was still drifting toward Bauer's gourd. The creature could not escape the slipstream taking it in. Han-sen was shocked. A normal marquise would struggle and resist a little before getting absorbed, but that thing was playing tug-of-war with the gourd. It would drift closer and closer to the gourd for some time, but then it would unleash a burst of speed and escape it a bit. This guy is really different. Han-sen really liked it. The red cloud could not attack, but its speed would make for an exceptional mount. The red cloud fought this power for 10 minutes, but it was eventually sucked into the gourd. Bauer felt relieved, and she wiped the sweat from her brow. Even she had used up quite a bit of power. Han-sen expected the gourd to be up to the task, though. The xenogeneic genes he had brought back to the sanctuary were marquise, and Bauer had eaten a lot of them. He had not collected higher xenogeneic genes, though. So, the highest Bauer could have become was a marquise anyway. Bauer, don't digest it. Save it for your dad, who wants it as a mount. Han-sen said to Bauer. I understand. Bauer nodded. Then she patted the top of the gourd. After that, a red cloud came out of it. Will you obey me? Han-sen asked the red cloud. The red cloud didn't want to, as it quickly tried to escape. But the gourd was prepared, and a powerful force of suction dragged it right back into the gourd. Within a second flat, the cloud was back inside the gourd. After doing this a few times, the red cloud looked exhausted. When it was released the last time, it simply laid down and did not move. Han-sen picked up Bauer, jumped atop the red cloud, and shouted at it. Move! Take us for a tour around Rainbow Cloud Peak. The red cloud submitted to its fate, and took Han-sen and Bauer for a journey through the sky. Han-sen thought the red cloud had been tamed, but when they were mid-flight, the beast took another shot at escaping. But again, Bauer was able to pat the gourd and suck the beast back in. Han-sen knew that the red cloud was a very wild thing. He didn't let Bauer release it anymore. He was planning to keep it locked up for a while until its wildness subsided somewhat. With the red cloud secured, though, Han-sen went back to Jade Island with Bauer all merrily. Wherever they went, the Sky Palace students said hello. Bauer was even more popular than Han-sen, and she definitely had to be the most popular person in all of Sky Palace. Wherever she went, she was given gifts by students and elders alike. The women really wanted to take her. Due to Dream Beast now protecting Bauer, though, the elders of Sky Palace and the leader made no attempt to steal Bauer for themselves. Instead, they just moped about Bauer not being their student as they wanted her to be. Han-sen did not know why Dream Beast wished to help Bauer, but Han-sen noticed that Bauer was very friendly to creatures such as it. In the past, Bauer had used her bottle to feed the red pony. That was how they realized it was a super creature called Nightmare. After it went to the Alliance, it stayed in Han-sen's house with Bauer. Han-sen practiced Geno arts every day. He absorbed jade fairy spirits in the second tower of the White Jade building when he could, and his jade skin leveled up quickly. So too did his Dongxian Sutra. It was only the story of genes that had somewhat stalled. There weren't any changes. It seems as if the story of genes still requires many resources to level up. Han-sen thought regretfully. He had to level up jade skin first, though, and use jade spirits on his The Story of Genes. Every time Han-sen went to the White Jade building, he'd absorb jade fairy spirits. After a while, he realized jade skin was developing a strange sort of power. I wonder, if jade skin reaches Marquise, will I be able to wield cold powers? Han-sen hoped to get jade skin's cold powers. He'd have especially liked to wield ice. That would come in very useful for him. Brother Han, how are you? Yu Jing rode his green dragon to Jade Island. He had been doing well for himself, and he looked even richer these days. Not bad. It looks like you're doing great, too. Han Sen looked at Yu Jing while he spoke. Yu Jing smiled and said, I earned some more money, but now I have an even bigger money-making opportunity ahead. Would you like to help me with it? What is it? Han Sen asked. In 1 year, it will be the day that the Geno Being Scroll appears. Are you planning to compete? Yu Jing looked at Han Sen with excitement. Han Sen did not know what a Geno Being Scroll was. After Han Sen asked Yu Jing, he learned that it was a treasure from the Geno Hall. It appeared in the Geno Hall once a century, and any race could compete for it. They could test themselves inside. Geno Being Scrolls would place the names of the top 10,000 on it, individually organized from best to worst. The entire Geno universe would be able to see the names sorted on the Being Scrolls. If I leave my name on this thing, what benefit is there? Han Sen asked Yu Jing. Fame throughout the entire Geno universe. Everyone will see your name and your race. Won't that be a benefit? With your power, you're guaranteed to hit the top out of earls and marquises. If you are in the top 10, you'll be so famous. Yu Jing did not know if Han Sen was an earl or marquise, and that's why he worded things the way he did. Not interested, Han Sen said flatly. He would gain nothing by participating, and fame was the last thing he wanted. Do not turn me down quite so soon, Brother Han. There is still a year until the event, so perhaps you will change your mind by then. Yu Jing didn't keep trying to convince him, but he moved on to ask, Brother Han, when are you going to do a lecture on Geno arts? Many students are waiting. Can you tell me what you're going to say when you do one? What would you like to hear? Han Sen had already planned to complete his yearly teaching requirement while he was free. He could spare 10 days right now, so he might as well get it done. The only problem was that Han Sen didn't know what he should lecture on. He couldn't just teach under the sky to the public either. Sky Palace had people that studied all types of Geno arts. Whatever Han Sen spoke about, there were bound to be some students that had no interest in what he'd discuss. And the Sky Palace students would never have seen anything like his sanctuary-based Geno arts. Trying to teach those would be pointless. If you can, I would like you to talk about the 33 Days Sutra. But that is, of course, the base Geno art of all Sky. I doubt you have learned it, Yu Jing said. Yeah, I really haven't, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Yu Jing thought, and then his eyes lit up. Okay. If you can, are you able to talk about suppress evil? Suppress evil? Han Sen had never heard that name before. He came to Sky Palace for the White Jade Jing and his own Geno arts. He didn't bother learning anything else. He only knew about a few of the famous ones like Textless Book and Phenomenon. Suppress evil is a famous Geno art. It is regarded as quite the skill here in Sky Palace. Everyone can learn suppress evil, too. Unlike Textless Book, that only a handful of students can learn, Yu Jing said. Everyone can practice that skill? That is too much. Han Sen knew that anything that freely available would be lame. The best skills were usually something only a select few could learn. Skills that were too generally used, even if they were great, would only become worse over time. Yu Jing said, Suppress evil is a secret skill of the palace. All Sky can learn it, but outsiders are required to prove themselves before studying it. The technique is strong, but it is very difficult to learn. There are 11 tiers to it as well. An ordinary student is doing well if they can reach the 3rd or 4th tier, and I myself, who focused on it for many years, only managed to reach the 5th tier. I don't know when I'll hit the 6th. I would appreciate it if you could talk about this. I'm sure much of Sky Palace would appreciate it. Let me think about it. What is the suppress evil skill, anyway? Han Sen asked quietly. Han Sen still had permission to go to the Holy House. If suppress evil suited him, he supposed he could learn it. Yu Jing quickly explained the skill to Han Sen, hoping to spark his interest. After Han Sen heard what it was, he chuckled. If I start learning it now, I don't know when I'll be ready to hit the stage. This Geno art is too complicated, and it is unlikely I'll be able to learn it in a single day. Suppress evil was complicated, and he couldn't just learn it on a whim. Out of all the elites in Sky Palace, the only one who had fulfilled all 11 tiers was the Sky Palace leader himself. Well, the only person that was still alive, at least. Yu Jing said Suppress Evil had a textbook of 30 million words. It would take a long time to read it and even longer to practice. Spending one whole year getting to the first tier was considered the average. It'd take him a few years if he was to make a speech about it. That is what I was expecting. Suppress Evil is indeed too difficult. I have no teacher, and it is too hard to learn. Yu Jing had a wry smile. After Yu Jing was gone, Han Sen decided to go to the Holy House. He used the last opportunity he had to nab a copy of Suppress Evil. Any of the Sky could learn it, but if an outsider wanted to, they would have to commit to doing a good deed. Han Sen didn't get this Geno art so he could lecture on it, though. He developed a personal interest in the skill after hearing what Yu Jing had to say. Suppress Evil did not deal damage. His power was focused on suppression. It was a rare seal Geno art. The turtle technique, which Han Sen had created, was also a seal Geno art, and that had proven useful. After finishing Turtle, Han Sen had found himself pining for another seal Geno art. Up until now, he had yet to find one. That skill could be used from a baron to a deified elite. When your own body became stronger, the technique became better, too. It was very effective when you were deified, and so it was hard to find a skill like that. The skill was split into a book for each tier, and most people could only take one at a time. This rule was intended to prohibit leaks. Fortunately, Han Sen was given permission to take all 11 of them by the Sky Palace leader. After returning to his island, he started reading through the content thoroughly. Took him a few days to read it all, and it was lucky Han Sen had a good memory. If he forgot what came first, it'd all have been for nothing. This is a powerful Geno art. After Han Sen read it, he found himself starting to like it a whole lot more. Night Ring 12th Street, capital city of Planet Night Ghost. Planet Night Ghost was a planet belonging to Sky Palace. The planet was mostly populated by the night ghosts, however. They weren't a higher race, but they sure enjoyed fighting. They were only active at night, and if it weren't for being nocturnal, they'd have likely left Planet Night Ghost and become a higher race. Their race could not stand the light, and because of this they were practically stuck on Planet Night Ghost. Under the protection of Sky Palace, however, they were well off. Over the past few months, strange things had begun to happen on Planet Night Ghost. Many night ghosts had been killed, but the perpetrator of the murders was still at large. The entire planet had been scoured to find the murderer, but it was all to no avail. In a certain castle in Night Ring 12th Street, the leader of the night ghosts, Sleepless Duke, was having a meeting with two young men. One of the men looked cold, whereas the other was smiling. He was holding a sweet-looking 5-year-old girl. Those two young men were Lone Bamboo and Han Senator. They were here to investigate the strange deaths. It was a part of their training. Han Sen hadn't wanted to come, but he was ordered there by the elders. He couldn't refuse the command, and so he had to go there with Lone Bamboo. Han Sen was looking at the female night ghost leader, Sleepless Duke. She had a sexy body, highlighted with tight leather clothing. It revealed her curves as if she was wearing nothing at all. It wasn't long until Han Sen realized the truth. She really wasn't wearing anything. The tight leather clothing wasn't clothes. It was her skin. She had short black hair and eyes. She had black wings like those of a bat, and she had a tail that was like a black whip. It made her look very sexy. She was 2 meters tall. A little taller than Han Senator. She looked very strong. Mr. Lone Bamboo, please find the murderer for us. If this continues, all the night ghosts will be slain. Sleepless Duke growled, anger coloring her voice. Sky Palace was very secretive, and not even the night ghosts knew who Han Sen and Bauer were. They had only heard his name before, but his accomplishments were unknown to them. The night ghosts themselves were quite secretive as well. Are there bodies? Lone Bamboo asked impassively. Sleepless Duke shook her head. When the victims die, they swiftly degrade into black water. It leaves little in the way of clues to examine. Give me a night ghost that has died recently, Lone Bamboo said. It has been prepared already. The information is here for you. Sleepless Duke pointed to a document on the table while she spoke. Brother Lone Bamboo, you can handle this. I will go stretch my legs with Bauer. Hansen waved at Lone Bamboo, and then he went outside for a walk. Sir, why don't I send a guard to accompany you? Sleepless Duke did not know Hansen, but she still stood up and made him the offer. It's okay. I'll be alright walking around Night Ring 12th Street. Hansen walked straight out of the Duke Manor with Bauer without waiting for a reply. Planet Night Ghost had no sun, so the entire planet was very cold as a result. But there was no water either, so there was no ice on the planet's surface. The only things Hansen could see were castles built from dull, gray rock. Night Ghosts were a very hardy race. They did not need food or water, and they could gain energy from the dark. It worked to charge them. They were not afraid of high temperatures or low temperatures, and neither did they require oxygen. The only thing they were afraid of was the light. It blurred their vision, and if it was intense enough, it would permanently blind them. Aside from that, it wasn't too bad, though. All the Night Ghosts were xenogeneics, and they were BOM as barons. Their blood was very good, and many high races weren't as powerful as they were. They were limited by their obvious Achilles heel and their lack of resources. Their strongest member was just a duke, too. There wasn't a single king amongst them. The whole planet was dark. Only the starlight flowed across the castles, casting faint shadows across the ground. As he walked, Hansen got the sense that there were monsters lurking in the dark. Night Ghosts were good at killing in the dark, but over the past few months, 20 of them had been murdered. Most of the victims were marquises. The Night Ghosts had employed many advanced technologies to search for the potential killer, but they had been unable to find a trace. 2 days ago, when another Marquis died, he was attending Sleepless Duke's own dinner party. Most of the Night Ghost elites were there that day, but that Marquis had been silently slain on the balcony. No one there, including Sleepless Duke, had a clue how he had been killed. The Night Ghosts discovered his body on the balcony, but not before he was already dissolving into black water. His identity was confirmed by the clothing he had been wearing. Hansen was in Night Ring 12th Street. His Dongxian aura was turned on, and so everything was in his mind's eye. He could see many Night Ghosts staring at him from the dark corners. They looked cold, and they looked at him with disdain. That did not mean they were hostile, however. That was just how they were. They did not like outsiders, and they particularly didn't like talking to them. Other races had occupied this planet thousands of years ago, but the Night Ghosts had killed them off. The only ones they obeyed were the sky, who had once defeated them. Hansen looked as if he belonged to the sky, but his sense did not. The Night Ghosts could smell that Hansen was not an actual sky. On a dark street, an extremely curvy Night Ghost woman blocked Hansen's path. Sky Palace sent you here? Yeah. Hansen nodded. Why are you not a sky yourself? Matters like these are usually resolved by true sky. The female Night Ghost frowned. Hansen shrugged. A real student of Sky Palace is in the Duke's Manor right now. He is a pure sky. I'm just his assistant. I see. The female Night Ghost felt relieved. Learning that a sky had come seemed to reassure her that their problems would soon be resolved. What's your name? Hansen asked her. Li Duo, the female Night Ghost said. I need to investigate on behalf of the Sky Brother. Can you show me around? Hansen smiled. Where would you like to go? Li Duo asked. Perhaps it was because Hansen had mentioned his ties to the sky, but she didn't look as if she was going to refuse to guide him. Take me to where the Night Ghosts were murdered, Hansen said. Hansen followed Li Duo through Night Ring 12th Street. They checked out a few places, with many of them being murder scenes. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to scan each area for details. The strangest thing was that the only traces Hansen picked up had been left by Night Ghosts. He couldn't see any sign of there being any other creatures around. Strange. Normally, any creature that passes through would leave behind a substance to trace. There cannot be nothing. Unless the murderer can control its physical form to the molecular level, this suggests the murderer might very well be a Night Ghost. There is no evidence of any other being around here after all, Hansen thought. Did you find anything? Li Duo couldn't help but ask. She had already taken Han Sen to several locations. No, Han Sen shook his head. I told you that we need the sky to sort this out. We'll need your sky people to come and check out these crime scenes. Li Duo said. He is on his way. I'm just trying to do some of my own investigating. Take me someplace else so I can report to Brother Sky, Han Sen said seriously. Hearing that, Li Duo led Han Sen to another crime scene. Are there any other intelligent creatures around this planet? Han Sen asked as they walked. The universe was comprised of a variety of races. It was rare to see one race govern more than their own small area. Han Sen had been in Night Ring 12th Street for a while now, and all he had seen living there were night ghosts. The environment of this planet is special. Most races couldn't fathom living here, Li Duo said. There aren't any other races living in Night Ring 12th Street? Han Sen asked. Li Duo thought and then said, there are a few on the planet, but they aren't in Night Ring 12th Street. Oh, what does that mean? Han Sen looked confused. Li Duo hesitated for a moment, but then said, night ghosts love eating meat. But there aren't many creatures on planet Night Ghost. So, the meat is imported from another planet. Over the last century we have been cooperating with the Taurus. They have a base not far outside of Night Ring 12th Street. If you want to find a foreigner, they would be it. I recall that the Taurus belonged to the demon. Why don't you buy food from Sky Palace? Anyway, why rely on the Taurus? Han Sen asked after a moment. We have no choice. The food we require is special. Normal races cannot satisfy our needs, and the Taurus are the only ones who can supply what we need. The Sky Palace leader has approved our ties, Li Duo said. Where is their base now? Han Sen thought he'd have to go and take a look. The Taurus were dangerous, and they very well could have been the ones doing this. It cannot be them, Li Duo said immediately. Why? Han Sen was surprised by her certainty. We have a contract. They only live in their base, and they do not venture beyond it. And furthermore, there are cameras all around their base. If they left their zone, they would be discovered. If they entered Night Ring 12th, they'd be found out because they look so different. After a while, Li Duo resumed talking. She said, the leader of that base is Marquis Khan. He is of the demon. He is a noble gentleman, too. He wouldn't be the one doing this. It's okay. I am just going to go scope it out on behalf of my brother. It's so I can have answers for him if he asks me about them. Han Sen smiled while he spoke. He followed Li Duo out of Night Ring 12th Street. They were going to the Taurus base. Han Sen was thinking, the demon are the leaders of the Taurus. I guess it isn't too strange for a demon to be here, but still, the demon might have motive. Is it just a coincidence? When they reached the Taurus base, he realized that it was actually like a space station. The interior was wholly sealed. It looks like they can't cope with the environment here. They needed to create a place that was suitable for them to live. Otherwise, they could not stay here for very long. After Han Sen entered, he felt that it was a far more comfortable environment for a human as well. Miss Li Duo, why are you here? Two Taurus guards smiled. It looked as if she was well known around there. Han Sen was not surprised. He hadn't thought that an ordinary night ghost would try to prohibit his passage. She must have been sent by Sleepless Duke, but her exact identity was still unknown to him. But through their conversation, Han Sen had quickly realized that Li Duo was Sleepless Duke's daughter. Miss Li Duo. Han Sen and Li Duo led to a meeting room, and shortly after, a demon wearing a black suit entered. He looked very refined, and he said hello to Li Duo. Li Duo stood up and said, Marquis Khan, I am sorry to bother you. Han Sen was checking out Marquis Khan. He was an attractive demon. His face was handsome and memorable. Something about him gave Han Sen the sense he was dangerous, though. It was the same feeling Han Sen got when he encountered Sharon. A small Taurus base has a demon leader? This whole thing is getting interesting. Han Sen was sizing up Khan with interest. He had been focusing on practicing Geno arts lately, and he had only learned a little bit of suppress evil. He had only come here because he had been ordered to. But now Han Sen had an interest in the affair. He didn't think the mission was as bad as he initially believed it to be. Marquis Khan, this is an assistant of Sky Palace. He is merely here to look around. This is just a normal investigation. When Marquis Khan showed up, Li Duo could barely keep her eyes off him. Anyone could tell Li Duo liked him very much. I'm Khan. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Khan looked at Han Sen and smiled. Then he extended his hand. You know him? Li Duo was surprised. She didn't say Han Sen's name, and she hadn't introduced him. If Khan knew his surname, then he was already familiar with Han Sen. Han Sen from Sky Palace. I'm afraid the whole world knows who he is, Marquis Khan said. Li Duo looked at Han Sen with confusion. Marquis Khan, can you answer a few questions? Han Sen shook his hand and smiled. Of course, but before that, I hope you can come take a look at something. Murders like those in your investigation have occurred here, too, Khan said. In the base, Han Sen was led to 2 puddles of black water. It was the same manner of death that the others had died. When Han Sen scanned the area, he could only detect traces of the Taurus and Khan. There were also some night ghost substances, but there was nothing beyond that. After checking all the cameras, they could not locate the murderer. Those 2 Taurus officers had died in their rooms. From the security feeds, no one else had been seen entering the rooms. And the locked doors showed no signs of forced entry, until they were broken down when rescuers had entered to search for the missing Taurus. There were no other creatures around. Nothing else had shown up. Just as with the other victims, there were no clues to be found. Han Sen was not a detective, and he planned on letting Lone Bamboo be the one to handle this matter. Before Han Sen took his leave, he turned back to Khan. Marquis Khan, may I ask why you are here? Khan's expression did not change, and he calmly said, because the night ghosts ordered something quite expensive. Because of that, I delivered the goods myself. I didn't expect things like this would transpire after my arrival. May I know what these expensive goods are? Han Sen asked. I am sorry, but we are committed to the privacy of our customers. If you would like to know what the items are, you will have to speak with Sleepless Duke, Khan said. Han Sen nodded, and he readied himself to leave. After walking 2 steps, he stepped back. Have those products been delivered? Yes, Khan affirmed. Thanks. Han Sen then left the Taurus base. Are you famous? Li Duo asked Han Sen as they walked back. Khan knew who Han Sen was, and he had been quite polite to him. Surprised her. The only other person who received such deference from Khan was Sleepless Duke herself, from what Li Duo could recall. But when Li Duo thought about the way Khan had treated Han Sen, it was more like Khan was simply wary of him. Not really. It's just because I killed a demon that they focus on me. They kind of hate me. Han Sen laughed. I see. Li Duo was surprised. Han Sen looked at Li Duo and randomly said, It looks like you're close with Khan. Li Duo blushed. Not very close. He and my mother conduct trade negotiations in Night Ring 12th Street, and he has beaten a few of our strongest warriors in an event. It's how I recognize him. What did your mother buy that required a Marquis demon to deliver it? Han Sen asked. I don't know. Li Duo shook her head. Han Sen asked a few other questions, then returned to the Duke Manor with Bauer to look for Lone Bamboo. When Han Sen tracked down Lone Bamboo's room, he found the man taking a nap. What did you find? Han Sen asked. There is a problem with Sleepless Duke, Lone Bamboo said with certainty, opening his eyes. What problem? Han Sen quickly asked. I do not know, but I can tell she is hiding something. With my power, I can't uncover whatever she is refusing to reveal, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Han Sen told Lone Bamboo what he had found, and Lone Bamboo sighed. As far as I can tell, night ghosts need sustenance to survive, but they only eat fresh food. They don't eat anything that has been dead for more than a day. The Taurus bring them living stock. Because of the Sky Palace ruling, the living creatures need to be killed before reaching Night Ring 12th Street. Nothing alive can go there. Why does that matter? Han Sen said. Night Ghost is a disturbing race that dines on flesh, but as for why they must eat goods that are alive, it's not as simple as filling their stomachs. They don't just eat meat. They consume something we don't quite understand. The best comparison we can make is that they eat the souls of their prey. Souls? Han Sen was surprised. So far, no one had proved souls actually existed. It's just a description. When night ghosts eat, they can absorb a mysterious substance. It boosts their levels and especially the strength of their wills. There was a night ghost duke that had a will that was stronger than a king class. Lone Bamboo said. Han Sen was surprised and he said, even better than a king class? Was it deified or half-deified? It should have been a half-deified. Lone Bamboo continued to say, but evolving that way is like cheating. Their minds grow confused, and their own souls might merge with the consumed creatures. They go crazy and become filled with bloodlust. They can even kill their own families. So, Sky Palace forbids them from eating creatures that are alive. You think Khan gave something alive to Sleepless Duke? Han Sen now understood his line of thinking. Lone Bamboo nodded and said, it's just a guess. Sky Palace keeps a keen eye on things here, though. They check all creatures that are ferried to Night Ring 12th Street. Things have run smoothly for years, but maybe the guard slipped up, and now someone is taking advantage of things. Like you said, Khan's presence seems suspicious. What item delivery might require the supervision of a demon? This is all possible, but why would the demon agree to this? Do you think this is all connected to the murders on Planet Night Ghost? Han Sen asked quietly. I'm not sure, but we will have to ask her, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Will she admit to this? Even if she was involved, Han Sen didn't think it was likely that she'd just volunteer that information. She has no choice, Lone Bamboo replied calmly. Han Sen slumped his shoulders. He wasn't good at this sort of thing, so he was just going to follow Lone Bamboo's lead. Lone Bamboo wanted to find her right away, but the people of Duke Manor told him she was out. It took another 2 hours before they had the chance to see her again. Mr. Lone Bamboo, I've heard that you are in a rush to find me. What is the matter? Sleepless Duke asked Lone Bamboo. Khan delivered some special goods to you. I would like to know what they are. Lone Bamboo told her directly. Sleepless Duke sighed and said, I suppose there is no use hiding anything. The goods Khan gave me were a bunch of living creatures. Why would you do that? Lone Bamboo asked. You should both know that after we eat living creatures, our mental fortitude may develop problems. Sleepless Duke said tiredly. Eating them is indeed a very dangerous thing for us to do. Then why are you buying them? Han Sen asked. It is simple. If I don't eat living creatures, then I will never improve. We level up faster that way. Without eating living creatures, our gain of power is slow. I am a duke, and if I don't eat living creatures, I will not become a king. This is our goal, is it not? No matter how much treasure I am given, I will never level up. Eating living creatures is the only way to accomplish this. Sleepless Duke spoke with a mournful voice. Are you or one of the creatures responsible for the murders? Lone Bamboo frowned. One of the living ones escaped. I was afraid of Sky Palace finding out, and so I did not report it. Sleepless Duke gave a wry smile. I never thought things would come to this. I thought that since this was taking place on Planet Night Ghost, I could find the foe quickly and kill it. But I have failed to find it, and as a result, so many innocents have lost their lives. I cannot hide this any longer. What is the creature that escaped you? Han Sen asked Sleepless Duke. I do not know. Sleepless Duke shook her head. Han Sen's voice grew hard. How could you not know? You were the buyer. How can you not know what you were buying? Sleepless Duke's expression was bitter now. I needed high-level creatures. I couldn't go for something too big, as I would be found out. There weren't many that were suitable for purchase, so my requirements weren't strict. I asked for anything that was a duke. I checked the receipt, and one of them said it was a crystallizer. It did look like a crystallizer, but how could it be that powerful? Crystallizer. Hansen frowned. He did not expect this would have something to do with a crystallizer. Sleepless Duke went on to say, a crystallizer cannot escape from its cage and kill so many night ghosts without leaving a trail. I think it must have been a race that merely looked like a crystallizer. I tried to confirm this with Khan, but he told me it was just a Duke crystallizer, and that he did not know anything further. Sleepless Duke started to say something more, then hesitated. Say it, Lone Bamboo commanded. Sleepless Duke hesitated again, but she went on to say, it is rare to see a crystallizer in the Geno universe. I don't know too much about them. I have searched for information about them after the murders began. But there is little to learn. One strange thing, however, is that crystallizer blood should be red. The crystallizer that was sent here, however, had blue blood. Blue blood. Hansen jumped. Yes, blue blood. It was injured when it was sent here, and it was bleeding. It looked as if it had been badly damaged, and that was why I planned on eating it first. So I removed the spell that had been put on him, and I locked him in a room. But when I was ready to eat and went there to see him, he was gone. Nothing in the room was damaged or out of place. It was as if he had just vanished. Take us there, Hansen said. The blue blood crystallizer sounded an awful lot like a Blood Legion member. They looked just like crystallizers, so anyone in the Geno universe would assume that's what they were. And furthermore, blue blood was exclusive to members of Blood Legion. Crystallizers and humans were supposed to have red blood. Sleepless Duke brought Hansen and Lone Bamboo to the prison cell. Hansen used his Dongxian aura, but he couldn't catch the trace of anyone other than Sleepless Duke. You really locked him in here. Hansen looked at Sleepless Duke. An injured creature must have left a substance behind, and it would at least be dripping blood. Yes, he left some blood behind, but I cleaned it up. Sleepless Duke brought out a box and showed it to Hansen and Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo, when seeing it, frowned. That is its blood? Hansen's eyebrows rose. It was just a blue crystal in a box, and the crystal looked similar to Hansen's own crystal blood. I feel strange, knowing that its blood turned to crystal. They are crystallizers, but they aren't supposed to have this ability. It's what has got me thinking that he isn't actually a crystallizer, Sleepless Duke said. Hansen picked up the blue crystal from the box. He knew that it was indeed a blue blood crystal, and just like his own blood, it left no molecules behind for him to detect. That was why he could not find a trace. It looks like the person Khan sent was from Blood Legion, Hansen guessed to himself. Gentlemen, what I have told you is the truth. If you want to punish someone, punish me. But this has nothing to do with my people. Please help them and find the creature responsible. It cannot be allowed to kill more night ghosts, Sleepless Duke begged. You're coming with us to talk to Khan. We have to find out where he got that crystallizer Duke from. If we find out who he is, we will be able to take action, Hansen said to Sleepless Duke. Okay, I will follow you. Sleepless Duke really was eager to cooperate. Hansen went back to the Taurus base, but when they reached it, the gate had already been smashed open. They ran in, and they found black water and scattered bits of armor all over the place. The armor belonged to the Taurus. They ran in and soon noticed that not a single Taurus had survived the assault. Pang! A noise echoed out of a nearby hallway. What is that place? Hansen asked Sleepless Duke. That is their company's warehouse, Sleepless Duke said. The three ventured toward it. After a few turns, they did indeed reach a very large warehouse. Outside it, Khan was fighting a human-looking man. Please give me a hand taking down this asshole. He is the one that slew my workers and many night ghosts as well, Khan called out when he saw Hansen and the others coming. He looked joyous in relief. We have finally found it, Sleepless Duke shouted happily as she ran to join the fight. Please help us. Hansen and Lone Bamboo looked at each other, then moved forward to help. The man glowed blue as he fought. He looked injured, but he was still more than a match for Khan, who was a Marquis demon. The man was impressive. When the three of them joined Khan, the fight became a 4-on-1. That imbalance of power should have ended the fight immediately, but although they managed to suppress the man, they were unable to kill him. Hansen could confirm right away that the man was a member of Blood Legion. He was very much like God's retribution, and the presence he had was something only members of Blood Legion tended to carry. The man roared like a beast. His fist punched the knife out of Khan's hand. And then, another fist came to knock Sleepless Duke's claws away. He could fight two people at once, and that meant he was really strong. Khan used sky demon powers, and even so, the man was able to shrug off the attacks that came crashing against his body. Sleepless Duke was a night ghost duke, but not even she was able to claim an advantage over that man. As the man used his fists to attack Khan and Sleepless Duke, Lone Bamboo's sword swept toward the man's chest. He shouldn't have been able to block Lone Bamboo's simple, albeit powerful attack. The man exploded with blue light, though. He stumbled back a bit, losing his balance. It also meant he dodged Lone Bamboo's sword. But Han Sen, who had silently moved behind the man, went at the man's throat with ghost teeth knife. Khan and Sleepless Duke rushed forward, with knives and claws respectively, to attack the man. Dong! There was a loud noise, as Han Sen grabbed the man and threw him at Lone Bamboo. He had to use his own knife to repel Khan and Sleepless Duke's incoming strikes, though. Han Sen's legs dug a pair of trenches into the ground as he was knocked back 10 meters. But now, Lone Bamboo's sword was at the man's throat, not letting him move. Han Sen, what are you doing? He killed so many of our people. He should die. Sleepless Duke looked incredibly angry. She flared up with a black, demonic fire. With her claws, she came in to attack the man. Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and teleported in front of her. He used tooth for a tooth, slashing across her claw air to deflect her strike. Han Sen's body fell back, and Sleepless Duke flapped her wings. She looked like a demon as she screeched, Han Sen, is it because you are of the same race that you protect him? Our people cannot die in vain. No matter what. Yes, our workers cannot have died in vain either. He must pay. Khan threw a slash towards the man in Lone Bamboo's grip. Lone Bamboo! Keep him alive. Han Sen lifted Ghost Teeth Knife and sprang toward Sleepless Duke. He was pushed back. Sleepless Duke was much stronger than Han Sen, and Han Sen knew he couldn't beat her in a direct fight. Lone Bamboo's sword was still at the man's throat. He ignored the knife Khan was using and raised a finger to point at Khan. A sword light swiftly shot toward the dead center of Khan's forehead. Lone Bamboo could not dodge the sky demon power that never missed. If Khan attacked that way, Lone Bamboo was sure to be hit. But also, Khan's head would get perforated at the same time. Khan frowned and changed his skill. He fought Lone Bamboo with his knife. But no one had an advantage. Khan couldn't commit to an attack without leaving an opening that Lone Bamboo could exploit. So, he had to change up the techniques he employed. You are Han Sen? The man under Lone Bamboo's sword did not look scared. He watched Han Sen fight Sleepless Duke. Han Sen was weaker than she was, but he had speed and break space flash. He could stop her from going after Lone Bamboo anytime he needed to. I am, Han Sen answered. The man immediately said, God's retribution has spoken much about you. You should know about where I come from. Spill the beans, Han Sen snapped. This was the last confirmation he needed that the man was from Blood Legion. I don't know what happened. When I was badly injured, the Taurus brought me here. I had some power, so I broke out, but I was stuck in that warehouse. I do not know what they are saying or what has supposedly transpired, but I haven't left this place since they brought me here, the man said. Nonsense. Do you believe him, Lone Bamboo? Are the deaths of our many night ghosts all a fabrication? Are the deaths of the Taurus all faked? 2. Sleepless Duke shouted. Her attempts to attack the man never paused. Han Sen slashed towards Sleepless Duke to stop her from moving. He coldly said, Sleepless Duke, I assure you that he has never been to Night Ring 12th Street. He was never placed in your captivity. You are lying. What makes you so sure? You are merely protecting your kind. Sleepless Duke screamed, then threw another claw air at Han Sen like she was hurling a net. Han Sen flapped his dragon wings and disappeared. He reappeared next to Sleepless Duke and coldly said, Brother Lone Bamboo, take him away. Yes, Lone Bamboo agreed. He began pulling the man back, still fighting Khan as he went. Seeing Lone Bamboo dragging the man away, with Khan unable to stop him, Sleepless Duke screamed in rage. It was so loud that it reverberated from every corner of the base. None of you can leave. Sleepless Duke screamed at ear-shattering volume. Sleepless Duke, do you know what you are doing? Lone Bamboo ground out. Of course I know what I am doing. The night ghosts have been imprisoned by the sky for many years. We will no longer obey you, Sleepless Duke screamed. Many shadows were gathering in the sky. They were like black clouds, and they were all night ghosts. The night ghosts that appeared in the sky were different from the usual ones, however. They looked murderous, and the scariest thing about them was the fact that they were mostly marquises. And many of them were dukes, too. Lone Bamboo frowned. The night ghosts were only supposed to have one duke, and that was Sleepless Duke. If they now had so many, it meant that they must have all been eating living creatures to level up quickly. The whole base was infested with night ghosts. Hansen and Lone Bamboo were trapped. If they wanted to escape, they would have to fight and kill their way through the host of night ghosts. But there were thousands of them, and there were more than 1,000 dukes. Hansen and Lone Bamboo had only just become marquises, and they were carrying an injured man between them. It would not be easy for the three of them to escape. Hansen looked up at the night ghosts that were looking down at them like hungry tigers. Then he turned to her, emotionlessly. Sleepless Duke, do you know what will happen if the night ghosts betray Sky Palace? Ha! We will go and join the demon anyway. Sky Palace will not be able to do anything. Sleepless Duke snarled. It makes sense that Marquis Khan is here, then. It has always been your plot to betray Sky Palace. Hansen looked at Khan next, and he asked, But I don't understand. If you were planning to join Demon, why bother getting us involved? Sleepless Duke grunted and said, That it was merely an accident. We planned to use these living creatures to turn all our warriors into dukes. Then we'd have the strength to smash through Sky Palace's defenses. We did not expect one to run out and rouse the attention of the observation department. With the power you wield, you could have easily killed a wounded man. Hansen looked at the man who was badly wounded. Khan and Sleepless Duke should have been able to defeat him. With the injuries he had sustained, there was no way he could have fought off so many night ghosts. Sleepless Duke did not answer, but the man laughed and said, I controlled the lives of those creatures. She wants me dead, but she doesn't want those other creatures to die. That is why I am still alive. I told you to give those creatures up, kill him and go to the demon. If you had listened to me, none of this would have happened, Khan told Sleepless Duke. Without these creatures, my people would not be able to become dukes. God knows how many of our people would have been killed breaking through those defenses. I had no choice in this matter, Sleepless Duke said. So you planned all this? All for us to be the ones that killed him. Now Hansen knew the truth of the matter. Something like that. But I did not expect the two of you to come here together. Sleepless Duke coldly went on to say, But it does not matter now. Since it has come to this, we cannot fall back. You can all go to hell. After that, Sleepless Duke screamed. The horde of night ghosts flapped their wings like demons and came racing down to Hansen. Lone Bamboo let the man go, thrusting the three of them into a horrendous battle. The power and speed of the night ghosts were terrifying in the dark. It was no wonder why they were good at fighting. They were high level and they had strong wills. The Duke night ghosts were a serious threat. Bauer was sitting on Hansen's shoulder, observing Hansen's fighting with curiosity. Instead of participating in the battle, Khan merely watched Hansen from afar. Hansen, you are a powerful being to defeat Sharon. I would have liked the opportunity to kill you myself. I did not expect you would come here. That is disappointing. Disappointing? What? Hansen flapped his dragon wings and teleported in front of Khan. Then he slashed towards him. Dong! Khan's demon knife came up to block. The impact sent them both wobbling back. Neither attack did anything. But Hansen was immediately surrounded by night ghosts. It was a very dangerous position to be in. It is disappointing that you'll die here today, and I will be robbed of the chance of killing you myself in a one-on-one. It is a shame whenever people like you and Lone Bamboo have to die this way. Khan sighed. In that case, you won't be disappointed. We will fight, Hansen said. It is a shame, but I do not see how you plan on surviving. The night ghosts are good in the dark. It wouldn't matter if you and Lone Bamboo had a clone army of yourselves. On planet Night Ghost, you would still be destroyed, Khan said. Maybe not. Han Sen teleported away from the attacks of the night ghosts. And then he spoke to Sleepless Duke. Sleepless Duke, there is still time for you to reverse this mistake. The night ghosts can still be allowed to live. If you continue down this path, all of the night ghosts in this universe will be wiped out. Do you want your daughter Li Duo and the rest of your people to die with you? I would rather die than remain a prisoner. Whoever gets in the way of us becoming free will die. Sleepless Duke shrieked. She flapped her wings and came at Han Sen. Han Sen petrified his body and stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave of petrification. But the night ghosts around him did not petrify. This shocked Han Sen. Do not waste your energy. The only thing that can defeat the night ghosts is light. Petrify won't work on them. Their bodies aren't made of flesh, so they won't be petrified. Khan smiled. If the night ghosts weren't so excellent, the demons wouldn't have spent so much time trying to recruit them. Han Sen frowned. The night ghosts were harder to handle than he thought. Things were going badly for Lone Bamboo and the injured man. They were holding on, but they couldn't escape in their current condition. They would die the moment they became exhausted. Come to me, Han Sen shouted at Lone Bamboo and the man. Lone Bamboo heard that, and his jade sword began to shine. The night ghosts near Han Sen backed away. The man exploded with blue light as he came running towards Han Sen. Han Sen waved his ghost teeth knife. The night ghosts that he had cut suddenly found their wounds cracking and widening. Sleepless Duke screamed and leaped at Han Senator. Han Sen teleported away to evade her. The three of them stood together back to back, as the night ghosts came at them from all sides. Ghost airs were everywhere. It looked as if they had gone on a trip to hell itself. Lone Bamboo and the man wanted to start killing their attackers in earnest, but Han Sen stopped them. A blue light came out of his body, covering the three of them. The blue light became a giant, translucent eggshell. It encased them. Powerful ghost airs were everywhere as countless ghost claws came against the translucent eggshell. The impacts made squeaky noises, and Han Sen could feel each blow as a sort of pressure. But when those ghost airs broke, the translucent shield was unmoved. It did not even vibrate. Let's see how many attacks you can block, Sleepless Duke shouted. The other night ghosts began to cackle, gathering up a force of ghost air. Han Sen had raised a single shield against an entire army. Sleepless Duke thought he must have a death wish. When the three defenders had been actively fighting, the dukes and marquises were unable to gather up power. There was too much danger that their attacks would hit other night ghosts, so they intentionally weakened their attacks. But now, the three of them had made themselves into an incredibly tempting target. The night ghosts gathered up all the power they had, then focused on a single part of the shield. Not even strong creatures could withstand the strength of what was coming. Sleepless Duke had a plan. She needed to take Han Sen and Lone Bamboo as hostages. If she did that, she'd have an even easier time getting through Sky Palace's defenses. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were important to Sky Palace. They wouldn't be sacrificed easily. The roiling mass of ghost air covered the sky now, and it was trying to consume the blue light. It was like the world was about to be consumed. Boom! When the ghost air landed, the entire base was annihilated. The construct was practically vaporized. 1,000 dukes and 10,000 marquises were attacking simultaneously. The area was brought to ruin, and the power continued down into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Under a scary power such as that, even a duke would have been blown to bits. When the dust settled, Sleepless Duke and the night ghosts could only stare. Khan's eyes were full of surprise. A blue translucent shield sat on the ground, appearing unblemished. Han Sen and the other two stood inside, uninjured by the attack. It was hard to believe that such a frightening amount of power could descend upon that simple shield and leave it undamaged. Is that all the power the night ghosts have? Han Sen asked casually. Let's see how well you can block this, Sleepless Duke screamed. The night ghosts gathered up another enormous mass of ghost air. They became angry ghosts that descended on the blue shield. Countless ghost airs slammed repeatedly into the blue shield. Even the nearby mountains were shattered by these attacks. But the blue shield did not even shudder or shake. Even the ghost airs that could destroy mountains were reduced to a firework sparkle against it. Sleepless Duke kept on screaming. Thousands of night ghosts kept attacking from all angles. But still, they could not undo the blue shield. Han Sun floated in the shield, while Lone Bamboo had sat down for a bit of rest. The man was in the middle of healing himself. Sleepless Duke's face was white with fury, and she was unable to fathom what sort of treasure Han Sen had brought with him. It could block each and every attack that was thrown at it. Han Sen's treasure wouldn't actually cost him his power, either. If it did, he would have reacted in some way when the night ghosts attacked him. You guys can continue. Han Sen looked entirely unconcerned. It was as if nothing was going on. Han Sun stood up and stretched, and then he began walking up into the air. It looked as if he was going to walk off the planet right into space. The blue shield around Han Sen was like a godlight. It continued to encase Han Sen, unwavering in the slightest. Kill him! Sleepless Duke's scream became a roar. Countless night ghosts tried to attack Han Sen, and ghost airs hit the blue shield continuously. Some night ghosts used knives, and some used claws or even hammers to attack. But even so, the attacks were still useless. They couldn't prevent Han Sen from walking off into space. The attacks against the blue shield were like nothing at all. They couldn't even make the shielding orb shake. Sleepless Duke had bared her teeth in a grimace as she tried her hardest to attack the blue shield. Her fingers started to bleed, but even so, she was still unable to bring it down. She felt scared, powerless, and most of all, she felt hopeless. She knew what would happen if Han Sen and Lone Bamboo were able to escape. It would be a disaster for the night ghosts. But they couldn't do anything against the blue shield. They were hopeless. Sleepless Duke, there is one more thing we can do. Khan's voice rang through Sleepless Duke's ears. Tell me, how can I kill them? Sleepless Duke turned to him frantically, looking like she was clutching a lifeline. Khan waved his hand, and a spear with a red pattern appeared in his palm. Khan threw it to Sleepless Duke and said, "This is a treasure of a king-class demon. It is called a blood demon spear. With its power, it should be able to break Han Sen's shield." Sleepless Duke frowned. "We don't have a king-class elite to wield it. If I use it, I cannot make use of all of its power." Khan smiled. "That is what is so amazing about this spear. It does not require its wielder to be king-class. Can use its max power regardless. If this wasn't the case, I wouldn't have told you it could break that shield." "Really?" Sleepless Duke lifted the blood demon spear and felt a savage grin pull at her mouth. But when Sleepless Duke put her power into the spear, the throw wasn't that strong. It was far from the effectiveness of a king, and from what she could tell, it was only a little better than Duke level. "Khan, are you lying to me?" Sleepless Duke looked at Khan angrily. Khan shook his head. "Sleepless Duke, you are the leader of the night ghosts. How can you be so naive? There is no power without effort. The blood demon spear might not require you to be a king to use it, but it has its own terms to adhere to." "What are these conditions?" Sleepless Duke asked quickly. "Sacrifice blood to the spear. The higher quality the blood and the more you offer, the stronger it becomes. If the enough blood, it is not too difficult to muster a king-class attack," Khan said. "Blood? From where?" Sleepless Duke suddenly froze. She knew exactly what he meant. The only blood she could sacrifice was from the night ghosts. "No, no way." Sleepless Duke gnashed her teeth. "Do you have a choice right now? And besides, you only have to sacrifice a few of your people to kill them. Do that, and you can save the majority of your people from Sky Palace's wrath. Otherwise, if Han San escapes this planet, death is all that awaits the night ghosts. You know how Sky Palace treats traitors," Khan said grimly. Sleepless Duke clutched the blood demon spear. Looking at the blue shield moving further and further away, her face kept cycling through emotions. Sleepless Duke bellowed to the sky in rage. Many other night ghosts screamed, too. They gave up attacking the blue shield, and instead, they used their claws to cut their own bodies. Blood flowed down like rain. Sleepless Duke swung her blood demon spear in slow arcs. The red pattern on it started to glow, and the rain of blood was drawn towards the spear. When droplets of blood began to land on the spear, they soaked into it, dyeing the weapon a deeper red. It looked like the blood was pooling on the spear's metal surface, but no matter how much blood dripped onto it, not a single smidgen was lost. The red light of the spear became brighter, and the spear's tip shone crimson. That bloody light looked as if it could destroy space. It left shadows in the air. Sleepless Duke roared. She flapped her wings, lifted the blood demon spear, and flew toward the sphere like a waterfall. From the ground, she looked like a red comet flying across the sky. The atmosphere was tinged with the scent of blood. And then, she struck the blue shield. The red light exploded against it, but the blue shield did not break. There is not enough power in the spear yet. If you attack too soon, you'll waste the power of the blood you have already amassed. Do you see the blood demon orb on its end? Only when it begins to shine will the max amount of power have been stored inside the spear. Strike when it is bright. Han-san and the others will all be destroyed in one fell strike, Khan said, blinking. There was nothing else Sleepless Duke could do. Looking murderous, she called to the night ghosts again. The night ghosts heard her scream, and they began tearing into their own bodies again, trying to draw enough blood to power up the blood demon spear. The blood demon spear was getting brighter. Blood rained down on the weapon like a storm, and the spear grew stronger and stronger. But the night ghosts were running out of strength. Many had lost so much blood that they fell limply to the ground. Why hasn't the orb lit up yet? Sleepless Duke shouted at Khan. This is a king-class weapon. It isn't that easy to activate. At least half of these night ghosts need to die to trigger its power, Khan said. I cannot let them die, Sleepless Duke roared. There is no way back. We have to kill Han-sen now. If they escape this planet, they will contact Sky Palace. And then we will all be killed. None of the night ghosts will be spared, Khan said calmly. Sleepless Duke gripped the blood demon spear tightly. She looked as if she was in pain. She looked around at the falling blood, at the night ghosts who had already collapsed. Those night ghosts had eaten many living creatures, and as a result, their will was messed up. But they still followed Sleepless Duke's orders. They were all willing to bleed and bleed. None of them chickened out or took the time to heal themselves. I am going to kill you all. It is because of you that the night ghosts have become like this. Sleepless Duke held the spear as it glowed brighter and brighter. She ran in front of the blue shield, snarling through her bared teeth, and roared at Han's senator. Her pretty face was twisted. Sleepless Duke, you had it coming. Hansen smiled. Hansen's words filled her with white-hot fury. She looked murderous, and her eyes gleamed red. She began hurrying the night ghosts to sacrifice even more blood. Quick! Hurry! Sleepless Duke watched the blood demon orb, hoping it would light up soon. Otherwise, all the night ghosts would be dead. Han-sen, can your shield block that? That spear's power looks like it is king class. The man said to Han's senator he was still in the process of wrapping up his wounds. The blue shield was obviously very tough, but it looked like thin glass. The man found himself doubting its ability to withstand a king-class attack. It should be fine, Hansen said. In truth, he wasn't sure. The demon bug king's Bysema was a mutant king beast soul. That meant it was half-deified. It was a higher level than a king-class strike, so it should have been able to take whatever strike was being prepped for him. But that was all just theory. Hansen had never tested how much power the demon bug king's Bysema could take. He didn't know. What this should mean? The man's eyes opened wide as he looked at Hansen. That means probably. Hansen laughed. Oh my God. The man held his forehead. He looked depressed as he said, I always have the worst luck. Never bet on luck. Our only option here is to throw the dice, though. Do you have a better idea? Hansen laughed. Oh no. It looks like old Shi is going to die here. The man started to cry. What's your name? Hansen asked, looking at the man. My name is Shi Mengxiang. You're asking me this now? At a time like this, think about how we might dodge that scary power and avoid death, Mengxiang said. The blood was a downpour, and the spear was like a dragon. It seemed like the whole of Planet Night Ghost was flooded with a layer of blood. Its smell was everywhere, and even the sky was choked with red clouds. Half of the night ghosts were dead. It was too high of a price to pay for king-class power. Sleepless Duke was full of hatred as she stared at Han Senator. If that horrible stare had been solid, it would have peeled Han Sen's flesh from his bones. The place was in ruin, and many of the night ghosts were dying of blood loss. The ones in the sky were all trembling. It looked as if they could all keel over and perish. Sleepless Duke's eyes were filled with blood tears, but she had no choice but to continue. The sky turned red like hell itself. Boom! The blood demon orb was shining now. The red light lit up the entire blood demon spear. Sleepless Duke looked as if she was holding a red laser. Go to hell! Sleepless Duke spun the spear toward the blue sphere. The shocking red light was coming at Han Senator. It looked as if it could obliterate a galaxy. Han Sen tried to dodge, but the red light was too scary. It looked as if it had locked on, too. The red light was like a volcano that had just erupted. There was nowhere that Han Sen and the others could go to get away from that red light, and even the air was torn apart by its passage. The red light tore through the clouds in the sky. It was like a volcano, erupting without any restraint or signs of ceasing. Sky Palace's future deified elites are now gone. What a shame. Khan looked at the red light in the sky, and then he sighed like it was something genuinely pitiable. But that is how the world should be. Many geniuses die and become nothing more than dust. The ones that can become deified aren't always the strongest. They are the best at surviving. It is a shame your lives are so short. Khan blinked. He looked at the red light that was about to fade. The rest of the night ghosts fell then. They had lost too much blood. They looked shaky, and their strength had left them. 10,000 night ghosts had heeded Sleepless Duke's call, but only 4,000 or 5,000 were left alive. They were all low on blood, though, and so they were all much weaker. Sleepless Duke stared at the blood demon spear in her hands, noting how ordinary the weapon looked after being discharged. She looked over the remaining night ghosts. It would be very difficult to break through Sky Palace's defenses and join the demons now. What follows? At least this nightmare is over. Sleepless Duke sighed. But just as she was going to return the spear to Khan, she froze. Her eyes opened wide, and her body stiffened. She stared up into the sky. When the red afterglow of the attack disappeared completely, Sleepless Duke saw a blue light in the air. It was the same translucent blue shield. Despite being struck with the blood demon spear, the blue shield hadn't broken. Its surface was still clean, and it didn't look like it had been dealt a single speck of damage. Han Sen, Lone Bamboo, and the man were still inside the shield, too, looking totally uninjured. They sat comfortably, with clothes and hair still tidy. Impossible! Khan's eyes opened wide in shock as he stared at the blue shield. He could not believe what his eyes were telling him. The blood demon spear was a king-class weapon, yet it had failed to break through a marquise's shield. It did not make sense to him. Even if the shield was a king-class or deified weapon, Han Sen's limited power should have kept him from using all of its strength. It was the same as Sleepless Duke using the blood demon spear. She had paid an enormous price for her weaker body to cast a king-class power. But Han Sen's shield had held that power the entire time, without any sign of strain or sacrifice. It blocked the blood demon spear without any cost of energy. This was against how xenogenic weaponry worked. Even defied treasures shouldn't possess power like that. Khan had no way of knowing that Han Sen wasn't using a xenogenic treasure, of course. Han Sen was using a beast soul. They were items that no other being in the Geno universe could use. They were different things entirely. It looks like we don't have to leave now. Han Sen released the demon bugs by Sima. He pulled out Ghost Teeth Knife and flew back down to Planet Night Ghost on his wings. Lone Bamboo put his jade sword away. His fingers were like swords now, and they created sword airs. He followed Han Sen back down. The blood demon spear's strike had exhausted all the power the night ghosts had possessed. There was no need for them to run away now. When they saw Han San and Lone Bamboo coming for Sleepless Duke, the night ghosts wished to stop them. But they had all bled too much and their powers had decreased. Han San and Lone Bamboo were like a pair of tigers leaping into a flock of sheep. The dark purple knife air tore the weakened night ghost bodies apart with teeth powers. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Night ghost. Xenogeneic gene found. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Night ghost. Xenogeneic gene found. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Night ghost. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained night ghost beast soul. The bodies of the night ghosts were sliced to pieces by the ghost teeth knife. The killing announcements played over and over in Han Sen's head as he killed scores of night ghosts. Lone Bamboo's 10 fingers were like swords of their own. The sword lights swept down like a net, slaying every night ghost in front of him. Oh no! Sleepless Duke felt dizzy, and she almost fainted. She had sacrificed so much for naught, having failed to hurt Han San and Lone Bamboo in the slightest. The night ghosts were done for. She screamed, and with a mind that had no fear of death, she ran for Han San. You can handle this. Han San flapped his wings and teleported past Sleepless Duke. He was going for Khan, who was in the midst of making his escape. Sleepless Duke wanted to kill them all, but it was still the demon that were behind all this. Han Sen wouldn't let him get off scot-free. Khan saw Han Sen pursuing him, and while he was fast, he wasn't as fast as Han Senator. There was no Marquise alive that was faster than Han Sen. Han Sen, you still have a long way to go. You may have one this time, but you won't be so lucky when next we meet, Khan promised, then pulled out a metal box. He threw it ahead of himself. The metal box was some sort of machine. There were cogwheels spinning inside it. It became a metal peacock near Khan's feet. Go! Khan commanded the metal peacock. It spread its wings, and its tail gleamed with green light. It flew away with the speed of a rocket, and the distance between Khan and Han Sen quickly widened. Running away won't be that easy. Han Sen patted Bauer, and Bauer knew exactly what to do. She picked up her gourd and summoned the Red Cloud. Red Cloud, if you wish to live well, then chase this man. If you don't, I'll lock you up for 500 years, Han Sen said, stepping onto the Red Cloud with Bauer. The Red Cloud shuddered, but then, the back of the Red Cloud released a mist of sorts. It flew off into the sky after Khan and the metal bird. Khan rode the metal peacock through space, feeling absolutely terrible. He hadn't been injured, but the plan with the night ghosts had utterly failed. He would be crushed by his rivals inside Demon. He thought about Han Sen's strange shield that could block the Blood Demon Spear. Surprised even Khan. Fortunately, I brought the Duke Xenogeneic Mount Metal Peacock with me. That was too close, Khan thought gladly. Khan looked back at Planet Night Ghost, but then his jaw went slack. Something colorful was coming. When he saw how quickly the Red Cloud was approaching him, it seemed like the Duke-class Metal Peacock had stopped moving entirely. How is he moving so fast? Khan exclaimed, but it was too late. Han Sen had already caught up to him via the Red Cloud. Khan put away the Blood Demon Spear, and his eyes started to turn purple. The purple horn on his head burned like red steel, releasing a purple light. Catcha! Catcha! Khan's muscles began to swell, growing rapidly until they burst through his armor. In an instant, the ordinary humanoid body had grown into a terrifying giant. Khan's sinews writhed under his skin like snakes, and his skin turned a weird purple. His hair flowed crazily down his back, almost reaching his feet. Finally, a disturbing demonic presence began to radiate from Khan, like some brutish god hailing from ancient times. Boom! Khan punched Han's Senator Sky Demon powers started to rain down, each possessing the might of a mountain. The demonized giant Khan was so powerful. He was far greater than a Marquise now. In this form, he could probably kill most dukes. With the accuracy of Sky Demon powers, he would be invincible against other Marquises. In this giant demon form, his strikes couldn't be blocked or evaded. He really did seem like an indestructible foe. In terms of might, Khan's giant devil powers were on par with the Red Cloud's speed. But power like that was nothing against Han Senator. He used his Dongxian aura, and in his mind, sequence structures appeared. One sequence structure looked ready to bind Han Sen. Han Sen pulled at that threat, though, and broke it. The speed of the Red Cloud let him dodge Khan's incoming attack as he did. And then Khan's pupils grew smaller. He hadn't thought that anything could evade the accurate attack of Sky Demon powers. And furthermore, he didn't have time to reel his giant fist back to go defensive. The Red Cloud was like lightning, and it raced towards Khan's neck. Han Sen swung Ghost Teeth knife across it. Catcha! The muscles were cut through by the purple and black knife air, and blood began to fountain from the giant's neck. But the giant was too big, and doing more damage would be difficult. Han Sen's attack had only left a comparatively small wound, given the sheer size of the giant. It was far from a fatal strike. Khan roared. He kept swinging his fists in the vain hope of landing a hit on Han Sen. He was as strong as a marquise could be, but even the precise attacks of Sky Demon powers couldn't land a hit on Han Senator. The Red Cloud flew around Khan like lightning. Knife airs also started to shine, and every time the purple and black knife air flashed, it left a wound on Khan's body that drained him of even more blood. The demonized giant continued to roar, but his powers could not land on Han Senator. He was like a big dumb baby as he flailed at the flying Red Cloud. Why does my Sky Demon power not work? How is this possible? Unwilling to give up, Khan kept attacking like mad. His giant body kept on releasing scary power, breaking the fabric of space. Everything he tried seemed useless, though. Han Sen continued to release knife airs from his seat atop the Red Cloud. After a few more hits, the Red Cloud flew away from Khan and hovered directly before him. Khan, when you learned that Lone Bamboo and I had arrived on planet Night Ghost, you had already planned on getting the Night Ghosts to dispose of us. Isn't that correct? Han Sen looked right at Khan as he spoke lightly to him. Khan turned around without saying a word, wishing to flee into the reaches of space. Han Sen just grunted and swung his ghost teeth knife once again. Purple and black knife airs that were thinner than a strand of hair began to appear around Khan's body. In no time at all, they encircled Khan and tightened, binding him. Khan was infuriated and roared in anger. He released his demonic air in a bid to cut the knife silks. However, he had underestimated the effectiveness of the knife silks Han Sen had cast, and even his tremendous power wasn't enough to break them all. His squirming only made the silk dig into his flesh even more. Han Sen kept waving his ghost teeth knife, tightening the knife silks even further. They cut into Khan's demonized giant body and dismembered him in less than a second's time. The chunks of gore and demonic blood swirled in a disgusting cloud. The blood demon spear and metal peacock were released amidst the carnage. Suddenly making up his mind, Han Sen grabbed the blood demon spear and metal peacock. There was also a purple light next to the giant's corpse, which swiftly disappeared into space. What was that? Han Sen frowned. That purple light had been too fast, and Han Sen hadn't been able to see what it was. But he knew that Khan had not truly been killed. It was obvious that Khan was a xenogeniac, and Han Sen hadn't received the announcement for taking him down. Han Sen rummaged through the remains of the giant demon body, and he couldn't find a xenogeniac gene either. That purple thing that escaped just now must have been Khan's xenogeniac gene. He did not know how Khan escaped into space, but regardless, he was gone now. Han Sen wouldn't be able to find the demon. He took the blood demon spear and metal peacock, and then returned to planet Night Ghost. Lone Bamboo had locked Sleepless Duke up. The rebellion of the Night Ghosts was over, and it seemed as if things were calming down. When the teams from Sky Palace arrived, they took Sleepless Duke and the Night Ghosts back with them to Sky Palace. Han Sen and Lone Bamboo had halted their betrayal, earning themselves another reward from the Elder. Aside from genofluids and treasures, though, they received another opportunity to go to the Holy House to select a new geno-art. However, Han Sen did not have time to practice other genetic techniques. He actually only had a small amount of time left to learn Suppress Evil, so there was no reason for him to go to the Holy House yet. Han San still wanted to ask Shi Mengxiang a few questions, but when he returned to Planet Night Ghost, Shi Mengxiang was nowhere to be found. However, the man left a communication number on the big stone he had been sitting on. Back in Sky Palace, the leader of Sky Palace wanted to see Han Senator. He stared at Han San for a while, and eventually said, "You are not a real student of Sky Palace, and yet, you have done so much for us. If you need anything, I will grant any reasonable request." Leader, what do you mean by a reasonable request? Han Sen did not think the leader was being sincere. The leader could turn down any request he wanted to, simply by claiming it was unreasonable. It sounded nice on paper, but it was actually quite stingy. "It means I will try to satisfy what I feel is reasonable," said the Sky Palace leader, squinting his eyes. Han Sen shrugged, thinking that the man was rather manipulative. He wasn't mad, but he wasn't sure how much this offer was really worth. "He won't give out too much, but I don't want too little either. What should I ask for, then?" Han Sen wondered. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes brightened. It looked as if he knew what he wanted. Sky Palace's leader smiled at Han Sr. "Tell me. Whatever you need. I see your master Isha as a genuine student, and you are my student by extension. So, shirk any guilt and ask of me whatever you desire." "Leader, I will not ask for much. I recently learned Suppress Evil. The technique is quite amazing, and I would appreciate it if you would help me progress further with it. I would like to learn it faster." Han Sen bowed. Sky Palace leader stared at him in silence. He would never have guessed that Han Sen would request this. This could either be very easy or very hard. The Sky Palace leader had been asked to teach Suppress Evil to Han Sen, but how much would Han Sen be able to learn? There were 11 tiers to Suppress Evil, and many Sky Palace kings had not learned them. The Sky Palace leader couldn't even guess how long it might take to teach Han Sen this. But he was the leader, and Han Sen had just asked to be taught a skill. It would be bad form if he was unable to teach one Geno art to just one student. Sky Palace leader went silent for a bit, and then said, "Suppress Evil is a secret skill belonging to Sky Palace. It is complicated. It is not something you can learn over the course of a couple days. That being said, there is a riskier method that would enable you to learn it far faster. Would you like to give it a try?" Han Sen frowned. The Sky Palace leader had put the ball back in his court. The man said it was risky, but he did not mention how risky. If Han Sen didn't agree to the offer, then the blame for not accepting the teaching would be at his feet. Of course, if Han Sen agreed, he did not know the dangers he might be walking into. He didn't know if he could handle the risks. Han Sen went silent a little bit, and then he gritted his teeth. "I would like to give it a try." "Good. You are definitely Isha's student. I have faith in you. Go prepare and look for me on Hidden Path Island." The Sky Palace leader then waved his hand to dismiss Han Sen. Han Sen bowed and departed Sky Palace. On his way, he mulled over why the leader might be sending him to Hidden Path Island. Han Sen knew Hidden Path Island was a restricted section of Sky Palace. Without the leader's permission, no one could go there. As for what the place contained, he did not know. He'd have to find out the next day. But Han Sen did not think the leader would put him through too much harm. At the most, he thought the leader might only make him endure a little bit of suffering. If accepting a little risk could truly allow him to skip through 5 or 6 tiers of Suppress Evil, it'd be well worth it. That Geno art was too complicated. If he learned it like normal, it'd take him a few years to master it. Before going to Hidden Path Island, Han Sen invited Lone Bamboo, Thousand Feather Crane, and the Yun sisters for a meet-up. He also tried to find out more about where he was going. Yun Sushang, hearing the leader would take Han Sen there, was given a shock. Yun Sui immediately said, "Hidden Path Island is not a place ordinary people can go to. King-class elites are only permitted there when they are on the cusp of leveling up. That place is extremely dangerous. Many kings have failed to level up there and suffered grievous injuries in consequence. I can't fathom why the leader might want to take you there." The few of them told Han Sen what they knew about Hidden Path Island. They did not know much, and more than anything, it sounded as if it was just a place for kings to level up. The kings that entered would either come out half deified or half dead. It was very dangerous, and none had ever been known to go there without first being king class. Thousand Feather Crane thought and said, "We don't have to worry too much, though. Our leader won't want to hurt Han Senator. He obviously has his reasons for bringing Han Sen to such a place." Han Sen thought this too. If the Sky Palace leader wanted to bring him harm, he wouldn't have to go to this much trouble. The next morning, Han Sen took Bauer with him to Hidden Path Island. Outside the island, he found the Sky Palace leader standing atop a mountain peak. He smiled and waved, as if he was some sort of angel. "Greetings." Han Sen set the legless crane down on the mountain. Then he bowed to the leader. The Sky Palace leader waved his hand. "These are the stairs that lead to Hidden Path Cave. Walk these stairs and see how much you can learn from them." Han Sen was shocked. He hesitated, blinking down at the stairs. "Leader, are you not going to teach me? Suppress evil is an unusual art. Even if you were to listen to me lecture you, you wouldn't learn very much. This place is different, however, and you will understand that when you walk these stairs. If you are talented enough, you can level up Suppress Evil quickly. It won't be too difficult to knock down a few tiers this way." The Sky Palace leader smiled at Han Sen. "I've heard that this is a place where kings come to level up. I am merely an earl, so I don't think I have what it takes." Han Sen didn't really want to go into that cave. "You can back out now if you wish." Sky Palace leader bared his teeth in a grin. Han Sen clenched his jaw and started to descend the steps. The steps were circular, and when he looked down, he could not see the bottom. It was like a spiral that continued down forever into some abyss. The endless spiral staircase was dizzying. Han Sen looked back up and saw the Sky Palace leader smiling at the exit. Han Sen couldn't go back now, though. He lowered his head and kept going. Bauer sat on his shoulders, curiously looking around. There was nothing except for stairs. Han Sen followed the steps that led down into a bottomless pit. He did not know how many stairs he had descended when he came to a stone door. On its frame were a bunch of numbers. 00001? What does that mean? Are there 10,000 doors up ahead? What might be beyond those doors? Han Sen frowned. As Han Sen wondered this to himself, the stone door opened by itself. At the entrance of Hidden Path Cave, there was a woman wearing a black mask. She appeared next to the leader. The leader looked inside the cave and spoke to the black-masked woman. "This is your territory. Watch him, and do not allow him to die. You brought him here. This is your responsibility. I do not care about what happens." The black-masked woman said, then entered Hidden Path Cave. The Sky Palace leader smiled when she turned. He stepped onto a cloud and left the island to return to the Sky Palace garden. Han Sen opened the stone door and looked around its frame, already on full alert. On the other side, he found a black vortex. And before he had even the slightest chance to react, a powerful suction tried to yank him inside. With a spike of adrenaline, Han Sen mustered as much power as he could to push himself back away from the door, but ultimately, he could not stave it off. He was pulled into the stone room. Han Sen found himself in a dark, wet cave. Walala, walala. The cave echoed with the sound of a chain whipping rock. Then, a large shape began to emerge from the darkness. A monster was approaching, with a Kirin body and green bird wings. It was 10 meters tall and had the head of a tiger. Its glowing green eyes gave Han Sen the chills. The monster was way too scary. Its mere presence was enough to rob Han Sen of breath. Many long black chains perforated its body and were anchored to the stone of the cave. When it was only 10 meters away from Han Sen, those black chains were yanked tight, couldn't reach Han Sen. Han Sen did not dare be reckless, and so he summoned his Bisema. The fiend was locked up, but it was powerful. Even its breath would be destructive, and Han Sen knew full well his own inability to defeat it in combat. Is Sky Palace failing? Did it send you both here to die? The monster coldly looked at Han Sen. What is this? Sky Palace leader can't mean for me to go up against this thing, surely. Even though it is locked up, there is no way I can slay it, Han Sen thought. He used his Dongxian aura to observe the king-class creature. but he noted that an accurate reading was rendered impossible by the chains. That being said, some of its power was spilling through the suppressing chains. It wasn't completely locked down. Han Sen stopped looking. The king-class creature's green eyes shone like green lanterns. Han Sen hid within his demon bug by Sima as the monster's eyes became brighter. The increasing glow was difficult to look away from, though. Boom! Han Sen felt as if his brain had exploded in his head. Within those lantern-like eyes, Han Sen thought he saw a strange symbol. It didn't look real. That symbol was seared into his brain as if it had been branded by a hot iron. And when the symbol was fully imprinted, it kick-started a storm inside of his mind. It was a real storm, too, as Han Sen felt a wind blowing across his body. In his mind, he saw a soft wind stirring leaves, a sandstorm raging in a desert, and then a sea kicking up a violent tsunami. All these different sorts of wind powers were surging into his brain. Han Sen knew that all of this was taking place inside his imagination, but it still affected him like it was real. The black-masked woman stood outside the stone door, leaning against a wall as she waited. Her eyes were closed, and it almost looked as if she was waiting for something specific to happen. The 72 genes of original killing have been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Many kings have wanted to learn the original gene spells, but they have always failed. Han Sen has been sent here to endure that original gene spell power. Is that old man insane? Even if Han Sen's will is as strong as a king's, he won't be able to take the mental duress. Then I'll have to deal with it. The woman spoke to herself, eyes closed as if she was dreaming. After a while, the woman opened her eyes and looked surprised. How can he endure the original gene spell power? The woman frowned. In a dark world, only one place had light. Under that dim light, a broken palace was visible. In its plaza, a 6-year-old boy was engaged in combat with a strange bird. The little boy kept moving, his shadow flickering over the ground like a real bird's. His shadow occasionally aided him as he fought the bird in the air. Suddenly, the bird and the boy split up. The strange bird laughed and said, "Little flower is talented. If his holy body can become deified, he can make sacred great again. It will still take many years for him to become deified. It isn't easy to raise a holy body to that level," Auntie May said with a roll of her eyes. "But it is almost time for the Geno being scroll so Little Flower can participate. He can earn Sacred some reputation, and let the old elites know that Sacred is still around." "Yes, he must join it." Old Eagle nodded. He looked at the 9-life cat and went on to say, "Old cat, what do you think?" "I think it is time for people to know Sacred has some new blood," Old Cat said coldly. "Good. This is it, then." Old Eagle and the other monsters all looked excited. They all screamed, "Little Flower, you have to earn the number 1 spot for us." Over the next year, Han Sen made sure to enter the Hidden Path Cave each and every day. Every time he was there, he would have to endure the powers of the original gene kill spells. The creature in the cave was chained and suppressed, but looking into its eyes could activate the original gene spell power. When Han Sen fought against that power, he learned something. Perhaps it was because he had been blessed by the 10,000 gourds, but he understood all the elements. When he looked at the original gene kill spell, it was easy for him to understand. But those spells did not ever seem to work on Bauer. She was with him every time he went to the cave, but she appeared to be completely unaffected by the kill spell and its effects. While Han Sen wrestled with the spell in his head, Bauer would just look around curiously. So, over the course of that year, Han Sen split his time between Hidden Path Cave and the White Jade Building, where he continued to absorb Jade Fairy Spirits whenever the Jade Air was released. The Jade Spirits were an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Going to the 7th floor to absorb the Jade Fairy Spirits became routine, but after a while, the growth of his Jadeskin's power suddenly accelerated. The godlight gathered on him, and before long, he looked pretty much like a Jade Fairy Spirit himself. The fairy-like visage that covered him came out of his own shadow. Aha! Jadeskin has finally leveled up to Marquise. Han Sen was pretty happy about this development, but it was a shame he was still inside the White Jade Tower when it popped. He was extremely eager to try out his new Jadeskin powers as soon as he possibly could. Han Sen learned a lot from the 72 original gene kill spells. Suppress Evil was based on the 72 original gene kill spells. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to study the original gene kill spells, and through this, his proficiency with Suppress Evil improved rapidly. He reached the 8th tier after just 1 year. His progress was interrupted, however, when the elders gave him another mission. He was tasked with taking on a Marquise Xenogeneic that was wreaking havoc on a business planet belonging to Sky Palace. The job was simple and Han Sen killed the creature easily. When he returned to Sky Palace, however, his phone rang. It was a call from the number that Shi Mengxiang had given him. Han Sen had called the number before, but no one answered. It looked like Shi Mengxiang had given him the number so he could call Han Sen, and not for Han Sen to call him. Han Sen answered. There was no video, only voice. Han Sen remained quiet as the person on the other end began to speak. Han Sen, it is me. The voice was familiar, but it didn't belong to Shi Mengxiang. It was God's retribution. God's retribution? Han Sen frowned. Now he was certain that Blood Legion had a method of leaving the sanctuaries. Yes, listen, I do not have much time. I'm being watched, God's retribution said. How did you leave the sanctuaries? Han Sen asked. Just hearing the voice wasn't enough for him to be sure that it was God's retribution. Blood Legion has always had a way to leave. We just can't return. God's retribution went on to say, but now is not the time for that. Listen, do not let anyone know you have practiced the Bloodpool Sutra. If you do, you may find yourself in trouble. Why? Han Sen asked. It's complicated. Some guy in the Geno universe is coming after Blood Legion members. Fortunately, you have not practiced the Bloodpool Sutra enough to have blue blood. Just don't tell anyone. If you don't, you won't be found out, God's retribution said. Who has a feud with Blood Legion in the Geno universe? Which higher race is it? Han Sen asked. It is not a higher race. It is something far worse. God's retribution hesitated for a moment, but he still went on to say, you know the creature that called itself a god? The one the 7th team encountered. Han Sen's heart jumped and he said, that guy is in the Geno universe? Yes, but he didn't come here from the sanctuaries like we did. This universe is his home. Remember, don't let anyone know that you've practiced the Bloodpool Sutra. If you do, you'll find yourself a target. And keep up the ruse that you're a crystallizer. Don't mention to anyone that you're actually a human. That will expose the fact that you're from the sanctuaries. You did well to do that from the start, God's retribution said. What is he? Han Sen asked. I don't know how to explain. All I can say is that he is scarier than a deified elite, and we cannot hope to fight him. He's killed many Blood Legion members. Until recently, we've had no hope of fighting back, God's retribution said. What's different now? Han Sen asked. Super genes, God's retribution said. What does that mean? Those two words caught Han Sen's interest. Only people who have maxed out their super genes in the sanctuaries can compete with a creature like him. That is our only hope. Until you've grown stronger, do not expose the fact that you possess the Bloodpool Sutra. God's retribution was speaking quickly. If you knew about all this, why didn't you tell me back in the sanctuaries? Han Sen asked. God's retribution said, I told you, we can only leave the sanctuaries. We are unable to return. I only learned about this from the other members upon arrival. Okay, there's no time. I'll contact you again. The conversation was disconnected abruptly. Han Sen put the phone away and thought to himself, if all of this is real, then who is this so-called god? Is he like King Jun? Can he not murder anyone here? Han Sen thought about this for quite a while, but he didn't come to any more conclusions. He hadn't planned on exposing his Bloodpool Sutra anyway, but after that reminder, he would make doubly sure not to. Whether or not God's retribution was telling the truth, no harm would come from maintaining a low profile. After thinking things over, Han Sen tried to call him back. Just like before, it did not work. Blood Legion members have been able to enter the Geno universe for a very long time. Maybe Human Emperor is around here somewhere, But even so, humans have no fame. They must be hiding themselves away, under great pressure. Han Sen looked grim as he continued talking to himself. Is that God really that powerful, I wonder? After Han Sen reported the results of his quest to Sky Palace, he was granted some vacation days. His Dongshan Sutra and the story of genes still hadn't reached marquees yet. The Dongshan Sutra was slowly growing stronger, but the story of genes had come to a standstill. He wouldn't level that up unless he got some help. Han Sen tried to use the Jade Spirits to boost the story of genes, but it wasn't very effective. Progress was insufferably slow. At that rate, it would take several decades to become a marquise with the story of genes. As Han Sen ransacked his mind for a solution to the problem, Thousand Feather Crane arrived with an order from Sky Palace. The leader has told me to go to the feather. Han Sen looked at Thousand Feather Crane in disbelief. The Sky Palace leader knew of the grudge that the feathers had against Han Sen, given his connection with Kong Fei. There was also the blood feather knife incident, which only fanned the flames of their hatred. Yes, the leader wants you to be Sky Palace's envoy to the feathers. This is good. Have you heard of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth? If you go there as an envoy, you can use it, Thousand Feather Crane said. You mean the pool Angia used to erase everything he had learned? I don't want to be reborn. What's the point in that? Han Sen frowned. The pool of rebirth doesn't just reset your body. The powers of rebirth have a unique way of speeding up your leveling. The leader must think your geno art is ascending too slowly, since you are still only a marquise. Hence, he has presented you with this opportunity to make use of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth. Our contract with the feathers allows us to send 3 people of our choosing to use the Pool of Rebirth every 10 years. You are one of those selected. The leader takes you as someone quite important, Thousand Feather Crane said, his voice filled with admiration. In that case, I will go to Holy Heaven. Upon hearing that the trip would benefit him, Han Sen did not hesitate. He agreed to become an envoy and travel to Holy Heaven. Given the precarious situation that the feathers had found themselves in, they could not risk offending Sky Palace and bringing harm to Han Sen, either. The worst they could do was mocking him. Since he was gaining access to a valuable resource, though, Han Sen was willing to turn a blind eye to their bad behavior. When you return from the feather, it will be time for the Geno being scroll to appear. Will you be entering that competition? You could be the first Earl, easy. After the question, Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sen had 2 Geno arts that were marquis already, and winning the competition would put him atop the list of all marquises in the universe. It would also highlight the fact he had more than 1 Geno art. I am not interested in boosting my reputation. Han Sen shook his head. Han Sen wasn't the only person going to Holy Heaven as an envoy. A few others, including an elder, were going with him. The others would hold meetings with the feathers to discuss prolonged cooperation between the 2 races. Han Sen had no objective beyond making use of the pool. Han Sen followed the group to Holy Heaven. The leader was the 10th elder Yun Chongkong. Han Sen felt safe in his company. He had a good relationship with the man's daughters and students. If something was to happen, he was certain Yun Chongkong would protect him. The people of Sky Palace treated Han Sen nicely, in part due to his great reputation there. He had done many great deeds in service of Sky Palace, so they all liked him. Many gushed compliments. They arrived in feather territory safely. Before they went to Holy Heaven, though, a king of the feathers welcomed them. At this point, the feathers depended on their relationship with Sky Palace for survival. Sky Palace's protection was the only thing keeping the other high races from attacking them, so they took their commitment to Sky Palace seriously. When the Feather King looked at Han Sen, however, his expression was filled with distaste. Han Sen couldn't tell if it was due to the events with Kong Fei or the blood feather knife. When Han Sen entered Holy Heaven, all the feathers treated him strangely, as well. They were friendly with the other envoys, but they looked at Han Sen with distaste. Han Sen pretended it was nothing. When the feathers learned Han Sen was going to make use of the Pool of Rebirth, though, they went from being annoyed to being terribly upset. After Ring Feather King showed them the pool, he said, "The Pool of Rebirth, it's shut down for maintenance, so you'll have to wait a few days to use it. It will be available to you as soon as it opens again. Han Sen resigned himself to staying in Holy Heaven for a while. Luckily, he was an envoy, so nothing awry transpired. In a meeting room in Holy Heaven, many feather alphas and high-level feathers were talking. The pool of rebirth is the holiest relic of the feathers. How can we allow it to be defiled by Han Sen? A feather elder growled. Yeah, that animal is connected to Kong Fei. He cannot be allowed to use it. Another feather elder agreed angrily. None of the feather leadership were happy about the prospect of Han Sen making use of their pool of rebirth. It's not like we have a choice, though. This is the deal we made with Sky Palace. Using the pool is perfectly within Han Sen's rights. And there is nothing we can do to stop that, Holy Feather King said. Everyone was silent. When the feather lantern darkened, all the feathers dropped a level. Holy Feather King had made use of resources to resecure his rank as a king. It had cost everything Holy Heaven had in its reserves. But they only recovered 30 to 40% of their original power. Without the protection of Sky Palace, Holy Heaven would have ceased to be. If we cannot stop Han Sen from going in, we might as well just totally open it for him, an elder said. Fairy Feather Elder, what do you mean? Everyone looked at the elder in confusion. 3 people are allowed access to the rebirth pool at one time. We have given Sky Palace 3 slots every 10 years. They are only making use of 1 slot, and that slot is given to Han's senator. That means we can send 2 feathers alongside him, Fairy Feather Elder said. Everyone looked at him with confusion, but he went on to say, the pool of rebirth's power is limited. That is why only 3 can go at a time. And those 3 have to be marquis or lower. If a king entered, the power of the pool would only be enough for that one king, and he wouldn't be able to be reborn. If dukes wanted to enter, only 2 dukes could be reborn at a time. You mean we should send 2 dukes into the pool with Han Sen, so that they could steal whatever power he'd otherwise gain? Holy Feather King asked, while looking straight at Fairy Feather Elder. Fairy Feather Elder said, we have all used the pool of rebirth, so we can cope with its powers more than outsiders can. With 2 dukes that are stronger than Han Sen, they can surely absorb most of its power. Han Sen will earn a little, but Sky Palace won't notice the trick. This might work, but who is going to take this power? The elders began to discuss. If a Duke-class person absorbed too much power, they would end up like Angia and become primal. They wouldn't even be a baron, and they'd have to start from scratch again. Not many people wish to end up like Angia, so very few dukes would want to take part in that. Fairy Feather Elder smiled. Why don't we let the 2 brothers Angela and Enola use it? Aren't they locked up in prison? Will they agree? An elder asked in shock. I can persuade them, Fairy Feather said with a look of confidence. If they can go, that really would be best. Not even 10 Han Sens could fight the 2 of them. The elder stated, almost as if he admired them. On Han Sen's 4th day there, they received news from the feathers proclaiming that the pool of rebirth was open again. It was being prepared for use. Holy Heaven's pool of rebirth was one of the most famous pools in the Geno universe. Very few items existed that could help kings level up, but Pool of Rebirth was one of them. The Pool of Rebirth had its flaws, though. The chance of making a king half-deified was low, and there was a great deal of risk in even making an attempt. Even so, many other races coveted the treasure. A king-class feather found Han Sen and led him to the legendary Pool of Rebirth. Despite being called a pool, the item had no water. It was a giant crystal altar, and in the center, there was an angel statue. That statue was white, and its angelic wings were folded forward. It looked like a gentle goddess reaching out to the masses. Merely looking at the statue summoned a flood of emotion, and it felt like a single glance would be enough to absolve a person of all their deathly sorrows and sins. Up to 3 people can use the Pool of Rebirth at the same time. If fewer people enter, much of the power might be wasted. I am positive you know all about this. You do, don't you? Fairy Feather said to Han Sen, who was directly in front of the altar. Yes. Han Sen nodded. Before Han Sen came to Holy Heaven as an envoy, the Sky Palace leader had explained what he ought to expect. Han Sen understood what was going to happen. Good. Sky Palace has only sent you here to use it. To keep from wasting power, we will send an additional 2 marquises to be reborn with you. Is that okay? Fairy Feather Elder asked with a smile. It's fine. Han Sen nodded. Angela and Enola, you two may enter and be reborn with Han Senator, but of course, make sure to be careful. It would be most uncouth if you were to disrupt our guests' use of the pool. Fairy Feather Elder admonished them loudly. Han Sen had expected this. The Sky Palace leader had sent Han Sen alone so he could absorb all of the pool's power himself. But the Sky Palace leader suspected that the feathers would send in 2 dukes to fight Han Sen for the majority of the power. Their assumption was mostly correct, except that the feathers were sending in marquises instead of dukes. This surprised Han Sen. But when the brothers Angela and Enola stepped toward him, he understood why they had been selected. They both looked like feathers, with faces reminiscent of marble statues, and their life forces were Marquise level. But just feeling their presence, Han Sen knew immediately that something was amiss. He did not believe for 1 second that they were truly marquises, plain and simple. They were more impressive than any duke that Han Sen had yet met, and they looked as if they had a great disdain for any being other than themselves. Not even most nobles carried themselves with such haughty confidence. Were they the top dukes here? Were they just reduced to marquises when the lantern went out? Han Sen guessed to himself. Han Sen was half correct. Angela and Enola had been kings. They broke the law and were sent to jail, where they had been for the last few centuries. They were tortured so much that their level dropped down from king to duke. And then, the feather lantern went out and all the feathers across the universe lost an entire level. Those 2 had to suffer a drop from duke to marquise. Because they had been in jail, no resources were made available to help them recover. So, they had to remain marquises. Fairy Feather had somehow convinced the 2 brothers to fight for the power against Han Senator. Their power might have been marquise, but their inner core was king. Their talents far exceeded those of an ordinary marquise. In the past few days, they were healed enough to become dukes again. If they successfully absorbed the rebirthing power, there was every chance they could become kings again. Using those 2 to fight against Han Sen was better than employing an average duke to do the same. Against the cruel power of the brothers, Fairy Feather thought Han Sen would gain nothing. But he told them they had to allow Han Sen to gain some smidgen of power, so Sky Palace wouldn't be able to claim foul play. The pool of rebirth is going to open. Please proceed to the altar, a feather butler proclaimed. The altar was surprisingly large. Han Sen went to stand near the angel statue, where he would wait for the pool of rebirth to open. Angela and Enola stood on either side of the angel statue, with Han Sen in the middle. They didn't look at Han Sen once. They just coldly stood where they were. Angela and Enola did not take Han Sen for a threat. They used to be kings, so no matter how popular Han Sen might have been, there was no reason for them to pay him any attention, they believed. Fairy Feather and the others were now all anticipating a good show. Only the envoys from Sky Palace watched the pool of rebirth curiously. They were keen to see how much Han Sen could gain from it. When Yun Chongkong saw Angela and Enola, his eyes squinted. Those 2 brothers were in holy heaven, and very few knew about them. They had been locked up for centuries, so all memory of them should have faded. Yun Chongkong still knew a thing or 2, though. Yun Chongkong did not know the 2 brothers, but he was in charge of the Cloudsmoke building. It was a department that collected intelligence on races throughout the Geno universe. So, he was familiar with famous feathers across the ages. The feathers had called 2 strange marquises to fight with Han Sen. So Yun Chongkong knew there was something abnormal going on. There's more to these guys than it seems, Yun Chongkong thought. He was trying to guess who those 2 brothers were. Yun Chongkong found it very hard to believe that the feathers would pick 2 marquises to fight Han Sen fairly. The feathers despised Kong Fei, and Han Sen had received Kong Fei's deified feather. There was also the blood feather knife incident. There was no way the feathers were willing to let Han Sen take their rebirthing powers. Yun Chongkong could not recall having heard of the 2 brothers, but before long, the pool of rebirth opened. The angel statue started to spew water, and the angelic wings began to unfurl. Light glowed from the altar, and when it did, water fountained up from the statue. It turned into a crystal pillar that shot right up into the sky. Han Sen reached out his hand to touch the energy that looked like water. It now made sense that this place was called the Pool of Rebirth, as the energy it possessed was very thick and very much like liquid. When he touched that energy, he felt as if his body was being overwhelmed by a sudden surge of hormones. All of his cells throbbed, as if they were on the precipice of exploding. As quickly as he could, Han Sen used the story of genes to absorb the liquid energy. Angela and Enola began absorbing that liquid energy too. This, however, wasn't the energy of rebirth. It was just a substance from the pool of rebirth that would ready them for the main course. Earlier, the angel statue's wings were folded forward in a way that cloaked its body from view. Even the statue's arms had been hidden. Now that the wings were open, though, the angel statue was revealed to be holding a stone vase. The energy held within that stone vase was the reason they had come. After a few seconds, the liquid energy flowed out of the vase, spreading as it came. Pop! Han Sen refined the liquid energy, and as he did, he heard a bubble pop from inside the vase. Shortly after, something white came out of the vase. Before Han Sen could see what it was exactly, Angela and Enola began glowing with white light. They turned into big angel-like figures themselves, and they shrouded their own bodies in the plush comfort of their wings. Han Sen watched for a little while before he got a clear view of the white thing that had come out of the vase. Okay, he thought, that's just weird. The object was around the size of a hand, and when he looked closer, he saw that it was an egg with angel wings. It looked rather cute, actually. At first, it flew in circles around the angel statue. Before long, it seemed to notice the power of Angela and Enola, and as a result, it flew towards Angela. Han Sen knew that thing was the rebirthing power he had come for. Luckily, the Sky Palace leader had told him how to take the power for himself. The rebirthing power was strange, and it was not something Han Sen could take through force. He needed to attract it towards him with his own life force. Normally, feathers were the best at attracting and absorbing the rebirthing power. But the Sky Palace leader taught Han Sen a method of doing this himself. Following the instructions he'd been given, he started off by casting the story of genes. I wonder if this will actually work? Han Sen thought to himself. The method the Sky Palace leader had given him was simple. It was so simple that Han Sen doubted it. It seemed too good to be true. Han Sen started off by casting the story of genes. Then, a godlight appeared and took the shape of a ring. It was like a nice little halo, sculpted to the size of Han Sen's head. In some ways, it looked like a mirror was perched directly above him. When Han Sen created that ring, the rebirthing power swerved away from Angela and turned around. It flapped its wings and went towards Han Sen's ring instead. Seeing the rebirthing power heading for Han Sen, Fairy Feather and the others remained calm. They knew Han Sen would be tricky to deal with. It was because they knew this that they specifically sought out Angela and Enola to deal with him. Seeing the rebirthing power flying to Han Sen, Angela and Enola looked at each other. Enola nodded, and then his angel shadow turned gold. Boom! Enola took one step forward, with his giant angel shadow appearing gold. He opened his arms and wings. In a gesture that looked like he was welcoming the morning glory of the sky, he radiated thousands of beams of golden light like a holy angel. Everyone could see that Enola had leveled up to become a duke. His life force was strong, and he could attract the rebirthing power more strongly. Yun Chongkong, seeing Endola's gold angel, thought, Judgment Angel Light. That is a forbidden technique of the feather. Not many can learn it. I remember there were two brothers that learned this technique a few centuries ago. Are they? Yun Chongkong looked at Enola and Angela, and his expression turned gloomy. He thought to himself, if they really are the brothers, then Han Sen is in danger. Even the ring skill the leader has taught him won't be enough to overcome these two brothers. Yun Chongkong was now able to effectively guess what scheme had been concocted, and why things were going the way they were. Endola's gold angel appeared, and the rebirthing power going into Han Sen stopped. The egg's wings flapped in confusion as it bobbed back and forth, unsure where it should go. As this occurred, there was a popping sound. Another winged egg emerged from the vase, and it behaved just like the other one as well. It was also wondering where it should go. Hansen frowned. He was using the ring skill that the Sky Palace leader had taught him, but it didn't seem to be enough to attract the rebirthing power. And Ola kept strengthening his gold angel light, but he was still engaged in overcoming the allure of Han Sen's ring. Neither of them could attract the rebirthing power exclusively to themselves. Fairy Feather and the others were glad that they had called on the brothers Angela and Enola. Ordinary dukes would have definitely lost to Han Senator when they saw Enola struggling to win. They realized how powerful the attraction of the ring was to the rebirthing power. But as dire as things might have seemed for the pair, they weren't worried, for Angela hadn't fully entered the contest yet. If the brothers cast their powers at the same time, the power unleashed would surely result in Han Sen losing. Yun Changkong frowned. The Sky Palace leader's ring was very strong. Han Sen was only an earl with the story of genes, and yet he could fight against Enola who was a duke. That meant the ring was very attractive to the rebirthing power. But there was still Angela left to deal with, and that meant the chances of Han Sen actually winning were slim to none. While Han Sen and Enola fought, many more winged eggs appeared out of the vase and became stuck between the two. In no time, a bunch of rebirthing powers were flying around in indecision. Angela stepped up beside Enola and touched his head. His own angel shadow turned gold. Angela had absorbed enough liquid energy to become a duke. Angela then began to channel his power into Enola. His gold angel light was getting weaker, while Endola's gold angel light was getting brighter and brighter. The balance between the gold angel and the ring was broken. The rebirthing power started to flap their little wings and head for the gold angels. Fuck, that's a powerful technique. Hansen frowned. He thought with Sky Palace leader's help and teachings, he'd be able to get the rebirthing powers with ease. But of course, as usual, things weren't working out as he might have expected them to. If Han Sen was only dealing with one of the brothers, the ring skill the leader had taught him might have actually stood a chance. But now that the two of them had combined their strength to combat Han Sen, he had no hope of competing. Seeing the rebirthing powers head for Enola, Han Sen racked his mind for a way in which he could turn the tables. The ring skill had been created by the Sky Palace leader specifically to attract the rebirthing power. Han Sen had been counting on it to work, and now that it was proving ineffective, he had no clue what he might do. Attempting to attract the rebirthing power with his own life force was useless. His life force was weaker than Endola's, not to mention that the contest was 2-on-1. I can't worry too much about it. Han Sen gritted his teeth and then charged up a jadeskin light. With it, he flew towards the rebirthing power. Han Sen wanted to see if the Marquis's freezing godlike power could freeze the rebirthing power and stall it. When Enola and Angela saw Han Sen trying to grab the winged eggs, they did not even move. They just laughed with disdain. The rebirthing power could not be taken by force. Even a king-class person could not use force to grab them. Fairy Feather Elder smiled and spoke to Yun Changkong. Elder Yun, young people have no patience. Did you not tell him that he cannot take the rebirthing powers by force? Ha! It's a good thing that young people are reckless. That fire and passion should be maintained. They should strive for everything they can while they have the time to try, Yun Changkong said coldly. Yun Changkong thought Han Sen was doing the right thing, even if he wasn't successful. People who sat down like cabbages and didn't even try were the absolute worst. Fighting until the end, no matter how low the probability of success, that was what everyone should do. So, while all the feathers looked at Han Sen as if he was some sort of clown, Yun Changkong was of the firm belief that Han Sen was doing what was right. He admired his behavior, and it was true that Han Sen would never slow down and stop doing his best. No matter how trying the task was, he just never gave in. It might seem easy to never stop fighting, but very few could actually go on as he did. The Jadeskin Godlight hit a rebirthing power, but the freezing Godlight had no effect. It was like hitting a shadow, as the power shot right through its body. It really doesn't work. Han Sen pretty much expected this result, so it wasn't as if he was disappointed. Enola and Angela, The two brothers looked even more disdainful. Enola smirked. Rebirthing powers cannot be taken by force. You have to wait for them to come and enter your body. Didn't you know that? The feather elders and elites were laughing their socks off. Their eyes were full of condescension as Han Sen's hands grabbed nothing. They looked at him like he was an absolute buffoon. Kong Fei had put out the lantern of the feathers, so there was no one that the feathers hated more. In addition, Kong Fei had given deified feathers to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. To the feathers, that meant Han Sen and Stay Up Late were Kong Fei's dogs. If Han Sen had not belonged to Sky Palace, he would have never been given access to this pool. They would have hunted him down and killed him. You cannot force this. What an ignorant youth. Fairy Feather Elder stroked his beard as he spoke. The pool of rebirth is a sacred item belonging to the feather, so of course it would help us, another elder said. We should remind them not to take too much. They need to let Han Sen have some, as he is a guest, an elder sneered. They were all so merry, and they practically radiated arrogance. The Sky Palace envoys frowned, but this was part of the deal between the feathers and Sky Palace. It was not like the feathers were slaves. The feathers had more options than just Sky Palace, but Sky Palace had made them the best offer. That was why the feather allied with Sky Palace. The feathers were controlled by Sky Palace, but they still governed their own affairs. If Sky Palace completely controlled the feathers, there would have been no reason to send envoys to the feathers to discuss the future. The envoys of Sky Palace were not fond of the feathers' behavior, but they couldn't make too much of an issue over it. It wouldn't reflect well on Sky Palace. Yun Chongkong did not move. He just looked at Han Senator. He was on his own now, and there was no one there that could help him. Teaching Han Sen the ring technique had been a good idea. Even against two ordinary dukes, Han Sen could have taken most of the rebirthing power. No one could have known that the feathers would field such powerful competitors. Enola and Angela were twins, and they had Judgment Angel Light. They could transfer power to one another. That was something ordinary dukes could not accomplish. When their life forces joined as one, not even a genuine king could beat them. That was because they were kings at one point, too. Han Sen hadn't expected his jade skin light to work, so he used it mostly as a distraction. As the observers were focused on his futile attempts to capture the winged eggs, Han Sen got close enough to the statue to open the Demon Bug King by Sima. Han Sen could no longer afford to hold back. They had to see which side was stronger. It'd be okay if he failed, but if he succeeded, Han Sen was not going to leave them a single ounce of rebirthing power. He was taking everything for himself. BZZT. A blue glass light appeared around Han Sen, encasing all the rebirthing powers and the angel statue within. Stupid. Rebirthing power cannot be blocked by force, either. You cannot use strength to trap it. Enola laughed darkly. Fairy Feather smiled and said, It is good that young people work hard, but doing this is both reckless and foolish. Pang, pang, pang. Fairy Feather Elder and the other feathers looked on in disbelief. The rebirthing powers that were flying toward Angela and Enola smacked into the blue shield. They could not penetrate the wall of light, and they ricocheted off one after another like meatballs bouncing off a plate. Impossible! How can the rebirthing power be stopped like that? Enola shouted at the top of his lungs. Angela was simply stunned into silence. Fairy Feather Elder and the kings stared with gaping jaws. They had no reaction to give, for what they saw was absolutely insane. It was well and truly baffling. The rebirthing powers had been blocked. Never in their wildest nightmares had they thought something like this could happen. Not even king-class elites could do such a thing. But the fact of the matter was plain to see. This was happening. The rebirthing powers were being blocked by the blue light wielded by Han Senator, and because of the blue shield's ability to contain the rebirthing powers, the winged eggs could no longer detect the life force of the brothers. With no alternatives available to them, they all chose to drift towards Han Sen. Seeing that, Yun Chongkong smiled. He was genuinely surprised by what he was witnessing, but pleasantly so. He knew about Han Sen possessing some sort of a shield treasure, due to the report stating he had used it against the Night Ghosts during the wild chain of events that transpired on planet Night Ghost. Yun Chongkong hadn't seen it in person before, though. He only had second-hand accounts to go on. He did not know the powers were this effective, but above all, he did not know it could be used to block the passage of the rebirthing powers. The envoys in Sky Palace were in sheer delight, as one might expect. Han Sen was representing Sky Palace, too, so it had made them incredibly frustrated to see Han Sen being relentlessly mocked. Han Sen's not bad, but then again, that's why he hails from Sky Palace. I thought rebirthing powers were powerful, but now they're being shielded so easily. It looks like the tales about them were incorrect, and they were just fanciful exaggerations. Fairy Feather Elder's face had turned an abhorrent shade of green. He couldn't speak under the crush of the painful shock he was experiencing. He had no clue what powers might have fueled Han Sen's shield to do what it was doing. It boggled his mind that it was able to block the rebirthing powers. Before they could even hope to form an understanding, though, the rebirthing powers were directly in front of Han Senator. A rebirthing power hit Han Sen's Geno armor and melted into it. It shone like a holy light in his armor, making him glow with a holy aura. Pat, pat, pat. Many rebirthing powers hit the spell armor like snow, making the armor glow. When every rebirthing power entered his system, Han Sen felt as if he was given a shot of adrenaline. His body was so alive, and power surged into each and every cell. It really did feel as if he was going to be reborn. Han Sen cast the story of genes to absorb those powers and evolve his spell armor. The spell armor was by far the hardest to level up. He gathered as much power as he could right now, because he wouldn't be afforded a second opportunity. Outside the shield, Angela and Enola flared their power as strongly as they could. But try as they might, everything they did was useless. The demon bug by Sima blocked everything. The rebirthing powers could not detect them outside the shield, so they had no interest in going anywhere other than to Han Sen. Han Sen, you are cheating. Put away your shield. Fairy Feather Elder shouted. Yun Chongkong laughed and said, Fairy Feather, the rebirthing powers go for the one whose abilities they prefer. Random chance it a factor too, of course. But this is not cheating. If Han Sen is cheating in your books, then why did you get those two to lower their level from king to enter this competition? Fairy Feather Elder's face turned red. He realized with frustration that Yun Chongkong knew the true identity of the brothers. The rebirthing powers are distributed by the pool of rebirth. What do you think? Yun Chongkong looked at Fairy Feather Elder and smiled. Well, I can only suppose that you are right. These matters should not be trifled with by us, and they should be exclusively sorted out by the individuals currently occupying the pool of rebirth. This will all depend on their abilities and their abilities alone. We are only here as spectators and nothing more. Fairy Feather coughed and spoke at high volume. Angela and Enola heard him, though, and they understood what he really meant. Enola punched the blue shield. When Enola punched, the giant gold angel shadow moved with him to punch the shield. 2. The gold fist struck the blue shield like a giant smacking a crystal bowl. The shide looked like weak glass, but when the gold angel fist came into contact with it, it was the gold light that shattered. Endola's fist bounced off, and the blue light was wholly intact. Endola's face warped into something horrid. He gathered up more power and kept punching alongside his gold angel. The gold light shattered, but the shield remained untouched. Han Sen was inside it, calmly absorbing the rebirthing powers. His spell armor was becoming brighter and brighter. The Duke powers were unable to break the blue shield, and this shocked the Feather Nobles. Enola clenched his jaw. Then his body started to vibrate with power. His angel wings spread open wide, while an orb of light began to mass between his hands. That gold light was like a vortex swirling in his hands. The gold light became brighter and brighter, until it looked like lightning in his hands. Judgment Angel Light was a forbidden skill because practicing the art was very dangerous. It was so strong that there was a fair chance of it damaging the caster. It was the strongest attack Geno art, but not even the feathers dared use it. Enola and Angela were talented enough to bring their proficiency with it up to king class. They could be the strongest kings out of all the feathers. Although they were only dukes now, the judgment angel light they were summoning would still be incredibly powerful. Boom! When that gold light reached its max size, Enola and his gold angel shoved it forward. The light looked as if it could destroy a galaxy as it streaked toward the shield. Pang! The gold light shattered like glass. The blue shield, on the other hand, was totally fine. Against its blue surface, the terrifying judgment angel light was no more than a delicate glass arrow. Many feather elders and dukes were shocked. Angela roared and gave his big judgment angel light to Enola. Enola looked scary as he cast the second judgment angel light. He gathered up the strength of two people. Boom! A thick gold light came against the blue shield like a light of judgment that could destroy Earth. But when the light came against the blue shield, it was the gold that broke again. Nothing happened to the shield. It was quite spooky. Everyone stared at the shield in awe. The strongest secret skill of the feathers had been used by the brothers Angela and Enola, and it had proven useless. I refuse to believe that this shield of his cannot be broken. Enola fumed. He continued using his judgment angel light to attack the blue shield. Han-san stood where he was, allowing the rebirthing powers to cleanse him. He looked as blissful as if a pretty woman was giving him an excellent massage. He was very relaxed. Fairy Feather Elder and the others wanted to rip Han-sen's ugly face off. But the brothers' judgment angel light could not even make the blue shield tremble, let alone make a dent. Han-sen's shield had encased the entire angel statue. The rebirthing powers that came flowing out of the vase all headed towards Han's senator. There was nothing the brothers Angela and Enola could do. Rebirthing powers flowed into the spell armor continuously. The symbols across the spell armor brightened, shrouding Han-san in a holy light. He was like a sun within the demon bug by Sima. Angela and Enola continued to attack the demon bug by Sima, but nothing they tried worked. The shield did not even shake. When Fairy Feather Elder and the others saw the rebirthing powers go into Han-san, their hearts bled. No matter how much they hated Han-san, there was little they could do. They could only watch the heartrending show. When Han-san refused to remove the shield, it became apparent that he wanted all the power for himself. Fairy Feather shouted furiously, "Take it! Take it! Yeah, so much rebirthing power will push you into going primal. You won't be able to cope, and you'll have to restart from the beginning." There really was so much rebirthing power. There was enough there to satisfy the rebirthing needs of two dukes. What he was thinking was correct. Fairy Feather wasn't the only one thinking this either. Most feathers were of the same mind. Han-sen had absorbed so much rebirthing powers. It had likely reset his geno armaments and turned the dial back to zero. But as more and more power came gushing into the spell armor, what they expected didn't seem to occur. The spell armor just continued to glow and nothing more. Half of the rebirthing powers had emerged now, and all of them had been taken by Han's senator. Not even a duke should have been able to withstand that amount of energy. He should have gone primal by now. But Han-san still stood calmly in the light, with nothing distressing occurring. Angela and Enola ceased attacking. They just stood there, watching Han-san absorb every rebirthing power. They looked extremely awkward. The pool of rebirth had already started, so they would have to wait for all of this to be over before they could leave the altar. The whole race of the feathers were embarrassed. They did not speak, and some of them had to slink away. The Sky Palace envoys, on the other hand, spoke merrily amongst themselves. They spoke about how much rebirthing power Han-sen might need to level up. As time went by, fewer and fewer winged eggs were being released from the vase. Han-sen's spell armor was getting even brighter, but it did not look like it was going to become a marquise. Han-sen thought that much power would level up his spell armor, but as the rebirthing power trickled off, the armor didn't seem ready to reach a higher tier. Oh no! So much energy and yet spell still isn't going to become a marquise. Han-sen felt depressed. The feathers were in even more shock than Han-san about this, though. Han-san was going to absorb all of that rebirthing power, and yet he wasn't going to level up. His geno armament wasn't reborn either. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to absorb so much power without being overwhelmed. When the last rebirthing power exited the vase, the liquid energy ceased its discharge, too. Then the altar started to dim. Han Sen absorbed the last rebirthing power, and spell looked like an armor built from the sun. It was so bright you could hardly look at it. But despite that, it had not reached Marquis class. Han Sen knew there was no hope of accomplishing that here. And now he realized just how difficult it was to level up the story of genes. That Geno art required a mountain of treasure. Poor people could never hope to learn it. Even rich people would go bankrupt trying to meet its demands. The pool of rebirth stopped running and the crystal pillar became dim. Han Sen had been the one to absorb every rebirthing power, and the brothers had been denied a single one. So what if he took all that power? After all that power absorption, he still cannot become a Marquis. No matter how hard he tries, he'll never become deified. I doubt he'll even reach king class. He is just a waste of resources. Words like these were exactly how the feathers tried to comfort themselves. But even so, they could not deny how surprising the demon bug by Sima had been. Even with the brothers combining their judgment angel light, they could not make the shield rattle. They wondered if a king-class elite could hope to break it. What treasure was that shield? Why was it so strong? It looks like only kings can break that shield. I cannot believe this treasure fell into the hands of an earl. I bet Knife Queen or Sky Palace leader lent it to him. How could an earl like him obtain such a powerful treasure? With this treasure, he could do anything in this universe. It's a shame this treasure is in the hands of scum. No matter how much the feathers complained, they could not change the facts of the matter. They could not obtain a single ounce of power from that pool of rebirth session. Sky Palace had only occupied one slot of the 3, and in doing so, claimed every single rebirthing power. Sky Palace had 2 more spots to use, and if they sent someone else like Han Sen, that would mean they'd be getting the equivalent of 9 sessions instead of the 3 they were allocated. But despite their bitterness, there was nothing the feathers could do about it. They had to gnash their teeth and swallow their pride. The envoys continued their discussions with Holy Heaven, so Han Sen did not see the point in hanging around now. He left Holy Heaven to return to Sky Palace where he could absorb the Jade Spirits. The story of genes was hopeless to level up, and not even Han Sen was confident in whether it could one day become deified. It took an extreme amount of power just to become Marquis, so God knew how much it would take to become deified. Han Sen sat in an airship on his way back to Sky Palace. When the ship dropped out of hyperspeed, Han Sen was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of extreme worry and nervousness. Without hesitation, Han Sen summoned his demon bug by Sima to protect himself. Then there was a light. Everything was consumed by that sudden scary power that was faster than the speed of sound. The demon bug by Sima made a squeaky noise within the light. It sounded like glass that was about to crack, which told him his shield might have finally met its match. Gah! Who wants to kill me this time? Han Sen thought as he sweated bullets. He cast his Bloodpulse Sutra and opened a space portal which he could use to return to the sanctuaries. He'd be safe there. This power, whatever it was not something he could fight against. Even if the demon bug by Sima could withstand it, Han Sen couldn't even discern where the attack was coming from. If a deified elite was coming for him, the demon bug by Sima wouldn't be able to help him. With the adrenaline pumping through him, the light seemed to last forever. In reality, though, the entire attack took less than a single second. News quickly circulated that a big, scary light had incinerated Han Sen's airship within the space of a single second. There was not even dust left to hover around in the vacuum, and Han Sen himself was gone. Needless to say, the entirety of Sky Palace was pretty angry about what had taken place. They eagerly wanted to find out where the attack had come from. The relationship between Sky Palace and the Feathers became tense and sour due to the Feathers being the likeliest perpetrator. There was still the chance another faction had tried to frame the already suspicious Feathers, of course, but that wasn't always everyone's first thought. And unfortunately, due to the entire ship being obliterated, along with the complete disappearance of Han Sen, most people believed he had been killed. They did not think he could have survived such a strike. Sky Palace and Narrow Moon conducted a joint investigation to find who behind the attack, but there wasn't a single lead to follow up on. They couldn't even find out who cast those powers. They only knew that the power that had attacked the spaceship must have been unleashed by either a half-deified or a fully-fledged deified elite. Couldn't have been done by a high-tech weapon, because weapons like that needed to be set up and prepared. His presence would have left evidence, too. Items like that would have been found as soon as the investigative teams entered the system. There were no clues or leads for the investigators to pick up, but at least that told them one thing. It told them that it was a person or a creature that was behind the attack. It would take a thinking mind to avoid leaving evidence. Han Sen had run back to the sanctuaries, of course. He did not know if there was an enemy guarding the point he jumped, so he wasn't in a rush to return. He stayed home for a while before going back to the Geno universe. When he teleported through, Han Sen wore the four-faced, eight-armed golden Buddha soul armor. He also hid his presence, so no one could discern that he was actually Han Sen. Han Sen, after appearing in space, quickly scanned the area. There were no enemies in the nearby vicinity. It made him feel greatly relieved, and after identifying the nearest planets, he flew in the direction of one. The hyperspeed checkpoint in space had been destroyed with the ship, so there wouldn't be any more ships coming through for quite some time. Fortunately, there was a planet close by where he could book passage. Due to the small size of the planet, it wasn't very civilized. In the Geno universe, this planet was more like a station. There used to be a hyperspace checkpoint there, but it was hardly used anymore. There wasn't a ship that could take Han Sen to Sky Palace. Han Sen booked passage to the Fire Lotus system, hoping he could find a ship there that would take him to Sky Palace. Fire Lotus system was a territory that belonged to the Thousand Treasures, but unfortunately, it wasn't the same group that ran Stay Up Late's Wanjie treasury. Fire Lotus system was just a border system that the Thousand Treasures happened to own. When Han Sen arrived at the Fire Lotus system, he looked for another ship that might take him to Sky Palace. But then, something strange appeared in the midst of space. The emptiness of space opened like a pair of curtains, revealing a weird scroll that hung in the black. In a mind-boggling way that seemed to defy physics itself, the scroll was visible from every planet in the Geno universe as it unfurled. And as it opened, names appeared across its surface. Those names were shining. Even from a billion light-years away, they could be clearly seen. Elites from races all across the universe were represented. Some of these names had been on the scroll for centuries, but they were still known and feared throughout the universe. The scroll continued to unroll, with more and more names becoming visible. From kings to barons, there was at least 10,000 names written for each tier. Every name was the best of their class 100 years ago. It was the greatest moment in those elites' lives. First king, Zhang Xiandao, Sky. Second king, Dragon 1, Dragon. Everyone could feel the glory exuded by those names. When the scroll was completely unfurled, all the names shone as if they'd do so forever, and they brightened up the stars. Boom! Space itself was shaking, and the light of the scroll shattered like dust. The scroll in the sky became empty, and then a few words appeared again. First king, Zhang Xiandao Sky. A shadow appeared on the surface of the bronze scroll. The shadow took the shape of an angelic-looking man. The image grew in size, becoming clearer and more detailed. This was the man who had defeated everyone to reach the top. Blurg! Han Sen almost choked in surprise. That first person on the Geno being scroll, Zhang Xiandao, was the Sky Palace leader. The shadows that appeared behind him displayed the history of his battles across the centuries. Everyone was now able to admire his heroic fights. But then it started showing the following names on the list, and when it reached the 10th king, it showed no more. And then it moved on to show the number 1 duke. The top 10 of every level appeared on the bronze scroll. The way they fought made people very excited, even those who weren't interested in combat. The shadowed images left the inhabitants of the Geno universe in a state of awe as they cycled through elite after elite. Then they became dust across the scroll. And when all was said and done, nothing remained of them. The names disappeared from the lists, leaving only empty brackets. All the names from a century ago were gone, including the names of the number 1 king, number 1 duke, and number 1 marquise. All that remained were the empty ranks now. Boom! All the lists cracked, breaking apart to reveal an image that seemed to tear its way through space itself. A picture was forming, one that showcased a mountain, water, stars, suns, and moons. There were seas and clouds, deserts and green fields. This sweeping canvas had expanded across the whole sky. It cycled through the images, focusing on each one in turn. The images flashed by quickly enough to make an observer dizzy. Countless stars began to fall from the painting. To Han Sen's surprise, one of the stars fell directly before his feet. When the glow diminished, he saw that a plain white sheet of paper had landed by his feet. Han Sen glanced around at the others that were nearby. Every person around him had received a similar piece of paper, and many were already writing down their name and race. Some of the more primal creatures that lacked the ability to write would simply press their paws and claws down on the parchment to register. But whether you wrote down your name or pressed your hand against the papers soon regained their glow and flew back into the sky, returning to the bronze scroll. Across countless systems, many of those same star-like lights were racing off into space like an inverse meteor shower. They were all headed for the same bronze scroll. Han Sen glanced at the paper in front of him and started to turn away. But suddenly, he felt himself compelled to write down his name as dollar and list his race as human. As soon as Han finished writing and lifted his fingers off the paper, the registration sheet flew up into the sky and into the scroll. Well, if that god wants to look for a human, I will let him look. If he makes a move, then we will all be able to see what he tries. Han Sen's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with God's retribution. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, his paper landed on the scroll with a strange light. Han Sen felt his body twist and distort in a familiar fashion. It reminded him of how it felt to use a teleporter. When the process was over and his footing was stable again, he found himself standing in the middle of a grassy field. It looks like I'm inside the Geno being scroll. Han Sen looked around. He landed in the precise spot his sheet of paper did. Han Sen continued looking around until he saw a giant monster rushing towards him. It was a Marquise Xenogeneic. The dinosaur-like monster came rumbling forward, but Han Sen did not move. When the monster was in front of him, he just put his hand out and touched the horn protruding from the beast's nose. Boom! The monster stopped like it had hit a wall. Han Sen then punched the monster, sending it flying. The monster's body tore a trench into the ground as it skidded backwards, and it heaved up blood while it squirmed around. Quickly submitted to death. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Black steel beast. Xenogeneic gene found. It died that easily? Han Sen was shocked. When his jade skin leveled up to Marquise, Han Sen's body and power became far stronger. It helped a whole lot more than the elevation of his blood pulse sutra did. Many Marquises saw this take place, and when they did, their faces changed. They quickly summoned their white papers and tore them up. Their bodies all twisted and vanished as they departed the Geno being scroll. Han Sen summoned his own paper, looking down at his signature. Now he knew that if he destroyed the paper, he'd lose and be sent out of the scroll. Han Sen would never concede, of course. He commanded the paper to fly, and it hovered next to him like a fairy. People could see the name dollar and the race human, and Han Sen could also see the other Marquises displaying their own papers in a similar fashion. No matter how hard or dirty a fight became, a paper couldn't be affected by anyone other than its owner. Only the owner could decide whether or not they wanted to abandon the scroll. Han Sen was walking on a grassy plain. He had heard that when contestants first entered the Geno being scroll, a bloodbath would ensue. The 10,000 left alive would appear on the list, and then a harder fight would follow to determine final ranking. In the first fight, staying alive and in the scroll were the only things that mattered. If he lasted until there were only 10,000 people left, he'd succeed. Because different races had different powers, some of them were choosing to hide themselves. Han Sen did not plan on hiding, though. He wanted every creature and god to know there was a human named Dollar in the Geno universe. A dragon with wings and dragon horns walked toward Han Senator. He looked at Han Sen's paper and smiled. Human? Never heard of it. Dragon? Han Sen asked the dragon. Dragon 39. You are unlucky to encounter me? Dragon 39 said, raising his head. His masculine body was pumped full of hormones. Not everyone joined the Geno being scroll fight, of course. Not many dragons had decided to participate this time around. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were the only other dragons who had decided to join. Many dragon elders were watching this fight, though. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 had come with Dragon 39, because Dragon 39 was the weakest dragon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Although he was the weakest of the Marquise dragons, to an outsider, any pure dragon was obscenely strong. He was only weak compared to the other pure dragons. What is a human? I have never heard of it. Kill him quick and do not waste time. Dragon 9 smiled. Dragon 39 seemed to hear what he said, and so he roared. Then, he threw a punch at Han Senator. A presence surged before his fist like a raging dragon. Han Sen did not dodge, though. He just threw a punch to meet Dragon 39's. He only used pure, plain strength, though. He didn't even bother summoning a godlight. Ha! You're trying to fight a dragon with pure power? This human might be cute, but he is also naive. Before Dragon 9 finished speaking, his face went blank. Han Sen's fist punched the dragon that was made of a draconic presence, and it made him into something that was like paste. Han Sen punched into the being, pulverizing all the fist came into contact with. Pang! When Han Sen's fist collided with Dragon 39's fist, Dragon 39's face turned crooked. His fist and arm was twisted, too. Dragon 39's fist came against Han Sen's fist like a ball hitting a sheet of steel. The finger bones cracked, making his facial expressions distort. The whole arm was made to twist, shattering the armor as it all occurred. Han Sen's fist was still advancing as well. It was strong like a piston-driven pillar, driving itself straight into Dragon 39's chest. Dragon 39's muscles were no match, and they immediately buckled to the force and started to cave in. His body was quick to look like a cooked shrimp. Dragon blood gushed as Han Sen's foe went flying backwards. Pang! Dragon 39's body came back down, digging a long trench through the earth. He eventually hit rocks. The velocity of skid was so strong he broke through the rocks, and it was only then that he came to a stop. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were both in shock. Their mouths were open wide in what best amounted to a fine helping of disbelief. All they could do was stare at the dragon dust. They could not believe their eyes. With dragons' bodies being what they were, it was hard to comprehend one could be defeated so easily by someone of the same tier. That punch almost killed Dragon 39 with ease. It wasn't just the dragon that were in shock either. All the other marquises that witnessed the fight were flabbergasted, too. That was because it was a dragon. The world's bravest sorts were of the dragon. One of them had been punched, soaring through the air like a ragdoll. It was quite scary. Human, dollar. What is that race? Have you heard of them before? No. Human. Sounds so strange. Scary. Even a dragon's body was punched that way. The bodies of humans are scary. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Han Sen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeneic. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han Senator. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Han Sen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom! 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 The strong xenogeneic body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Hansen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body as totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Voila! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before? Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Hansen was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeneic. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before his scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Hansen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force, and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then, though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom! 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 The strong xenogeneic body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Hansen grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body as totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. Voila! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level, surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper, but I don't blame him. A few more hits like that and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before? Crazy Cow Viscount kept attacking Little Flower, but despite all its efforts, it could not hit him. All its scary punches ended up flying harmless past or hitting the ground, kicking up a flurry of sand. Don't run! Fight Grandpa Cow! Crazy Cow Viscount shouted as he chased after Little Flower. He had thrown countless punches, but he couldn't even brush Little Flower's clothing. At the same time, Little Flower was completely confused. Crazy Cow was so ferocious and confident, but Little Flower could not wrap his head around why the creature's attacks were so flawed. This must be a trick. Little Flower usually practiced with the elites in Sacred, and even a simple attack from one of those monsters had subtlety and depth. Little Flower had learned that skills that appeared simple were often the most frightening. So, Little Flower thought that Crazy Cow's confidence meant it was a strong enemy. He kept thinking that the cow's awful techniques and misses were some sort of trick. He never once contemplated there might be noobs in the world. But as time went by, Little Flower eventually realized the mistakes were indeed genuine. There was no ulterior motive, and he was not going to be tricked. "Fight me! Fight me! Fight me!" Crazy Cow was getting mad. He was looking murderous, and there was no fear in his rage-filled eyes. He had punched for so long, but he had yet to even damage Little Flower's clothes. He felt so powerless, and that overwhelming sense of failure drove him even crazier. He wanted to fight, not run around trying to catch a mouse. Suddenly, Crazy Cow Viscount saw Little Flower come to a stop. He was so happy. He gathered up all his power and turned it into speed. He raced forward faster than he ever had in his life, preparing to punch Little Flower. He shouted, "Kid, there is nowhere to run." Little Flower was not planning on running, though. He too lifted a fist, aiming it at Crazy Cow. "Good. Come and feel Grandpa Cow's power." Excitement pulsed through Crazy Cow's veins. His big body twisted as he threw all his power into his punch. Pang! Crazy Cow Viscount's giant fist came against Little Flower's own little fist. But Crazy Cow's creepily ecstatic face went blank. He looked shocked at first, and then that shock became horror as his body reversed direction and began to soar backward. With the twinkle of a star, he disappeared somewhere in the distance. Could it really have been that weak? Little Flower froze. He stared up at the sky, not believing what had just happened. Inside another section of the Geno being scroll, many fights were raging. People were getting kicked out of the match every second, whittling down the roster to only the 10,000 that were allowed to remain. Han Sun slowly walked across a field, but there were no creatures around. Even if he had been really eager to get into a fight, he wouldn't have been able to. He'd been walking for a while, and he still hadn't seen anyone. Time passed, and many more creatures were kicked out. After 10 days, the initial fights came to an end. Han Sen spent most of that time waiting. After defeating Dragon 39, he hadn't encountered any other creatures. Han San was resting on a field when he felt the dimension distort. He eventually found himself back in the Fire Lotus system. The other tier battles ended over the next few days, and when the roster for every tier had been whittled down to 10,000, the painting on the scroll became dust. It started to show the rankings again. Han Sun looked over it, and he found himself in the 9,000 bracket of the Marquise tier. He was practically near the end, but there was the figure 2 listed by his name. Han Sun started reading the other entries, and he saw that every other being had a number beside their name as well. The higher their rank, the greater their number. Han Sen quickly realized what he was looking at. That was the number of enemies they had defeated. After Han Sen entered the Geno being scroll, he killed Black Steel Beast and Dragon 39. He didn't kill any more Marquises, and no one else sought to provoke him. So his score remained a measly 2. The names up high on the rankings had thousands of wins. But those rankings were just temporary. When the ranked fights began, that was when you fought for first place. Han Sun looked at the first few ranks, and he saw Dragon 8 of the Dragon occupying the number 1 slot. The one that was number 2 was just a paw print. What race that was, Han Sen hadn't a clue. The next few were beings of races Han Sen was unfamiliar with. There was a demon at number 5, however, and its name was Khan. That guy survived and joined the Geno being scroll, huh? Han Sen moved on, unconcerned. Han Sun looked further down and saw a few more creatures he did not know. There were too many different races in the Geno universe. Han Sun hadn't expected to recognize many names, but he did see a few sky in lofty places on the leaderboards. When Han Sun looked into the 8,000 ranks, he saw Lone Bamboo's name. It looks like the rankings don't mean much now. Many of the truly scary sorts are probably at the back, like Lone Bamboo. Han Sun thought to himself. Han Sun looked at the other ranks, but it was like looking at nothing. He didn't know any of them. Han-san turned to the king-class tier rankings and saw Knife Queen there. She was 6,000 places away from the top. Since the Sky Palace leader was deified, he couldn't participate in the Geno Being Scroll. But even if he had been able to, he wouldn't have joined. The first place in the king-class rankings was held by Dragon One. Han-san did not know if it was the Dragon One he encountered in Return Ruin Sea or the Dragon One from a century ago. They were two different people. The dragons were ranked like that every generation, so there was always more than one Dragon One. Han-san was not interested in the low-level ranks. He only glanced at the first few lackadaisically. When he looked at the Viscount scoring, though, he was given a shock. Little Flower. Han-san saw the first rank on the Viscount leaderboard read, Sacred Han Little Flower. That cannot be my little flower, can it? Excitement bubbled within Han's senator if that was really his son. Then Han-san now knew that he was in a place called Sacred. It'd be much easier to find him with that name. For the longest time, he had been unable to find out where Little Flower was being held. It was all because he had no clue where to even begin looking. The universe was far too big. Han-san wanted the rank fights to start soon, so he could confirm that the Viscount leaderboard was true. He wanted to find out if that Little Flower was indeed his son. Han-san was not the only one taking notice of Little Flower, though. Not by a long shot. The whole Geno universe had started to pay attention to the previously unknown Viscount named Little Flower. Most people didn't give Han-san a second thought due to the score he had ended up on, and the title of Sacred was a far more enticing subject to talk about. Sacred was actually a faction, not a race. In fact, it had once conquered all the other races, and its roots reached far back into the history of the universe. Sacred was actually the very first race to light a lantern. Despite their former glory, something awful must have taken place that had sunk the faction into darkness and obscurity. It was commonly believed that all the old sacred elites had vanished from the universe. But now, someone had used the name Sacred to participate in the Geno Being Scrolls leaderboard. And in addition to that, that contestant had come out on top of the Viscounts. It was drawing quite a bit of attention. Truthfully, only the oldest people really knew about Sacred and the implications of Little Flower's rise. Most people only admired Little Flower's score because of his tender age. In the Geno universe, size did not represent your age. But, to put it simply, Little Flower just looked like a kid. On a primal planet, an old man stood clutching a staff. His head was that of a dog. He looked at the Geno Being Scrolls scoreboard, the Viscount one in particular. Seeing the name Sacred made his old eyes shine brightly. Sacred has an heir? He asked. Those assholes of Sacred aren't dead yet? Deep in a sea, a dragon-like creature stared up through the water at the scoreboard. The word Sacred worried him. In many places across the Geno universe, mysterious people and creatures were observing the Geno Being scoreboard. They all examined the person occupying first place for Viscounts. Sacred and Little Flower's name was suddenly all across the Geno universe. Han-sen's rank, meanwhile, was way too low. No one paid attention to the bottom ranks of the Marquises. Deciding to remain in the Fire Lotus system for the time being, Han-sen browsed the web. He soon came to learn that the most popular Marquise wasn't Lone Bamboo or Dragon 8. It was a man known as Evil Eye. Many gamblers had put swathes of money on Evil Eye winning. Some websites had surveys on xenogenic rankings. On these, Evil Eye had much support. Dragon 8 was in second place in terms of popularity, but Evil Eye was favored multiple times over. Who is this Evil Eye? He has so much support. Is he stronger than Lone Bamboo? Han-san couldn't believe this was correct, and so he tried to find more information on Evil Eye. After checking him out, he realized Evil Eye was actually quite famous. The feathers had the pool of rebirth, and it could reset Geno armaments but also level up a person's talents. The Buddha had a technique that could pass all knowledge and skills to a person of the next generation. But those powers weren't real, physical rebirth. Evil Eye, however, was a person that could really be reborn. So far, no one knew what sort of creature Evil Eye was. No one knew his race, and they only knew his name was Evil Eye. He had become famous long ago, because he used to be indestructible in the Geno universe. Even deified elites died of old age, and the same was true for Evil Eye. But not long after Evil Eye died, another Evil Eye would be born. The new Evil Eye was not of the same race as the first one, and neither was he as strong. When he was found, he was just an earl. But as time passed, this Evil Eye became stronger. He even became stronger than the first Evil Eye. He was unstoppable. As millennia passed, this cycle continued. Every time Evil Eye died, a new Evil Eye would rise from a different race and become stronger than the last. Evil Eye had appeared as a dragon, demon, feather, and even as one of the mecha. The only constant thread connecting the Evil Eyes was their possession of 4 Evil Eyes. But Evil Eye himself had said that there had only been one Evil Eye. He said that there was only him and no others. So, people started to believe that Evil Eye could really be reborn. Whenever he died, he was reincarnated in a new form. What method he used to accomplish this was unknown, as was the reason why he always appeared as a member of a different race. This time, when he was reborn, no one knew what race he belonged to. All that could be gleaned was the name he had on the scoreboard. In the initial battle, he hadn't killed a single opponent. He was at the bottom of the marquee's list, but the name Evil Eye instilled a confidence in the people of the Geno universe that he would be the one to become first rank. After so many cycles of rebirth, his mind had become deified. It was just that his body was still tethered to the level of marquees. No one would treat him as an ordinary marquise, though. Even powerful marquises like Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8 would think Evil Eye was better than themselves. Evil Eye was above everyone. I can't believe there's a guy like this out here. It'll be hard to achieve first place, if so. I hope I don't run into him too soon. If I do, all my efforts will go to waste if I end up fighting him here at the beginning. As Hansen read the legends about Evil Eye, his curiosity grew. There were 10,000 marquises who would be engaged in battle, though. He didn't think he'd be unlucky enough to encounter Evil Eye. On the day that the ranked fights were ready to begin, all the people in the Geno universe watched the leaderboards intently. The strong ones did, especially. They were hoping to fight weak enemies, too. Quickly, though, the leaderboard on the Geno being scroll started to move. When it became legible again, it had split into a schedule of fights. Hansen glanced at his listed opponent and noticed it wasn't Evil Eye. This made him feel very relieved. He didn't think he was the best marquise anymore, and he thought it'd be best if he started with a less desperate fight. But when Hansen looked closer, he was given a shock. His first opponent was listed as Khan Demon. It looks like my fate is intertwined with Khan's. Hansen smiled. After looking at the opponents he would have to go up against, Hansen glanced over Little Flower's potential foes that were in the Viscount tier. He noticed that in the midst of them all, there was one particular race that he had never heard of before. It was represented by a simple paw print. Ugh, whatever. I don't care. I just need to finish this next fight as soon as I am able to, so I can find out if that Viscount is truly my Little Flower. Hansen thought to himself. The Geno being scroll was special. All the creatures in the galaxy could watch the fights unfold. Even creatures without eyes could feel what was happening in the fights. But no matter what tools or skills you used, nothing could record the fights for later viewing. If you used a machine to try to record any of the matches that were taking place, and you later went to play the files you had created, you would only see footage of a bronze scroll in the sky. The scroll itself would look completely empty. All the tiers started fighting at the same time, so Hansen would have to finish his fights before Little Flower did. That way, he could race to see Little Flower. The teams were established, and again the names upon the scroll became dust. A painting then appeared instead. Same as before, Hansen felt things around him become distorted. He soon entered the scroll again, and the paper with his name written on it appeared next to him. But the arena was different than it had been the last time. This time he was on the sea. His body hovered above the waves. He looked around and saw a demon man a few thousand meters away. He was looking at Hansen too. Khan saw Hansen and frowned. He couldn't tell what race his opponent was beneath the gold armor he was clad in, but he presumed him to be a demon. Dollar? Human? Khan looked at Hansen's paper and mulled the details over to himself. He was the strongest Marquise demon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Even so, Khan was not a reckless man, and he had taken the time to research every marquise that he might be going against. In regards to the human dollar, Khan knew he had defeated Dragon 39. So Khan would not underestimate him. Catcha! Khan became a xenogeniac. He grew to 10 meters tall, and a demonic air gathered around his body. When Han Sen saw Khan become a giant, he was surprised. He didn't know how the demon did it. Previously, Han Sen had annihilated his giant body, but he was fine now. He had been fixed and he was a giant just like before. He seemed to be even stronger than before. His transformation was a little different this time around, though. He was wearing a pair of gloves, which did not break as his body grew larger. They expanded with him. The gloves looked to have been forged from black steel, but they were laden with spikes. One of them in particular was extremely long, and its tip was sharper than a needle. Khan had learned from his mistakes. He had repeatedly practiced with giant techniques, and in doing so, he obtained a treasure he'd be able to use in that form. It was for emergencies in the event a killing blow missed. The glove was a king-class weapon called Lightning Spike. If Khan hadn't been so special to the demons, he wouldn't have been allowed to use a king-class weapon. Although Khan couldn't access all of its power, he could still use some of it. It was enough to maximize his punching speed for a marquise. With Lightning Spike, his punching speed was as great as the Red Cloud. No one could take advantage of him when it came to speed now. He had the power of a giant, and it was coupled with the speed of the Lightning Spike. Khan didn't know if he could defeat Evil Eye, but he was confident in his ability to compete WKH Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8. He was certain that he could reach the top 10. Khan was not naive enough to think his current position within the top 5 could be maintained. Many elites did not care about the top ranking as they stood, though. Many of the top elites were happy enough to stay at the bottom of the list right now, but he would be satisfied if he could remain within the top 10 when all was said and done. Go to hell! Khan roared. His giant body came running towards Han Sen across the sea. The gloves he wore were like black bolts of lightning. They came before Han Sen in a stunning display of strength. Sky demon powers, when married with the speed of the lightning spikes, was something Khan hoped wouldn't miss. With the addition of his giant powers, few could withstand a devastating blow like that. He just had to ensure his hit landed on the target. It was a fight Han Sen wished to end quickly. Seeing Khan rushing towards him like this was perfect. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and Jade Skin and threw a punch towards the giant Khan. The crystallized blood boiled inside Han Sen's body. His flesh became jade, as two separate powers fused inside him. But Han Sen did not release a Jade Skin godlight. He only used the actual strength of his body to combat Khan's incoming fist. Catcha! The lightning spike punched through Han Sen's gold-plated gauntlet. Khan looked murderous, wanting to ram the spike on through Han Sen's body. The next second, Khan looked on in disbelief. The mighty lightning spike had only managed to pierce Han Sen's armor. When it punched through the garb and came into contact with Han Sen's skin, it rang with the sound of rattled metal and could not go any further. When Han Sen's jade skin became Marquise level, it was a much stronger change than what had occurred with the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now his body was as sturdy as a top-tier dragon's. Boom! The two Goliath powers collided. The ripples of the shockwave were so devastating that they created waves that were 100 meters high. Khan's body was sent stumbling backward a few hundred meters. 2. Han Sen, on the other hand, only fell back 10 meters. Khan and the other demons that were watching this were in shock. The vitality of Khan's giant body ought to have been unrivaled. Not many could beat him, especially of the Marquis rank. For Dollar to beat Khan's giant power was more than surprising. Wow! I wonder what humans are? How can they be that scary and strong? They are scarier than the dragon, someone exclaimed. Khan snarled. He was officially peeved now, because he could not believe that someone had just bested him with raw strength. He could only assume that it must have been a fluke, and so he gathered up more power to attack Han Sen again. I don't have time to fight you. I need to see Little Flower. Han Sen raised his hand, and then, a gold light appeared between his fingers. It became a coin. Ding! Han Sen moved his fingers, launching the coin out to strike Khan's incoming fist. The coin became stuck to the giant fist that was surging with power. And as soon as it was attached to the hand, Khan's fist was yanked down as if a mountain had just fallen across it. It wasn't just the fist that fell either. Khan's entire body dropped with his fist, falling into the sea that resided below the two fighters. Pang! Khan couldn't stand atop the water either. The phantom weight he had been afflicted with had to be far too heavy to allow that. He fell straight into the water, and beneath its waves he started to sink fast. Han Sen was rather surprised by this himself. This was the first time he had ever used his modified coin powers, and the results had exceeded his expectations. Han Sen had used Turtle, the Sky Palace Force, and Suppress Evil to modify his own skill coin. He couldn't use it in front of others in fear of revealing his identity, so these results were pretty decent for the skill's first use in real combat. After all, it was quite the feat for Coin to have the encumbering strength to make Khan's giant body plunge into the sea. Khan's attempts at resisting the force had been entirely futile. Pang! 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 That coin was like a mountain attached to the giant's right glove. Not even Khan's power could keep him from sinking. The water churned as the giant kept thrashing about in the sea. His power pushed the water away, but it was ultimately pointless. He couldn't swim, and slowly his body began to sink. The deeper he got, the less his thrashing disturbed the surface of the water. It was difficult to tell how far Khan went down exactly. Now Han Sen almost regretted the decision to make use of the technique, though. He wanted to get through this fight quickly, but Khan was now someplace under the sea. The power of coin would only suppress Khan, not kill him. To finish his foe off for good, Han Sen would have to do so in the water. Before Han Sen joined Khan in the sea, however, there was a flash of white light. A shattered paper appeared, bearing Khan's name. Han Sen was shocked once more. He had only made Khan fall into the water. Why would Khan give up so swiftly by ripping up his paper? The demon and his frightful body could traverse and survive the expanse of space. After all, the other demons that watched this fight were confused, too. They did not know why Khan conceded the fight after falling into the sea. Han Sen hadn't realized what he had truly done to Khan. Khan was strong, but his giant body was heavy. With the coin, he kept sinking and sinking into the deep sea. But that ocean was bottomless. He had gone down at least 30,000 meters, and there was no end to be found and no sign of a seabed showing up anytime soon, either. What's more, the sheer pressure of the water was becoming unbearably strong. Khan wanted to swim up, out and away, but there was too much pressure on his fist now. Unless he let go of the lightning spike gloves, he'd sink with them to a dire end. Above all, though, Khan acknowledged he wasn't going to win. And if he gave up his lightning spikes, he'd certainly have no chance of fighting his opponent. Losing that king-class item would be the worst result of all, so he settled for giving up the fight and just forfeiting his participation in the Geno being scroll. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance and that it was for the best, but still, it made him very depressed. He had no idea how he had lost the fight so easily. The dimension around Han Sen then became distorted. He came out of the Geno being scroll, appearing back on planet Fire Lotus. Han Sen quickly looked at the bronze scroll, but Han Littleflower's fight had already ended. I was too slow, Han Sen sighed, and then he browsed the web. Many creatures were discussing Littleflower's fight. And then, Han Sen realized it did not matter how fast he was, as he was going to be beaten no matter what. Littleflower's fights in the Viscount tier never seemed to last longer than a measly 3 seconds. According to the description of what happened, Han Sen was able to learn that Littleflower was a boy in white armor. His face couldn't be described due to the aforementioned armor. All in all, though, the descriptions matched Littleflower's age. Han Sen felt depressed. His phone rang then, and he heard Stay Up Late's voice on the other end. Stay Up Late sounded so excited, and he said, "Have you seen Han Littleflower in the Geno being scroll? He looks just like Littleflower." "I was busy. I couldn't watch it." Han Sen felt depressed. "That is a shame. The fight was so fast, I would have liked to see more. But it really did look like Littleflower. It'd be pretty amazing if it was him." Stay Up Late was now in an even greater rush to find him. Although Han Sen had performed well, his fight didn't attract much notice. Aside from some demons and dragons spectating, few others watched him perform. Han Littleflower was the one who became the center of attention. Everyone watched him fight because of his power. And in addition to that, many wished to confirm his identity from the fights and try to determine if he really was from Sacred. There were many more fights to come, and Han Sen finished each one as fast as he could. But every time Littleflower was faster than he was. And because of that, he never had the chance to see him. Littleflower was popular all around. He one-hit killed everything. No one had been able to come close to beating him thus far. Too scary. What race is Littleflower? Even demons and dragons are beaten by him. He is too scary. I don't know what kind of monster can be that scary. Sacred is not a race, though. Sacred is a place. He looks like one of the sky. Only the sky can raise someone this sick. The sky are strong, but they're not that strong. Throughout the universe, people tried to guess Littleflower's true identity, but no one was able to deduce who he really was. While Han Sen sat in a restaurant, he heard such discussions. He felt depressed he couldn't see Littleflower's fights. Is that kid really my son? Han Sen wondered. Inside the realm of the dragon, Dragon 9, Dragon 19, and Dragon 39 were waiting for Dragon 8. When he arrived, they got up to welcome him. Brother 9, Sister 19, Brother 39, are you all here to celebrate me? Dragon 8 smiled. Dragon 19 spoke. Brother 8, we saw your schedule. In 2 more rounds, you will face off against some human named Dollar. Does it matter who I fight? Dragon 8 said carelessly. This guy is very strong. He is scary. Brother 39 was unable to withstand his punch. Khan became a giant, but even he was beaten. We watched his fights, and each one was a crushing victory. I don't know where that guy came from, but you can most certainly not underestimate him. He is like our best dragon. Don't be careless against him, Dragon 19 said. To me, every enemy is the same. Even with Evil Eye in front of me, I will win. Dragon 8 spoke calmly, but his eyes sparkled with confidence. I hope that Dollar is as strong as you say. The stronger the better, really. Han Sen didn't get to see Littleflower fight, so he went to watch others fight instead. Of the Marquises, he managed to watch Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo fight. Han Sen wanted to see Evil Eye fight, but he soon learned that all of Evil Eye's opponents gave up whenever they were pitted against him. No one wished to battle someone that frightening. Han Sen thought he wouldn't get to see Evil Eye fighting that day, but much to his surprise, he did. That day, a creature was brave or foolish enough to stay and fight. That creature had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a demon wearing silver armor. Its 2 lower hands gripped rods, while its other 4 arms wielded a knife, a sword, an axe, and a stick individually. Each of the beast's heads was unique. The middle head was that of a bird, while the other 2 bore demonic faces. The left looked female, whereas the right 2 looked male. The 3 heads looked as if they could talk to each other as well. The weapons in the creature's 6 hands were shining brilliantly against Evil Eye. The lights were strange, and each sheen was of a different color. It looked like it wielded a variety of different powers. The rod was wood. The knife was gold. The sword was water. The axe was fire. The stick was earth. All 5 weapons were unleashing light together. It looked as if they worked together in a formation, and when the 5 powers gathered up, the attack power was given a boost. Han Sen thought that when the 5 powers combined, they'd be as strong as his body. There are many hidden elites scattered throughout this universe. One elite can combine all these powers? Judging from all of these skills and abilities, there is no doubt he is one of the greatest Marquises out there. That power he has combined is almost as great as my power, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen looked at the 3-headed, 6-armed creature's slip of paper. It said, Destroyed Rage Man. Han Sen realized Destroyed was one of the top 5 races in the Geno Hall. That was why this being was so strong. Han Sen looked at Rage Man's opponent. He was wearing a purple and white set of armor. The purple bone flowers on the armor were raised from its surface. Hansen couldn't see his face, but his body was shaped like a human's. After being reborn this time, no one knew what race Evil Eye belonged to. When Rage Man attacked, Evil Eye didn't fight, but he traveled through the bushes around him like the wind. Rage Man made full use of his power, but he still could not touch Evil Eye. Evil Eye, are you merely going to keep dodging? Rage Man suddenly stopped. His 6 eyes stared at Evil Eye with a smile. Evil Eye stood where he was, and when he replied, his voice was toneless. You are the first creature that has dared to fight me. For that, I will spare your life. The others might be scared of you, but I am not. You can say something like this when I let you survive. Rage Man looked very angry, and his weapons rattled in his hands. Around Evil Eye many lights formed. 5 different colors blended together to become one singular albeit giant light. The light trapped Evil Eye in its beam. Power burst out of Rage Man as he tried to squeeze and condense the light around his opponent. He was trying to kill Evil Eye. Hansen was surprised. Rage Man's light skill was similar to Hansen's knife silks. Hansen's knife silks could be cast whenever, but Rage Man needed 5 elements to create his prison. That meant his skill had a restriction, compared to Hansen's knife silks that could be used whenever. Seeing Rage Man able to use power like that, Hansen knew he was a special person. Where are you going to hide now? Rage Man shouted. The 5 lights tightened around his enemy, and it looked likely to mince Evil Eye's body into tiny bits. Evil Eye was still in the light. He lifted his right hand to press against the light. The people watching expected an amazing fight to unfold. But when Evil Eye's hand touched the light shattered. The formation of light became a mess of simple beams. It was like a vortex existed on Evil Eye's hand, pulling them in casually. Evil Eye collected all those lights in his hand, until a baseball-sized orb of light gathered on his palm. The light looked scarier than it had earlier, like some sort of bomb. This? Impossible! Rage Man stuttered. His hardest attack with 5 elemental powers had been unable to do a speck of damage to Evil Eye. Evil Eye broke it and confiscated the power for himself. Evil Eye threw the colorful orb of light at Rage Man. It looked like a basic, casual lob, but the light orb warped space as it stormed toward Rage Man. It didn't even leave Rage Man an opening to dodge. Rage Man roared. He used his 5 weapons to gather up another orb of light and fired this newly created orb back at the light orb that was currently on its way to him. Boom! Rage Man had done his absolute best to gather up all his power and strike the other light orb with the new one. The 2 airborne orbs of light exploded as they collided. Arc! The results weren't good for Rage Man, as each of his weapons was immediately destroyed in the chaotic power unleashed against him. Furthermore, his armor shattered, and every single item he was currently carrying was destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, the strangest thing about all of this was that Rage Man was not injured. Even after he screamed for what he thought would be the last time, he turned out to be fine. That scary power had only broken his armor and weapons. Every item he possessed was destroyed, but he himself was not injured. He didn't even have a single singed hair. Rage Man screamed because he thought he was going to die. He was not injured, and so he just stood where he was. With his mouth agape, his face turned green. He looked embarrassed. I told you I wasn't going to kill you, Evil Eye said. Rage Man's 3 faces turned green and red. He ripped apart his paper and left the Geno being scroll. Evil Eye really is Evil Eye. The elite from Destroyed was like a baby before him. They weren't on the same level. He used Rage Man's power to defeat him, and somehow managed to do it without hurting him. Evil Eye controls his power like a god. He is supposed to be deified. I don't know how many times he has been. It looks like there are no others likely to become number 1 in the Marquis rankings. Rage Man is just as good as Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo. But if even he was that useless against Evil Eye, no other Marquis stands a chance of beating him. It looks like the occupant for number 1 is settled. Evil Eye, what a scary man. The people that watched the fight were in shock. They greatly admired Evil Eye. He was too good for the others to even be jealous of his talents. After having witnessed Evil Eye and Rage Man's battle, Han Sen was in shock. It was primarily due to the manner in which Evil Eye won the fight. Rage Man's bolt of power had been a combination of 5 different elemental energies, and Evil Eye broke it in a way that was hauntingly reminiscent of Super Spank. The strike had eliminated the sequence structure of the opponent's technique and then gone even further to rebuild it. Evil Eye has a power that is extremely similar to the Dongxian Sutra. He will be a difficult foe to deal with. Han Sen frowned. He couldn't learn too much from the fight, though. Someone like Rage Man couldn't push Evil Eye hard enough to show what his true capabilities were. We're going to need someone like Lone Bamboo to go up against Evil Eye. Han Sen perused the list to see if that could happen, but ended up finding an unfortunate factoid. If he and Evil Eye kept winning their fights, Han Sen would encounter Evil Eye before Lone Bamboo would. Han Sen wouldn't be able to watch Lone Bamboo go up against Evil Eye unless he himself lost to Lone Bamboo. And before he encountered Lone Bamboo, he'd have to deal with Dragon 8. He was one of Han Sen's next opponents. This schedule is very bad. Why are all these big baddies being pitted against me? Han Sen felt his depression rise. He was not afraid of his opponents, but he did not want to put too much effort into winning the competition. Han Sen looked at another tiers round of bouts. He saw Xie Qing King doing well with the Earls. But then his heart jumped as he read Xie Qing King's name. Xie Qing King had only put the name Xie Qing down. He hadn't written down his race. Han Sen kept scrolling through the Earl list in worry, but after seeing everyone's name, he was brought a modicum of relief. Gu Qingqing hadn't written down her name, so perhaps she had not participated. If she had joined, with her race being identified as a human, that would not bode well. There was every chance that the renegade god would want to hunt her down. Han Sen quickly called Zero. He was afraid their communications might be monitored, and that was why he didn't contact Planet Eclipse directly. With so much going on right now, he'd forgotten all about this. Han Sen told Zero about his talk with God's retribution. He then asked Zero to get in touch with Gu Qingqing and the others, to inform them not to mention anything about humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. Han Sen had said this before, but to be safe, he thought it was best to remind them again. Zero thought that Xie Qing King was their only companion who had joined the fights. Not many people liked to participate in bouts that didn't offer many benefits. Only Xie Qing King, who loved a good fight, had joined. After Han Sen finished a quick fight, he went to watch Xie Qing King's combat. Xie Qing King's Geno armament let him draw his opponent, so he could stand by and watch the enemy fight its own shadow clone. He did this often, and whenever the enemy was winded or tired, he would swoop in to finish them with a punch. It was quite a shocking performance he kept giving, especially for an Earl. Han Sen saw Isha fighting, too. That woman was far too violent, he thought. Her teeth powers were enough to make the mightiest of kings run away. She hadn't yet encountered anyone half-deified, though. But at least ordinary kings wouldn't be able to defeat her. But Han Sen hadn't managed to see Little Flower, and this boy was the one person he wished to watch more than any other. Little Flower's legacy building was an ongoing thing, but perhaps it was because he had yet to fight a strong foe. Perhaps that was the whole reason he had proven unbeatable thus far. My next fight is versus Dragon 8. I hope it won't cause me too much trouble. Han Sen wasn't interested in prolonged fights. He just wanted to get through each engagement as easily as possible. Han Sen's fight with Dragon 8 had drawn quite the crowd, though. Not many people had focused on his last few fights, but this time he was going up against the infamous Dragon 8. Many races had been investigating Dragon 8 to gain an advantage in the rankings for themselves or their heirs. Their focus was always on Dragon 8, of course. Han Sen drew attention when he entered the fight, and someone realized that he was the same man that had defeated Khan. Who is this human dollar? He sure doesn't look feeble. Anyone who could beat Khan must have some amount of strength. But while that may be true, he cannot be stronger than Dragon 8. Dragon 8 will win this fight. Let's see how much trouble Dollar can cause him first, though. If he can at least injure Dragon 8 or reveal much of his true strength, then Dragon 8 will be in danger when fighting Lone Bamboo next. It does not matter. Regardless of who wins, Evil Eye will be first. Our Evil Eye is so strong. Evil Eye is invincible. Regardless of a conversation's subject matter, it eventually drifted to Evil Eye. In that Geno being scroll, Evil Eye received more attention than any king. When Han Sen re-entered the Geno being scroll, his opponent was Dragon 8. Han Sen looked directly at Dragon 8. He was like all the other dragons Han Sen had witnessed before, in that he was extremely strong and exuded a frightening presence. His life force looked like a volcano that was in the midst of an eruption. The dragons were fearless and confident, and even through their plates of armor, Han Sen could recognize them in an instant. Han Sen had fought many dragons by this point, so he knew much about them. Dragon 8 sure seemed different from Dragon 9, though. He had gold armor that didn't look too different from the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha soul armor. He didn't hold a dragon spear, though. Instead, he just stood before Han Sen with his fists. Both of them wore gold armor. Dragon 8 was 3 meters tall, whereas Han Sen was 2 meters tall. And Han Sen did not have muscle like Dragon 8. His figure was quite slim by comparison. And Dragon 8 had those intimidating dragon wings. It all made Dragon 8 appear much stronger than Han Sen. They are both wearing gold armor. But why does Dragon 8 look so elegant, whereas Dollar looks practically disheveled? This is Dragon 8 of the dragon. They naturally possess that elegant presence. Elites from a smaller place cannot exude the presence of such nobility. Yeah, now it looks like only one of them is a noble, and the other is a cheap knockoff. But that Dollar doesn't look weak. Perhaps he will be able to make Dragon 8 sweat and get us more information. I hope he lasts long enough for us to learn something valuable. When our heirs fight Dragon 8, it will be far easier for them to win. The dragons and the demons that watched the fight weren't happy. They had been watching Dollar for some time, and they knew he was a tough foe, especially Dragon 9 and the others. They really worried about Dragon 8. They weren't worried about Dragon 8 not winning, though. They were merely worried over the mysterious Dollar and his unknown capabilities. They did not want to see Dragon 8 get tricked. On a mountain that was composed of black stones, Dragon 8 calmly looked down upon his opponent Han Senator. He began slowly flapping his wings. Each flap was stronger than the last. He was different from Dragon 9 and the others. Dragon 8 was not fond of the traditional dragon spears that the others favored. He vastly preferred using his own body as a weapon. He was confident in his own abilities as his greatest asset. Dragon 8's body tore through the fabric of space and appeared directly in front of Han Senator. His fist was like a rocket of steel, primed to strike Han Sen's head. Before the fist landed, though, his gold draconic presence was ruptured with lightning. Han Sen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his fist up to meet his opponent's strike. Pang! The fists came at each other, and when they collided, both of their bodies rattled. But even so, neither of them fell back an inch. They only leaned backwards with their arms still forward. It all transpired within a single second. And before the onlookers could blink, their bodies had straightened out again. They each bounced back with another punch. Their fists came at each other repeatedly. Then, Dragon 8 and Han Sen were frozen in the skies of battle, with fists hitting fists over and over. That Dollar's body is remarkably strong. He can actually fight Dragon 8 right off the bat. Many people and creatures were impressed by the spectacle. Dragons were the bravest across the whole universe. Everyone knew they were strong, and Dragon 8 was the strongest of the current generation. His dragon body was top class, and there was no doubt about that. A marquis of a race that had never been heard of before was now fighting against that dragon body. Dollar's gold figure now seemed a little spooky. Evil Eye had finished his fight around this time. He was spared what little trouble a fight would cost, too, for his opponent had conceded. After looking over the roster of current fights, Evil Eye's first thought was to look for Lone Bamboo. But surprisingly, Lone Bamboo had finished his own fight as well. So, Evil Eye looked at a few other places. Some others he was interested in were still fighting, but many had finished already. He decided to take a look at Dragon 8, and there he found Han Sen fighting in a way that shocked him. Evil Eye had only wanted to see Dragon 8, But when he saw the fight, his focus immediately shifted to Han Sen. What are you looking at? A little girl stood next to him. She pulled his hand, raised her head, and stared right at him. She looked so curious. I have seen a guy who quite interests me, Evil Eye said simply. When the little girl heard that, the curious look on her face vanished. She looked disappointed and she said, he must be a dead man walking then. Interesting ones always die early. Yes, that is their destiny. The blame cannot be laid on me. Evil Eye smiled. The little girl smiled too. Why do interesting people always die early? Does God not like them? Evil Eye shook his head. No, God loves them. That is why they get to experience so many interesting things. They are usually dangerous, though, and that is why they die earlier than most. I guess that makes sense. The little girl felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. The little girl then proceeded to ask, is this interesting man you're talking about going to die soon? He won't die all that easily, Evil Eye said, with a slump of his shoulders. What if he ends up meeting you? The little girl asked, blinking. I don't like people who are more interesting than me, Evil Eye said coldly. The two of them walked towards an old city hand in hand. The little girl repeatedly asked him questions. Pang! A scary power broke across the mountain, cutting a massive crater in its craggy surface. Han Sen and Dragon 8's bodies were sent flying by the impact. They both flew back exactly 50 meters. They looked at each other across the pit. This is a good fight. But I'm afraid we are only just getting started. I hope you can last longer, Dragon 8 said. Then, his body burst at the seams with a massive dragon light. He became taller, and his form rippled with muscles. Ghost dragon scales spread all over him, becoming an armor set. His body looked to have been made of gold. The xenogenic Dragon 8 was even stronger. The gold Dragon Air became an Evil Breaker Dragonlight. It was different from Dragon 9's Evil Breaker Dragonlight. Dragon 8's Evil Breaker Dragonlight wasn't as concentrated, but it had a massive power that Dragon 9 had lacked. Dragon 8's xenogenic dragon body was in the air now, and it didn't attack yet. Its gold eyes peered down at Han Sr. My gold dragon body is indestructible. I hope you are prepared. Han Sun looked at Dragon 8 and quietly reprimanded him. You shouldn't reveal your powers to the enemy. The dragon are fearless. Even if the whole world knows my powers, it is fine. I will still win, Dragon 8 said. He then flapped his wings and teleported directly in front of Han Sen. But this time, Dragon 8 didn't just use his fists. When he approached, his whole body became a lethal weapon. It was like a mercury spill that sought to ravage Han Sen's body with a flurry of constant attacks. Finger, palm, fist, elbow, leg, knee, back, wing, horn, leg, shoulder. Even the gold dragon's hair became a lethal weapon. When his body moved, there was power. Dragon 8's entire body became a gold-killing machine. Dragon 8 had completely abandoned defense, as all his skills were based on attacking. After all those unleashed attacks, Dragon 8 became stronger. Like waves, stacking together, the dragon light grew larger. Han Sen was something of a grandmaster when it came to close-quarter combat. He wasn't outmatched by Dragon 8, and so he could counter every strike, using finger against finger and palm against palm. Han Sen was able to break every attack Dragon 8 attempted. Dragon 8's attacks were strong like a swelling tide, but he lacked defense. If his attacks were flawed, then he would be open to a strike. Han Sen found his opportunity, and his hand became a knife as it swiped across Dragon 8's chest. A firework of sparks erupted as he sliced through the gold dragon scales to expose his flesh and gold blood. Dragon 8 showed no concern for the wound he had just incurred, though. He continued to attack Han Sen, as if the injured body was not even his. And what's more, the wound healed in a second, anyway. Not even a scar remained. Pang! Because Han Sen had just struck Dragon 8, it was too late for him to dodge the counterstrike. He used his arm to block Dragon 8's fist, but the armor shielding his arm was broken by Dragon 8's blow. Han Sen's body was sent back 50 meters before he was able to come to a stop and stabilize himself. His feet had dug trenches in the ground all the way. Dragon 8 roared and did not relent in his assault. He was too strong to be suppressed now. It is no wonder that the dragon are considered the bravest in the world. With an attack power like this, they do not have to fear anyone on the same level. Han Sen complimented his opponent. His power wasn't as great as Dragon 8's. Jade skin made his body sturdier, but when it leveled up to Marquise it gave him some ice powers too. The evolution wasn't entirely focused on making his body sturdier, so when compared to the gold dragon body, he was in inferior shape. Han Sen could not use jade skin godlights in this fight, or people might suspect he was Han's senator if he had been able to. Though, he'd have fared a much better chance. Dragon 8 was continuously growing stronger. Han Sen was at a vast disadvantage right now, and even the spectators were surprised by how things were turning out. Dragon 8 is very powerful. With this much strength, felling dukes must be an easy feat. The race of the dragon is getting stronger. Dragon 8 is only the 8th of this generation as well. He is so strong. No one of the same level can ever hope to beat him. Dollar is not bad. I'll give him that. After all, he has pushed Dragon 8 to this point. This was the first time he has had to make use of his gold dragon body in a ranked fight. Dollar is actually quite strong. He must be one of the best marquises in the universe. If he didn't have the misfortune of being pitted against Dragon 8, he could definitely have gone much further. I bet reaching the top 10 would not be all that difficult for him. What a shame. Dragons are still the strongest. With the power that they wield, and with the addition of gold dragon bodies, Dragon 8 can most certainly challenge Evil Eye. I think so. Gold dragon body makes Dragon 8 invincible, but adding to that, his attack power seems to know no bounds. Keeps increasing. If his gold dragon body is strong enough, he could very well engage a king. Fighting a king is a bit of an exaggeration, I think. No matter how strong his gold dragon body is, he cannot withstand the power that a king wields. But if this continues, he could definitely rival a duke without much trouble. Inside Sky Palace, Yun Sui, Yun Sushang, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day were watching the fights together. Yun Sui was shocked. The dragon is so powerful. I think the bodies of the sky might be weaker than theirs. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and said, as one of the 10 higher races, the dragon are indeed stronger than we are. But simple vitality isn't our area of expertise. Battles always boil down to one thing, and that is a fighter's skills in combat. But yes, this Dragon 8 is the most physically powerful. Out of those in Sky Palace, I believe only Lone Bamboo can challenge him. What about Han Sen? Yun Sui said. Han Sen is strong, but he is not of the sky. I am merely comparing the sky and the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane smiled at Yun Sui. Yun Sui blushed. I was just saying. We don't know where Han Sen even is right now anyway. First Day sighed. After First Day spoke, Yun Sui immediately looked depressed. Yun Sushang said, didn't Mr. Dream say that Han Sen is still alive though? Mr. Dream isn't one to tell lies. I am sure he will be back here soon enough. I know he will be. It's just a shame he could not participate in the Geno being scroll, Yun Sui said. Han Sen saw that Dragon 8 was growing stronger and stronger without any sign of stopping. Han Sen had managed to hurt him a few times, but after each wound, Dragon 8's recovery powers proved too much. He was like new moments after every injury. Han Sen couldn't use his teeth powers, and even if he could, it might not have proven able to tear the gold dragon body to shreds. Dragon 8 was correct in what he had spoken. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone on the same level as him. Even if the opponent knew about his powers beforehand, it was likely that there was nothing they could do to beat him. Han Sen could fight Dragon 8, but he could not use many of his powers now that he was in his dollar persona. So he gave up fighting with Dragon 8. Giving up did not mean Han Sen was willing to lose, though. He just wanted this to be over. Dragon 8 was like a killing machine as he pursued Senator Han Sen couldn't shake him, so he resolved to do something. Dragon 8's fist appeared in front of him again, and he gathered up something gold to challenge it. It was a coin, and it was aimed at Dragon 8's forehead. It went for him like a bolt of lightning. At such a close distance, Dragon 8 was unable to dodge. He wouldn't have thought of doing that anyway, even if he had enough time. He ignored the coin and continued coming for Hansen. Hansen threw a punch at Dragon 8. His fist slipped silently through the air and was immediately repulsed. Hansen's body floated up like a cloud as he was punched away. Hansen hung weightlessly in the sky, but he looked down upon Dragon 8 calmly. The coin was fixed to Dragon 8's forehead now. Dragon 8 crouched and then flapped his wings, wanting to close the distance and return to battling Hansen up in the sky. But when he flapped his dragon wings, he found himself unable to lift off. He was still on the ground. Everyone was shocked, not sure what was going on. It seemed that something was wrong with Dragon 8. It seemed like he was being held back by something, but the dragon's evil breaker powers should have been able to remove any ailment put upon them. Seal powers would not work on them, and that was half the reason why they were considered invincible. But right now, Dragon 8 was being suppressed by some force. He was unable to fly, which put him in a dire position. You are too cocky. The dragon body is definitely strong, but it isn't impervious to everything, Hansen said with certainty as he hung in the air. Dragon 8 roared, and his dragon light erupted like a volcano. He grabbed the coin on his forehead and tried to rip it off. But no matter how much dragon light he released, the coin was still stuck to his forehead. It wouldn't come off. Many people saw Dragon 8 trying to remove the coin from his forehead. Instead of attacking, Hansen just drifted in the sky, watching Dragon 8 struggle with the coin. No matter how much he tried, though, the coin remained fixed to his forehead. Dragon 8 was angry. He did not care about the coin. He wanted to get Hansen, and so he threw a punch into the dragon light on his fist blasted out like a volcano. But when Dragon 8 stepped forward, his knees went soft and buckled. He fell to his knees on the ground. When he had tried to attack Hansen, his body immediately buckled under the pressure. Everyone was shocked to see a coin suppress an elite like Dragon 8 in such a manner. It was a skill that no one had heard of before. Ding! The number displayed upon the coin was 1. When Dragon 8 stepped forward, that figure became 2. Already, the pressure upon him was twice as heavy. That was precisely why Dragon 8 had fallen to his knees with such a force that the earth caved in. What kind of Geno art is this? Can suppress even the dragon. I've never heard of something like this before. He must have a body that is as mighty as the dragon. And with a creepy Geno art like that? Well, humans are scary things. I wonder where these humans come from. If we are able to claim this race and fold them into our own, they could prove very useful. The elites, seeing the name dollar and the race name of human, looked strange. Ideas began to hatch inside their heads. Dragon 8 stood up from the ground, swinging a wild punch aimed at Han's senator. His body was still suppressed by the coin, though, so the punch moved slowly. It was also rather weak, for he needed most of his power to hold back the force of the coin upon him. Han-san remained motionless in the air, not even bothering to dodge. He simply punched Dragon 8's gold dragon light and shattered it. Ding! The figure on the coin jumped from 2 to 3. The pressure increased even more. Dragon 8 suffered an enhanced amount of force. He had suspected an increase such as this could come about, so he had readied himself to withstand it without falling. Coin, which Han-sen had modified, still had that special connection with him. Just like Han-sen's saving money skill, the coin would increase pressure the more Han-sen imbued it with power. But the only downside to this was that Han-sen had to use his own power to increase the pressure. If he was interrupted during this process, the force of gravity would come to an end. Dragon 8 would not be able to interrupt Han-sen easily, though. He had been too confident in his gold dragon body. If he had used his gold dragon body to try and break the coin before it landed or perhaps even dodge it, he would not have found himself in such a situation. Ding! The number on the coin changed once more. It had now gone from 3 to 4. Dragon 8's body began to tremble beneath the weight, and it was becoming incredibly difficult to move in the slightest. That Geno art is too scary. It's still increasing pressure. Thousand Feather Crane was shocked. It wasn't only Thousand Feather Crane feeling this way, though. All who looked upon this fight were surprised, and chills ran down their spines. Seeing someone like Dragon 8 get suppressed like that made their heads itch. If Dollar attacked Dragon 8 now, it was unlikely that Dragon 8 could repel the attack or fight back. He was going to lose. Hansen wanted to see how strong Dragon 8 really was, though. He did not attack. Instead, he just increased the amount of power in the coin. Hansen had a bit of a grudge against the dragon, and dealings with them were likely far from over. Knowing more about what they could withstand might prove beneficial. Killing Dragon 8 here would not affect the dragon, but getting information from him would be a boon. Hansen would not be silly not to gather. Ding! When the coin reached the number of 7, the rocks beneath Dragon 8's feet were crushed like tofu. His body began to sink lower into the stony ground. Pang! Dragon 8's head leaned forward as his whole body began to sink into the rocks. Pang! No way! Is Dragon 8 really going to lose? How is Dragon 8 being manhandled like this? That dollar is quite good. We should think of a way to avoid suffering that particular skill. Everyone was so scared as they watched. They had been so sure Dragon 8 would win the battle, but there had been a grand twist. Dragon 8 was the one that was losing. Ha! 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 Suddenly, Dragon 8 started to laugh from his place within the stone. What are you laughing at? Hansen looked at Dragon 8 with interest. As he cackled like a madman, Dragon 8 said, I am so happy. It has been so long since someone has been able to push me to do this. You and your Geno art are strong. And this, after Dragon 8 said that, he raised his hand and cut through his own head with a knife. Catcha! The gold dragon blood spilled. The scales and the bones broke. He had cut a part of his own head off. The clean cut revealed the brain inside, quivering within his skull. Then he lopped some of the brain matter off. The part that the coin had been attached to fell to the ground. Dragon 8 was free again, and he pulled himself out of the stone. After standing up, his head swiftly healed itself. It left no mark. I told you, my gold dragon body makes me an immortal. You are strong, I'll give you that, and if you fought someone of another race, they'd definitely lose, but against someone like me, you can't win. I can cut off a part of my own head and be as right as rain. Dragon 8 was simmering with rage. After he spoke, that rage burst forth to consume the Brother 8 is so strong. Ha ha! It does not matter how strong your Geno art is. Brother 8 can cut his own head off without trouble. Why would he be afraid of your Geno art? Awesome, Brother 8. Dragons are awesome. Dragon 9 and the rest of the dragon audience were in sheer delight. Seeing Dragon 8 stand back up gave them a huge boost of morale. The other elites that had witnessed this scene were all frozen. The gold dragon body is so strong. If this was another person going up against him, he'd definitely lose. The gold dragon body can't be beaten. The dragon must have been blessed by God himself. Such a powerful body existing is a blessing for every race. But the dragon is only number 8. It is no wonder they are considered the bravest of all kinds. Dollar is in trouble now. This fight is certainly quite interesting. Dragon 8 looked at Hansen, who was up in the sky. He looked as if he wanted to fight so badly, and now the gold dragon light looked like lava. It made his whole body look like it was burning. Dollar, use your powers all you like, but the dragon are fearless. Dragon 8 raised his head and pointed at Hansen, who was aloft in the sky. That presence was everywhere. It felt like even God might have to obey the will of the dragon. It is a shame you have already lost, Hansen said sadly. What do you mean? Dragon 8 frowned. Hansen did not answer, and he merely pointed at Dragon 8's forehead. Everyone looked at where Hansen was pointing, and when they saw what he referenced, their eyes opened wide. The coin that had been cut from Dragon 8's head was now back on this forehead. Pang! That powerful gold dragon body fell back to the ground immediately. A deep dragon-shaped sinkhole formed.